I am a time traveler, and was picked up in the snow by Qin Peng, the old man of the Qin family. Due to my poor talent, I can only live like an ordinary person, but fortunately, I am handsome, and many women like me. However, a month ago, the Qin family encountered a crisis. Many strong men were killed while exploring the secret realm, and the family was facing the disaster of extinction. For the sake of the family, I was forced to marry into the Han family, but the eldest daughter of the Han family was ugly and lived a dissolute life. Just when I was in despair, my fate took a turn for the better. Overnight, a purple flame suddenly appeared behind me, and in the flame there was a beautiful woman. After that, I had sex with her without knowing what was going on, and I also bowed to the system of having many children and many blessings, and received a novice gift package. Will my fate change dramatically from now on? Taichu Realm, Yulong Domain, Qinglong Dynasty, Qingfeng City, Qin Family. The setting sun in the sky is as fiery as fire, casting a red glow across the sky. A dark purple figure fell from the sky, like a purple phoenix descending to the earth, penetrating the red clouds in the sky. Finally, they landed in Qingfeng City, just a few steps away from the Qin family. Slow down. You're so fast at the beginning, I can't bear it. You can't handle this speed. I have something even more powerful. The second aunt of the Qin family was lying on the bed. Behind her plump and round back, the second uncle of the Qin family was massaging her back with his hands at a very fast speed. Hiss. It's so hot. Why did you get all over me? It was so good. I couldn't help it. Uncle Qin took a sip of hot wine and immediately felt refreshed. But he accidentally knocked over the wine bowl, spilling the wine all over second aunt, who had a plump figure and smooth skin. Second Qin, do you think Xiaoxian will be willing to marry into the Han family? The second aunt of the Qin family said with a slightly ruddy face. It's useless to be uneasy. Now that the Qin family is in crisis, since he is favored by the eldest lady of the Han family, he must marry into the Han family. Besides, we are just asking him to marry into the family, not asking him to die. What can't we do for the sake of the family? If the Qin Peng clan elder hadn't picked it up for him, he would have died in the snow. The second uncle of the Qin family continued. But the eldest lady of the Han family is really a bit. Although the second aunt of the Qin family was a little intoxicated, when she thought of the appearance and figure of the eldest lady of the Han family, even though she was a woman, she felt a little nauseous. No matter what he does. The second uncle of the Qin family couldn't bear it any longer and rushed forward. Meow. However, at this moment, a black cat was suddenly thrown into the room outside the window. The sharp screams resounded through the night, shocking the second uncle of the Qin family to the point where he almost withered. Which bastard is that? As the Qin family's second uncle roared, a figure in white also fled away. When the work is done, I will leave, keeping my achievements and fame hidden. However, as Qin Xian, dressed in white, walked on the bluestone road back to his room, he couldn't help but feel despair in his heart. He was originally a time traveler, but different from other time travelers. Like those who are crowned as the sons of emperors or gods as soon as they are born and have supreme and prominent backgrounds, they can become stronger without doing anything, and some can get rewards by signing in. He had just crossed over and was in such a miserable state, just like a little kid about to freeze to death in the snow. Fortunately, he was picked up by Qin Peng, the patriarch of the Qin family, and brought back to the Qin family. Otherwise, he would have frozen to death less than an hour after traveling through time. However, although he survived, in this world where martial arts is supreme and the strong are respected, his lousy talent meant that he could only live an ordinary life. Fortunately, he has another characteristic, that is, he is handsome, very handsome. It can be said that he has sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, is handsome, has a slender and upright figure, and is as handsome as a banished immortal. So even though his strength is rubbish, there are still many beautiful women in Qingfeng City who like Qin Xian. This also makes Qin Xian full of yearning for the future. Although I cannot use force to break the void, I can fight against gods and demons. But he can still live a peaceful and happy life. But a month ago, many powerful men of the Qin family were killed in the secret realm while exploring it. The gears of his destiny also began to turn. Many powerful men of the Qin family were killed in the secret realm, which directly caused great damage to the Qin family. And they are coveted by the other two major families in Qingfeng City, and are in danger of being exterminated at any time. Therefore, in order to survive this crisis, the Qin family mobilized all levels of relationships. Finally, he attached himself to the great master family in the imperial city of the Qinglong dynasty, the Han family. In the primordial realm, the strong are respected, and the realms of cultivation are divided into the realm of tempering the body, the realm of moving blood, the realm of sea of spirits, the realm of celestial beings, the realm of transformation into spirits, the realm of divine martial arts, Grandmaster, the realm of Will See, Grandmaster, the realm of Dao Palace, Powerful, the realm of Cave Heaven, Giant, the realm of Shenzong, Marquis, the realm of Galaxy, King, the realm of supernatural powers, Emperor, the realm of Dharma Appearance, Venerable. Each level is very different and the strength varies greatly. Only a true genius can fight across levels. A small family like the Qin family is far away in the remote Qingfeng city. The strongest people in the family are just a few elders of the Qin family who are in the spirit transformation realm. And a Grand Master family like the Han family, which is located in the imperial city at the center of the dynasty. The family is full of powerful people, including several Grand Masters in the Will See realm. The patriarch of the Han family is a powerful Grand Master of the Will See realm. She has a daughter, the eldest daughter of the Han family, who is homosexual and leads a dissolute private life. In addition to her dissolute private life, the eldest daughter of the Han family looks like the killer Li Kuei, and her body is as terrifying as the devil Bo Gang. But because his father is a powerful grandmaster, even though Li Kuei and Bo Gang are both scary, there are still a lot of handsome men in the imperial city who are willing to drive tanks. The reason why the Qin family was able to cling to the Han family. It was because of Qin Xian's handsomeness that he deeply attracted the eldest lady of the Han family. Therefore, the Qin family exchanged the protection of the Han family for Qin Xian's marriage into the Han family in 1 month. As a result, they were able to survive the covetousness of the other two major families in Qingfeng City and avoid the crisis of extinction in a short period of time. However, although the Qin family was rescued, Qin Xian was about to fall into an endless abyss. If it weren't for the fact that his realm was too low and he was afraid of bringing trouble to the Qinpeng clan elder who raised him, Qin Xian would have fled long ago. With despair in his heart, Qin Xian walked back to his room like a zombie. "Grandpa Qinpeng, why are you here?" After returning to the room, Qin Xian found that Qinpeng was also in the room. "Xiao Xian, tell Grandpa, what are you thinking? If you really hate the eldest daughter of the Han family, then even if it costs me my life, I will send you out of the Qin family," Qinpeng said in a somewhat low voice. Qinpeng is a man of strong character and integrity, and he has kindness in his heart. Otherwise, he would not have picked up Qin Xian, who was almost frozen to death, and raised him up, loving him like his own grandson. Therefore, in his heart, he did not want to see the child he raised live under the shadow of the Devil Bo Gang for the rest of his life. "Grandpa, don't worry. I'm fine. I don't hate that Miss Han. The Qin family raised me up. Now that the family is in crisis, I can't just stand by and watch." When Qin Xian heard Qinpeng's words, he felt a little moved, so he couldn't help but speak. Qinpeng wanted to say something else, but when he saw Qin Xian's determined eyes, he sighed and walked out of the room. After Qinpeng left, Qin Xian also slumped on the bed, his eyes full of despair. At this moment, Qin Xian felt resentment for the first time towards his crappy cultivation talent. In this world, the weak can't even control their own destiny. How sad. Qin Xian couldn't help but sigh. However, at this moment, Qin Xian suddenly felt a burning sensation on his back, as if a flame was burning on his back. Qin Xian was startled and turned around quickly. This turn made Qin Xian stunned. Purple flames rose behind Qin Xian. The flames touched the bed sheets, but miraculously the sheets did not ignite. What was even more surprising was that there was a woman in the rising flames. The woman had an extremely beautiful appearance, like a fairy from heaven. Her skin was whiter than snow, and as clear and white as white jade. Her figure is even more hot, with majestic breasts, toes not visible when you look down, and a slender waist that can be held in one hand, just like the most perfect work of the Creator. In his previous life, this was the first time that Qin Xian saw such a beautiful woman. He was stunned for a moment. The woman standing in the flames had a frown on her face, but her face was extremely flushed, and her body twisted slightly involuntarily. Alas, judging from your appearance, you should not be a bad person. I think you are lucky. As soon as these words were spoken, a ball of fire rose from under Qin Xian's feet and burned all of Qin Xian's clothes to ashes. Feeling that he was suddenly naked, Qin Xian could not help but quickly cover his body, and then asked vigilantly, "What are you going to do?" The woman did not say anything else, because her mind had already sunk, and the words she just said were the last of her sanity. The next moment, the naked Qin Xian was pushed onto the bed by the beautiful woman. Only then did Qin Xian realize his current situation. Am I going to be raped? The weak really cannot control their own destiny. Qin Xian couldn't help but roar in his heart. In reality, Qin Xian also pushed away the beautiful woman on the bed. Etc. Although the beautiful woman was sinking into the sea of desire, she was also a little surprised. How could this man's willpower be so strong? I love parallel parking. Qin Xian said loudly. Parallel parking. The beautiful woman was very confused when she heard this, and Qin Xian did not explain much. Ah. Ding. Congratulations to the host for hitting the target with one shot. The system of having many children and many blessings is bound. Do you want to receive the novice gift package? After a night of fierce fighting, the spring spirit faded, and after the Wushan cloud rain, Qin Xian finally covered his waist and slowly woke up from the bed. There are no fields that are damaged by plowing, only oxen that are worked to death. The ancients were right. Thinking of this, Qin Xian was suddenly stunned again. What did he seem to hear in his mind after parallel parking last night? Is this true or false? System. Qin Xian called out tentatively in his heart. I am here. After hearing the real voice coming from his mind, Qin Xian couldn't help but exclaimed. The standard equipment for time travelers has finally arrived. Could it be that he could get rid of the demon Bogang? Did you say last night that I could receive the novice gift package? Qin Xian asked. That's right. Then what are you waiting for? Come and get it. Qin Xian's eyes lit up and he said quickly. Ding. The novice gift package was successfully received. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Sun God Body, Immortal Kidney, 10 Breakthrough Cards, 10 Sudden Enlightenment Cards, 10 bottles of top-grade Heavenly Spirit Pills, the Heaven-grade top-grade weapon Juk Sword, and the Eye of Breaking Delusion. Sun God Body, one of the strongest physiques, the fusion will possess the most rigid and masculine power of the Sun God, with combat power far exceeding that of warriors of the same level. At the same time, the speed of cultivation, talent, and comprehension will be improved. Immortal Kidney, an eternal and immortal kidney. After fusion, it will gain the power of never stopping, turning into a fast pile driver. The sun and the moon will never fall, and Kuan will never stop. Breakthrough Card, can raise the host's cultivation level by 1 level. Epiphany Card, can raise the host's cultivation technique to a higher level. Top-grade Tianling Pill, a pill for Dao Palace Realm Masters to assist in their practice, 10 pills per bottle. Juk Sword, a top-grade weapon of heavenly rank. Eyes of Delusion Seeing, after possessing it, one can see through the talents, cultivation, qualifications, etc. of cultivators who are 3 realms higher than the host. It can display object information, has a treasure hunting function, and can see through all illusions, visions, and mazes. More children, more blessings. The more offspring the host has, the stronger their talents will be, and the richer the rewards will be. Please continue to work hard, Duoduokan. Listening to the system's continuous machine prompts, Qin Xian actually felt like he had suddenly inherited 1 billion yuan. It turns out that every world is equally friendly to newbies. Qin Xian couldn't help but admire. At the same time, Qin Xian was very satisfied with the system as well as the novice gift package. You will get rewards if you reproduce, and Dokkan will become stronger. This is simply every man's dream system. Moreover, the novice gift pack also includes the immortal kidney and other divine objects, combined with the extremely strong and masculine body of the Sun God. Qin Xian no longer had to worry about being unable to do the job, and he could just teach everything he knew. Thinking of this, a burning sensation surged from the dantian and then spread to the whole body. It was as if thousands of scorching suns were rising in his body, and his muscles, bones and blood were all bathed in the light, making him feel warm and comfortable, making Qin Xian so comfortable that he couldn't help but moan. As the power of the sun god in his body was generated, endless strength rose from his limbs and bones, making Qin Xian's strength continue to increase. After integrating the sun god body, one of the strongest physiques, Qin Xian's talent instantly increased, and he became the legendary genius. His realm also broke through from the 7th level of blood-moving realm to the 1st level of spirit sea realm under the fusion of the sun god body. A solar spirit sea containing the source of the sun has been opened up in his body, emitting a magnificent and scorching aura, and continuously producing solar divine power. Crunch. Qin Xian moved his body, and suddenly there was a sound of bones cracking. After fusing with the sun god body, Qin Xian really seemed to be reborn. I am now able to kill my old self with one punch. Qin Xian clenched his fists, feeling the inexhaustible power in his body, and said with a smile. After traveling to this world for so long, this is the first time that Qin Xian feels safe from any part of his body other than his face. Next, it's time to fuse the Eye of Delusion and the Kidney of Immortality. As Qin Xian finished speaking, the system began to merge. Qin Xian's eyes suddenly burst into a green divine light, containing endless brilliance, as sharp as a blade, as if it could see through the heavens and the human heart. At the same time, an extremely bright golden luster burst out from Qin Xian's waist. Through the golden light, one can even vaguely see the phantom of the kidney that looks like it's cast in gold. Just by looking at it, one can see that it possesses immense power, enough to make a goddess fall in love with the mortal world. At this moment, Qin Xian felt that the previous waist and leg pains were swept away, and he was full of energy, but the stars were falling and the sky was collapsing. It's time to break through. After integrating the sun god body, the Eye of Truth, and the Kidney of Immortality, Qin Xian was ready to break through. After all, no matter how outstanding one's talent is, it is just talent. It is still one's own level of cultivation that makes one feel more at ease. Ding! Consume a breakthrough card, and your cultivation will break through to the 2nd level of the spiritual sea realm. Ding! Consume a breakthrough card, and your cultivation will break through to the 3rd level of the spiritual sea realm. Ding! Consume a breakthrough card, and your cultivation will break through to the 1st level of the Tiangang realm. As wisps of qi emerged from his body, Qin Xian also entered the Tiangang realm. Qin Xian is at the 1st level of Tiangang realm, and equipped with the strongest body, the sun god body. His combat power is even comparable to that of a strongman at the 5th or 6th level of Tiangang realm. In Qingfeng City, Qin Xian can be considered a strongman. After all, the heads of the 3 major families in Qingfeng City are only at the 8th or 9th level of the Tiangang realm. Apart from the patriarchs and elders of the 3 major families, Qin Xian is already considered one of the strongest men. After consuming the breakthrough card, Qin Xian did not use the enlightenment card again. Because of Qin Xian's low talent, he had only practiced the lowest level yellow level skills and yellow level martial arts. Yellow level skills and techniques are only suitable for practitioners at the body tempering and blood moving realms. Now that Qin Xian has reached the Tiangang realm, even if he does not practice the earth level skills and martial arts, he must at least practice the Xian level ones. Otherwise it would be too lame and not doing justice to the sun god body he has fused with. Therefore, it is better to keep the Epiphany card for use later when you find the right skills and martial arts, and don't waste it. Qin Xian turned his head and looked at the table. There were 10 crystal jade bottles and a huge sword shining with a sharp edge on it. Qin Xian walked to the table, picked up the small jade bottle and opened it. Immediately, a refreshing elixir fragrance filled the air, making Qin Xian feel relaxed and happy. It is indeed a top-grade Tianling pill. Just smelling it makes me feel relaxed and happy. Qin Xian said in surprise. The top-grade Tianling pill is an auxiliary pill taken by powerful people in the Dao Palace realm during their cultivation. Its value is extremely precious. Not to mention Qingfeng City, even in the Imperial City, only a few people can afford it. After all, these 10 bottles of top-grade Tianling pills alone are enough to buy the entire Qingfeng City. As for the Juk sword next to it, its value is much lower. Although it is a top-grade weapon of the heavenly level, it is just a weapon after all. There are spiritual weapons, magic weapons, divine weapons, etc. above them. All we can say is that it is enough to have enough at hand. After putting away the top-grade Tianling pill and the Juk sword, Qin Xian brought his thoughts back to reality, and that beautiful figure appeared in his mind. Half a day has passed since he merged the sun god body, the eye of truth, the immortal kidney, and broke through the realm. However, the beautiful woman who had a friendship like Guan and Bao with him last night disappeared after he woke up. He still didn't know the name of the beautiful woman, nor did he know whether the beautiful woman would come back. In fact, Qin Xian has already figured it out. From the abnormal behavior of the beautiful woman last night, it can be seen that she must have been assassinated and drugged. Now that the effect of the medicine has worn off, that beautiful woman will naturally not stay here any longer. After all, from the flames surrounding her body, it can be seen that she is definitely not an ordinary person. She must be a talented disciple of some powerful force. So why would she stay in this remote place like Qingfeng City just because of a night of passion? Thinking of this, Qin Xian couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. He has been here for so long, and there are many beauties in Qingfeng City, and he has seen them before, but this is the first time he has seen such a beautiful woman. Thinking of last night, Qin Xian couldn't help but lower his head and open his hands, wanting to recall the bigness and fullness of last night. At this moment, a familiar burning feeling and a cold voice suddenly came from behind. "What are you doing?" "Ah." Qin Xian turned around somewhat awkwardly, only to see the beautiful woman standing behind him, staring at his clenched hands. Seeing this, Qin Xian quickly put down his hands and smiled awkwardly. The beautiful woman blushed upon seeing this, and then she said, "What happened last night was really an accident. I was framed by a villain and I was already out of my mind." Qin Xian nodded when he heard this. It was exactly as he had guessed, a familiar scene. According to the familiar plot, this beautiful woman should say that what happened last night was just a dream, they are not from the same world, so it is better to forget about her. But don't worry, I, Jing Yue, will be responsible for you. Since you and I are already husband and wife, I will come to pick you up after I return to the Holy Land to avenge my grievances. I will never forget you. Jing Yue looked at Qin Xian and said seriously. Ah. Good. Qin Xian was a little surprised after hearing this. He didn't expect that things would turn out like this. Jing Yue in front of him was such a responsible person. Thinking of this, Qin Xian couldn't help but touch his face. It seems that his face gives him the greatest sense of security. In that case, shouldn't you tell me who you are? Qin Xian looked at Jing Yue and asked. Jing Yue nodded upon hearing this and said formally, "My name is Jing Yue, and I am the Saintess of this generation of Taishuan Holy Land. 2 days ago, when I was in Nirvana, I was framed by a traitor. Not only did they destroy my Nirvana and cause me serious injuries, but also..." Having said this, Jing Yue gritted her teeth and didn't want to continue. Of course, that's enough to say here, and Qin Xian can guess what will happen next. After being drugged by the villain, the man wanted to forcefully thrust forward, but Jing Yue escaped. After escaping to this place, he was unable to suppress the effect of the drug, and thus benefited himself. Thinking of this, Qin Xian actually felt like thanking that villain. If it weren't for that traitor, even if Qin Xian could bind to the system, he would have been ravaged by the Devil Bow Gang. At that time, Qin Xian probably didn't want to live anymore even if he was bound to the system. "Okay, then let me introduce myself," Qin Xian said. "No need to introduce yourself. I've already found out all your information during the half day I was away. My husband, Jing Yue, can be a poor talent and just like everyone else, but he can never be a treacherous and evil person. Otherwise, even if you and I are already husband and wife, I will kill you without mercy," Jing Yue said after hearing this. Qin Xian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead after hearing this. Fortunately, he usually did good deeds and was considered an outstanding young man in Qingfeng City, otherwise his romantic luck would have turned into a romantic disaster. "Hey! How come your realm has changed to Tiangang realm? I remember that you were still in Bangsha realm last night. Could it be that I was not conscious at that time and remembered it wrongly?" After feeling Qin Xian's breath, Jing Yue said with some surprise. However, due to the confusing situation last night, Jing Yue just thought that she remembered it wrongly. She didn't expect that Qin Xian, who she said had poor talent, would break through more than 10 levels in half a day. At your age, you have been able to cultivate to the Tiangang realm in such a remote place. From this point of view, your talent is quite good. Jing Yue said with a smile. Just good. Then what realm are you in? After hearing Jing Yue's evaluation, Qin Xian asked somewhat unconvinced. You should know that in Qingfeng City, all the strong people who can cultivate to the Tiangang realm are middle-aged. At his age, he would be considered a genius if he could break through to the Linghai realm, let alone the Tiangang realm. As for me, my physique awakened relatively late, so now I am only at the 6th level of the divine martial realm. Jing Yue looked at Qin Xian and said with a smile. Divine martial realm. You are actually a grandmaster. Qin Xian said in surprise. You should know that the strongest people in Qingfeng City are only at the spirit transformation realm. The Grandmaster of the Divine Martial Realm was a powerful being that could only be found in the imperial city of the Azure Dragon Dynasty. I didn't expect that Jing Yue, who looked about the same age as me, was already a powerful master. Is this the disparity in the world? Thinking of this, Qin Xian also activated the Eye of Truth and looked at Jing Yue. Jing Yue, Realm, 6th level of Divine Martial Realm, Qualification, Red, Talent, Purple Phoenix Divine Body. Purple Phoenix Divine Body, the body contains the Purple Phoenix bloodline, which can condense the Purple Phoenix Divine Fire to burn the world, and can also undergo Nirvana. Every time Nirvana is achieved, the strength and qualifications will be greatly improved. Qualification levels are divided into 6 levels: white, green, blue, red, purple, and gold. With the red talent and the Purple Phoenix Divine Body, it's no wonder that she could become the Holy Maiden of the Holy Land. Moreover, this was the result of a failed Nirvana. If the Nirvana had been successful, Jing Yue's qualifications would have been raised to at least purple. It's really strong. Okay, so how is your injury now? Is it serious? Qin Xian asked worriedly. It's quite serious. That damn villain first poisoned me, and then suddenly attacked me when I was about to complete Nirvana, causing me to suffer extremely serious injuries. Although I can suppress the injuries and prevent them from getting worse, I can't heal them either. I can only stay like this. Jing Yue said with a dim look in her eyes. She was about to achieve Nirvana and become the most powerful saint in Yulong domain. However, he was harmed by a villain and now he cannot even recover from his injuries. Then how can I help you heal your wounds? Qin Xian asked after hearing this. Not to mention the close relationship between Qin Xian and Jing Yue, even from the perspective of interests. Help Jing Yue heal her wounds. After Jing Yue recovers, the Qin family will no longer have to worry about the threats from the other two families. They can even go one step further and become the only family in Qingfeng City. In this way, Qin Xian would not have to sacrifice himself to the Devil Bow Gang. We need a great man from the Dao Palace realm to take action. Jing Yue replied. A powerful person in the Dao Palace realm. There are probably not many such strong people even in the imperial city. This is too difficult. Qin Xian fell into despair after hearing this. There are only a few powerful people in the Dao Palace realm in the entire Qinglong dynasty. And even if he knew where it was, how could he, a little trash in the Tiangang realm, ask others for help? Or some higher level elixirs, do you have any top-grade earth spirit pills? If there are a lot of them, I should be able to recover a little from my injuries. Seeing that Qin Xian looked a little embarrassed, Jing Yue spoke a little embarrassedly. Top-grade earth spirit pill. I don't have that. Qin Xian replied. He was just a small trash in the blood-moving realm before, and a mid-grade earth spirit pill would be enough for him. How could the Qin family give him a top-grade earth spirit pill? Of course, if he went to the Qin family to ask for some dowry now. I guess the Qin family will give him some. After all, they are still counting on him to save the Qin family from the dire straits. But now, he no longer needs it. Oh, all right then. Jing Yue felt a little disappointed after hearing this, but not too disappointed. After all, in this small family where the head of the family is only at the Tiangang realm, the top-grade earth spirit pill is already a very precious pill. As a child of an ordinary family, it is normal for Qin Xian to not be able to afford it, and Jing Yue also understands. However, just when Jing Yue was feeling lost, Qin Xian took out 10 small crystal jade bottles from the bedside, shook them at her and said, "I don't have any top-grade earth spirit pills, but I do have some top-grade heaven spirit pills. I wonder if they would be more effective in healing injuries." Smelling the refreshing fragrance of the elixir, Jing Yue opened her lips slightly, her eyes filled with surprise. "The best Tianling pill? How is this possible? What? Don't you allow me to have some adventures? There are 10 bottles with 100 pills in total. Do you think they are enough for healing?" Looking at Jing Yue's surprised look, Qin Xian said with a smile, "You are finally shocked by this young master." Qin Xian stuffed the small jade bottle containing the top-grade Tianling pill into Jing Yue's hand. Jing Yue took out a pill to confirm it, then stared at Qin Xian and said, "You're going to use all these top-grade heavenly spirit pills to heal me? Do you know the value of top-grade heavenly spirit pills?" "Of course. No matter how valuable this medicine is, isn't it for people to eat? Eat it quickly. Healing your wounds is the most important thing," Qin Xian replied. Even in the Taishuan Holy Land, the top-grade Tianling pill is not considered an ordinary pill. Those ordinary disciples of the Holy Land need to spend contribution points to redeem them. In the Qinglong dynasty, this top-grade Tianling pill is considered a treasure. But this man who had only had a one-night stand with her was still willing to give her all of it to heal her wounds. At this moment, Jing Yue was really moved. The union with this handsome young man in front of me might really be God's arrangement. Okay. In that case, I'll take it. Don't worry, Jing Yue, will never let you down in this life. Looking at the determination on Jing Yue's beautiful face, Qin Xian was also somewhat moved. "Yue, it's getting dark." Looking at the dark night sky outside the window, Qin Xian turned and said to Jing Yue, "Well, let's go to bed and rest." Okay. After fusing with the immortal kidney, Qin Xian's combat power is unparalleled. The fierce battle lasted until noon of the next day. Qin Xian ended the battle only when he saw that Jing Yue was exhausted. He walked out of the room feeling refreshed, without any trace of fatigue after the battle. After walking out of the room, Qin Xian first went to Qin Peng and borrowed Qin Peng's clan elder badge. When his talent was rubbish before, Qin Xian couldn't practice even if he had top-notch skills and martial arts. Now that he has bound to the system, even if he has a heavenly-level technique in front of him, he can cultivate it without any effort. Just like that, Qin Xian brought the badge and came to the attic where the Qin family collected martial arts techniques. As the patriarch of the Qin family, Qin Peng has the highest authority, and Qin Xian can choose almost all martial arts techniques. So, Qin Xian chose a top-grade Xian-level martial arts technique, Heavenly Fire Art, a low-grade Earth-level sword technique, Breaking Waves sword technique, and a top-grade Xian-level body technique, Treading on the Clouds. The Xian-level martial arts techniques correspond to the Linghai realm and Tiangang realm. Earth-level martial arts techniques correspond to the Spirit Transformation realm and the Divine Martial realm. As one of the 3 major families in Qingfeng City, the Qin family actually has 2 or 3 Earth-level martial arts techniques. But none of them matched his sun god body, so he had no choice. As for martial arts, one sword technique is used to match the juk sword for attacking, and one body technique is used for chasing or escaping. It's perfect. After choosing the martial arts method, Qin Xian first returned the badge to Qin Peng, and then returned to his room. In the room, Jing Yue was practicing martial arts to recuperate, so Qin Xian did not disturb her. Instead, he sat beside her and began to practice martial arts. Of course, Qin Xian's cultivation must use plugins. System, I want to use the Epiphany card. As Qin Xian finished speaking, streams of mysterious information poured into his mind, making him feel as if he had suddenly gained enlightenment. As if he were a saint who was born with knowledge, all kinds of mysteries and familiarity suddenly emerged in his mind. Ding! Consume an Epiphany card, and you have mastered the technique, Heavenly Fire Art. Ding! Consume an Epiphany card, and the technique you are practicing, Heavenly Fire Art, will be upgraded to the minor success stage. Ding! Consume an Epiphany card, and the technique you are practicing, Heavenly Fire Art, will be upgraded to the Great Perfection stage. Ding. Consume an epiphany card, and the technique you are practicing, Heavenly Fire Art, will be upgraded to the perfect stage. After consuming 4 epiphany cards, Qin Xian first upgraded the Xian level technique, Heavenly Fire Art, to the perfect stage. In this way, with the perfect stage of Xian level skills and the Sun God body, Qin Xian's training speed and efficiency will increase by more than 10 times. Even his Dantian and Sea of Consciousness had expanded a lot, his endurance and reaction speed had increased several times, and his combat power had skyrocketed. After upgrading the skills, there were only 6 epiphany cards left, which were only enough to upgrade one martial art to the perfect stage. Qin Xian began to think about whether he should use it to realize the breaking wave sword technique, which focuses on attack, or the treading clouds step, which focuses on body movement. It's useless if you can't beat the opponent no matter how fast you run. Go faster and disperse earlier. You still have to comprehend the swordsmanship. After thinking rationally for a while, Qin Xian finally decided to use it to comprehend the sword technique. If you can beat him, beat him. If you can't, just die. The main focus of young people in the new era is to be decisive. Ding. Consume an epiphany card, and you have mastered the martial arts skill, breaking wave sword technique. Ding. Consume an epiphany card, and the martial arts skill, breaking wave sword technique, you practiced will be upgraded to the minor success stage. Ding. Consume an epiphany card, and the martial arts skill, breaking wave sword technique, you practiced will be upgraded to the grand mastery stage. Ding. Consume an epiphany card, and the martial arts skill, breaking wave sword technique, you practiced will be upgraded to the perfect stage. Ding. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the martial arts, breaking wave sword technique, to the perfect stage. You have comprehended the sword technique's ultimate move, breaking thousands of waves with the sword. Special skill, sword breaking 1,000 waves, thousands of sword beams are slashed out in an instant, just like thousands of waves, carrying the power to destroy all things, killing all enemies. Ding. Since the host has improved his swordsmanship to the perfect stage, his comprehension of the way of the sword has reached the pinnacle. The host will comprehend the sword intent, currently at the first level. As the system prompt sound continued to echo in his mind, Qin Xian's aura changed suddenly. Suddenly, a flash of cold light appeared in his star-like eyes, like a beam of light that created the world and opened up the path of swordsmanship. At the same time, his aura instantly became extremely sharp and fierce. It is like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, with the power to pierce through everything. Even the sky can be cut off with one sword. After feeling the change in his own aura, Qin Xian couldn't help but exclaimed after the last prompt sound of the system fell. Sword intention. After comprehending the meaning of the sword, Qin Xian's face showed an expression of great surprise. Sword intent, that is the killer weapon that only a truly extraordinary genius can possess. It is also the support for the geniuses to fight against higher levels. Whether it is the artistic conception of sword, knife, or gun, they are all different from the realm of cultivation. Even if you don't have good talent, you can still build it up with a lot of resources and time. In order to comprehend the artistic conception of sword, one must have absolute talent and understanding. Those who can comprehend it are all geniuses. Moreover, there is no comparison between warriors with artistic conception and warriors without artistic conception. The blessing of artistic conception on the strength of warriors is a leap forward. Just like the layer of sword intent that Qin Xian has comprehended now, if this layer of sword intent is attached to martial arts and weapons, it can burst out with a power dozens of times stronger than before. Even when the sword intent is raised to the peak of perfection, Qin Xian will not even need a sword. He can cut through everything in the world by attaching the sword intent to any object. If you break a blade of grass, you can cut the sun, moon, and stars. A grain of sand in your hand can pierce the sky. This is the horror of sword intent. After the surprise, Qin Xian used the remaining 2 epiphany cards on the body movement, stepping on the clouds, and upgraded stepping on the clouds to the minor success stage. Although the cloud stepping step in the minor success stage cannot burst out at the ultimate speed, it is not slow either. After using up all the epiphany cards, Qin Xian's strength underwent a drastic change. After integrating the Sun God body, Qin Xian's strength was considered strong even among the Tiangang realm. As long as it wasn't those elders in the spirit transformation realm who took action, Qin Xian believed that he was not afraid of anyone. And now, after consuming 10 epiphany cards, his skills and martial arts have been improved, especially after he comprehended the ultimate move and sword intent. Qin Xian had a feeling that even if a family elder in the spirit transformation realm was in front of him, he could kill him with one sword. Husband. Have you comprehended the sword's meaning? Feeling the sharp sword intent emanating from Qin Xian, Jing Yue, who had just finished bathing, asked in shock. Qin Xian smiled and nodded when he heard this. Seeing Qin Xian admit it, Jing Yue's heart was filled with huge waves and she looked shocked. You must know that even in the Taishuan Holy Land, geniuses who can comprehend the artistic conception in the Tiangang realm are rare. It may not be possible for one to appear in 1,000 years. I didn't expect Qin Xian could achieve such an achievement. It's simply a miracle. After the shock, she felt extremely excited and proud. After all, as Qin Xian's wife, she was sincerely happy that Qin Xian had such talent. By this time, it was already night. Looking at Jing Yue, who had just finished bathing and was as charming as a lotus emerging from water, Qin Xian was also filled with excitement, so he pounced on him like a tiger pouncing on its prey. Ah! After hearing the midwife's shout, Qin Xian didn't even bother to pay attention to the system and directly used the cloud-stepping step to come into the room. Looking at Jing Yue lying on the bed and the baby in the cradle, Qin Xian was extremely excited. The baby in the cradle had a smooth and tender face, and there seemed to be a faint flame burning in his small eyes. There are even tiny flame lines faintly visible on the surface of his body, showing that he is born extraordinary. Yang Yan Holy Body. This is a holy body that perfectly inherits Qin Xian's sun god body talent and controls the power of Yang Yan. The Eye of Fire element should be a fusion of Qin Xian's Eye of Truth and Jing Yue's Purple Phoenix Fire talent. Just judging from their talents, you can tell that they must be his biological children. Jing Yue, thank you for your hard work. Qin Xian gently stroked the back of Jing Yue's hand and said to Jing Yue. However, Jing Yue, who had her eyes closed and looked extremely weak, suddenly opened her eyes, looked at Qin Xian and said anxiously. Husband. Take our child away from the Qin family. Seeing Jing Yue's sudden behavior, Qin Xian was startled, and hurriedly calmed Jing Yue down, and asked in confusion. What happened, Jing Yue? Don't worry. You are still a little weak now. I am here, talk slowly. Husband. Do you still remember the spiritual power mark that the Han family's patriarch left on me? I have been suppressing it with the Purple Phoenix Divine Fire all along, but just now, I was too weak, and the Purple Phoenix Divine Fire went out of control, thus releasing the suppression on that spiritual power mark. Now, the Han family's patriarch must have known my location. Husband. Take our child and leave first. As long as I reveal my identity as the Holy Lady of Taishuan, the patriarch of the Han family won't dare to do anything to me. Jing Yue hurriedly explained, feeling even more anxious, and wanted Qin Xian to leave quickly. After 9 months of practice, Qin Xian's realm was raised from the 5th level of Tiangang realm to the 3rd level of Huashan realm. But there is still a whole realm between the Luanhai realm and the Shenwu realm. Even with the blessing of sword intent, there is still an insurmountable gap between Qin Xian and the head of the Han family. Jing Yue is also well aware of the terrifying power of a grandmaster, which is why she is so anxious. Patriarch Han. I would have almost forgotten if you hadn't told me. Don't worry, Jing Yue, he's just a mere Patriarch Han. Just focus on recovering. I'm here. If he dares to come, he'll die. Qin Xian thought it was no big deal, but when he heard that the location was only known to the head of the Han family, he immediately felt relaxed and spoke to Jing Yue with confidence. Husband, the patriarch of the Han family is a powerful grandmaster. Seeing Qin Xian looking like he was ready to kill anyone who came his way, Jing Yue was a little confused. Jing Yue, do you believe me? Without much explanation, Qin Xian held Jing Yue's hand tightly and said. Looking at Qin Xian's extremely determined eyes, Jing Yue's heart was no longer desperate, but she held Qin Xian with her backhand. Husband, I believe you. The worst that could happen is that the whole family will die together. As the Holy Maiden of Taishuan Holy Land, Jing Yue still has some courage. What's more, she really believes in Qin Xian, because the men in front of her always creates miracles. Just like the top-grade Tianling pill and sword in tent before. In the Han mansion in the Imperial City, the head of the Han family, who was discussing matters in the hall, suddenly had a cold light flashing in his eyes. A powerful and murderous aura suddenly erupted and swept through the hall, causing the rest of the Han family members in the hall to tremble in their hearts. "Master, what happened?" A member of the Han family asked cautiously. "The evil thief who sneaked into my Han family before, the head of the family has found him." The head of the Han family said in a cold voice. The evil thief who sneaked into the Han family before. After hearing this, all the Han family members in the hall immediately remembered the strange master who sneaked into the Han family and killed the eldest daughter of the Han family 9 months ago. 3,000 miles southeast of the Imperial City, what is that place? The head of the Han family asked again. "Master, that is the border of the Qinglong dynasty, the Linglong dynasty and the Minglong dynasty. My Qinglong dynasty once built a small city there, called Qingfeng City." A member of the Han family who was an official in the court spoke up to explain. "Qingfeng City. Humph. Pass the order of the head of the family to summon the 9 elders to come and go to Qingfeng City with this head of the family. Damn you little thief, this time I will grind you to dust." Following the order from the patriarch of the Han family, the 9 great masters of the Han family were summoned and rushed to Qingfeng City with the patriarch of the Han family. For a time, the travel of the 10 grand masters of the Han family caused shock to the entire Imperial City. Such a luxurious lineup is enough to destroy some small and medium-sized forces in the Imperial City. As a result, all forces began to inquire about the news, wanting to know why the Han family suddenly dispatched such a terrifying lineup and what their intention was. It was not until they found out that the 10 Grand Masters of the Han family went out to kill the strange Grand Master who sneaked into the Han family 9 months ago that all the forces were filled with emotion. In order to kill a master of the Divine Martial Realm, 10 Grand Masters of the We'll-See realm were dispatched. Is this really an expression of extreme anger on the part of the Han family patriarch, or does the Han family want to make an example of someone and use this trip to intimidate all parties? All the forces had their own guesses about the Han family patriarch's thoughts. At the same time, all the forces sent strong men to Qingfeng City. They also wanted to see who the strange master was who was able to sneak into the Han family quietly and escape from the hands of the Han family's patriarch. "Husband, please give our child a name." Ji Yingyue looked at the child in Qin Xian's arms with a doting face and said softly. "There is Fusu on the mountain and Hua in the marsh. Let's call him Fusu." Qin Xian said after thinking for a moment. "Fusu, Qin Fusu. Our son's name is Qin Fusu." Ji Yingyue said with bright eyes. Seeing that Ji Yingyue was very satisfied with the name Fusu, Qin Xian couldn't help but smile. Just like that, after naming his eldest son, Qin Xian stayed with the mother and son for a while. He didn't leave the room until Ji Yingyue and Xiao Fusu fell asleep. At this time, Qin Xian finally had time to check the system rewards. The system issues rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 breakthrough cards, 5 enlightenment cards, 1 upgraded will card, 10 bottles of top-grade heavenly spirit pills, Phoenix blood essence, 2 family grandmasters, 1 heaven-level random martial arts book, and 3 earth-level random martial arts books. The system issues the first generation of extra rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 breakthrough cards, 5 epiphany cards, 10 bottles of medium-grade Tianling pills, a 9th-grade spirit gathering array, and a low-grade spirit stone mind map. Upgrade card can enhance the host's comprehension of artistic conception by 1 level. 9th-grade spirit gathering array, after use, the speed of spiritual energy generation within a radius of 10 miles will be increased by 3 times, and the concentration of spiritual energy will be increased by 2 times. It can also slightly increase the growth and maturity speed of some spiritual plants. Phoenix blood essence, the blood essence of the mythical beast Phoenix. After taking it, those with the blood of the Phoenix clan or close relatives can enhance their cultivation speed, understanding, aptitude, chance of successful nirvana, chance of blood evolution awakening, etc. It can also be used as medicine. Low-grade spiritual stone or vein map, a map showing the location and route of a low-grade spiritual stone or vein. The result of the random heavenly martial arts extraction is Heavenly Grade Ultimate Boxing Technique, Mountain Shaking Fist. The results of the random Earth-level martial arts extraction are: Earth-level top-grade spearmanship, Xianbing spearmanship. Earth-level low-grade fistmanship, Fuhu fist. Earth-level high-grade staffmanship, Chongfeng staffmanship. Just like that, within the next month. Qin Xian also practiced during the day and practiced at night, indulging himself in the bliss of the world and unable to extricate himself. With the support of the immortal kidney, Qin Xian didn't leave his room for a whole month. At the same time, after a month of daytime practice, Qin Xian's realm also broke through to the 5th level of Tiangang realm, and his strength was once again improved. Jian Yue's serious Taoist injuries have recovered by about 80%, although she still cannot exert the strength of her peak period. But relying on her terrifying gift of Purple Phoenix Divine Body and the 6th level of Divine Martial Realm, plus the many advanced martial arts and secret techniques she practiced in the Holy Land, I'm afraid that among all the masters of the entire Qinglong dynasty, Jian Yue is invincible. So, after regaining his powerful fighting power, Jian Yue also set out from the Qin mansion and went to the Imperial City. A month ago, Qin Xian told Jian Yue about the Han family's Devil Bow Gang. Then, the two of them made a plan. First, practice in the room for a month, until Jian Yue's injuries recover and he has enough fighting power. He sneaked into the Han family and beat the Devil Bow Gang so badly that he could not have sex for at least 1 or 2 years. In this way, the threat of being taken into the harem by the Devil Bow Gang can be temporarily resolved, leaving Qin Xian with enough time to develop. Just like that, Jian Yue sneaked into the Qinglong Imperial City quietly. The Qinglong Imperial City, which had been peaceful for a long time, finally became a sensation as a piece of breaking news came out. The eldest daughter of the Han family, a grandmaster family that has been passed down for hundreds of years in the Imperial City. He was unexpectedly attacked and killed at home by a mysterious master. The eldest daughter of the Han family had her meridian severed, her bones broken, and she was seriously injured and dying. When this matter was spread, all major forces in the Imperial City were shocked at first. A powerful master of the Divine Martial Realm was able to sneak into the Han family alone, which was staffed by several great masters, and seriously injured the eldest daughter of the Han family. The most outrageous thing is that he was able to escape unscathed in the end. The furious head of the Han family has not found the murderer yet and can only rage helplessly at home. Who on earth is this person? Then came doubts and confusion. The eldest daughter of the Han family is nothing but a useless cultivator. If you indulge in pleasure every day, what is there to kill? Since that master was able to successfully sneak into the Han family, why didn't he attack and kill the talented young masters of the Han family? Why would they attack and kill the eldest daughter of the Han family who is like a fat pig and has nothing to do but eat and be kicked out? All the major forces in the Imperial City were stunned when they heard the news, without exception. How are you? Are you not hurt? In the Qin mansion, when Jian Yue returned from the Imperial City, Qin Xian asked with concern while carefully examining Jian Yue's body. Don't worry, my husband. They are just a few great masters, they can't hurt me. Looking at Qin Xian who was examining carefully, Jian Yue said with a tender look in her eyes. That's good. At least you're not hurt. Qin Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. What he feared most was that Jian Yue would be injured. The eldest daughter of the Han family has her meridians broken and bones shattered. Given her weak state, she may not be able to fully recover in 3 years, let alone 1 or 2 years. Your husband does not need to worry about the Han family anymore. But the Han family's patriarch does have something. He has a secret technique that can use spiritual power to mark others, so that he can track them thousands of miles away. Fortunately, my Purple Phoenix Divine Fire can suppress it. After I achieve Nirvana, I will be able to completely eliminate it. Jian Yue said this with a proud look on her face, like a little girl waiting for praise. The meridians are broken, the bones are shattered, and Yue did a great job. After hearing Jian Yue's battle record, Qin Xian couldn't help but applaud. Humph. I didn't want to be so harsh, but when I found her at Han's house, she was actually having affairs with so many men. Jian Yue said angrily when she heard this. Jian Yue was furious when she thought that Qin Xian almost became one of those men. Ji Yue was able to control her temper by not killing the eldest lady of the Han family on the spot. So you ran into them having a party. No wonder you were so angry. After hearing this, Qin Xian couldn't help but smile and felt a little warm in his heart. Ji Yue's anger was actually a manifestation of her care for him. Silver party. What is that? Ji Yue asked with some confusion after hearing this. She had never heard of these two words before. Ah. You don't need to understand the meaning of this word yet, you should understand this. Qin Xian looked at Ji Yue with a smile and said, then pounced over. Ah. Husband. After resolving the threat posed by the Demon Bow Gang, Qin Xian felt much more relaxed. Afterwards, I returned to my previous happy sexual life and felt very comfortable. While enjoying sexual happiness, Qin Xian was also practicing diligently. After all, he possessed such a powerful talent, it would be a waste if he didn't practice. Besides, he has just embarked on the path of cultivation, and his realm and strength are very weak. If he wants to deal with the crisis, he must improve himself quickly. So, just like that, the time of sexual happiness passed by like a flash, and 9 months went by in a flash. Qin Xian finally welcomed the birth of his closest relative in this world who was truly related by blood. As the sound of a baby crying rang out, Qin Xian and Qin Peng outside the delivery room were both shocked. It's born. Congratulations, Master Qin Xian. It's a boy. The midwife shouted excitedly in the room. At the same time, the system prompt sound suddenly rang out. Ding. Congratulations, host, your first offspring is born. Offspring's talent level assessment, qualification assessment, purple. Talent assessment, Sun Flame Holy Body, Eye of Fire Element. Talent level assessment, top level genius. Talent level classification, ordinary, elite, genius, prodigy, great prodigy, top prodigy, peerless prodigy, evil prodigy, supreme prodigy. Ding. Congratulations to the host's first offspring for being rated as a top-level genius. The system will issue a reward. Ding. Since this is the host's first offspring, the system will issue an additional first-generation reward. After checking the system's reward this time, Qin Xian's eyes lit up. What a generous reward. This is just the offspring of top-level geniuses. If they give birth to peerless geniuses, monstrous geniuses, or even supreme geniuses in the future, the rewards will be incredible. The Shengyi card. This is simply a divine item. After surpassing the rewards such as breakthrough cards and enlightenment cards, whose functions are already known. When Qin Xian saw the introduction of Shengyi card, he couldn't help but exclaimed. You have to know that improving artistic conception is thousands of times more difficult than realm. It entirely depends on the improvement of understanding and talent. Many powerful people find it difficult to reach the threshold of artistic conception throughout their entire lives, let alone improve their artistic conception. And now, this card can actually instantly elevate his state of mind to a higher level. If this isn't a magical item, what else could it be? Restraining his inner restlessness, Qin Xian did not use it immediately, but first looked at the reward behind. The phoenix blood can be used by Yue in her future nirvana, increasing the chances of success. There are 2 grandmasters in the family. After the loss in the secret realm, the Qin mansion is now empty and lacks strong people. With these 2 grandmasters in charge, it is enough to deter some scoundrels. The 9th grade spirit gathering array is a legacy that only the big families in the imperial city have. With it, the Qin family has the foundation to develop into a powerful family. A map of the low-grade spiritual stone or vein. A whole low-grade spiritual stone or vein is enough for the Qin family to use for 10 years. Then let the head of the family send people to mine, and let second uncle go first. After checking out these rewards, Qin Xian looked at the last 4 martial arts. Xianbing spear technique and Changfeng stick technique, 2 earth-level martial arts, are extremely rare and precious in the outside world. Although Qin Xian can't use it, he can throw it into the Qin family scripture pavilion to enhance the family's strength. The mountain-shaking fist and the tiger-subduing fist, one is a top-grade heavenly boxing technique, and the other is a lower-grade earthly boxing technique. There is no need to think about it, it must be the practice of the mountain-shaking fist. A top-grade martial art of heaven level, a precious martial art that even some powerful men in the Tao Palace realm would envy. The power is definitely 100 times stronger than Earth-level martial arts. It's good to learn a boxing technique. After all, not everyone is qualified to fight with my sword. As Qin Xian spoke, he consumed 4 epiphany cards and upgraded the mountain-shaking fist to the perfect stage. Ding! Consume an epiphany card, and you have mastered the martial arts skill, mountain-shaking fist. Ding! Consume an epiphany card, and the martial arts skill, mountain-shaking fist, you practiced will be upgraded to the minor success stage. Ding! Consume an epiphany card, and the martial arts skill, mountain-shaking fist, you practiced will be upgraded to the grand perfection stage. Ding! Consume an epiphany card, and the martial arts skill, mountain-shaking fist, you practiced will be upgraded to the perfect stage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading the martial arts, mountain-shaking fist, to the perfect stage. You have comprehended the ultimate boxing move, shaking mountains and rivers. Special move, shaking mountains and rivers. One punch has the power to destroy mountains, and shake rivers. After perfecting the mountain-shaking fist, a heavy and steady feeling rose from Qin Xian's heart. Qin Xian clenched his fists, and a yellow light suddenly burst out from them, emitting an extremely powerful aura. He had a feeling that if he threw this punch, it might even kill the patriarch Qin De, who was in the patriarch's room far away. It is indeed a heavenly grade martial skill that can shake mountains and rivers. It is really not just talk. After feeling the powerful force contained in the fist, Qin Xian said with satisfaction. Afterwards, Qin Xian consumed 2 more enlightenment cards to upgrade the cloud-stepping step to the perfect stage. Ding! Consume an epiphany card, and the martial arts skill, stepping on the clouds, you practiced will be upgraded to the grand mastery stage. Ding! Consume an epiphany card, and the martial arts skill, cloud step, you practiced will be upgraded to the perfect stage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading the martial arts, stepping on the clouds, to the perfect stage. You have comprehended the ultimate skill of body movement, stepping on the clouds. Special move, walking on the clouds. Clouds of energy are generated under your feet, and you can instantly burst out with 10 times the speed, like walking on clouds. After upgrading the cloud-stepping step to the perfect stage, there were still 4 enlightenment cards left. Qin Xian did not use them anymore, but saved them for the next time he encountered a suitable high-level martial art. After improving martial arts, the next step is to break through the realm. 15 realm-breaking cards directly raised Qin Xian's realm from the 3rd level of the spirit transformation realm to the 8th level of the divine martial realm. As the spiritual sea in his dantian expanded and the power of the sun god condensed, an extremely powerful aura rose from Qin Xian's body. Qin Xian only felt that after the breakthrough, his whole body was full of strength, and he even longed for a hearty battle. The divine martial realm. The Grandmaster realm. Qin Xian slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, and there seemed to be a 3-inch divine light bursting out from his eyes. The divine martial realm is also known as the Grandmaster realm. After entering this realm, he can be regarded as a well-known figure even in the entire Qinglong dynasty. But this is far from my limit. System, I want to use the Ascension card. Ding! The upgrade card was used successfully. Congratulations to the host, the sword power has been upgraded to the 2nd level. Boom! As the system prompt sounded, it seemed as if an invisible shackle was broken in Qin Xian's body, and a sharp momentum that was enough to pierce the sky suddenly emerged. There was a flash of light in Qin Xian's clear eyes, as if a magic sword was born in each of them, showing its sharpness. Bang bang bang. As the 2nd level of sword intent increased, the tables, chairs and benches in the room were all shattered by the sword energy leaked out by Qin Xian. It was not until several breaths later that Qin Xian gradually adapted to the powerful sword intent in his body, and his breath gradually became steady. Master Han, I wonder if you can block my sword. Every level of improvement in artistic conception will increase one's strength by 100 or 1,000 times. The 2nd level of sword intent is a level that even some giants in the cave heaven realm find difficult to comprehend. So, at this moment, Qin Xian was really full of confidence. Not to mention 1 Han family head, even if there were 10 Han family heads, he was confident that he could kill them with 1 sword. However, just as Qin Xian was improving madly in the room, Outside Qingfeng City, 10 figures rushed into the city with extremely intimidating power. The terrifying aura emanating from those 10 figures made the people of Qingfeng City tremble with fear. What a terrifying aura! What level of power is this person? The aura he exudes is almost suffocating me. I feel like this might be the legendary master. Didn't you see that they can walk in the air? Hiss! A powerful grandmaster is so terrifying. Look. They seem to be heading towards the Qin family. Seeing this group of people coming aggressively, could it be that the Qin family accidentally provoked them? No way. Wasn't there a rumor in the Qin family that a handsome young man was going to marry into the Han family? Stop talking. Just go and take a look and you'll know. As the 10 grandmasters of the Han family flew towards the Qin family, the people of Qingfeng City also felt that something big was about to happen. So they all rushed towards the Qin family, wanting to see whether this only big family in Qingfeng City would still exist after today. At the same time, many powerful men once again flew in from outside Qingfeng City. Each of them had extraordinary momentum, which shocked the natives of Qingfeng City again. What is going on? Am I dreaming? Or is the imperial city going to move its capital to Qingfeng? It's so exciting. I can see so many strong men walking in the air. I'll sleep a little longer. Is that the Qin family? A big family in Qingfeng City? Could it be that the strange master is hiding in the Qin family? Or is he originally a member of the Qin family? Interesting. This grandmaster wants to go and take a look. At this moment, in Qingfeng City, both the indigenous residents and the powerful spies who followed from the imperial city, all headed towards the Qin family to find out what was going on. This time, the Qin family of Qingfeng City is the center of everyone's attention. Little thief. The head of the family is here, why don't you come out and die? The patriarch of the Han family stood in the void in front of the Qin mansion and spoke in an extremely cold voice. At the same time, the other 9 elders of the Han family dispersed in various directions and surrounded the Qin family. The overwhelming aura of the 10 Grand Masters weighed down, causing all the Qin family members in the Qin mansion to tremble in fear. It felt like a huge weight was pressing down on his shoulders, as if he was about to suffer a devastating disaster. Clang! However, at this moment, the sound of a sword rang out. A fierce sword intent rose up and instantly cut off the oppressive aura of the 10 Grand Masters. After feeling the sword intent, the head of the Han family narrowed his eyes slightly. Sure enough, the little thief is really here. Otherwise, how could a small city in a remote place have such pure sword intent? Bang! The door opened, and a handsome young man in white clothes carrying a sword walked out, followed by a middle-aged man in a brocade robe. Xiaoxian. What are you doing? Don't be impulsive. Let Uncle De talk to them first. Seeing Qin Xian walking out before him with a sword on his back, the head of the family, Qin De, was first very shocked by Qin Xian's behavior, and then hurriedly caught up with him and said, "All of them in front of me are powerful people walking in the air." Qin De was mainly afraid that Qin Xian would accidentally offend them, thus bringing disaster to the entire Qin family. So, after he caught up, he looked at the Han family's patriarch flatteringly and said, "Excuse me, sir, is there anything I can do for you? I will go through fire and water without hesitation." When he was trying to get close to the Han family before, the person who contacted Qin De was only the Han family's housekeeper. Qin De has no way of getting in touch with big shots like the patriarch of the Han family. Therefore, Qin De did not know that the person in front of him was the head of the Han family. "I just adhere to the principle of not hitting someone who smiles at me." Qin De tried his best to appear flattering in order to win the favor of the powerful men. Qin Xian, who was standing by, frowned slightly when he saw Qin De's look. "Why bother, Uncle De? Why don't I just kill them all with one sword?" Although Qin De, the head of the family, is usually a bit materialistic, but he has always been very good to Qin Xian and can be considered a family member that Qin Xian recognizes. So when Qin Xian saw Qin De being so flattering to the head of the Han family, he felt a little unhappy. Moreover, even though Qin De had shown his flattery to the utmost, the head of the Han family did not take him seriously at all. "What the hell? Are you qualified to talk to this family master?" Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the head of the Han family slapped out with his palm. In an instant, an air palm print formed in the void, which contained a tyrannical power. Even a master of the divine martial realm would be seriously injured if he was hit by it. No. Patriarch. Master. Run away. Seeing that the head of the Han family attacked Chinda as soon as he disagreed with something, in his eyes Chinda was just an ant that could be crushed to death with ease. Everyone in the Qin family behind Chinda had their eyes bloodshot, fearing that they would see Chinda being beaten into a pulp in the next second. Feeling the palm wind coming from the sky, sword light began to flow in Qin Xian's eyes, and murderous intent arose. However, just as he was about to take action, suddenly, a broad long axe appeared in front of him, and with one axe, it shattered the palm print in the air. Hey! Who dares to offend my Qin family? In the sight of everyone, they saw a middle-aged man with a round face, a strong body, and wearing black armor, holding a long axe and standing across the gate of the Qin mansion. He looked up at the head of the Han family and said, "Brother Daorong, it seems that you and I have returned at the right time." At the side, another tall man with delicate features slowly walked over and said with a smile. When the two men arrived at the gate of Qin's mansion, the people who were surrounding them, whether they were people from the imperial city or the natives of Qingfeng City, all showed expressions of great surprise. Because the aura exuded by these two people was almost the same as the feeling given to them by the elders of the Han family. In other words, the two people in front of them are both Grand Masters of the Wealsi realm. Where did this Grand Master come from? Such a small city like Qingfeng City actually has 12 Grand Masters gathered here. That's right. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, who would have believed that so many powerful people could gather in this remote place? This time I really came to the right place. It's worth the trip to see so many great masters confronting each other. The onlookers all exclaimed in amazement. Inside the Qin mansion, several members of the Qin family suddenly cried out in surprise because they recognized who these two great masters were. "Uncle Jinglong, is that you?" "I'm Xiaoya." "Uncle Daorong, you are finally back." Seeing that these Qin family members recognized them, Qin Daorong and Qin Jinglong both smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. The people who were watching on the side were all shocked when they saw this scene of recognition. These two Grand Masters are actually from the Qin family. It turns out that the Qin family is such a scary family. Fortunately, I have never provoked the Qin family before. Qin Daorong, Qin Jinglong. These two are members of my Qin family who traveled abroad 20 years ago. I never thought that they have reached such a level now. It's really exciting. Seeing Qin Daorong and Qin Jinglong appear, Qinda felt relieved and couldn't help but smile. It is very common for members of the Qin family to travel frequently. Some of those tribesmen will return after completing their studies to serve the Qin family, while others will die in a foreign land and their souls will return to a different place. However, it is the first time in 100 years that someone like Qin Daorong and Qin Jinglong have returned to the Qin family at the level of Grand Master of the Wealsi realm. Those tribesmen who were able to return at the Tiangang realm were considered to have returned home in glory. But now, these two have returned with great strength at the level of Grand Master, making Qinda almost smile from ear to ear. Two great masters. He seemed to have already seen the rapid development of the Qin family in the future. Looking at Qinda, who was about to become a crooked-mouthed god of war, Qin Xian also reacted at this moment. Qin Daorong and Qin Jinglong should be the two family grandmasters rewarded by the system. It's just that it didn't appear out of thin air, but it has a background or origin in this world. Thinking of this, Qin Xian also looked at Qin Daorong and Qin Jinglong in front of the Qin mansion. This appearance, this name, why do they look so much like those two from my previous life? Qin Xian couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he thought of the glorious achievements of the two in books and history before he traveled through time. You are also members of the Qin family. Seeing the appearance of the two great masters Qin Daorong and Qin Jinglong, even the head of the Han family couldn't help but be a little surprised. No wonder the little thief hid in the Qin family. It seems that this Qin family is really not simple. That's right. Qin Daorong leaned his long axe on the ground, looked at the head of the Han family and spoke loudly. Uncle Daorong is so handsome. That's the legendary Grandmaster. How can he not be handsome? Seeing this, everyone in the Qin family started to discuss. After hearing this, Qin Daorong smiled, as if he was enjoying the praises from everyone in the Qin family. In that case, then the two of you will be buried here together with that little thief. The Han family patriarch suddenly changed the subject, and his voice filled with chills spread throughout the room. Do you know who we are? How dare you speak so brazenly? After hearing what the head of the Han family said, Qin Daorong's smile stopped abruptly. He felt embarrassed and spoke angrily. Oh! Who are you? Tell me. The head of the Han family said with his eyes slightly narrowed. He wanted to know if there was someone behind the thief's actions. Otherwise, why would he kill his only daughter? Say my name and you'll be shocked. I am Qin Daorong, the Spirit Dragon General of the Spirit Dragon Dynasty. This is Qin Jinglong, the Minglong God of War, who was personally appointed by the previous king of the Minglong Dynasty. We are here, why don't you retreat? After Qin Daorong finished speaking with full energy, the Qin family members and the onlookers were all in an uproar. These two great masters of the Qin family actually have such prominent identities. Qin Xian on the side couldn't help but slap his forehead. Finished. Even the titles matched. General Linglong, God of War Minglong. Are you two generals of the Linglong dynasty and the Minglong dynasty? This is the territory of the Qinglong dynasty. Are you trying to start a war between the three dynasties? Upon hearing this, the head of the Han family said calmly. As a grandmaster family that has been passed down for thousands of years in the Qinglong dynasty, even the royal family has to be polite to the Han family. They were just two great generals from the neighboring dynasty, and he really didn't take them seriously. Humph. When we returned to the Qin family this time, we had already resigned from our positions as generals. Now, we are just members of the Qin family. Qin Jinglong looked at the head of the Han family and said, I am so moved. Uncle Jinglong and his men actually gave up their positions as generals of the two dynasties for the sake of their family. Yes. I want to follow their example. Qin Jinglong's words immediately moved many members of the Qin family. Good. This way, after I kill you, I can save myself some trouble later. The head of the Han family said after hearing this. If these two people really still hold the position of generals of the two dynasties, the Han family will have to explain to the two dynasties after killing them. But now, we can skip this step and just kill him directly. Arrogant. You are so arrogant. I'll let your grandpa Daorong come and meet you. Seeing that the head of the Han family was so disdainful of the two of them, Qin Daorong instantly gripped the long axe and rushed straight towards the head of the Han family like a cannonball. The long axe swung in the air in a half-moon arc. The huge force swept through the void, causing a strong wind, and it looked very powerful. Cape axe. Qin Daorong roared, causing the onlookers to exclaim in surprise. The power of the Grand Master is indeed so terrifying. The Qin family members all looked at him with admiration. Qin Xian, who was standing alone in white clothes with a sword on his back, couldn't bear to watch any longer. Qin Daorong's realm is the 6th level of the We'll-See realm, which is considered an expert level among the Grand Masters of the We'll-See realm. However, others cannot see it, but Qin Xian's eyes that can see it can. The realm of the Han family's patriarch is the 9th level of the We'll-See realm. Only one step away from becoming a powerful person in the Dao Palace realm. In front of the head of the Han family, even if Qin Daorong and Qin Jinglong fought together, they would probably end up in failure. Humph. You overestimate your own abilities. Sure enough, as the head of the Han family snorted coldly, everyone saw the head of the Han family draw the sword from his waist. With just one swipe of the sword, a sharp sword light flashed across, breaking Qin Daorong's long axe attack. Then he slapped out with his left hand, and Qin Daorong vomited blood and flew out, falling directly beside Qin Jinglong. Puff. As Qin Daorong spat out a mouthful of blood, the entire audience fell silent. How is this possible? Seeing Qin Daorong being slapped back, Qin Jinglong's eyes were filled with shock. How come the head of the Han family is so powerful? Admiral Linglong, that's it. The Han family patriarch said with disdain, and the aura of the 9th level of the We'll-See realm burst out in vain, causing the onlookers to tremble in fear. The 9th level of the Wheelsea realm. I remember that the last time the Han family's patriarch attacked, he was only at the 7th level of the Wheelsea realm. But the last time the Han family's patriarch took action in the Imperial City was 2 years ago. Even 2 years ago, it was terrifying. After entering the Luanhai realm, each small realm upgrade is extremely difficult. The Han family master was able to break through 2 small realms in 2 years. Isn't this terrifying? That's right. In the 9th level of the Wheelsea realm, apart from the ancestors of the royal family, the head of the Han family can be said to be the strongest. After the realm of the Han family head was exposed, the faces of the powerful people who followed him from the Imperial City changed drastically. Only they know what the 9th level of the Wheelsea realm means. When this news reaches back to the Imperial City, all forces in the Imperial City will be alarmed. Brother Jinglong, fight with him. Qin Daorong stood up, leaning on a long axe, and said fiercely. Upon hearing this, Qin Jinglong first looked at the sword in the hand of the head of the Han family, and then looked at the Qin family members behind him. Finally, he could only sigh helplessly, "Let's fight." After saying that, both of them displayed their strongest martial arts and rushed towards the head of the Han family. Seeing this scene, Qin Xian couldn't help but feel some emotion in his heart. Fortunately, this time Jinglong did not open the gate of Qin Mansion to surrender to the enemy. After expressing his emotion, Qin Xian began to mobilize the solar power and sword intent in his body. He knew very well that even if Qin Daorong and Qin Jinglong fought to the death, they would definitely not be a match for the head of the Han family. Not to mention that the 9 elders of the Han family were present. So, in the end, he still has to save the day. Thinking of this, Qin Xian prepared to take action. However, at this moment, the situation in the sky suddenly changed again. The strongest martial arts of Qin Daorong and Qin Jinglong were both broken by a single sword from the patriarch of the Han family. Just as the patriarch of the Han family was about to draw his sword again to kill the 2 men, a ball of black mist suddenly condensed behind the patriarch of the Han family. In the black fog, a slender figure suddenly rushed out. She was a woman dressed in black, with a cool and beautiful face, a slender and well-proportioned figure, and a sense of sadness and beauty in her look. As soon as the woman in black appeared, she raised the short blade in her hand, which was filled with destructive spiritual power. He stabbed the Han family patriarch hard on the back of his neck, intending to kill him with one blow. Who is that woman? What does she want to do? To assassinate the head of the Han family. The aura of that woman turns out to be that of a great master. What's going on today? How come grandmasters, who were rarely seen before, are everywhere like cabbages? Exciting. So fucking exciting. When the woman in black appeared, she once again caused exclamations from the onlookers. Today, the area in front of the Qin mansion was like a big stage, with various dramas being performed continuously, making the onlookers feel embarrassed if they didn't spend a few spirit stones to buy tickets. Sun Yanchuang, you really showed up. Today, let this family master die here. Elders of the Han family, form a formation. However, the head of the Han family seemed to have known that the woman in black was going to assassinate him. He suddenly twisted his body and swung his sword, pushing the woman in black back. Afterwards, with his order, the 9 elders of the Han family who had surrounded the Qin mansion. Suddenly, they all flew to the front of Qin's house and surrounded the woman in black in midair. Prisoner locking formation. As the 9 elders shouted angrily, a gray light burst out from all 9 of them. At the same time, chains of spiritual energy extended from their bodies, and they circled and soared in the air like dragons. Finally, they connected into a spiritual prison, imprisoning the woman in black inside. When the woman in black saw this, a look of sadness appeared on her face. Did it fail after all? Nian Yang, I'm sorry. Ding. A potential match has been detected. Do you want to check? The system prompt sound that suddenly rang in his mind made Qin Xian stunned. What? Possible marriage partner. The system still finds a partner. After being stunned for a moment, Qin Xian finally reacted and looked at the woman in black in midair. But the marriage partner should be her, right? Check. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Xian used his eyes of truth to look at the woman in black, and then her information appeared in his mind. Sun Yanchuang, realm, 5th level of the Wheel C realm, artistic conception, embryo of sword will, qualification, purple, talent, body of disaster, divine bone of disaster. Body of disaster, a physique that controls disasters and sufferings. The owner can stir up the misfortunes of others and spread endless disasters. However, if the owner does not fully master the power of disaster, the leaked power of disaster will also bring misfortune and disaster to the people around him. God of misfortune bone, a god bone that contains the power of misfortune. It can greatly enhance the power of misfortune in the body of misfortune and improve the owner's talent, understanding, and cultivation speed. The body of misfortune, what a terrifying physique. After using the Eye of Truth to check Sun Yanchuang's information, Qin Xian couldn't help but speak in surprise. Controlling disasters and sufferings, bringing misfortune to others, and spreading endless disasters sounds terrifying. Especially that sentence, when the owner does not fully master the power of disaster, the leaked power of disaster will bring bad luck and disaster to the people around them. Isn't this the legendary star of misfortune? Thinking of this, Qin Xian couldn't help but feel a trace of pity in his eyes when he looked at the woman in black. People with such a physique may rise to become strong in the later period, but they will definitely suffer all kinds of hardships and be looked down upon by others in the early period. It turns out that the real purpose of the Han family's patriarch's trip was her, the daughter of disaster Sun Yanchuang. No wonder the Han family sent out such a luxurious lineup of 10 grandmasters. It turns out that arresting that strange grandmaster in the divine martial realm was just a cover. The real purpose was to kill the daughter of disaster. Why is the woman in black called the daughter of disaster? And why did the patriarch of the Han family want to kill her? Well, this is a long story, so I'll make it short. This girl of disaster is named Sun Yanchuang. Her parents died when she was young, and she has been dependent on her younger brother. She has shown a strong talent for cultivation since she was young. But just like her title, wherever she goes, disaster will happen. So no matter how strong her cultivation talent is, no force is willing to accept her. After all, the grass on the graves of those forces that have accepted her is almost 2 meters high. So, Sun Yanchuang and her brother went into seclusion. Until one day, by coincidence, Sun Yanchuang was traveling, and her brother was discovered by the eldest daughter of the Han family when she was traveling. The eldest lady of the Han family saw that her brother was handsome and elegant, so she took him back to the Han family. A few days later, Sun Yanchuang's brother died in the boudoir of the eldest lady of the Han family. After Sun Yanchuang returned to her secluded place and learned the news, she became like a madman and began to attack and kill the strong men of the Han family, vowing to avenge her brother. It's just that because the Han family is too powerful, Sun Yanchuang always returns with serious injuries. However, Sun Yanchuang's methods are extremely treacherous. Every time, she injures but does not kill him. After her injuries heal, she attacks and kills the Han family's strong men again. It is estimated that the head of the Han family also felt the threat and annoyance of Sun Yanchuang, so he took this opportunity to send out 10 grandmasters to kill Sun Yanchuang completely here. Of course, we can also capture the strange master by the way to promote the power of the Han family. Listening to the stories told by those who knew the situation among the onlookers, 2 images emerged in Qin Xian's mind. One is a sister who, despite being surrounded by disasters and being looked down upon by everyone, still lives on with her brother. One is the daughter of disaster who is like a wandering soul returning from hell, who vows to seek revenge even after being seriously injured many times. The 2 images are completely different, one gives people a sense of warmth and strength, the other gives people a sense of coldness and tyranny, but they are the same person. The culprit's father, who caused all this, not only had no guilt at all, but also relied on his large numbers to surround and kill her. Thinking of this, Qin Xian couldn't help but feel a sense of depression rising in his heart. Lock up the prisoners and kill them. In midair, the head of the Han family had a cold look in his eyes and issued an order to kill. Boom. Following an order from the head of the Han family, the 9 elders all formed seals with their hands, and the spiritual energy in their bodies surged. In an instant, thousands of weapons emerged from the formation, carrying endless murderous aura, and rushed towards Sun Yanchuang. Although Sun Yanchuang's body of misfortune is extremely powerful and has all kinds of mysterious methods. But in the formation maintained by the 9 clan elders, it was still difficult to protect himself. In just a few dozen breaths, Sun Yanchuang was injured by the weapons, her body was covered with scars, and her breath became extremely weak. Besides this, it is even more despairing. Even though Sun Yanchuang had the secret technique of transforming her body into black mist, she still couldn't escape from the prisoner formation. Now there is no way to heaven and no door to earth. Sun Yanchuang couldn't help but feel despair in her heart. This time, she is really going to die. This is good too. I don't have to face other people's avoidant eyes anymore. However, the murderer who killed her brother has not been killed yet. How should she face her brother who died in humiliation and her parents in heaven? The daughter of disaster is finally going to die. Those who bring disaster should have died long ago. Yes. Thanks to the patriarch of the Han family, we have eliminated a great threat to the Qinglong dynasty. I think. Her parents and her brother might have been killed by her, otherwise how could they die just a few days after entering the Han family? That's right. Over the years, there have been so many men who married into the Han family, but only a few died. It's just that her brother is weak. The voices of discussion from the onlookers continued to be heard, and Sun Yanchuang's face turned paler as she heard them. The sharpness of these words is even more powerful and hurtful than the weapons in the formation. Humph. It was you who killed your brother, yet you still want to put the blame on my good daughter. Daughter of disaster, you are someone who deserves to die. I, the head of the family, will kill you to enforce justice on behalf of heaven. Seeing that Sun Yanchuang was at the end of her strength, the head of the Han family couldn't help but sneer. Afterwards, the head of the Han family was seen walking into the prisoner-locking formation with a sword. Powerful spiritual power condensed on the sword, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. Master Han, you are going to kill the daughter of disaster yourself. I think the Han family's patriarch is right. Killing the daughter of disaster is acting in the name of justice. Kill her. Kill her. Seeing the Han family leader holding a sword and walking into the prisoner-locking formation, the onlookers began to cheer. On one side is the daughter of disaster who spreads disasters, and on the other side is the patriarch of the Han family who is at the 9th level of the We'll-See realm and whose strength and status are both superior in the dynasty. The onlookers didn't have to think about which side to stand on. As the onlookers cheered, the head of the Han family couldn't help but sneer, and was about to kill Sun Yanchuang with a sword. Mountain-shaking fist. At this moment, a clear voice was heard, followed by a powerful force sweeping in all directions. Those onlookers who were shouting and making noises were instantly shocked by this powerful force and flew backwards, vomiting blood. This punch releases the depression in my heart. Born unlucky and followed by disasters, it is the fault of heaven. If it does not pity the common people, what does it have to do with us? You have been burdened with disasters, but you have not turned into evil. Instead, you have stayed away from all living beings and taken on the disasters yourself. Miss Su, you are worthy of admiration. After Qin Xian threw out a punch, he turned his fist into a palm, stepped into the air, grasped the hilt of the juk sword, looked around and spoke in a loud voice. And you, although there is no disaster around you, your hearts are already full of disasters. You are extremely ugly and most despicable. Qin Xian stood in the sky with cold eyes. He looked at those people who were shouting and spoke in a cold voice. In the prisoner-locking formation, Sun Yanchuang looked at the handsome young man in white clothes and carrying a sword, and listened to the clear voice echoing in her ears. Tears couldn't help but flow from those sad and beautiful eyes. Over the years, everyone who saw her avoided her as much as possible, treating her like a scourge, fearing that getting too close to her would bring disaster. Not to mention, there would be someone like Qin Xian who could stand in the sky and knock away all the shouting people with one punch. And she said that the disaster she suffered was the fault of heaven, not hers. At this moment, even though we had never met before. But Sun Yanchuang still firmly imprinted in her heart the young man in white who stood up for her when she was on the verge of death. Who are you? Seeing Qin Xian punching away those who were watching and shouting, the head of the Han family frowned and asked. Qin Xian of the Qin family is also the one who killed you. Buzz buzz buzz. In an instant, a strong wind blew up between heaven and earth. An extremely sharp and fierce aura swept in all directions with Qin Xian as the center. Everyone just felt a sudden stinging pain on their face as if they were pricked by a needle. At the same time, All the long swords within a 10-mile radius began to tremble at the same time. It's like a subject meeting his monarch and wanting to bow down to him. Clang! The sound of sword rang out, Juk was unsheathed, and an extremely sharp sword intent rushed straight into the sky. Afterwards, a brilliant sword light rose up like a sea wave, carrying the power to destroy everything, and slashed fiercely on the prisoner-locking formation. Snap! A clear and crisp sound rang out, and the prisoner-locking formation was broken in an instant. The 9 elders of the Han family also flew out one after another. This is sword intent. After sensing Qin Xian's sword intent, an elder of the Han family said with a trembling look in his eyes. In such a remote place, a genius who has comprehended the meaning of sword can appear. Sword intent. Is this feeling the legendary sword intent? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This Qin Xian is only at the divine martial realm. Isn't the artistic conception a realm that only the legendary powerful can reach? If someone in the divine martial realm can comprehend the sword intent, then what level of genius must that be? Even among the princes of the Azure Dragon imperial family, I have never heard of anyone comprehending the sword intent in the divine martial realm. The appearance of the sword intent no longer shocked everyone, but made them feel unbelievable. If Qin Xian's realm was that of a great power in the Dao Palace realm, or a great master in the Wheel Sea realm, they would not have such feelings. But Qin Xian's realm is only the divine martial realm. It's like a 5 or 6-year-old child solving a college-level math problem. It sounds like a fantasy. How can they believe it? Who are you? At this moment, even the head of the Han family, who had been in control of the whole situation, was extremely surprised. That fat pig of your daughter was beaten by my wife. Do you know who I am now? You old bastard, don't you know what your fat pig daughter looks like? And you still have the nerve to talk about being a good daughter. I really want to vomit when I hear that. You are the biggest villain here, you are hypocritical and old but still alive. Good. Very good. Very good. I never thought there would be someone in this world who would dare to speak to this master like this. Today, this family master will grind all of you into dust and scatter your ashes, exterminate your clan and dig up your graves. After Qin Xian finished speaking, the head of the Han family seemed to have a raging fire burning in his heart. The anger in his heart made his eyelids twitch constantly. Ever since he broke through to the Luanhai realm and became the patriarch of the Han family, it has been a long time since anyone dared to make up stories about him. Not to mention someone like Qin Xian, who scolded him harshly to his face. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind, which was to kill everyone who was related to Qin Xian. Kill people and exterminate the whole clan. Boom. As the furious voice of the Han family patriarch rang out, a majestic and powerful aura instantly burst out, sweeping in all directions. The peak pressure of the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm made everyone present feel extremely oppressed, as if even breathing was a little difficult. However, Qin Xian remained calm. Juk, I will use this man's blood to sharpen your sword. Breaking wave sword technique, the sword breaks through thousands of waves. Looking at the head of the Han family who was attacking him, Qin Xian also took a step forward. His white robes were shaking, and his pupils were instantly dyed red gold, as if there were 2 huge suns burning in them. Then he swiftly drew out the Juk sword from behind with his right hand, took another step forward, and gripped the hilt tightly with both hands. The strong energy and the power of the sun instantly attached to the sword edge and slashed towards the head of the Han family. Boom. The blazing heat wave swept around, and in the shocked eyes of everyone, they saw Qin Xian slash out thousands of sword energies in an instant with one sword. The thousands of sword energies were like ocean waves, carrying the power to destroy mountains and carrying the hottest solar power in the world. It's like a huge wave of fire rolling on the surface of the sun, able to burn everything to ashes. You are just a mere master of the divine martial realm. Even if you have comprehended the sword intent, what can you do? You cannot shake the foundation of this patriarch. Kaiyun Wind Dragon Sword. Seeing Qin Xian taking the lead in drawing his sword, the head of the Han family showed a hint of disdain on his face. Although Qin Xian's talent was outstanding, he was able to comprehend the sword intent when he was in the divine martial realm. However, there was a huge gap between the two of them in terms of realm. The gap between them was like a chasm. Even if he comprehended the sword intent, he could not make up for the gap. Buzz buzz buzz. The patriarch of the Han family also swung out with his sword, and clouds and wind suddenly rose in the void, and the sword energy spun violently like a tornado. And in the sword energy tornado, a sword energy dragon broke through the wind and collided fiercely with the 1,000 sword waves slashed out by Qin Xian. Boom. A violent explosion sounded, and the energy wave generated by the collision of the two martial arts swept across the void. The onlookers were all horrified when they saw this. If they were in the center of the explosion, they would have been killed long ago. The Qin family members looked at Qin Xian in great shock. In their impression, shouldn't Qin Xian be a useless cultivator who was only at the blood-moving realm? How did he suddenly become a peerless genius who could fight against a grandmaster? Qin Daorong and Qin Jinglong, who were injured by the head of the Han family, were so scared that their eyes were about to pop out. I thought that after they returned home in glory, they would be the most powerful and respected people in the Qin family. Unexpectedly, a little monster like Qin Xian appeared in the Qin family. With the Grandmaster realm of the Divine Martial Realm and the blessing of the sword intent, he was able to fight against the patriarch of the Han family who was at the 9th level of the Weelsi realm. After this battle, whether Qin Xian lives or dies, he will become famous in the Qinglong dynasty. In the void, the energy wave after the explosion dissipated, and two figures appeared in everyone's sight at the same time. The Qin family's Qin Xian can actually fight the Han family's patriarch to a draw. This is too terrifying. With the Grandmaster realm of the Divine Martial Realm, he is evenly matched with the peak Grandmaster of the 9th level of the Weelsi realm. This genius who has comprehended the sword intent is truly invincible in the same realm. After seeing the figures of Qin Xian and the head of the Han family appear, the onlookers could no longer hold back their surprise and spoke. After hearing the discussions of the crowd, the face of the head of the Han family became a little ugly. What do you mean by equal strength? He was just testing the little thief from the Qin family in front of him. What is his identity and strength? Is this little thief from the Qin family worthy of being on par with him? Thinking of this, the head of the Han family could not help but circulate the spiritual power around his body, and an even more powerful and majestic aura slowly rose up. It is even possible to break through the barrier between the Weelsi realm and the Dao Palace realm. After raising his own momentum to the peak, the head of the Han family raised the sword in his hand high. The blade was condensed with incomparable power, which made people tremble with fear. Hiss! The Han family patriarch didn't even use all his strength in that sword strike just now. This sword strike is even more powerful. Really? With such a terrifying sword, I wonder if this Qin family genius can still block it. After feeling that the Han family patriarch's momentum had increased again, everyone couldn't help but take a breath. Seeing this, the Qin family members began to worry about Qin Xian. After all, the gap between their realms is too big, and it cannot be made up by just a layer of sword intent. How are you going to block this sword from my master? The head of the Han family looked at Qin Xian and said with great authority. However, facing the Han family patriarch whose combat power had increased again, Qin Xian could not help but not be afraid, but instead showed a smile. Old thief, who told you that I only comprehended one level of sword intent? Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like throwing a huge rock into the calm water, causing waves in everyone's hearts. Is it impossible? It's absolutely impossible. Even the first level of sword intent is difficult for some powerful masters in the Dao Palace realm to comprehend, let alone the second level of sword intent. Yes. The second level of sword intent is difficult to comprehend even for the legendary giants of the Cave Heaven realm who have the ability to move mountains and fill the sea. As soon as Qin Xian said this, the people around him all shouted that it was impossible, absolutely impossible. To them, the first level of sword intent is already a legendary thing, let alone the second level of sword intent. The second level of sword intent is a mythical product to them. However, Qin Xian ignored the crowd's surprise and slowly raised the Juk sword, releasing all the sword intent flowing in his body. The reason why he only used one layer of sword intent to fight the enemy just now was because Qin Xian wanted to know how much using only one layer of sword intent would increase his combat power. Now, he already knows. With the blessing of a layer of sword intent, he is invincible among the powerful ones in the Dao Palace realm. As for the second level of sword intent, it all depends on this sword. Buzz buzz buzz. As Qin Xian raised the juk sword in his hand, suddenly, countless sword energies appeared between heaven and earth, churning endlessly in the void, making clanging sword sounds. The long swords within 100 miles were all roaring and trembling, and some even seemed to be about to fly up. After fully unleashing the second level of sword intent, Qin Xian's sharp eyes suddenly looked towards the head of the Han family. Breaking wave sword technique, the sword breaks through thousands of waves. Boom. In the void, thousands of sword energies once again condensed into endlessly surging sword waves. However, the destructive momentum contained in this sword wave is 100 times more terrifying than the last time. Master Han, how are you going to block this sword? Qin Xian looked at the head of the Han family and repeated what he had said to him. The face of the Han family patriarch opposite him changed drastically after sensing the second level of sword intent. Block. This is the second level of sword intent. What can he use to block it? An instinctive fear rose in his heart, and the head of the Han family had only one thought at this moment. That's running. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the head of the Han family instantly fled to the back. However, no matter how fast he ran, how could he be faster than the sword light? Ah! As a scream was heard, a streak of blood red appeared in the distant sky. The peak grandmaster of the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm, the patriarch of the Han family, is dead. Looking at the blood-red sky in the distance, the pupils of the 9 elders of the Han family were filled with fear. Their patriarch died just like that. Then, can they still survive? Thinking of this, some of them turned to look at Qin Xian, wanting to say something, while some, like the head of the Han family, turned around and ran away. Although their choices were different, the results were the same. Amid the shocked and terrified gazes of the onlookers, Qin Xian was seen stepping on a cloud of gas, and his speed instantly increased tenfold. Then one sword from a great master followed, and after 9 swords, blood rain fell from the sky. The strong men who came from the imperial city looked at the handsome young man who was walking in the blood rain, wearing a white robe without a trace of crimson. 2 thoughts emerged in their minds at the same time. The Qin family is about to rise. The sky of the Qinglong dynasty is about to change. Oh my God! A sword master, am I seeing things? Is this person really from my Qin family? Second level sword intent. It's actually second level sword intent. With such a terrifying talent, if he grows up, even the geniuses in the Holy Lands will be able to fight him. After seeing Qin Xian's power, even Qin Daorong and Qin Jinglong, 2 grandmasters who claimed to be knowledgeable, were extremely shocked at this moment. Uncle Daorong, Uncle Jinglong, there are too many people in front of the Qin mansion. Please disperse them. After Qin Xian came down from the air, he said to Qin Daorong and Qin Jinglong, then slowly walked towards Sun Yanchuang who was standing beside him. He, what did he call me? Uncle Daorong. Qin Daorong said excitedly. Being called uncle by a peerless genius who had comprehended the second level of sword intent in the divine martial realm, Qin Daorong felt that it would be worth it even if he died now. TSK. Can you be more reserved? Look at you, you look so stupid. While Qin Jinglong was teaching Qin Daorong a lesson, he was struggling to suppress the curve on the corner of his mouth. But today, for some reason, the curve of his mouth was even harder to suppress than the spear he raised when he saw the oiran in the brothel. On the other side, Qin Xian also came to Sun Yanchuang. Looking at that sad and beautiful blood-stained face, and recalling Sun Yanchuang's tragic past, Qin Xian couldn't help but feel a trace of pity. Miss Su, now that the head of the Han family is dead, I wonder what you are going to think of next. Qin Xian looked at Sun Yanchuang and asked. I don't know what to do. Looking at the handsome young man in front of her, Sun Yanchuang was a little at a loss. Sun Yanchuang was very grateful to Qin Xian. No matter when she was despised by everyone, Qin Xian suppressed everyone with one punch and spoke for her. Later, Qin Xian killed the head of the Han family with a single sword, not only saving her life, but also helping her avenge part of her blood feud. Every single thing was enough for Sun Yanchuang to repay with all she had. Even if it means just being a maid by his side for the rest of her life to repay him, Sun Yanchuang would be willing to do so. However, when Sun Yanchuang thought of her own doomed physique and the disaster she had brought to others, she gave up the idea. Perhaps, hiding in the darkness and watching over and protecting the young man in white for the rest of her life is the best way for her to repay him. Since you don't know where to go, why not stay in the Qin family? Just then, a soft and pleasant voice sounded. Qin Xian turned his head and saw Jing Yue, who was wearing a purple dress, with a well-proportioned figure and a smile on her beautiful face, walking slowly towards him. Ying Yue, why did you come out? How is your recovery going? Qin Xian hurried over and asked with concern. After all, Jing Yue had just given birth yesterday. Don't worry, my husband. I am the holy maiden of Taishuan. How can I be so fragile? Jing Yue smiled and said when she heard this. A warrior's recovery ability is much stronger than that of a normal person, not to mention Jing Yue, a master who possesses the purple phoenix divine body. Moreover, in fact, Jing Yue had been behind Qin Xian since the moment he stepped out of the door. Whether it was Qin Xian suppressing everyone with one punch, or the heroic performance of a grandmaster with one sword, Jing Yue saw it all. She knew that the young man in white in front of her, the husband that Jing Yue had chosen, would definitely create a miracle again. Your name is Sun Yanchuang, right? After replying to Qin Xian, Jing Yue turned to Sun Yanchuang and asked. Yes, yes. Sun Yanchuang looked at the absolutely beautiful woman in front of her and couldn't help feeling ashamed of herself. Of course, it's not about appearance. Both Jing Yue and Sun Yanchuang are peerless beauties with the ability to overthrow a country. It's just that their styles are different. Jing Yue is the holy maiden of Taishuan. She has an extraordinary temperament, a bright and beautiful appearance, and a graceful and heroic manner. However, Sun Yanchuang looks calm and weak, with a hint of poignancy, because of her ill-fated body and past experiences. What made Sun Yanchuang feel ashamed of herself was Jing Yue's bright and cheerful temperament, which made her look even more eye-catching. Then I'll call you Sister Yanchuang. I was behind the Qin mansion just now and heard about Sister Yanchuang's past. It was indeed pitiful. Since Sister Yanchuang has nothing to worry about now, why don't you stay in the Qin mansion? Jing Yue said generously. Stay in Qin's house. Sun Yanchuang was a little confused when she heard this. She didn't know why Jing Yue wanted her to stay in the Qin mansion. Seeing this, Jing Yue walked to Sun Yanchuang and whispered something in her ear. When Sun Yanchuang heard this, her fair face turned red and a hint of longing appeared in her eyes. However, Sun Yanchuang seemed to suddenly think of something and quickly shook her head vigorously. No, no. I am the daughter of disaster and will bring you misfortune. Although Sun Yanchuang longed for it, she was still afraid that it would bring bad luck to Qin Xian. The daughter of disaster? TSK. Don't listen to those shallow-minded people's nonsense. Those misfortunes are just a little bit of disaster power leaked during the early stage of the body of disaster training. The reason why you affected the people around you before was, firstly, because your realm was too low at that time, and your control over the power of disaster was too low, and secondly, because most of the people around you were ordinary people, not warriors. The higher the level of a martial artist, the less impact the power of disaster will have on him. With the ultimate martial arts, even the sky can be broken. Why should he be afraid of a small power of disaster? Also, there are books in the Holy Land Sutra Library that have recorded this. In the early stages of the disaster body, as long as you practice with someone who has a very strong and masculine physique, or a strong person who has comprehended the state of mind, you can suppress the influence of the early disaster power until the disaster body completely controls its own disaster power. Upon hearing this, Jing Yue sneered at first, and then explained patiently. After Qin Xian heard this, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As expected of the saint of the Holy Land, her knowledge is much better than those natives from remote areas. So, whether it's your martial arts realm or your artistic conception and physique, this is the only place in the entire Qinglong dynasty that is most suitable for you to stay. Jing Yue raised her right hand, purple phoenix flames rose between her fingers, and she said with a smile. In other words, as long as I practice with you, I can avoid disasters. After hearing Jing Yue's explanation, Sun Yanchuang's eyes, as clear as autumn water, also began to sparkle. If it is really as Jing Yue explained, then the whispers they had said before seemed to be really coming true. Although my purple phoenix divine fire is also a fire-attributed divine power, it cannot be called the most powerful and masculine. Jing Yue shook her head when she heard that. When Sun Yanchuang saw this, her eyes dimmed again. But, have you forgotten that there is a more suitable candidate here? Jing Yue changed the subject, extinguished the purple phoenix flame in her hand, turned her head and looked to the other side and spoke. Hearing this, Sun Yanchuang's eyes flickered again and she suddenly turned her head to look to the other side. On the other side, Qin Xian was seen holding a ball of golden flame in his left hand, and a sharp sword energy was suspended in the palm of his right hand. That handsome and delicate face was showing a bright smile. Young power of misfortune, is it this extremely strong and young solar power that you fell into the river, or this sword energy with the second level of sword intent? When Jing Yue finished explaining, Qin Xian used the pupil of delusion to look at Sun Yanchuang. There was indeed a wisp of gray mist constantly emanating from Sun Yanchuang's body. These gray mists should be the leaked power of disaster. And when Qin Xian summoned the power of the sun and the sword intent, the gray mist began to sway constantly, as if it was very afraid of these two things. So, Qin Xian pushed his palm and attached the ball of sun divine power to Sun Yanchuang's body, and it kept moving around Sun Yanchuang's body. Only after all the leaked power of disaster was completely melted and annihilated did Qin Xian take back the ball of sun god power. All right. There shouldn't be any more calamity power leaking out in the short term. Qin Xian looked at the two girls and said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Sun Yanchuang woke up from the state of enjoyment she was in. The ball of solar power wandered over her body. Not only did it not make her feel hot or scorching, but it gave her a long-lost feeling of warmth that made her somewhat addicted. Thank you. Sun Yanchuang looked at Qin Xian and thanked him seriously. We're a family from now on, what's there to thank for? Upon hearing this, Jing Yue walked over, took Sun Yanchuang's arm and said. A family. Qin Xian was a little confused, but the two girls ignored him and walked into the Qin mansion on their own. Seeing this scene, Qin Xian couldn't help but smile. Unexpectedly, Jing Yue is so generous. Not only is she willing to let Qin Xian take a concubine, but she will also help Qin Xian to conquer a concubine. Such a good wife is rare in the world. She has a gentle and generous personality, and always thinks about Qin Xian. This makes Qin Xian feel that with such a wife, what else could a husband ask for? Of course, there is another possibility. It might be because Jing Yue really couldn't stand Qin Xian's powerful fighting ability, so she couldn't wait to pull Sun Yanchuang into the house. Immediately, after the two girls left, Qin Xian came to Qin Da's side. Uncle Da, show me the way. Ah. Xiao, Qin Xian, where are you going? At this time, Qin Da had not yet recovered from the shock of Qin Xian beheading the head of the Han family with one sword, killing a great master with one sword. After all, the scenes just now were so shocking. His worldview, outlook on life and values were severely impacted. He even suspected that the Qin Xian in front of him had been possessed by some evil powerful being. Where else can we go? Of course we should go to the Yan family and the Jiang family. Could it be that Uncle Da has forgotten that these two big families wanted to destroy the Qin family before? Qin Xian said with sharp eyes when he heard this. The Qin family and the other two families were blood enemies, and if the two major families had not wanted to destroy the Qin family before, Qin Xian would not be forced to marry into the Han family and almost become the plaything of the Devil Bow gang. Now that Qin Xian has grown up, he will naturally not let the two major families go. Looking at Qin Xian's sharp eyes, even Qin Da felt a chill in his heart. He hurriedly pointed out the direction of the Jiang and Yan families to Qin Xian. After seeing Qin Da point out the direction, Qin Xian nodded, then performed the cloud-stepping step and left the Qin mansion. Just like that, a quarter of an hour later, Qin Xian carried a large bag of bloody heads back to the Qin mansion and threw them at Qin Da's feet. All the members of the two major families who are above the Tiangang realm are here. As for the rest, I'll leave it to Uncle Da to handle. After throwing a large bag of bloody heads to Qin Da, Qin Xian went straight back to his room to accompany Jing Yue and Sun Yanchuang. Only Qin Da was left standing there with a numb look on his face. Ah. Okay. Just like that, after Qin Xian killed all the high-end combat forces of the two families, Qin De also took advantage of the situation to lead the Qin family to completely destroy the Jiang and Yan families, and finally made the Qin family the most powerful family in Qinfeng City. After annexing the businesses of the Jiang and Yan families, the Qin family also completely took control of the entire Qinfeng City. Now, in this Qinfeng City, even if a gold coin falls from the sky, it will belong to the Qin family. There were also some spiritual mineral resources near Qinfeng City, which the Qin family took over and sent clansmen to mine. Among them, according to Qin Xian's instructions, Qin's second uncle was also very honored to become the captain of the Qin family's mining team, and was often separated from Qin's second aunt. At the same time, Qin Xian also gained the respect and gratitude of all members of the Qin family, and became the highest-ranking person in the Qin family. If he hadn't refused again and again, Qin De would probably have passed the position of head of the family to him. Uncle De, pick some strong and capable members of the family and head to the imperial city tomorrow. On the second day after the destruction of the two major families, Qin Xian found Qin De and said, "Heading to the imperial city. What are you going to do in the imperial city?" Qin De asked with some confusion. "Destroy the Han family, move the resources, and take over the Han family's business." A small Qinfeng city cannot satisfy Qin Xian's appetite. Besides, the head of the Han family was killed by him, so the Han family was naturally his trophy. Okay. I'll go pick it out right away." Suddenly he was told that he could take over the resources and industries of a grandmaster family that had been passed down for hundreds of years. Qin De just felt that happiness came too suddenly. After hearing Qin Xian's words, Qin Da's face turned red, and he turned around and ran into the Qin mansion to select his clansmen. After Qin De left, Qin Xian talked to Qin Daorong and Qin Jinglong about going to the imperial city tomorrow. It is impossible for Qin Xian to stay in the imperial city, but if he wants to take over the Han family's business, it will not work without a grandmaster in charge. So they could only bring Qin Daorong and Qin Jinglong, who had just returned. Qin Daorong and Qin Jinglong both gladly accepted Qin Xian's request. After all, who can refuse a peerless genius who calls him uncle? After giving these instructions, Qin Xian returned to his room. After last night's conversation, Sun Yanchuang has completely opened her heart to Qin Xian and Ji Yue. And today is the day when Qin Xian and Sun Yanchuang become a real family. After entering the room, Ji Yue and Sun Yanchuang were sitting on the bed chatting, so Qin Xian joined them. Until the night fell, Ji Yue smiled and flashed out, and after closing the door, only the two of them were left on the bed. This time, facing the weak and shy Sun Yanchuang, it was the first time that Qin Xian was not so rude, but very gentle. In this way, the spring atmosphere in the room gradually became stronger, and the feelings between Qin Xian and Sun Yanchuang continued to heat up. It was not until the sun rose the next day that Qin Xian walked out of the room with a refreshed look on his face, leaving only the limp Sun Yanchuang in the room. Today is the day when Qin Xian leads the Qin family to destroy the Han family and take over the Han family's business. He ended the battle early and walked out of the room to rush to another battle. At this moment, in the front garden of the Qin mansion, Qin De had already gathered dozens of clansmen, all of whom were the elite of the Qin family. These elite members of the Qin family were also extremely excited when they saw Qin Xian coming. After all, they were going to destroy a Grand Master family today. After Qin Xian arrived at the front garden of the Qin mansion, he didn't say much, and the group set off directly to the imperial city. After arriving at the imperial city, Qin Xian and everyone else had a clear goal and went straight to the Han family. At this moment, there are still several Grand Masters left in the Han family. After all, it is a family of Grand Masters that has been passed down for hundreds of years, and the foundation is still very deep. However, as Qin Xian flew into the Han family alone with a sword in hand, after a few sword strikes, several surviving Grand Masters of the Han family were killed on the spot. After dealing with several Grand Masters of the Han family, Qin Xian unleashed his sword intent and intimidated the sky above the Han family for a while, like a sword god guarding the four directions, intimidating the villains in all directions and making others dare not covet this place. As one of the largest families in the Qinglong dynasty, there are many forces that want to share the big cake of the Han family. However, when they felt the terrifying sword intent emanating from Qin Xian, they finally chose to wait and see and retreat. After all, even the Han family's patriarch, a powerful warrior at the 9th level of the Wealsi realm, died under Qin Xian's sword. How could those of them who were not as good as the Han family's patriarch dare to stand out? As for the remaining strong men of the Han family, it would be easier to suppress them with the two grandmasters Qin Daorong and Qin Jinglong around. And the demon Bo Gang, the source of all evil, was also turned into a ghost under Qin Daorong's axe. At this point, seeing that no other force dared to covet this place, Qin Xian then threw all the remaining matters to Qin Da, Qin Daorong, and Qin Jinglong to handle. He rushed back to Qingfeng City overnight and returned to the Qin mansion to continue his baby-making campaign. This time, Qin Xian fought 1 against 2, and in just 3 days, he hit the target with both of them, a home run. In the Qinglong dynasty, in the imperial palace, a strong young man in armor came before the Qinglong king. "Father, the Han family has been destroyed. The Qin family's genius, Qin Xian, has indeed comprehended the 2nd level of sword intent." Han Feihong. Humph. Over the years, relying on his relationship with the men from Huandao sect, he actually broke through to the 9th level of Luanhai realm. No wonder the Han family members act so radically in the officialdom, buying people's hearts and minds and contacting various forces. It turns out that they want to wait until Han Feihong breaks through the Dao Palace realm, and then unite with the Huandao sect to usurp the throne and become king in one fell swoop. King Qinglong became angry when he thought that the patriarch of the Han family had hidden the 9th level of the Wealsi realm. What a wolfish ambition. Fortunately, Han Feihong hit a wall this time and caused a huge disaster. Otherwise, he would have been a real threat. The sturdy young man in armor also said with emotion. "Sure, how, the genius who comprehended the 2nd level of sword intent you said was actually from the Qin family in the small town of Qingfeng City." King Qinglong no longer mentioned the head of the Han family, but asked in surprise. "That's right. Qin Xian is indeed a member of the Qin family in Qingfeng City, and he has hardly ever left Qingfeng City since he was a child." The eldest Prince Shihao nodded and said, "I didn't expect that in a small Qingfeng City, there is actually a real dragon hiding." After getting confirmation, King Qinglong said with some emotion, "The 2nd level of sword intent was out of reach even for a powerful being like him in the Dao Palace realm. The first thing to do is send someone to the vicinity of Qingfeng City to search for any traces of rare spiritual objects. Remember, do not alert the Qin family's genius." The eldest Prince Shihao showed an understanding expression when he heard this. Qingfeng City is just an ordinary little city, but for a peerless genius like Qin Xian to appear in it, there must be something extraordinary about it. Either there are relics of a powerful person, or there are rare spiritual or divine objects left behind. Otherwise, how could a small city that didn't even have a grandmaster before suddenly have Qin Xian, a peerless genius who is both a grandmaster with just one sword? The second thing is to send an envoy to the Qin family and deliver some resources to show the Qin family's genius the goodwill of the royal family. It would be best if we can win him over to the imperial city. Third, send assassins to Huandao sect and tell the news that the Han family was destroyed by the Qin family genius. Remember this. Apart from you and me, no other living person is allowed to know about this." King Qinglong spoke cautiously to the eldest Prince Shihao. "Father, are there any conflicts between the 2nd and 3rd matters?" Shihao was a little confused when he heard this. If he wanted to express goodwill and win over the Han family, why did he tell the person from a Huan Taoist sect the news that Qin Xian had destroyed the Han family? According to the spies trained by the royal family, the men from Huandao sect has a special relationship with the head of the Han family. If that person knew the news that the Han family was destroyed by Qin Xian, there is no doubt that he would attack Qin Xian. "Shihao, you will enter the Holy Land to practice in the future, so I will not explain these imperial tricks to you. You just need to understand that everything I do is for the continuation of the Qinglong dynasty." A month has passed since Qin Xian occupied Qingfeng City, destroyed the Han family, and became famous in the imperial city. During this month, Qin Xian still lived a boring life of practicing during the day and sleeping at night. It is worth mentioning that as Qin Xian's realm becomes higher and higher, the power of the immortal kidney becomes stronger and stronger. Even Jing Yue and Su Nianshuang find it difficult to resist. In addition, within this month, the Qin family's development has entered an extremely rapid stage. First, Qin Xian set up the 9th grade spirit gathering array rewarded by the system, which dramatically increased the concentration of spiritual energy in the Qin mansion. The Qin family's cultivation environment has become better than that of the Qinglong royal family. Afterwards, Qin descent members of the Qin family to the spiritual stone or vein according to the map of the mineral deposits given by Qin Xian. A large number of low-grade spirit stones were excavated to provide for the Qin family's practice. In addition, after destroying the Han family and the two major families, Qin descent people to seize the various resources accumulated by the Han family and the two major families over the years. All kinds of rare treasures, magical herbs and elixirs, martial arts skills, etc. were moved back to the Qin family. It can be said that since the Qin family was founded, it has never fought such a prosperous battle. With an unlimited supply of various resources, members of the Qin family also started a crazy practice mode. After losing a large number of strong men in the secret realm. Among the Qin family members, not to mention those who have reached the spiritual transformation realm, even those who have reached the heavenly gang realm are very rare. And now, after more than a month of crazy development, the number of Qin family members who have recently broken through to the Tiangang realm has reached double digits. With such a massive supply of resources, not to mention the Qin family members, even a dog can cultivate into a spirit. Moreover, during this month, the royal family and various forces within the imperial city. They also sent envoys to present expensive gifts and express their goodwill to Qin Xian, the peerless genius. The royal family even promised that as long as Qin Xian was willing to serve the royal family, they would marry the royal princess to Qin Xian and give Qin Xian the title of Marquis of Zhenghua, which would be hereditary. However, all of these were rejected by Qin Xian one by one. How could any royal princess be as beautiful as the peerless Taishuan saint and the shy and charming daughter of disaster? And what's so special about that damn hereditary title of Marquis of Zhenghua? As long as Qin Xian has two more children, he can even let the royal family of the Qinglong dynasty have the surname Qin. Only your own strength can provide you with eternal immortality. Qin Xian was also well aware of this. Therefore, facing the goodwill and solicitation of the royal family and various forces, Qin Xian just treated it indifferently. In this way, another 2 months passed peacefully. Qin Xian and Jing Yue both broke through to the 9th level of the divine martial realm, and are only one step away from becoming a grandmaster in the We'll-See realm. Of course, with Jing Yue's talent, she shouldn't have practiced so slowly, mainly because all the time was spent on healing and recovering and adjusting her body. During this period of time, Jing Yue also adjusted her body to its peak condition. Because next, Jing Yue will begin her first nirvana on the road of cultivation. Qin Xian placed all the remaining top-grade Tianling pills, mid-grade Tianling pills and some high-grade spiritual herbs and pills he had brought back from Han's house in the room. He and Sun Yanchuang were guarding outside the door, waiting for Jing Yue's nirvana. "Husband, do you want me to leave here for a while?" Sun Yanchuang said in a low voice. Although Qin Xian often used the power of the sun god to eliminate the disastrous power that leaked out during her practice, Sun Yanchuang was still a little worried that she would bring bad luck to Jing Yue. After all, Sun Yanchuang also learned from Qin Xian and Jing Yue how important this nirvana was to Jing Yue, who possessed the purple phoenix divine body. There is no room for any mistakes. Don't worry. It's okay. I've made all the necessary preparations, and I believe that after Yue's nirvana is successful, she will definitely want to see us first. Qin Xian held Sun Yanchuang's hand tightly and said comfortingly. Before preparing for nirvana, Qin Xian deliberately used the power of the sun god to carefully move around Sun Yanchuang's body, observed her 3 times with the eye of truth, and finally used the sword intent to move close to her body to intimidate her. It can ensure that not a trace of the power of disaster leaks out. After hearing Qin Xian's comfort, Sun Yanchuang felt relieved, drew out the short blade, and looked around vigilantly. Seeing this, Qin Xian couldn't help but smile, but as a burning breath spread out from the room, Qin Xian also became a little nervous. The first nirvana was definitely the most difficult one. It's not because the level of nirvana is high. In fact, the first nirvana is at the lowest level, which only involves the nirvana tempering of muscles, bones and blood. This is also the reason why Jing Yue dared to achieve nirvana during her pregnancy, because the first nirvana would not affect the fetus in her belly. However, after nirvana is successful, as Jing Yue's talent improves, the talent of the fetus in her womb will also improve accordingly, which is beneficial and harmless. Therefore, the difficulty of the first nirvana was mainly due to Jing Yue's lack of experience. In addition, Jing Yue's nirvana had been destroyed by someone before. Although her injuries had fully recovered, the shadow in her heart could not be completely eliminated. This makes Jing Yue's nirvana more difficult. Boom. As nirvana began, wisps of purple phoenix divine fire overflowed from all around the room. The purple glow illuminated the sky, causing the temperature around to rise instantly. Seeing this scene, Qin Xian raised his right hand, and immediately, sword chi formed a huge sword chi cage, surrounding this place to prevent the purple phoenix divine fire from leaking out. Sister Yue, come on. Sun Yanchuang was cheering for Jing Yue from the side. Jing Yue, who was in the room, was in endless pain at this moment. The first nirvana will temper Jing Yue's bones, muscles, and blood from the inside out with the purple phoenix divine fire, which is equivalent to rebirth and sublimation after destruction. If it were before, with Jing Yue's strong will, these pains would not be a big deal. But now, whenever the pain in her body came, Jing Yue's mind always emerged the scene of the last time she was destroyed and failed and seriously injured. Just like a cold maggot on the tarsal bone, it constantly corroded Jing Yue's will, causing Jing Yue to gradually sink. Buzz buzz buzz. As Jing Yue's will gradually sank, the purple phoenix divine fire that maintained nirvana also began to riot. All of a sudden, the temperature inside and outside the room rose suddenly, becoming scorching hot and filled with a destructive aura. Husband. Is something wrong with Sister Yue? After feeling the turmoil of the purple phoenix divine fire, Sun Yanchuang couldn't help but speak anxiously. Alas. It seems that Yue still can't get over the shadow of the last failure. Qin Xian also sighed helplessly. These days, Qin Xian thought that Jing Yue had adjusted her mentality and body, but he didn't expect that something would go wrong in the end. Then what should we do? Is there any way to save Sister Yue? The kind-hearted Sun Yanchuang was already crying at this moment. However, as soon as Sun Yanchuang's voice fell, she suddenly felt a more burning breath blowing on her face. Husband, what is this? Sun Yanchuang looked forward and saw a drop of crystal red blood floating on Qin Xian's fingertips. The shadow of a phoenix was reflected in the blood, emitting a fiery and noble aura. It was as if a real divine beast, the phoenix, had descended from the sky, possessing the power to burn the world to ashes. Phoenix blood. I will use this blood to open a path to heaven for my wife. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Xian snapped his fingers, and the phoenix's blood turned into a stream of blood-red light and bounced into the room. The next moment, a loud and high-pitched phoenix cry rang out. Endless purple phoenix divine fire gushed out from the room, like a raging fire, burning in the void. In the fiercely burning purple phoenix divine fire, a purple phoenix phantom, which was completely purple and exuded a powerful and noble aura, was reborn from the fire. Purple Phoenix, Nirvana. As Jing Yue successfully achieved nirvana, a vortex of spiritual energy instantly appeared above the room, constantly absorbing the spiritual energy from the surroundings. The spiritual energy within a 10-mile radius was like 100 rivers converging, rushing in from all directions. The purple phoenix divine fire in the room burned even more fiercely, melting all the elixirs and treasures beside Jing Yue into spiritual liquid. The spiritual liquid serves as the nutrient for breakthrough, wrapping Jing Yue inside and providing Jing Yue with the energy to break through the realm. Boom. As the roar resounded, a powerful aura rose into the sky. We'll see realm. Sister Yue has also become a grandmaster. After sensing Jing Yue's breakthrough to the Grand Master level, Sun Yanchuang smiled and said. However, even though Jing Yue has broken through to the Grand Master level, the aura in the room continues to increase. After feeling this situation, Qin Xian couldn't help but smile. It seems that Yue is going to use this nirvana to catch up with you in one fell swoop. As the Holy Maiden of Taishuan Holy Land, Jing Yue has her pride and determination in her heart. As for the two people beside her, although Qin Xian is at the same level as her, Qin Xian is a peerless genius who has comprehended the second level of sword intent. With the blessing of sword intent, even the powerful ones in the Dao Palace realm may be able to fight against him. Although Sun Yanchuang's combat power is not as strong as Qin Xian's, he is also a genuine grandmaster of the We'll See realm. But now she is only a master of the divine martial realm, so she naturally feels a little disappointed. After all, among the three of them, her starting point was definitely the highest, but now she is the weakest one. Therefore, Jing Yue also wanted to rely on this nirvana to catch up with the gap between her and the other two. Just like that, over the next few days, the room was constantly filled with the roar of breakthroughs, and the aura exuded by Jing Yue became increasingly powerful. Qin Xian and Sun Yanchuang did not waste their time either, they both started practicing. At the same time, outside the Qinglong dynasty, in a magnificent mountain gate, an extremely powerful aura also rose into the sky, containing an extremely cold murderous intent. What did you say? The Han family was destroyed by a genius named Qin Xian. Han Feihong is also dead. The assassin sent by the Qinglong dynasty gritted his teeth, controlled his body from shaking, and said to the beautiful woman in red robes in front of him. Yes. Although Qin Xian is a master of the divine martial realm, he has comprehended the second level of sword intent and has unparalleled combat power. Even the head of the Han family was killed by him. Damn it. How dare you kill my Feihong? Even if he is a genius who has comprehended the second level of sword intent, this sect master will make him pay with his life. The beautiful woman in a red robe and with a plump figure was so angry that her breasts kept rising and falling. The powerful aura emanating from him made the death warriors feel extremely oppressed. The beautiful woman in red robe in front of the assassin is the leader of the Hawan Taoist sect, and also a real powerful person in the Taoist palace realm. The Hawan Taoist sect is a powerful sect. The disciples in the sect practice the Hawan technique and the dual cultivation technique. Although the Hawan Taoist sect is weaker than the Qinglong dynasty, the difference is not much. There are also several powerful Dao palace masters in the sect. The beautiful woman in red robe in front of him is the strongest person in Hawan Taoist sect and also the sect leader of Hawan Taoist sect. Her name is Fei Qian, and she is a powerful person in the third level of Dao palace realm. The leader of the Hawan sect, Fei Qian, and the head of the Han family, Han Feihong, have a dual cultivation relationship. He even has a daughter, who is the eldest daughter of the Han family. This is also the reason why Han Feihong is so caring towards the eldest daughter of the Han family. Over the years, relying on this relationship, Han Feihong has obtained a lot of resources from Fei Qian. Otherwise, it would be impossible to break through to the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm so quickly. Of course, the reason why Fei Qian, the leader of the Hawan sect, funded Han Feihong. In addition to Han Feihong's better skills, another reason is that the Han family is not weak. It also plays a very important role in the Qinglong dynasty. Therefore, Fei Qian gave Han Feihong a lot of resources, wanting to help Han Feihong break through to the Dao Palace realm. In this way, the combination of the Hawan Taoist sect and the Han family has the power to fight against the royal family of the Qinglong dynasty. By then, if it succeeds, the Han family will be able to replace the Qinglong royal family, and the Hawan Taoist sect will also be able to gain huge benefits from it. This is the deep meaning behind the dual cultivation relationship maintained by Fei Qian and Han Feihong. However, now Han Feihong was killed by Qin Xian, which not only made Fei Qian lose a fellow cultivator, but also shattered her hope of replacing the Qinglong royal family with the Han family and thus controlling the Qinglong dynasty. How could she not be angry? How could he not want to cut Qin Xian into pieces? Which faction are you from? Thinking of this, Fei Qian turned around and stared at the assassin and asked. In an instant, the assassin felt cold sweat on his back. Being stared at by a great Taoist master, he felt as if his life was no longer under his control. However, to be able to become a death warrior, he still has some resilience and awareness. Although he was almost forced to his knees by Fei Qian's powerful aura, he still didn't say a word. Humph. Even if you don't tell me, I know it. It's nothing more than that old silver coin of the Azure Dragon King. You want to kill someone with a borrowed knife, right? Fei Qian said coldly. As an old neighbor of the Qinglong dynasty, Fei Qian knew the Qinglong king quite well. However, even though she guessed that the Azure Dragon King wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife, Fei Qian was still willing to be the knife. After all, she also needs to kill people to vent her anger. After hearing this, the assassin standing by remained silent. As long as he doesn't clearly state the person behind the scenes, even though Fei Qian can guess it, speculation without evidence is ultimately just a false accusation. Okay. Then I will treat this as a knife. To show you the way. Seeing the death-ready expression of the assassin, Fei Qian guessed his identity and spoke directly. As soon as she finished speaking, Fei Qian waved her hand, and a palm of spiritual power instantly condensed. Then he grabbed the assassin and flew towards Qingfeng City in the direction he pointed. As a powerful person at the third level of Dao Palace realm, Fei Qian is not afraid of any strong person in the entire Qinglong dynasty except for the two old immortals in the royal family who have long been corrupt. He directly and openly crossed the territory of the Qinglong dynasty and came straight to Qingfeng City from the Huan Taoist sect. Along the way, her extremely powerful aura and her voluptuous and charming appearance and figure attracted many strong men to follow her to Qingfeng City. They all wanted to see what the leader of the Huan sect was going to do. Boom. Arriving at the gate of Qin's mansion, Fei Qian first crushed the assassin to pieces, then smashed the gate of Qin's mansion, along with the two stone lions outside the gate, with one palm. Qin Xian, come out and die. Hearing these words, the onlookers were all shocked. The leader of the Huan sect came here across the entire Qinglong dynasty, actually to kill the newly rising genius of the Qin family. So the leader of the Huan sect is here to kill the Qin family's genius. Why? The Qin family is so far away from the Huan Dao sect. How did Qin Xian offend the Huan sect master? That's right. I don't understand it either. Hush. I'll tell you something in secret. This Huan sect leader has a favorite lover named Han. Hiss. When you put it like that, I instantly understand. Inside the Qin mansion, Qin Xian, who was practicing, suddenly frowned, and then appeared in front of the door of the Qin mansion. Looking at Fei Qian, who was wearing a red robe and had an extremely plump figure in front of him, Qin Xian couldn't figure out who this crazy woman who threatened to kill him was. Who are you? Qin Xian asked with some confusion. However, Fei Qian, who was so aggressive just now, was shocked when she saw Qin Xian's handsome face like a banished immortal, his tall, strong body and his moving masculine aura. All of a sudden, his body became somewhat limp, and the Huan technique and dual cultivation technique he had been practicing became even more active. So, Fei Qian pointed her finger at Qin Xian and gently licked her red lips. A powerful pressure belonging to a powerful person in the Dao Palace realm erupted completely, sweeping in all directions and making everyone tremble with fear. Qin Xian, come back to the sect with me, and I will let you be my first lover. As soon as these words came out, the onlookers were all in an uproar. What? Did I hear it right? The leader of Huan sect asked Qin Xian to be her first lover. Fuck. What happened? Didn't the leader of Huan sect want Qin Xian to die just now? Why did he suddenly change from hatred to love? People of the Huan sect practice the Huan technique and the secret art of dual cultivation, and their personalities are naturally affected. They like to practice dual cultivation with people of the opposite sex who have outstanding looks the most. It is said that the leader of Huan sect has 3,000 male lovers, each of them is a handsome young man. Why does she want Qin Xian to be her first male lover? Just look at Qin Xian's appearance. Do you think he should be the first concubine? Well, if you say so, there's nothing wrong with that. Qin Xian does have a good-looking face. TSK. This Qin Xian is so lucky. A powerful person in the Dao Palace realm, but with such a plump figure, that chest, that hip. I'm already craving for it after seeing this. Qin Xian deserves to die. After hearing Fei Qian's words, the onlookers looked at Fei Qian's figure again, and then they all felt inexplicably jealous of Qin Xian. A powerful and strong man in the realm of Dao Palace, or such a charming and beautiful woman, why not take them as concubines? Even if they die in the process of reclaiming fertile land, it would be worth it. However, Qin Xian, who was standing in front of the Qin mansion, did not have the same thoughts as them. On the contrary, after hearing these words, Qin Xian's face instantly darkened. A concubine. If he remembered correctly, if he was captured by the Devil Bow gang, he would probably be called this. When he thought of this, Qin Xian became furious. Your grandmother, get out of here right now. As soon as the words fell, Fei Qian's coquettish face instantly turned gloomy, and the people around started talking again. Damn it. What's wrong with Qin Xian? He actually dared to reject the Huan sect master. He just killed the Han family's patriarch. Does he really think he is invincible? The Huan sect master is a powerful person in the Dao Palace realm. I don't know if he is invincible or not, but I think there might be something wrong with Qin Xian, like Yang Wei. That's right. With such a charming beauty in front of him, he actually let her go. What a waste of talent. After seeing Qin Xian's attitude, the onlookers all felt that Qin Xian was somewhat ungrateful. Although Fei Qian is much older than Qin Xian, in the cultivation world, Fei Qian's age is just the most charming time for a woman. Not to mention that Fei Qian's appearance and figure are both top-notch, especially her voluptuous figure, which makes people excited just by looking at it. Qin Xian, don't be so ungrateful. Do you really think that this sect master has a good temper? If it weren't for your good looks, I would have killed you right here on the spot. Do you know that Han Feihong, the head of the Han family, was my favorite concubine before, and his daughter Hanli is my 16th daughter? You have committed a capital crime by destroying the Han family. This sect master is giving you a chance to atone for your sins. Don't neglect it. Otherwise, your family will be destroyed in Qingfeng City. Fei Qian's coquettish face seemed to be covered with frost, and her voice was extremely cold. As the leader of the Huan Taoist sect and a powerful person at the third level of the Dao Palace realm, she did not kill Qin Xian but instead made him her first lover. This was already a huge gift to Qin Xian. I didn't expect that Qin Xian was not only ungrateful but also dared to insult her. It seems that he needs to be properly disciplined in the future. After saying this, Fei Qian thought Qin Xian would beg for her forgiveness in panic. Unexpectedly, Qin Xian, who was not that angry at first, suddenly became extremely furious. So you are the source of all evil. After learning that Fei Qian in front of him was actually the biological mother of the demon Bo gang, Qin Xian could no longer suppress his anger. The despair before activating the system, and the tragic death of Sun Yanchuang's younger brother, weren't they all caused by the devil Bo gang? And now, Fei Qian was just like her daughter and wanted to take her as her lover. You and your daughter have pretty damn similar aesthetic tastes. Thinking of this, a sharp and awe-inspiring sword intent instantly burst out. Qin Xian's eyes revealed murderous intent, and he was about to fly into the air and kill him. Seeing this scene, Fei Qian also became full of vigor, and the pressure from a powerful Taoist master swept over. It seems that if one wants to include this genius of the Qin family as a concubine, he must be suppressed first. Boom. The sharp and stern sword intent and the powerful pressure from the mighty Taoist master collided in the void, causing the vibrating air to explode. Clang. However, just as both sides were gearing up for a battle, suddenly, a resounding phoenix cry was heard, and soon after, a phoenix transformed from the purple phoenix divine fire flew out from the back garden of the Qin mansion. In an instant, the temperature between heaven and earth soared, and the destructive power of the purple phoenix was contained in its body, biting towards Fei Qian. Lingering blood blade. Seeing this, a blood-red long sword suddenly appeared in Fei Qian's hand. She slashed with the sword, and the powerful sword light flashed across the void, colliding with the purple phoenix condensed by the divine fire. Boom. After the two powerful martial arts collided, countless sword chi burst out and endless purple fire fell. The powerful energy aftermath made the onlookers step back dozens of steps before they stopped. What a powerful force. It can actually match the sword skills displayed by the master of the Huan sect, who is a great master in the Dao Palace realm. Who is this powerful person who has descended? I think the attack came from the back garden of the Qin mansion. Could it be that there is a powerful Taoist master hiding in the Qin mansion? Oh my god. Is this true? Apart from the royal family, only the powerful sects near the dynasty can have powerful people in the Dao Palace realm. The Qin family is just a small family in Qingfeng City. How could there be a powerful person in the Dao Palace realm? This Qin family is becoming more and more mysterious. When they saw that the purple fire phoenix could actually block Fei Qian's sword light, the onlookers couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Then, they turned their gaze towards the scattered purple flames, trying to see the figure clearly. Just like that, as the purple fire faded, the smoke and dust dissipated. A woman in a purple dress, with a slim figure and curvy curves on her slender waist, but without any sign of being cumbersome. She had a stunning appearance and top-notch temperament, like a goddess descending to earth, and her graceful figure slowly walked out. After experiencing nirvana, Jing Yue's skin became whiter and smoother, and her temperament became more noble and elegant. The peaks on her chest are also more rounded, and both her appearance and figure can be described as stunning. At this moment, not to mention the onlookers, even Qin Xian's eyes lit up. It's so beautiful. Under the infatuated gazes of the onlookers, Jing Yue walked out from the purple flames. She came to Qin Xian's side, held Qin Xian's hand tightly, then looked at Fei Qian with sharp eyes and said, "Aunt, let's not talk about your age. Just based on your old and ugly appearance, are you worthy of my husband being your concubine?" Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd around him went wild. Husband. Such a beautiful woman is actually Qin Xian's wife. Oh my God. How could Qin Xian have such a stunningly beautiful wife? She is so beautiful. There is such a beautiful woman in the world. No wonder Qin Xian refused to become the concubine of Hawan sect master. Yes. Although the leader of Hawan sect is also a great beauty, she pales in comparison to this woman. It's more than just eclipsed. There's no comparison between the two. Even the grandmother that Hawan sect master is most proud of is not as plump and round as hers. It's damnable. I think Qin Xian deserves to die even more. From the moment Jing Yue tightly grasped Qin Xian's left hand, the jealousy of the onlookers towards Qin Xian reached a peak. Not only did he gain the favor of such a beautiful lady as the leader of the Hawan sect, but he also wanted to practice dual cultivation with her. There is even a goddess-like wife hidden in the house. If it weren't for their low realm and the fact that they felt they could not defeat Qin Xian, they would have shouted the slogan of killing Qin Xian and snatching the goddess. Of course, compared to the jealousy of the onlookers, there was another person in front of the Qin mansion whose anger had reached its peak. At this moment, the eyes on Fei Qian's charming face were already blood red. The aura of a powerful warrior at the Dao Palace realm burst out like a volcanic eruption, tearing apart the clouds above the sky. The power of these 4 words, old and ugly, is no less than Jing Yue's close attack on her with a set of heavenly martial arts. Although she didn't feel any physical pain, Fei Qian's heart had been completely ignited by these words, and she even lost her mind. What first lover? She no longer cared about him. All she wanted at the moment was to tear the men and woman in front of her to pieces. Husband, who is this ferocious-looking ant? Why is she so ugly? At this moment, Sun Yanchuang, who was wearing a black dress, also walked over quickly, grabbed Qin Xian's other hand, and looked at Fei Qian and said, "TSK. I'm not familiar with this guy either. I don't know where this ugly freak came from." Qin Xian couldn't help but sneer when he heard that. Then he pinched Jing Yue and Sun Yanchuang lightly with one hand each. These 2 little girls have quite strong attack power. As a grandmaster of the We'll-See realm, Sun Yanchuang has extremely sensitive hearing. Sun Yanchuang heard every word of Fei Qian's words just now, whether it was about asking Qin Xian to be her lover or her identity as the biological mother of the eldest daughter of the Han family. Therefore, even though Sun Yanchuang was kind-hearted and gentle, she couldn't help but scold Fei Qian at this moment. One was to vent Qin Xian's anger, and the other was to vent her anger for her dead brother. However, when Sun Yanchuang came out, the people around him became even more uneasy. I thought that having a wife who was extremely beautiful and looked like a goddess was already the limit for Qin Xian. Unexpectedly, there appeared another concubine who was sad, gentle, with a completely different style but equally beautiful appearance. Seeing the 2 women holding Qin Xian's hands tightly, everyone felt their hearts bleeding. Thinking of this, Qin Xian stretched out his hand, and a spiritual palm instantly condensed in the air, grabbing a lucky audience member from the crowd in the distance. That man was also a master of the divine martial realm, but he was powerless in front of a genius like Qin Xian. Do you know where the mountain gate of Hawan Dao sect is? Qin Xian asked in a cruel tone. I know, the men replied quickly. Take us to the gate of Hawan Dao sect, or I will kill you. Qin Xian said even more brutally. Okay. The man was also frightened and said quickly again. After solving the route problem, Qin Xian and Jing Yue set out on the journey to Hawan Taoist sect. As for Sun Yanchuang, Qin Xian also wanted to take her with him. But although Sun Yanchuang is the daughter of disaster, she is still kind-hearted. When she heard that Qin Xian and the other two were going to destroy the sect, she did not follow them, but stayed at the Qin mansion to look after the house. Just like that, as Qin Xian and Jing Yue went to Hawan Taoist sect, those onlookers also passed on the news one after another. The wife of the Qin family's genius, with the level of a grandmaster, defeated the powerful and mighty one, Fei Qian, the leader of the Hawan Taoist sect. After the war, the Qin family genius and his wife went to the mountain gate of the Hawan Taoist sect, which was in danger of being destroyed. As soon as the two pieces of news came out, the entire Qinglong dynasty was in an uproar. A powerful person in the Dao Palace realm is invincible in the Qinglong dynasty. Even the royal family did not dare to provoke this existence easily, but unexpectedly one of them fell in front of the Qin mansion. Doesn't this mean that the Qin family is stronger than the royal family? Moreover, the one who fell was Fei Qian, the leader of the Hawan Taoist sect, a powerful warrior at the third level of the Taoist palace realm. Even among the powerful sects around the Qinglong dynasty, he is not considered a weakling. All of a sudden, hundreds of masters and grand masters of the Qinglong dynasty flew towards the direction of the Hawan Taoist sect. They all wanted to see whether the Hawan Taoist sect, which had been passed down for thousands of years, could withstand the combined efforts of these two genius couples and continue to pass on its legacy. Or will it just perish and become history? And so, 2 days later, the mountain gate of Hawan Taoist sect exploded with the sound of thunder in the sky. A brilliant sword light came from the sky and instantly smashed the gate of Hawan Taoist sect into pieces. Even on the ground, there was a deep sword mark and a chasm, which was terrifying. The Qin family's genius has arrived. As soon as he arrived, he smashed the mountain gate into pieces with one sword. How domineering! I heard that there are several powerful Dao Palace realm masters in the Hawan Dao sect. I don't know if they can resist the combined forces of the Qin family's Tianjiao and his wife. I think it is not impossible. As long as 2 or 3 Dao Palace realm masters can join forces to stop the Qin family's genius wife, and another Dao Palace realm master leads some great masters, they can definitely stop the Qin family's genius. Indeed. Although the Qin family's genius has extraordinary talent and has already comprehended the legendary second-level sword intent, he is only a master of the divine martial realm after all. He has realm limitations. It only takes a powerful warrior to stop him. That being said, the Hawan Dao sect might still have a chance to fight back today. If there are enough Dao Palace realm masters in the sect. That's tough. I estimate that the number of powerful people in Hawan Dao sect is at most 1 palm. Otherwise, Hawan Dao sect would have swallowed up all the powerful sects around it long ago. Some masters and grand masters who were closer and arrived earlier were talking about it. All around, some disciples and elders from other powerful sects also rushed over after hearing the news. They also wanted to know what would be the final fate of the Hawan Taoist sect. Today, the Hawan Dao sect must be destroyed. Those who withdraw from the sect will not be killed. When the sword light shattered the mountain gate, an indifferent voice came from the sky. What a terrifying sword light. What happened? The Hawan Dao sect is going to be destroyed. What's going on? Which idiot almost frightened me to death? Countless disciples in the Hawan Taoist sect looked towards the direction of the mountain gate. Some disciples who were practicing dual cultivation in the room almost scared Yang Wei and shouted and cursed. Purple Phoenix burns the world. However, perhaps because he felt that shattering the mountain gate with one sword was not enough of a deterrent, Jing Yue directly used a bloodline martial art. Boom. As a purple pillar of fire rose from the ground and pierced through the sky, countless fireballs suddenly fell from the clouds towards the Hawan Taoist sect. It smashed to the ground like a fire meteor, and the scorching breath and scorching heat instantly swept through the entire Hawan Taoist sect, as if the end of the world had come. At this moment, the disciples of Hawan Taoist sect, who felt the burning sensation, finally realized the seriousness of the problem. Enemy attack. Help. Run away. You'll be burned to death if you don't run away now. Countless disciples were in a panic, and some even wanted to flee. How dare you? How dare you, you bastard, to offend our Hawan Dao sect? You are seeking death by destroying my mountain gate and burning my sect. As the purple fire descended, 3 extremely powerful auras rose into the sky. The 3 elders of the Hawan Taoist sect raised their hands together to form a spiritual power barrier to block all the purple flames in the sky. Afterwards, the great elder of the Hawan Taoist sect slapped his palm directly towards the outside of the mountain gate, and the huge spiritual power palm print swept away everything. However, a sword light broke through the air and directly shattered the spiritual power palm print. The 3 elders of the Hawan Taoist sect looked carefully and saw 2 figures walking in the air from the ruins of the mountain gate. One was a young man in white with an upright figure, sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and a handsome appearance, like a banished immortal. The other one is of a woman in a purple dress who is extremely gorgeous, has a slim figure, and has a stunningly beautiful face. The 2 of them came side by side, like a pair of immortal lovers, attracting the infatuated gazes of countless disciples on the ground. Only the 3 elders of the Hawan Taoist sect looked solemn after sensing Jing Yue's aura. Who are you? Why are you attacking my sect? The great elder of Hawan Taoist sect said in a loud voice. My name is Qin Xian. 2 days ago, Fei Qian, the leader of the Hawan Dao sect, came to my Qin family and destroyed the gate of my Qin mansion. Later, he wanted to destroy my Qin family. Now, Fei Qian has been killed by my wife. Since the Hawan Dao sect has lost its leader, there is no need for it to exist anymore. When Qin Xian said this, the 3 elders of Hawan Taoist sect were all shocked. Is sect leader Fei Qian dead? How is that possible? Although the aura of this beautiful woman in front of him was strong, she had not yet reached the Dao Palace realm. How could she kill sect master Fei Qian, who was at the 3rd level of the Dao Palace realm? Oh, God! Can you send down a heavenly punishment to kill this Qin Xian? What's his reason? He has only comprehended the 2nd level of sword intent. He doesn't have 2 kuns. How can he have a wife and a concubine who are both so stunningly beautiful? The appearance of Su Nianshuang was undoubtedly another stab in the hearts of the onlookers. Of course, this also added fuel to the fire for Fei Qian, the already extremely furious leader of the Hawan sect. All of you go to hell. Boom. As Fei Qian's sharp voice rang out, the energy between heaven and earth instantly rioted. Fei Qian's internal organs all burst out with divine light, and when connected together it looked like a palace where gods lived. This is the performance of a powerful person in the Dao Palace realm, mobilizing all the spiritual power in his body without leaving any effort. Fei Qian was so furious that she had no other thoughts except to grind the 3 people in front of her into ashes. Fei Qian raised the deep red sword in her hand and chopped fiercely at the 3 men. In an instant, a fierce and sharp sword light slashed out, and the terrifying power caused cracks to appear on the earth. What a terrifying sword light! Retreat quickly. The leader of the Hawan sect is going all out. After feeling the sharp sword energy and the terrifying power, the onlookers all hurriedly retreated and found a safe distance to observe the battlefield. At the same time, seeing Fei Qian slashing with a sword, Qin Xian also mobilized the sword intent and sun power in his body, and was about to draw his sword to fight. When he reached the 6th level of the divine martial realm, Qin Xian could kill the head of the Han family in seconds. Now Qin Xian has reached the 9th level of the divine martial realm. Even if Fei Qian is a powerful being in the Dao Palace realm, Qin Xian has the confidence to kill her with his sword. However, just as Qin Xian was about to draw his sword, he saw a slender purple figure stepping forward beside him. My dear husband. Leave this old lady to me. You have always protected me before, but this time, let me protect you. Jing Yue took a step forward, and her body instantly blocked the huge sword light. A thin sword slid out from his hand, with the scorching purple phoenix divine fire lingering on the sword tip. At the same time, there was an extremely sharp sword intent attached to it. Divine phoenix slashes the sky. Jing Yue swung out with her sword, and the sword light was like a phoenix with its wings raised, colliding fiercely with the knife light in front of her. Boom. A violent roar resounded, and powerful energy waves swept around. However, neither Jing Yue nor Fei Qian retreated, but moved forward against the wave of energy. The 2 of them displayed various martial arts and fought each other in the sky. Qin Xian, standing in front of the gate of the Qin mansion, was also looking at the battlefield in the sky. He knew that Jin Yue had just succeeded in nirvana, and her realm had finally caught up with him and Sun Shuang, so she also wanted to have a hearty battle. In that case, let's let the leader of the Huan sect test the sword on Jin Yue. With him here, even if Jin Yue really can't win, he'll be there to cover for her. Thinking of this, Qin Xian also used the Eye of Truth and looked at Jin Yue. Jin Yue, realm, 8th level of the We'll See realm, artistic conception, embryo of sword intent, qualification, purple, talent, purple phoenix divine body, purple phoenix spiritual vein. Purple phoenix divine body, contains the purple phoenix bloodline in the body, can condense the purple phoenix divine fire, burn the world, and can achieve nirvana. Every time nirvana is achieved, the strength and qualifications will be greatly improved. Already achieved nirvana once. Purple phoenix spiritual vein, the powerful spiritual vein awakened by the purple phoenix divine body after nirvana can improve the blood purity, innate comprehension, cultivation speed, the power of the purple phoenix divine fire, etc. of the owner of the purple phoenix divine body. After the first nirvana, Jin Yue not only upgraded her aptitude to purple, but also comprehended the rudiments of sword intent and awakened the purple phoenix spirit vein. It can be said that even if Jin Yue's realm has not been broken through, her combat power can still be increased by more than 100 times. Not to mention that after absorbing numerous elixirs and spiritual liquids from natural treasures, Jin Yue's realm also broke through to the 8th level of the We'll See realm. Now Jin Yue could probably crush her previous self to death with just one hand. This is the terrifying thing about the purple phoenix divine body. Although every nirvana involves great risks, the rewards after success are incomparably great. After checking, Qin Xian was no longer worried. With the dual blessings of the embryonic form of sword intent and the purple phoenix divine body, if Jin Yue cannot even defeat a powerful strongman of the 3rd level of the Dao Palace realm, then she is not worthy of being the holy maiden of the Taishuan Holy Land. After all, for the geniuses, fighting against opponents of higher levels is an essential quality for them. However, for Qin Xian, Jin Yue's performance was nothing. But for the onlookers, it was simply jaw-dropping. Oh my god! Could it be that this Qin mansion is a disguised holy place? First, Qin Xian killed the Han family's patriarch in seconds with the 2nd level of sword intent. Now, his wife has comprehended the rudiments of sword intent and is defeating a Dao Palace realm master with the realm of a grandmaster of the We'll See realm. After this battle, I'm afraid the Qin family will become the real first family of the Qinglong dynasty. With Qin Xian and his wife in charge, even the royal family wouldn't dare to provoke the Qin family easily. Brother next to you, what do you think? How can I watch? I can watch while standing, lying down, or sitting down. Now I just think that Qin Xian deserves to die. Who is going to marry a wife who is both beautiful and good at fighting? Boom. As the onlookers talked about it, the battle in the air came to an end. Although Huan sect leader Fei Qian has a high realm, his talent is indeed average. Moreover, she is obsessed with male beauty, and her fighting skills are definitely not as good as Jin Yue, who has been practicing in the Holy Land since childhood. Moreover, Jin Yue became more and more courageous in the battle, as if she was gradually adapting to her own strength. This also made Fei Qian even more desperate. Let me go. I'll give you all my noodles. I have whatever flavor you like. Fei Qian's red robe had been burned to tatters by the scorching purple phoenix divine fire, and the exposed white robe was covered with scars deep enough to see the bone. So she could only beg Jin Yue to spare her life. She had cultivated to her current level with great difficulty, and she didn't want to die yet. However, in the face of Fei Qian's pleading, Jin Yue was as indifferent as ever. As the holy maiden of Taishuan, she is well aware of the dangers of the world of cultivation, so how could she feel pity? Seeing this scene, Qin Xian also silently tightened the hilt of the sword. Damn it, this guy actually wants to give all his lovers to Yue, and he has all kinds of tastes. He really wants to kill Fei Qian with a sword. Boom. As the purple phoenix divine fire burned the sky, the sharp sword energy shattered the clouds. After a shrill scream, the plump and juicy body under the red robe was also annihilated by the bright sword light and turned into a ball of blood mist. The powerful and mighty one in the Dao Palace realm, the leader of the Huan Dao sect, Fei Qian, is dead. After Fei Qian's death, Jin Yue landed in front of the Qin residence with a sword in her hand, like a goddess descending to the world, independent and detached from the world. Jing Yue didn't smile until Qin Xian and Sun Yanchuang came over. Possessing great combat power, she will definitely be able to take revenge after returning to the Taishuan Holy Land, suppress the geniuses of her generation, and obtain more resources and greater voice. At that time, Qin Xian can be brought to the Holy Land to practice. After all, with Qin Xian's talent, even the Holy Lord Taishuan would be moved, and might even personally accept Qin Xian as his disciple. And with the support of Taishuan Holy Land, Qin Xian will be able to go further on the road of cultivation. It is possible to be crowned king or emperor in the future. How are you? Are you not hurt, Ying Yue? Qin Xian looked at Jing Yue and asked with concern. Although Jing Yue has been crushing the opponent, Qin Xian is still a little worried. After all, Fei Qian is a powerful person after all. Don't worry, my husband, nothing's wrong. Jing Yue said with a smile. That's good. By the way, since the leader of the Huandao sect is dead, it seems that there is no need for the Huandao sect to exist anymore. Qin Xian looked at Jing Yue and said with a smile. Hey. That makes sense. Jing Yue's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she instantly understood what Qin Xian meant. She killed Fei Qian, the leader of Huan Taoist sect, and thus formed a mortal enemy with Huan Taoist sect. Even if Qin Xian and Jing Yue were confident, they were not afraid of people from the Huan Taoist sect coming to seek revenge. But the resources possessed by the Huan Taoist sect, a powerful sect, are extremely precious. Since we have become mortal enemies now, why not just send the Buddha to the West? He and Jing Yue are not saints, and they have no burden at all about the extermination of their sect. After all, this is how the cultivation world is, the strong prey on the weak. At most, we will kill fewer people. Young man, stop talking nonsense. Do you really think we are kind people? The second elder of Huandao sect said angrily. A master of the divine martial realm and a grand master of the Will See realm actually dared to speak so arrogantly in front of the three mighty masters of the Dao Palace realm. He also killed sect leader Fei Qian. Could they have killed him with just the two of them? It's best if they are not good people, so that I won't have any psychological burden when killing them. Go ahead, Ying Yue, I'll support you. Qin Xian took a step into the air, and then the second level of sword intent burst out, blocking the entire mountain and leaving the battlefield below to Jing Yue. Compared to Qin Xian, Jing Yue, who had just achieved nirvana, needed to hone herself through battle and adapt to the surging power. So Qin Xian did not take action, but instead supported Jing Yue in the air. After feeling the second level of sword intent from Qin Xian, the three elders of Huan Taoist sect finally changed their expressions. The sword intent was so strong that it made the three of them feel their lives were threatened. Wait a minute. I wonder if there is some misunderstanding between you and our sect. The second elder of Huandao sect raised his hand and said, but it was too late. The thin sword in Jing Yue's hand slid out, and the purple phoenix divine fire around her body suddenly burned, like a stream of purple light, killing towards the three elders. This should be her last battle before returning to Taishuan Holy Land. She will use the three powerful Dao Palace realm masters to hone her combat power and perfect her state. After returning to the Holy Land, I will be able to suppress the geniuses of my generation. Boom. Faced with Jing Yue who came up to fight, the three elders of Huan Taoist sect certainly could not sit still and wait to die, and could only fight with all their strength. However, except for the Grand Elder of Huan Taoist sect who is at the second level of Dao Palace realm, the second elder and the third elder are both at the first level of Dao Palace realm. The combined fighting power of the three of them is about the same as that of Huan sect's leader Fei Qian, so Jing Yue naturally doesn't feel any pressure. Even the people watching outside the sect had already anticipated the outcome of this battle. It's over. The Huan Dao sect only has 3 Dao Palace realm powerful elders, so they definitely can't stop the Qin family's genius and his wife. Yes. Not to mention stopping the Qin family's genius and his wife, it looks like the Qin family's genius wife alone is enough to kill the 3 elders of the Huan Dao sect. I didn't expect that such a terrifying couple of geniuses would appear in the Qinglong dynasty. With such powerful and outstanding talents, I'm afraid that even some disciples from the Holy Lands are not as good as them. As the onlookers continued to talk, time passed quickly and the battle on the mountain was coming to an end. possessing the blessing of the purple phoenix divine body and the embryonic form of sword intent, plus the awakened purple phoenix spirit vein. Whether in terms of attack power or endurance, Jing Yue is far superior to the three elders of the Huan Taoist sect. Just like that, with the three elders of Huan Taoist sect being beheaded, a battle without any suspense came to an end. Seeing that the time was almost right, Qin Xian swung his sword, and the brilliant sword light split the mountain. He stared at the ground below indifferently and said, "I still say the same thing, those who withdraw from the sect will not be killed. Get out now, and I will spare your life." Qin Xian's voice resounded through the mountains like thunder. All the disciples of Huan Taoist sect quickly fled from the sect after hearing it. The sect leader and the elders are all dead, so what else is there for them to stay here? Of course, they have to save their lives. After all the Huan disciples had left, Qin Xian's eyes flashed with divine light, and his eye of truth was activated, scanning the entire Huan Taoist sect. In less than a quarter of an hour, Qin Xian found the treasure house of Huan Taoist sect and then took Jing Yue into the treasury. For symbols pills, Tiangang refining spirit pills, Yang boosting pills, Tianling pills. This Huan Dao sect is quite wealthy. As soon as he entered the treasury, he was greeted by a dazzling array of various elixirs and natural treasures, which made Qin Xian sigh with emotion. A horse cannot grow fat without night grass, and a man cannot become rich without unexpected wealth. No wonder the emperors of previous lives always liked to confiscate property when the treasury was empty. It really works. What's this? From the shelf of rare treasures, Qin Xian took down a jade bottle, which contained a bottle of crystal red blood, emitting a strong bloody smell. Blood of the yin-yang deer. The blood of the yin-yang deer has powerful and mysterious effects. After taking it, it can improve Kuin's endurance and ability to reproduce, greatly increasing the chances of having offspring. After using the eye of truth to check the information, Qin Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. Good stuff. As expected of the Huan Taoist sect, they actually have such a treasure. This bottle of yin-yang divine deer blood is the most precious treasure to Qin Xian. Every profession has its own specialty. You are worthy of being the Huan Dao sect. In my eyes, the value of this bottle of yin-yang divine deer blood is more precious than all the resources I have collected from the Han family before. Qin Xian contentedly put the bottle of yin-yang divine deer blood into his arms. With this bottle of yin-yang deer blood, plus his immortal kidney, he will definitely make the two girls' legs go weak and their mouths numb tonight. After collecting the blood of the yin-yang divine deer, walking forward you will find various weapons and spiritual tools. Although Qin Xian and Jing Yue cannot use them, they can be used to enhance the strength of the Qin family. After searching the treasure house, Qin Xian and Jing Yue came to the sutra library, where various martial arts techniques were hidden, which could be used to enhance the Qin family's strength. From the sutra library, Qin Xian also found a set of martial arts that was very suitable for him. The Secret of Huan Bliss, a heavenly grade, top-grade technique, a dual cultivation technique passed down from an ancient sect. Practitioners can practice it during sexual intercourse to achieve a state of harmony between yin and yang. During the dual cultivation process, they can improve their realm, increase their physical strength, and improve their mood. Dual cultivation makes people happy. After seeing the introduction of this technique, Qin Xian had already reserved 4 enlightenment cards as a reward from the next system for it. Kuin can improve your realm and physical strength at the same time. This is exactly the martial art that every man dreams of. No wonder, although both are powerful sects, the number of disciples of Huan Taoist sect is several times more than those of the surrounding sects. If Qin Xian were to choose, he would definitely choose the Huan Taoist sect. I didn't expect that in addition to the yin-yang divine deer blood, the Huan Dao sect actually gave me another surprise. Qin Xian once again put the book, The Secret of Huan Bliss, into his arms with satisfaction. Just like that, after walking out of the sutra library, Qin Xian and Jing Yue prepared to return to the Qin mansion. However, just as Qin Xian walked to the residence of the 3 elders of Huan Taoist sect, the mechanical prompt sound of the system suddenly came to his mind. Ding! A potential match has been detected. Do you want to check? After hearing the prompt tone, Qin Xian was suddenly stunned, then he used the eye of truth to look towards the residences of the 3 elders. What's wrong, husband? Seeing Qin Xian suddenly standing there in a daze, Jing Yue asked in confusion. After hearing this, Qin Xian did not reply to Jing Yue, but put his fingers together to form a sword. A beam of sword light slashed out, directly cutting the residence of the second elder of the Huan Taoist sect in half. Boom. As the huge house collapsed, a dungeon-like building emerged below. In the wide crack in the middle of the building created by sword energy, dozens of figures appeared in the sunlight. Some of them were half-naked and some looked desperate. But when the sunlight shone into the building, they all looked up at the two people in the sunlight. Perhaps, I should make their death more painful. Looking at the scene in front of him, Jing Yue said in a cold voice. The second elder of Huan Dao sect actually hid dozens of women under his residence for his pleasure. Whether it was Qin Xian or Jing Yue, they both felt anger rising in their hearts after seeing this scene. Especially Jing Yue, as a woman herself, she can empathize with the pain and despair of these women in front of her. The Huan Dao sect has been destroyed, you are free. Qin Xian swung out with his sword again, and the fine sword light broke the shackles on the women, giving them freedom. After hearing Qin Xian's words, the girls' eyes gradually regained their spirits. Can they finally escape from the sea of suffering? After seeing that there was no one outside except Qin Xian and Jing Yue, the women also fled one after another. At this time, a woman in a light blue dress, neatly dressed, with a pair of smooth and translucent long legs, a charming face, and a seductive figure, who was obviously more radiant than others, slowly walked out of the crowd. Jiang Fangmu, Realm, second level of Divine Martial Realm, Qualification, Red, Talent, Mysterious Yin Charm Body. Xian Yin Charm Body, a physique that controls the Xian Yin Qi, which has the most charming attraction to the opposite sex. When the Yin and Yang are harmonized and the Xian Yin Qi is balanced, the owner will gain a huge improvement in talent and strength. The harmonizer will also have the supplement of Xian Yin Qi, and will also gain a huge improvement. After using the Eye of Truth to check the information of the woman in front of him, Qin Xian finally understood why the woman in front of him was treated so differently from other women. To put it simply, the Xuaning Charm Body is a dual cultivation body. The harmony of Yin and Yang mentioned in the introduction is Kuan. After the first Kuan, the injection of male Yang essence is called the harmony of Yin and Yang. In other words, the Xuaning Phantom will gain a huge boost after the first Kuan, and the same is true for the people who Kuan her. Moreover, the Xuaning Meidi was also practicing the harmony of Yin and Yang in Kuan later, which could naturally be considered a kind of cultivation. Therefore, a woman with a mysterious and charming body is the best cauldron in the world of cultivation. Such a woman, if she does not have a prominent background and strong power, will generally live a miserable life. After all, who would miss a chance to become even stronger? The reason why this woman named Jiang Fangmu is so clean is that not only is she a virgin, but her realm has also reached the master level of the divine martial realm. It is probably that the second elder of the Huan Taoist sect is keeping her in captivity, just like a canary. When her cultivation reaches a bottleneck, he will practice dual cultivation with her to achieve a breakthrough in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, before that day came, he was killed by Jing Yue's sword. Why does it feel like there is a strong Yin energy emanating from this woman? Jing Yue, who possesses the purple phoenix divine body, also felt the peculiarity of Jiang Fangmu. Because, her physique is the mysterious Yin charm body. Qin Xian explained to Jing Yue. Xian Yin phantom body. Isn't that a treasure? My husband, quickly bring her back to the Qin mansion and make her your concubine. As the holy maiden of Taishuan Holy Land, Jing Yue had heard of the name of Xuaning Phantom. Unexpectedly, she would meet him in a powerful sect. She had to say that her husband was really lucky. Ah. Jing Yue, what are you talking about? After hearing Jing Yue's vicious words, Qin Xian couldn't help but play dumb. The wife is eager to help me take a concubine. This feeling is really indescribably comfortable. Xian Yin charm body. I don't believe that you don't know what this physique means. Moreover, this sister is also good-looking, and she is qualified to enter the Qin family. Jing Yue rolled her eyes at Qin Xian, then spoke in the tone of the Qin family's mistress. After she finished speaking, seeing that Qin Xian had not moved, Jing Yue actually stepped out and came straight to Jiang Fangmu. Are you willing to be my husband's concubine? Jing Yue looked at the woman in front of her who was wearing a light blue dress and whose appearance and figure were not inferior to hers and said. So direct. Seeing Jing Yue step forward and ask directly, Qin Xian couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Ying Yue is indeed still inexperienced. She is a girl who has never experienced sexual relations. If you ask her so directly, she will definitely feel embarrassed to agree directly. It seems that my husband still has to take action. Thinking of this, Qin Xian was about to step forward, but he heard a pleasant voice. I do. After these words came out, Qin Xian almost staggered. Do you agree to this? The overly concise conversation between the two women made Qin Xian feel a little unreal. However, seeing this, Jing Yue smiled as if it was natural. Of course, the people who understand women best are women. With a physique like the Xuanin Meidi, Jiang Fengmu must have already realized his future. Now, being able to be a concubine of Qin Xian, a young genius with both outstanding looks and talent, isn't it much better than being captured and used as a plaything by those greasy and ugly old monsters? Are you really willing to be my concubine? Or are you just pretending to be so because you're afraid that we too will embarrass you? Qin Xian also came over and asked. Although he was very greedy for Jiang Fengmu's body, there were still some things he wanted to know clearly. I really want to. With my physique, I don't have many choices in my life. Now that I finally have a good choice, there is no reason for me not to choose it. Jiang Fengmu also spoke after hearing this. She possesses a mysterious and charming body, and since she became an adult, she has exuded a temptation that no man can refuse. At first, her family married her to a great master in the Qinglong dynasty. It was called a marriage, but in fact, she was exchanged for a large amount of resources, which was more like a sale. Later, by chance, the second elder of the Huan Taoist sect saw her when he went to the Qinglong dynasty, so he killed the grandmaster and snatched her away. Although she was supported by good food and drink as well as resources for cultivation, she knew that both the great master and the second elder of the Huan Taoist sect were. In their eyes, she was like a plaything and a consumable. I had supported her before and didn't abuse or play with her at will because her realm was too low and she couldn't perform better. She knew all of this, so she already had a clear understanding of her future destiny. Until today, when the dungeon was split open by a sword, when the sunlight shone on her face, when she saw the white clothes bathed in the sunlight. Her life finally made the best choice. Appearance, talent, strength, and the character revealed in the words just now, every point makes Jiang Fengmu yearn for it. What could she be dissatisfied about being able to be the concubine of such an outstanding and handsome genius? Not to mention that even a peerless woman like Jing Yue, who was not only not inferior to her in appearance, figure, and temperament, but was even better than her, was willing to be his wife, and even willing to take the initiative to take a concubine for him. From this alone, it can be seen that being the concubine of the young man in white is definitely the best choice she has ever encountered in her life. In that case, then follow me back to the Qin family. Even though you are my concubine, I will not treat you unfairly. Now that things have come to this, Qin Xian will definitely not be polite to her. After all, the great cause of creating humans still requires more fellow Taoists to work together, so that he can improve himself quickly. In this way, Qin Xian, Jing Yue, and Jiang Fengmu returned to the Qin family together. In the Qin mansion, Sun Yanchuang was very happy to see a new sister. After all, for Sun Yanchuang, she no longer has any relatives in the world. Now, every new sister in the Qin mansion is her new relative in Sun Yanchuang's eyes. So, after Jiang Fengmu entered the Qin mansion, the three sisters chatted for a while. Three women in one drama, the ancients were right. After the three sisters gathered together, they completely opened up and began to chat about everything. But it was mainly Jing Yue who was talking, and Sun Yanchuang and Jiang Fengmu who were listening. After all, the pasts of Sun Yanchuang and Jiang Fengmu were rather miserable, while the past of Jing Yue, the saint of the Holy Land, was very exciting, almost catching up with the heroines of female novels. Moreover, Jing Yue also intended to ease and adjust the emotions of Sun Yanchuang and Jiang Fengmu. After all, the pasts of these two girls were rather tragic, and they still needed to be properly counseled, otherwise, shadows would remain in their hearts. After the three sisters finished chatting, just like last time, Jing Yue and Sun Yanchuang quietly walked out of the room and closed the door. As it was the first time for the new sisters, they would naturally leave some time for Jiang Fengmu and Qin Xian to be alone. Just like that, looking at Jiang Fangmu, who was exuding a charming temperament on the bed, Qin Xian felt his blood boiling instantly. Jiang Fangmu, who possesses a mysterious and charming body, is the biggest temptation to men. Even though it was only the first time, Qin Xian still couldn't control himself from being gentle. After all, it was too tempting. So, Qin Xian rushed forward directly. In the violent storm, the power of the sun and the power of Xuanyin were perfectly combined, yin and yang were harmonious, and spring was in full swing. During the process, Qin Xian took a drop of yin-yang divine deer blood with the idea of giving it a try. The direct result was that even Jiang Fangmu, who possessed the mysterious and charming body, was frightened by Qin Xian's amazing fighting style and almost thought that her husband was a ferocious beast in human skin. In the end, there was no other way, so Qin Xian had to call Jing Yue and Sun Yanchuang in. He finally realized the horrific effect of the yin-yang divine deer blood. This thing, combined with his immortal kidney, has the power to destroy the world. He should be used with caution in the future. After destroying the Huan Taoist sect, Qin Xian returned to his happy life of practicing during the day and sleeping at night. He was also waiting for the birth of Jing Yue's second child and Sun Yanchuang's first child. It is worth mentioning that the Xuanyin charm body is worthy of being a dual cultivation body. After the first harmony of yin and yang, Qin Xian relied on the supplement of Xuanyin power to break through to the first level of Luanhai realm and became a true grandmaster. Jiang Fangmu even broke through 6 small realms and reached the 8th level of the divine martial realm, and was very close to becoming a grandmaster in the Wheelsea realm. At the same time, under the terrifying effect of the yin-yang divine deer blood, after the second harmony of yin and yang, Jiang Fangmu became pregnant with her first child, which made Qin Xian even more delighted. In this way, Qin Xian stayed in the Qin mansion, waiting for the birth of his 3 children. However, in the outside world, when the news of the demise of Huan Taoist sect spread, both the Qinglong dynasty and the surrounding powerful sects were in extreme shock. After all, since Qin Xian and Jing Yue can destroy the Huan Taoist sect, they can naturally destroy them as well. Qinglong dynasty, in the imperial palace. The Azure Dragon King looked at the eldest prince Shihao and said solemnly, "The Qin family has become powerful. We cannot provoke them, we can only win them over." "I understand, father." Shihao was also very shocked when he heard the news. He didn't expect that there was a genius in the Qin mansion who was more powerful than Qin Xian, and she was also Qin Xian's wife. Although Qin Xian's talent is stronger, everyone knows that Qin Xian's realm is only the grandmaster of the divine martial realm. Moreover, whether it was to kill Fei Qian or destroy the Huan Taoist sect, Qin Xian did not take any action, but just watched from the side. Therefore, the outside world also believes that Jing Yue is the strongest person in the Qin family. Their degree of fear of Jing Yue has now far exceeded that of Qin Xian. But you don't have to underestimate yourself. As long as you can pass the Holy Land assessment in a year and successfully join the Zhenwu Holy Land, your future will not be worse than that Qin family genius. King Qinglong said to comfort the eldest Prince Shihao. "Don't worry, father. I will definitely pass the assessment of the Zhenwu Holy Land and be admitted to the Zhenwu Holy Land." Shihao's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he spoke with determination. The Zhenwu Holy Land is the Holy Land force that controls this area, with countless powerful people and geniuses everywhere. It also has rare resources and advanced training places, and is the paradise that martial artists in the training world dream of. As long as you can enter the Holy Land and become a disciple of the Holy Land, your future achievements will be limitless. King Qinglong also spent a lot of resources to secure an assessment opportunity for the eldest Prince Shihao 1 year later. Otherwise, the strong men from the Zhenwu Holy Land would never come to such a remote place to select disciples. "Well, I believe you, go ahead." Seeing the determination and confidence on the face of the eldest Prince Shihao, King Qinglong said with satisfaction. In this way, in order to express the greatest goodwill to the Qin family, the royal family once again sent envoys to the Qin family and sent a large amount of resources. This time, the royal envoys didn't even dare to mention marrying the princess or granting a title. The resources they sent were simply to gain favor. However, for the Qin family, which had already emptied out the Huan Taoist sect, the resources sent by the Qinglong royal family were no longer worth the Qin family's attention. As the head of the family, Uncle Da even felt that the royal family was too stingy and was simply seeking death. It was not until Qin Peng educated him on some ideological issues that Qin Da restrained his recent somewhat frivolous temperament. After the royal envoys arrived, other forces of the Qinglong dynasty, and even some powerful sects in the surrounding area that witnessed the demise of the Hawan Taoist sect, all sent envoys to curry favor. All the masters or grand masters who were arrogant in the outside world were submissive and humble after entering the Qin mansion, for fear of displeasing the genius couple. The old residents in Qingfeng City looked at the masters and grand masters flying around, feeling the terrifying aura that made them shudder and feel like they were living in a dream. In their decades of life, they have never seen such a scene. In this way, with the development of the Qin family, time kept passing, and in a blink of an eye, Sun Yanchuang, Jiang Yue, and Jiang Fangmu gave birth to children one after another. Ding! Congratulations, host, your second offspring is born. Offspring's Talent Level Assessment, Qualification Assessment, Gold. Talent Assessment, Emperor's Body, accompanied by Dragon Spirit. Talent Level Assessment, Monster and Genius. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your third offspring is born. Offspring's Talent Level Assessment, Qualification Assessment, Purple. Talent Assessment, Companion with Strange Fire, Companion with Medicinal Spirit. Talent Level Assessment, Peerless Genius. Ding! Congratulations, host, your fourth offspring is born. Offspring's Talent Level Assessment, Qualification Assessment, Purple. Talent Assessment, Yin-Yang Holy Body, Yin-Yang Divine Eyes. Talent Level Assessment, Peerless Heavenly Pride. One is a monster and the other is peerless. When Qin Xian heard the system prompt sound, he couldn't help but feel extremely surprised. After Jiang Yue's nirvana, and the improvement of his realm and artistic conception, plus the powerful effect of the Yin-Yang Divine Deer's blood, the quality of the children born this time also rose sharply, and at least they would be peerless geniuses. And when the 3 children were born, there were manifestations of natural visions. A golden beam of light rose from the room and shot straight into the sky. A dragon shadow was circling and flying in it, accompanied by the sound of dragon roars, emitting a majestic aura. There was a phantom of a medicinal lotus in the void that slowly blossomed, and its fragrance filled the area for dozens of miles. There was also an invisible fire burning fiercely, devouring endless spiritual energy. There is also the flow and spread of yin and yang, black and white, like an ink painting splashed across the world, exuding an aura of perfection and balance. A natural phenomenon. This is a natural phenomenon. According to legend, only a peerless genius with extremely strong talent and luck will experience a natural phenomenon when he is born. Today is the date when Master Qin Xian's wife and concubine gave birth. So, this birth phenomenon was caused by Master Qin Xian's offspring. As expected of young Master Qin Xian, even his talent in giving birth to offspring is unparalleled. There is hope for the rise of our Qin family. When strange phenomena appeared in heaven and earth, each member of the Qin family spoke with great shock and excitement. The Qin family can be what it is today thanks to Qin Xian's strength, so in the hearts of the Qin family members, the worship of Qin Xian has reached an extreme, even comparable to the status of the Qin family's ancestors. After all, if it weren't for Qin Xian, the Qin family would have been destroyed at the hands of the Jiang and Yan families long ago. The ancestor of the Qin family founded the Qin family and had the merit of pioneering the family, but Qin Xian saved the Qin family from destruction and had the grace of rebuilding the family. The two are equally matched. Therefore, when they saw that the strange phenomena in heaven and earth were caused by the birth of Qin Xian's child, all the members of the Qin family were extremely excited. After all, the stronger Qin Xian's descendants are, the more secure the inheritance and development of the Qin family will be. Perhaps one day, the Qin family can also become the legendary immortal family. After 3 children were born one after another, Qin Xian also named them. It is also worth mentioning that these 3 children are all boys. Including the eldest son Qin Fusu, Qin Xian now has 4 sons. You have the body of an emperor, and you rank second. You will be called Shiman. I hope you will become an emperor in the future, and everyone in your court will be the people of the world. With a companion strange fire and a companion medicinal spirit, you have the qualities of a flame emperor. Then your name should be just Yan. The holy body of Yin and Yang, the divine pupils of Yin and Yang, all things carry Yin and embrace Yang, this is the yin and yang universe, you are called Qiankuan. Qin Shimen. Qin Yan. Qin Qiankuan. Jing Yue, Sunyan Shuang, and Jiang Fangmu's eyes lit up after hearing this, and they all thought that the name Qin Xian gave was very good. Not only does it sound good, it also contains unique meanings and expectations. From this, it can be seen that Qin Xian puts thought into every child. This touched Jiang Fangmu, who had just joined the great cause of creating children. Her choice was indeed correct. After naming the 3 sons, Qin Xian also used the Eye of Delusion to check the talents of the 3 sons. The first one is the second in command of the Golden Legend, the monstrous genius Qin Shimen. Emperor's body, born an emperor, the possessor of this physique is born with the aura of an emperor in his body. Once he successfully ascends to the throne of the emperor, his physique will be completely awakened, and he will become the greatest emperor of all time. The stronger the country he rules, the stronger his emperor's body will be. Companion Dragon Spirit, the spirit of the real dragon that suppressed the supreme imperial dynasty in ancient times. It can provide warriors with dragon energy to protect their bodies and practice, and dragon power to suppress. If the owner is an emperor, he can use it to suppress the national pulse and enjoy eternal prosperity. After suppressing the national pulse, the dragon spirit can also be taken into the body and combined with the emperor's energy, bringing a huge improvement to the owner's talent, combat power, qualifications, etc. As expected, he is a demon-level genius. Whether it is the emperor's body or the dragon spirit, they are all extremely powerful talents. If one day, Shimen can really become the master of the imperial dynasty, even if he does not practice, the imperial dynasty's luck alone can push him to the pinnacle. After checking Qin Shimen's talent, Qin Xian couldn't help but sigh. A monstrous genius, he is 1 in a billion even in the entire Yulong domain. Even among the major holy forces, if a monstrous genius grows up, he will be enough to suppress a generation of strong men. When Shimen grows up, I will build a dynasty for him. Qin Xian couldn't help but think in his mind. Since his son is born to be an emperor, as a father, he naturally has to support him. When the time comes, we will first conquer a dynasty as a gift, and then we will talk about whether it can become an immortal dynasty in the future. After checking Qin Shimen's talent, Qin Xian turned his attention to the third brother Qin Yan. Companion Fire, Void-Devouring Flame, born in the void chaos, invisible and formless, can devour all the fires in the world to strengthen itself. Companion Medicine Spirit, the residual spirit of an ancient imperial pill. The owner is naturally proficient in pharmacology, has strong vitality, and has improved alchemy talent. It seems that the reason why Xiao Yanzi is regarded as a peerless genius is mainly due to the void-devouring flame. Qin Xian said after checking. Logically speaking, with only a companion strange fire and a companion medicinal spirit, Qin Yan is at most a top-level genius. However, because Qin Yan's companion strange fire is the void-devouring flame, which is considered to be among the best among the thousands of strange fires, it is able to break through the talent threshold of the peerless genius in one fell swoop. Moreover, the void-devouring flame can also devour other strange fires to strengthen itself. It is a growing strange fire. This shows that Qin Yan's talent may improve in the future, just like the nirvana of his mother Jing Yue. At the same time, the strange fire and the medicinal spirit complement each other, and Qin Yan will possess an extraordinary talent in alchemy that is difficult for ordinary people to match. Finally, Qin Xian also looked at the fourth son, Qin Qiankuan. Yin-Yang Holy Body, a physique that controls the 2 energies of Yin and Yang. The possessor can mobilize the 2 energies of Yin and Yang. Yin is extremely cold, and Yang is extremely hot. Yin and Yang are interdependent and can cover all things. The possessor of this physique has a very strong understanding. Yin-Yang divine pupils, one pupil is Yin, and one can see into the underworld, the other pupil is Yang, and one can see into the universe. The Yin-Yang Holy Body, at first glance, is a combination of the physiques of Qin Xian and Jiang Fangmu, a combination of excellent genes. The Yin and Yang energies are the basis of all things in the universe. Qin Qiankuan, who possesses the Yin-Yang Holy Body, may really be able to turn the universe upside down in the future. Plus a pair of divine eyes that can see through the Yin and Yang of heaven and earth, he definitely deserves the reputation of a peerless genius. After checking the specific talent introductions of his 3 sons, Qin Xian felt a little excited. Because next we have to see what kind of rewards the system gives this time. Ding! Congratulations to the host's second offspring for being rated as a demon genius. The system will issue a reward. The system issues rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 breakthrough cards, 5 enlightenment cards, 1 upgraded will card, 10 bottles of intermediate Yuanling pills, True Dragon Bloodline, Gangsha Demon Suppression Sword Formation, Sword Cultivation Technique, 7th Grade Gathering Spirit Formation, 2 Family Giants, 3 books of Wilderness Level Random Skills, and 5 books of Wilderness Level Random Martial Arts. Middle Grade Yuanling Pill, a pill for the powerful Marquis of the Shenzong realm to assist in their practice, 10 pills per bottle. True Dragon Bloodline, the bloodline of the divine beast True Dragon. After practicing, the physical strength of those who possess this bloodline can be comparable to that of a true dragon. Dragon energy will be generated in the body to help them practice and fight against enemies. They can practice dragon fighting skills and cultivate dragon magical powers and techniques. Gangsha Demon Suppressing Sword Formation. It uses 72 Earth-level top-grade spiritual weapons as the foundation of the earthly demons, 36 Heaven-level top-grade spiritual weapons as the spirit of the heavenly demons, and 1 Xian-level top-grade magic weapon as the heart of the sword formation. After it is in operation, it can cover an area of 100 miles. The foundation of the earthly demons can suppress and kill thousands of great masters, and the spirit of the heavenly demons can destroy and kill hundreds of powerful beings. The combination of Gangsha and the heart of the sword formation can kill even giants. Sword Cultivation Technique. The longer you cultivate your sword, the more powerful it will be. 7th Grade Spirit Gathering Array. After use, the speed of spiritual energy generation in a radius of 30 miles increases 5-fold, and the concentration of spiritual energy increases 3-fold. It can greatly increase the growth and maturity speed of some low-level spiritual plants, and can also cover up a small number of strange phenomena in the world. Listening to the introduction in the system prompt voice beside his ear, Qin Xian's heart seemed to be surging with waves, and a smile of great surprise appeared on his handsome face. True Dragon Bloodline. The evil sword array to suppress demons. The art of sword cultivation. The rewards for giving birth to a genius, each one is earth-shattering. True Dragon Bloodline is one of the most top-level bloodlines in the world. After possessing the blood of a true dragon, Qin Xian's physical strength will be greatly enhanced, and his talent will soar to several levels again. The Gangsha Demon Suppressing Sword Formation. 72 Earth-grade top-grade spiritual weapons, 36 Heaven-grade top-grade spiritual weapons, plus 1 Xian-grade top-grade magic weapon. Even the strong men in the Holy Land may not be able to afford such a luxurious sword formation. And there is the sword cultivating technique, which is the real killer move in the way of the sword. By relying on long-term sword training, one can eventually unleash a sword that is thousands of times stronger than one's own strength. As for the 7th Grade Spirit Gathering Array and the rewards for the family's giants and strong men, they are also extremely precious to the Qin family. After possessing the 7th Grade Spirit Gathering Array, the Qin family's spiritual energy is even richer than some small secret realms. After the 2 great giants return, the Qin family's high-end combat power will be enhanced again. Under the Marquis families, the Qin family will be the strongest family. After marveling at the generous rewards brought by the descendant of Qin Shimen, the genius and charismatic man, Qin Xian also began to receive the rewards brought to him by the descendants of Qin Yan and Qin Qianquan, 2 peerless geniuses. Ding! Congratulations to the host's 3rd offspring for being rated as a peerless genius. The system will issue a reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host's 4th offspring for being rated as a peerless genius. The system will issue a reward. The system issues rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 breakthrough cards, 5 epiphany cards, 10 bottles of lower-grade Yuanling pills, secret burning technique, heaven refining furnace, alchemy general principles, strange fire golden emperor burning heaven flame, a wilderness-level random technique, and 3 wilderness-level random martial arts. The system issues rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 breakthrough cards, 5 enlightenment cards, 10 bottles of low-grade Yuanling pills, Yin-Yang Liangi Formation, Yin-Yang Spirit Fruit Treasure Tree, 10 bottles of Yin-Yang God Deer Blood, Yin-Yang Spirit Field, 1 random wild level technique, and 3 random wild level martial arts. Low-grade Yuanling Pill, a pill for the great masters of the cave heaven realm to assist in their practice. 1 bottle contains 10 pills. Secret burning technique, a secret technique created by a powerful person in ancient times. After practicing, one can devour strange fire to improve realm and talent, and confuse strange fire to fight against enemies. Heavenly refining furnace, a divine iron furnace that contains the heavenly refining fire. It can be used to refine pills and forge weapons. Using this furnace will greatly increase the success rate. Alchemy General Principles. A powerful alchemist in ancient times compiled and summarized the Alchemy General Principles, which records thousands of recipes, hundreds of alchemy techniques, and the alchemist's unique alchemy skills. Gold Emperor Burning Heaven Flame, a strange fire controlled by a powerful man named Golden Emperor in ancient times. It contains the sharp edge of gold, which can shatter the earth, and the fire of burning the sky, which can burn the sky. The combination of the two has the power to burn the sky and split the earth. Yin-Yang Formation, a protective formation based on the Yin and Yang energies. It condenses the Yin and Yang formation and can block the attacks of giants and strong men. Yin-Yang Spiritual Field, it can produce Yin-Yang Qi to nourish spiritual plants, increase the maturity speed of spiritual plants, and increase the yield of spiritual plants. Yin-Yang Spiritual Fruit Treasure Tree, a heavenly spiritual plant that can produce Yin-Yang spiritual fruit when mature. Yin-Yang spiritual fruit contains Yin-Yang spiritual energy and can help warriors below the Tao Palace realm to break through the realm. Burning art. This familiar secret method, my son Qin Yan is indeed capable of becoming the Flame Emperor. Qin Yan's companion fire, Void Devouring Flame, already has the ability to devour other fires. Now coupled with this secret technique of burning, maybe Qin Yan will be able to earn the name of the Flame Emperor in the future. The Heaven Refining Furnace and the Alchemy Principles, the main functions of these two are alchemy and weapon forging. Now it can be given to the Qin family members who can make pills and forge weapons, and then taken back for personal use when Qin Yan grows up. As for the Golden Emperor's burning sky flame, this strange fire, like the void devouring flame, is also a powerful strange fire that ranks among the top among the thousands of strange fires. Qin Xian already possesses the body of the Sun God, and after refining this Golden Emperor's burning sky flame for his own use, the power of the Sun God combined with the strange fire will be increased by more than 100 times. And the rest are the system rewards for giving birth to Qin Qianquan. The Yin-Yang Formation, the Yin-Yang Spiritual Field, and the Yin-Yang Spiritual Fruit Tree are all used to enhance the strength and foundation of the Qin family. With these things, plus the previous 7th grade Spirit Gathering Formation, the Qin family's development speed will be raised to another level. The distance to the legendary immortal gods is getting closer and closer. In addition to these, the system actually rewarded 10 bottles of Yin-Yang deer blood, which surprised Qin Xian. It seems that even the system has already known the powerful effect of Yin-Yang deer blood. But you only rewarded me with 10 bottles this time. Do you want me to pierce the sky? After seeing the number behind the Yin-Yang divine deer blood, Qin Xian couldn't help but complain. You should know that before, Qin Xian had a bloody battle with the 3 heroes for a whole day and night after taking just 1 drop of the Yin-Yang divine deer's blood. He suddenly gave 10 bottles as a reward. Did he want Qin Xian to fight for a whole year? After checking all the rewards, Qin Xian also extracted all the wild level martial arts techniques. The results of the random extraction of wild level skills are: wild level top grade skills, 9 Suns divine art. Wild level mid grade skills, Flying Rainbow Mysterious Art. Wild level. The results of the random wild level martial arts are: wild level top grade swordsmanship, Zixiao swordsmanship. Wild level top grade knife skills, Zhanmo knife skills. Wild level top grade body skills, Tenglong body skills. Wild level middle grade boxing skills, Meteorite boxing. Wild level middle grade spear skills, Yinlong spear skills. Wild level. There are a total of 5 wild level skills and 11 wild level martial arts. Qin Xian selected the top grade wild level martial arts, 9 Yang divine art, the top grade wild level swordsmanship, purple sky sword technique, the middle grade wild level boxing, meteor fist, and the top grade wild level body movement, Tinglong body movement, these 3 martial arts techniques to practice. As for the remaining wild level martial arts, Qin Xian planned to leave them all to the Qin family members to practice in order to enhance the Qin family members' strength and combat effectiveness. However, the wild level martial arts techniques are practiced by giants and powerful men. Even if one is a genius with extraordinary comprehension, he must reach the level of a great master in the Tao Palace realm or a grand master in the Wheel Sea realm to practice. But now, the Qin family doesn't have many great masters in the Tao Palace realm, let alone grand masters in the Wheel Sea realm. Even if there are these wild-level martial arts techniques, it will probably take some time before the Qin family can use them. After choosing his martial arts technique, Qin Xian was ready to start improving it madly. However, when Qin Xian thought about the number of mirror-broken cards awarded this time, his brows couldn't help but frown slightly. The previous novice gift pack and the reward for giving birth to Qin Fusa both rewarded 10 broken mirror cards. But now the reward for these 3 sons is only 5 broken mirror cards. The number was cut in half. If this trend continues, then the next generation will only have 2 or 3 broken mirror cards, right? Thinking of this, Qin Xian could not help but say with enlightenment, more children means more blessings. Having more children means more upgrades. It seems that the great cause of creating human beings needs more Taoists to join. No wonder the system rewards 10 bottles of yin-yang deer blood, it makes sense. After realizing it, Qin Xian no longer worried about gains and losses, but used all 15 breakthrough cards to break through. Boom. As the sound of barriers being broken rang out in the room, Qin Xian's aura continued to increase and become stronger. After practicing dual cultivation with Jiang Fangmu 10 months ago, Qin Xian's realm was raised to the first level of the Wheel Sea realm. After 10 months of practice, Qin Xian broke through the 3rd level again and reached the 4th level of the Wheel Sea realm. Now, after consuming 15 realm-breaking cards, Qin Xian has made further progress. Not only did he become a powerful person in the Tao Palace realm, but he also became a peak powerful person at the 9th level of the Tao Palace realm. After breaking through the realm, Qin Xian first fused the true dragon bloodline and the Golden Emperor's burning sky flame. After the fusion, dragon roars suddenly resounded in Qin Xian's body, and strands of golden dragon energy flowed through his limbs and bones, finally attaching to every muscle. It made Qin Xian's body become extremely tough, and its strength was almost as strong as that of a heavenly-grade weapon, making it a human-shaped ferocious beast. At the same time, wisps of golden flames ignited from Qin Xian's body, emitting an extremely hot breath that seemed to be able to burn everything in the world. After fusing the 2 magical objects, Qin Xian was ready to use the Epiphany card to practice his skills and martial arts. 15 Epiphany cards can upgrade 3 wild-level martial arts to the perfect stage, and 1 wild-level martial arts to the great success stage. In this case, then we will improve the 3 martial arts techniques of 9 Sons Divine Art, Purple Sky Sword Technique, and Tinglong Body Technique to perfection, and then... Wait. I seem to have forgotten something very important. Thinking of this, Qin Xian took out a yellowed heavenly-level martial arts book, The Secret of Hawan Bliss, from his arms. Damn it, I almost forgot about this technique. This dual cultivation technique, The Secret of Hawan Bliss, was found by Qin Xian and Jing Yue in the scripture library of the Hawan Taoist sect after they destroyed the Hawan Taoist sect. Although this dual cultivation method is only a heavenly-level method, just based on the 2 sentences written in it, it can enhance the level of happiness in one's mood, and dual cultivation makes people happy. In Qin Xian's heart, its value has surpassed all the wild-level skills. Therefore, among the 3 books, 9 Yang Divine Art, Purple Sky Sword Technique, and Tinglong Body Technique, one is difficult to complete and can only be upgraded to the Great Success stage. As for the Meteor Fist, let's throw it into the Qin family's hidden power pavilion. The 9 Yang Divine Art is my main cultivation technique, which must be cultivated to perfection. This is the only way to ensure my cultivation speed and combat effectiveness. So I have to choose one from the Purple Sky Sword Technique and the Tinglong Body Technique. Then there is no need to hesitate. It is better to fight as soon as possible. If you can win, fight. If you can't win, die. Why are you running? As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Xian used up all 15 enlightenment cards. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the heavenly level technique, Hawan Jile Ju, that you practiced has been upgraded to the perfect stage. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the wild level technique, 9 Yang Divine Art, that you practiced has been upgraded to the perfect stage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading the wild level martial arts, Purple Sky Sword Technique, to the perfect stage. You have comprehended the sword technique's ultimate move, purple sky breaking the blue slash. Ding. Consume an epiphany card, and the wild level martial arts, Tinglong body skill, you practiced will be upgraded to the great success stage. After using up all the epiphany cards, Qin Xian felt that countless insights and familiarity suddenly emerged in his mind. No matter whether it was the techniques or martial arts, he was familiar with them all. The solar power in his body condensed into 9 small suns, hanging in his dantian, providing Qin Xian with a constant supply of power. Qin Xian felt that there was abundant spiritual power surging in his body. Both his endurance and reaction speed increased significantly, and his combat effectiveness increased by at least several times. After finishing all of this, it is finally time to improve my sword intent. This time, although only the genius Qin Shimen received a promotion card as a reward among his 3 sons, Qin Xian was very satisfied. After all, each level of artistic conception improvement is hundreds or thousands of times more difficult than the previous one. Many strong men may find it difficult to break through the first 3 levels in their entire lives, but Qin Xian is less than 20 years old and can break through to the 3rd level of sword intent. The 3rd level of sword intent is difficult to break through even for some powerful marquee-level warriors in the Shenzong realm. This is enough to prove how difficult and powerful it is to break through the 3rd level of artistic conception. Thinking of this, Qin Xian said with anticipation. System, use the Ascension card. Ding. The upgrade card was used successfully. Congratulations to the host, the sword power has been upgraded to the 3rd level. Buzz buzz buzz. As Qin Xian's sword intent rose to the 3rd level, it seemed as if countless sword sounds echoed between heaven and earth. A sharp and awe-inspiring aura burst out from Qin Xian's body. The aura rushed straight into the sky, cutting a gully in the clouds. The Qin family members in the Qin mansion felt even more panicked, as if a sharp sword was pressed against their chest. The Qin family members who were in charge of the weapons pavilion were so frightened when they saw the thousands of swords in the attic suddenly trembling that they screamed and ran out to look for the head of the family, Qinda. In several boudoirs near Qin Xian's room, Jing Yue suddenly opened her eyes full of shock and surprise. 3rd level sword intent. My husband has actually broken through to the 3rd level sword intent. As the Holy Maiden of Taishuan Holy Land, Jing Yue knows even better the horror of the 3rd level of sword intent. I didn't expect Qin Xian to be able to break through to the 3rd level of sword intent at such a young age. With such terrifying comprehension and talent, he is a rare genius even in the Taishuan Holy Land. I thought that with the Purple Phoenix Divine Body and after experiencing Nirvana, I could catch up with Qin Xian. But the result was that Qin Xian was pulling him further and further away. This made Jing Yue feel both happy and disappointed. The joy was due to Qin Xian's breakthrough, while the disappointment was due to the fear that she would not be qualified to fight alongside Qin Xian in the future. Thinking of this, Jing Yue devoted herself to cultivation again. As Qin Xian's wife, she couldn't fall too far behind. In the room, feeling the powerful sword intent hidden in his body, Qin Xian also revealed a surprised smile. 3 levels of sword intent. The 9th level of Dao Palace Realm. True Dragon Bloodline. Golden Emperor's Burning Sky Flame. The ultimate wild level martial arts and swordsmanship at the perfect stage. This improvement made Qin Xian seem to have been reborn. Both his realm and combat power were improved by thousands of times. If Qin Xian went to Hehuan Taoist sect again now, he could probably raise the entire Hehuan Taoist sect to the ground with just one sword. To truly shake Kunlun with one sword. After the crazy improvement, Qin Xian was in a good mood. He first ran to Jiang Fangmu's boudoir, then when it was evening, he went to Sun Yanchuang's room. Finally, early the next morning, he came to the room and saw Jing Yue still sleeping on the bed. Qin Xian woke her up directly and began to favor his wife. Just like that, after the battle was over, Jing Yue lay down beside Qin Xian, lazily stretching her seductive body, then looked at Qin Xian and said, "Husband, I should go back to the Holy Land." A few months ago, Jing Yue told Qin Xian about returning to Taishuan Holy Land. Jing Yue's realm today has broken through to the 1st level of Dao Palace Realm, and he has become a powerful and mighty being. Coupled with the Purple Phoenix Divine Body and the embryonic form of sword intent after Nirvana, his combat power is considered strong even among the powerful people in the Dao Palace Realm. The reason why Jingyue was able to be named the Holy Maiden of Taishuan Holy Land with the realm of a master of the divine martial realm was because. This is mainly because the powerful people in Taishuan Holy Land believe that Jingyue has great potential and will undergo a gorgeous transformation after experiencing nirvana. But now, Jingyue has completed her transformation. After returning to Taishuan Holy Land, she can forcefully suppress the disciples of the same generation and truly obtain the authority and power of the Taishuan Holy Lady. Moreover, after Jingyue returns this time, she will take revenge on her senior brothers and sisters who colluded with each other, and they are the villains who destroyed Jinyue's nirvana. One of her senior brothers and sisters wanted to forcefully penetrate her and take possession of her body. One wanted to destroy her nirvana in order to fight for the position of Taishuan Saint. This time when she returns to the Holy Land, she will make that treacherous couple pay with blood. Okay. Be sure to pay attention to safety when you return to the Holy Land. It's easy to block an open attack, but it's hard to guard against an arrow from the dark. Qin Xian instructed with some reluctance. In fact, Qin Xian wanted to go with Jingyue. After all, with Qin Xian's current realm and combat power, he was definitely one of the strongest even among the disciples of the Holy Land. However, Qin Xian is an outsider after all. If he rashly gets involved in the dispute among the disciples of the Holy Land, it will inevitably make things complicated. If at that time, another powerful marquis in the Holy Land were to be lured to the battlefield, even Qin Xian would not be absolutely sure of success. In addition to Jinyue's strong personality, Qin Xian had no choice but to let Jinyue go back alone. Don't worry, husband. After I have suppressed all those unconvinced disciples and completely controlled the authority and power of the saint's position, I will come back and take you and the sisters to Taishuan Holy Land. Jinyue also said to comfort Qin Xian. Okay. If you can't handle it, just send someone to call me and watch how your husband kills his way to the Holy Land with just one sword. Qin Xian also smiled when he heard this. Okay. My husband is the best. Seeing Qin Xian smile, Jingyue also praised him. Just like that, after spending a few more days with Jingyue, Jingyue also left the Qin mansion and returned to the Taishuan Holy Land. So, of the 3 heroes who fought against Lu Bu before, now there are only 2 women left. With one person missing, the 2 women felt that the burden on their shoulders was heavier. After all, Qin Xian's terrifying fighting power was difficult to resist even with 3 people, let alone the 2 of them. Just like that, a month after Jingyue left, both girls mastered the technique skillfully, hit the target, and became pregnant with their second child at the same time. Qinglong Dynasty, in the Imperial Palace. Brother Shiwu. Is there a genius named Qin in your dynasty who has already comprehended the second level of sword intent? A middle-aged man in a martial arts robe in the palace looked at the Azure Dragon King and said. This middle-aged man in martial arts robes is a core disciple in the Zhenwu Holy Land. The reason why the Azure Dragon King was able to secure an opportunity for the eldest Prince Shihao to join the Zhenwu Holy Land was because he made a deal with this core disciple using a large amount of resources. How did Brother Song know? Hearing this, King Qinglong suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart and asked hurriedly. Alas! I also heard this incident accidentally in the Holy Land. A deacon has learned about this Qin family prodigy from somewhere, and has now reported it to the elders, intending to take this Qin family prodigy into the Zhenwu Holy Land. After all, a warrior who can comprehend the second level of sword intent when he is a grandmaster in the divine martial realm is definitely a genius among geniuses. Even in the Zhenwu Holy Land, this is a once-in-a-lifetime talent. The Zhenwu Holy Land will naturally not let him go. The Zhenwu disciple named Song said. Then, will this have any impact on my son's assessment and his admission into the Zhenwu Holy Land? The Azure Dragon King pondered for a moment and then asked. If the Zhenwu Holy Land simply wanted to accept Qin Xian into the Holy Land, it would have no impact on the assessment of the eldest Prince Shihao. Presumably, this Zhenwu core disciple would not speak but sigh. If the elders really agree, I'm afraid Shihao's nephew's assessment will have to be postponed for a while. After all eyes will be on the Qin family's genius. Although Shihao's nephew is also very good, he is still a little inferior to that genius. The Zhenwu disciple named Song explained. How long will it be postponed? Asked the Azure Dragon King. I don't know about that. Maybe a few months, maybe a few years, or maybe never, said the Jinwu disciple named Song, waving his hand. Why is it so far away? When the Azure Dragon King heard this, his expression turned somewhat ugly. He is a peerless genius who was able to comprehend the second level of sword intent when he was a master of the divine martial realm. If he can really be admitted to the Jinwu Holy Land, the Holy Land will definitely allocate resources and power to him. By then, maybe even senior brother Xingzi's resources will be taken away by him. How can the Holy Land have the resources to train new disciples? At this point, the Jinwu disciple named Song stood up and walked to the side of the Azure Dragon King, patted the Azure Dragon King on the shoulder and said meaningfully, "Although I have a good relationship with senior brother Xingzi, I was able to secure an opportunity for nephew Shihao to take the test. But if the Qin family's genius really enrolls him in the Holy Land, then even senior brother Xingzi's own position will be threatened. How can he have the time to deal with these trivial matters? Alas, there is no way. After all, a peerless genius appeared in your dynasty. You can't let him disappear suddenly, right?" After the words fell, the Jinwu disciple named Song also looked at the Azure Dragon King deeply. Then he walked out of the palace, leaving only the Azure Dragon King with an increasingly gloomy expression. After the Jinwu disciple named Song left, King Qinglong pondered for a while in the palace. Finally, he made some kind of decision and sent someone to call the eldest Prince Shihao to his presence. "Follow me tomorrow to see the Spirit Dragon King and the Bright Dragon King." The Azure Dragon King looked at the eldest Prince Shihao and said with deep eyes, "Why does father want to meet the Spirit Dragon King and the Bright Dragon King?" The eldest Prince Shihao was puzzled when he heard this. Although there have been no large-scale wars between the three dynasties in recent years, the situation is not so bad that the three emperors can have dinner and chat together, right? Because I want to discuss with the second prince the matter of the three great dynasties working together to kill Qin Xian, the Qin family's genius. The three great dynasties, working together to kill Qin Xian. The eldest Prince Shihao was extremely shocked when he heard this. He didn't understand why King Qinglong wanted to join forces with the other two emperors to kill Qin Xian. Not to mention whether the other two emperors agree or not. Even if they agree, what are the chances of success? The destruction of the Huan Taoist sect is imminent. Why did father want to kill Qin Xian? The eldest Prince Shihao asked his doubts. Afterwards, King Azure Dragon told Shihao everything about the Jinwu Holy Land's plan to accept Qin Xian into the Holy Land, and that this would affect Shihao's participation in the assessment. Upon hearing this, the eldest Prince Shihao could not help but clench his fists, feeling unwilling. He was born with a companion spirit bone in his body, although it was not a very advanced and powerful talent. But it also makes his training speed and combat effectiveness stronger than those of warriors at the same level. It's just that the resources in the Qinglong dynasty are too scarce, which has resulted in him only being able to break through to the 7th level of the Weilxi realm, and he hasn't even reached the threshold of the Dao Palace realm. Therefore, joining the Jinwu Holy Land is not only the Azure Dragon King's expectation for him, but also his own dream of becoming stronger. And now, the dream is about to come true, but the Azure Dragon King tells him that the dream is not going to come true, but to be shattered. Anyone would feel unhappy about this. Father. Since Qin Xian has been noticed by the stewards of the Jinwu Holy Land, if we kill him rashly, will it displease the stewards of the Holy Land and make them angry with us? The eldest Prince Shihao was no fool and he immediately thought of the interests involved. Don't worry. The conversation between Song Tao and me clearly hinted to me that the true martial saint's son doesn't want Qin Xian to enter the Holy Land either. Compared to a deacon, the power of the true martial saint in the Holy Land is greater. And if we don't do it, there will be no hope for you to be accepted into the Jinwu Holy Land. But if we do it, there will be hope. Being able to ascend the throne of the Qinglong dynasty, it is natural that King Qinglong would not fail to understand some hints. What's more, Song Tao has already made it so clear. He was just about to point at the Azure Dragon King's nose and say, "Go kill Qin Xian, and I will let your son join the Jinwu Holy Land." The second oldest of the Linglong dynasty and the sixth oldest of the Minglong dynasty, like you, also used a lot of resources to get the chance to pass the assessment and join the Jinwu Holy Land. I guess Song Tao left just now to talk to the two people from the Linglong dynasty and the Minglong dynasty about this. As the confidant of the true martial saint, Song Tao will never allow a genius who may threaten the status of the true martial saint to enter the Holy Land. By then, Song Tao will give the hint first, and I will organize it tomorrow. This will surely succeed. Also, last month, a spy reported that Qin Xian's wife had left the Qin family for some unknown reason. Now, the only person the Qin family can afford is Qin Xian. Although Qin Xian has comprehended the second level of sword intent, his realm is at most the Grandmaster of the Wheel Sea realm. When the time comes, the ancestors of the three dynasties, as well as ourselves, will take action, and Qin Xian will surely die. The Azure Dragon King said in a cold voice. In the battle after the destruction of the Han family, whether it was with the leader of the Huan sect, Fei Qian, or when he destroyed the Huan Taoist sect and fought against the three great Dao Palace elders alone, it was all done by Jing Yue, and Qin Xian was just watching from the side. So except for Jing Yue and the other two girls, even Qin Peng and Qin De didn't know Qin Xian's current true realm, let alone the Qinglong royal family. The Azure Dragon King's impression of Qin Xian is still at the stage of the Grandmaster of the Divine Martial Realm after the destruction of the Han family. Even though more than a year had passed, no matter how extraordinary Qin Xian's talent was, the best he could do was to break through to the Grandmaster level of the Wheel Sea realm. As for the ancestors of the royal families of the three dynasties, although their lifespans were decaying, they could die if they made a move once. But they are all powerful warriors at the 5th or 6th level of Dao Palace realm. Together with the emperors of the three dynasties and other powerful men, there are more than 30 Dao Palace realm masters gathered together. Such a luxurious lineup is used to kill an early Grandmaster. Even if Qin Xian has the second level of sword intent, they are still sure of victory. Tomorrow, I, your son, will go with you, father. After hearing what the Azure Dragon King said, the eldest Prince Shihao revealed a hint of cruelty. Ruining someone's future is like killing their parents. Since you have a perfect chance of winning, why not give it a try? He didn't believe that the three major dynasties combined could not kill Qin Xian alone. Qin Feng City, Qin Mansion. Today, two heavyweights have returned to the Qin Mansion. One was a skinny man with a haggard face and a thin body like a sick ghost, but he was holding a pair of powerful magical weapons, the Urn Golden Hammers. One was a tall and strong man with tiger eyes, thick eyebrows, and also holding a powerful magic weapon, the Phoenix Wing Gilded Halberd. You are Qin Yuanba and Qin Qingdu. Looking at the two people in front of him with terrifying aura, Qin De couldn't help but swallow and asked. Ha! After the Three Kingdoms and the Ming Dynasty, it's time for the Sui and Tang dynasties. Qin Xian, who was standing next to Qin De, also complained in his heart. When he felt the powerful aura of these two people when he was practicing in the back garden just now, he had already guessed that the rewards from the system to two powerful family giants had arrived. But Qin Xian didn't quite understand why it took more than a month to arrive this time. What? As the head of the Qin family, you don't even dare to recognize your two uncles? Qin Yuanba said in a muffled voice. Qin Yuanba and Qin Qingdu are not only recorded in the family tree. In Qin Da's childhood memories, he did have an impression of these two uncles who traveled away. But he didn't expect that so many years had passed. Not only did these two uncles not die outside, they also returned to the family with extremely powerful cultivation. May I ask what realm you two are in now? Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Qin Yuanba and Qin Qingdu, Qin De couldn't help but ask. Ah, after traveling outside for so many years, I am now just a small cave realm. Not worth mentioning. Qin Qingdu said after hearing this. Dong Tian realm giant. When Qin De heard this, he felt a surge of hot blood rushing to his head. A giant in the cave heaven realm is a powerful person who is one realm higher than the great men in the Dao Palace realm. The word giant is enough to illustrate how powerful the warriors in the cave heaven realm are. Even in the Holy Land with countless powerful people, the giants in the cave heaven realm are qualified to become senior deacons. Outside the Holy Land, there are powerful giants in the cave heaven realm who can decide the rise and fall of a dynasty in the blink of an eye. And now, such a strongman has returned to the Qin family, which makes Qin De feel like he has won $1 billion jackpot. Thinking of this, Qin De felt a little resentful in his heart. Why can't these two uncles come back earlier? If they had returned 2 years earlier, the Qin family wouldn't have been almost wiped out by Jiang Yan and the other two small families who only had members at the spirit transformation realm. By the way, I also have some complaints about Qin Daorong and Qin Jinglong in my heart. If only they had come back a year earlier. I met Yuan Ba on the way back, and I couldn't help but have a competition, so it did take some time. Perhaps seeing the resentment in Qin Da's eyes, Qin Chengdu began to explain. Yes. Chengdu lost every competition, but he refused to accept the loss and fought many times outside before coming back. Qin Yuanba spoke frankly, while Qin Chengdu silently clenched the magic weapon, the phoenix wing gilded halberd, in his hand. It's normal for you to be dissatisfied. It's your destiny that one of you will be killed. However, Qin Chengdu is still alive after so many competitions, which can be considered a blessing. Hearing this, Qin Xian couldn't help but complain in his heart again, and at the same time he understood why it took more than a month for the money to arrive for them. Is this child also from my Qin family? Perhaps wanting to divert the embarrassment, Qin Chengdu looked at Qin Xian and asked. At the same time, Qin Yuanba also looked at Qin Xian. He could actually feel an extremely sharp aura from Qin Xian's body. This aura actually made him feel threatened. That's right. This kid. Young Master Qin Xian is the strongest person in my Qin family now. He saved the Qin family from destruction 2 years ago. He is the benefactor of all Qin family members. Upon hearing this, Qin Da began to introduce. Due to Qin Xian's special status and his unwillingness to be the head of the Qin family, all members of the Qin family respectfully call Qin Xian young Master Qin Xian. Moreover, compared to the two uncles who had not returned home for a long time, Qin Da had more affection for Qin Xian, and his tone was full of respect. Master Qin Xian. How can you, the head of the Qin family, call a descendant of the Qin family, master? Qin Chengdu frowned when he heard this. After hearing this, Qin Da first glanced at Qin Xian. After seeing that Qin Xian was not angry, he was ready to explain to Qin Yuanba and Qin Chengdu. However, at this moment, a huge roar suddenly came from outside the Qingfeng city gate, like a thunder explosion. Qin Xian, Qin Yuanba, and Qin Chengdu frowned instantly. After the violent roar outside Qingfeng city resounded. The figures of Qin Xian, Qin Yuanba, and Qin Chengdu disappeared in an instant and then appeared on the city wall of Qingfeng city. Qin Xian stood on the city wall and saw that outside Qingfeng city was a densely packed army of armored soldiers. Looking around, there were actually 200,000 people, including tens of thousands of low-level warriors. Moreover, the 200,000-strong army was formed into a military formation, with giant siege crossbows, fire spirit catapults and other siege equipment in the rear. The loud noise just now was caused by a fire spirit stone thrown from the army. Not only did it blow up the gate of Qingfeng city, but it also killed all the Qin family guards at the gate. Staring at the pools of blood at the city gate, Qin Xian couldn't help but feel a cold murderous intent rising in his heart. Today, Qingfeng city has completely become the base camp of the Qin family, and the guards at the city gates are naturally also members of the Qin family. And now, there is an army that dares to march to the city, bombard the Qin family's city gate, and kill the Qin family's people. How could Qin Xian not be angry? Not only was Qin Xian angry, but Qin Yuanba, who was standing by, was so angry that he wanted to pick up the pair of golden hammers and smash the entire army into meat paste on the spot. After all, in the eyes of the giants in the cave heaven realm, let alone an army composed of 200,000 low-level warriors in the body-tempering realm and blood-moving realm. Even if there are 1 million of them, it's only a matter of time before they start killing each other. Calm down and stay on the city wall. Just as Qin Yuanba was about to step over, a slender hand pressed down on his shoulder. Hearing this, Qin Yuanba, who had a hot temper, was about to lose his temper on the spot. However, when he turned around and saw the murderous eyes of the young man in white behind him, a sense of crisis suddenly arose in his heart. The young man in white in front of him was like the sharpest sword in the world. Even though he was a giant in the cave heaven realm, he seemed unable to withstand the sharpness of this sword. At this moment, the usually unruly Qin Yuanba actually followed Qin Xian's instructions, restrained his breath, and was no longer manic. Seeing this scene, Qin Xian nodded, then took a step forward and appeared in front of the 200,000-strong army. Outside the empty city, the solemn atmosphere blended into the strong wind, making people feel lonely. Qin Xian stood in the void, looking behind the 200,000-strong army with sharp eyes. You even dared to bombard the gate of my Qin family, but you still don't dare to come out to see me. Boom. 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 As Qin Xian finished speaking, 25 powerful auras rose into the sky from the rear of the army and swept around. Led by Ling Long Wang and Ming Long Wang, 2 emperors of the 3rd level of Dao Palace Realm, a total of 25 Dao Palace Realm masters from the 2 royal families gathered here. Today, the 2 dynasties formed an alliance to attack the Qinglong dynasty. People of Qingfeng City, you all have 1/4 of an hour to get out of the city, or you will be buried here along with the city. The Spirit Dragon King held a heavenly-grade spiritual spear in his hand and pointed directly at Qin Xian. The 2 dynasties formed an alliance to attack the Qinglong dynasty and entered the country from Qingfeng City, a city located at the junction of 3 kingdoms. Qin Xian, the prodigy of the Qin family in Qingfeng City, died at the hands of the strong men of the 2 dynasties because he tried to stop the conquest of the 2 dynasties. There is nothing wrong with it, both emotionally and logically. Even if the deacons of the Zhenwu Holy Land really wanted to vent their anger on them, they would have a reason to prevaricate, saying that it was Qin Xian who started it first. It can also give the Zhenwu Saint some space to operate, which is much better than directly killing Qin Xian. When Qin Xian heard this, he had some enlightenment in his mind. It seems that these 2 dynasties are really coming for him, or for the Qin family. Otherwise, if they really wanted to conquer the Qinglong dynasty, they would definitely bypass Qingfeng City. After all, the Qin family's powerful strength has spread to nearby dynasties and sects. If the real target of the 2 dynasties was really the Qinglong dynasty, they would never provoke the Qin family first. Wouldn't it be better to just go around and attack Qinglong Imperial City? So it is clear at a glance that the target of the 2 dynasties this time is definitely the Qin family. Have the 2 dynasties gone crazy? They are actually confronting the Qin family. That's right. The Huan Dao sect was destroyed not long ago. Don't the 2 great dynasties know about it? I heard that Qin Xian's wife seemed to have left the Qin family a month ago. Could it be that the 2 dynasties wanted to destroy the Qin family directly when his wife was not around? It's possible. But why? Coveting the Qin family's resources. Afraid that the Qin family will help the Qinglong dynasty conquer them after their rise? Or do you think Qin Xian deserves to die for having 3 stunning beauties? When the roar and powerful momentum erupted outside Qingfeng City, some powerful people in the surrounding area were attracted and watched from a distance. Seeing that the 2 dynasties were approaching Qingfeng City, they were filled with shock. Why don't you get out of the city? It seems that the people of Qingfeng City are determined to resist our conquest for the Qinglong dynasty. Seeing Qin Xian's calm expression, the Spirit Dragon King spoke again. After hearing this, he looked at the powerful royal Taoist palace masters behind Ling Long King and Ming Long King, who were full of energy and ready to take action. Qin Xian couldn't help but sigh. Isn't it good to live a good life? Why do you have to seek death? Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd was filled with excitement, and the onlookers were also agitated. Is Qin Xian really confident, or is he just pretending? Yes. His goddess-like beautiful wife has already left. Can he, by himself, resist so many Dao Palace Realm masters from the 2 great dynasties? TSK. You're as beautiful as a goddess. Brother, you seem to have the best relationship with Chao thieves. Hey. Don't tell me, I'm already prepared. If Qin Xian is defeated, I will rush into the Qin mansion and carry away his 2 concubines. Show. Keep your voice down. If Qin Xian really wins later, you'll be in big trouble. There are 25 Dao Palace Realm Masters, including the 5th and 6th level Dao Palace Realm Masters from the 2 royal families. How can Qin Xian win by himself? After hearing Qin Xian's words, the onlookers also talked about it, but most of them were pessimistic about Qin Xian. After all, the 2 dynasties have brought out all their strengths this time, even the royal ancestors who have kept their secrets as a deterrent have come out. It is obvious that they are going to kill Qin Xian with a thunderous force. The 2 great dynasties invaded my territory. Are they thinking that I, the Azure Dragon King, don't exist? As soon as Qin Xian finished speaking, another voice came from behind him. In the direction of Qinglong Imperial City, 12 powerful figures appeared in the air. Leading the group was none other than the emperor of the Qinglong dynasty, the Qinglong king. However, although King Qinglong said that the two dynasties had invaded their territory, he did not come over to stand with Qin Xian. Instead, they stood separately in the rear with the ancestors of the Qinglong royal family, blocking Qin Xian's retreat. They even formed a siege with the strong men from the two dynasties, surrounding Qin Xian tightly. Seeing this scene, Qin Xian couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly, but an extremely cold smile appeared on his handsome face. It seems that there are more people seeking death. What is the Azure Dragon King going to do? As the emperor of the Azure Dragon dynasty, he is standing behind Qin Xian. What is he thinking? Stupid. Can't you see it when the situation is so clear? What two dynasties are conquering the Qinglong dynasty? This is a trap set by the three dynasties. The purpose is to kill Qin Xian and destroy the Qin family. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. This Qin Xian actually attracted the three great dynasties to join forces to kill him. It seems that being too talented is not a good thing. Seeing that the Azure Dragon King had joined forces with the two dynasties to encircle Qin Xian, the onlookers began to discuss the matter, and one smart person even revealed the secret. Humph. So many people from the three great dynasties teamed up to bully the younger generation of our Qin family. Do they really think that the elders of the Qin family are all dead? On the city wall, Qin Chengdu said angrily. Just as he was about to kill all the people from the three dynasties with the phoenix wing gilded spear in his hand, a hand beside him pushed him down. Yuanba, what are you doing? Qin Chengdu asked in confusion when he saw this. Don't worry. This Qin Xian is not that simple. Not to mention these ugly guys, even if the two of us take action, I'm afraid we may not be able to kill him. Thinking of the sense of crisis that Qin Xian had just brought him, Qin Yuanba couldn't help but speak in a low voice. Really? Are you kidding me? Qin Chengdu was a little skeptical when he heard this. But when he saw Qin Yuanba's serious and ferocious eyes, he stopped talking. He knew Qin Yuanba's character. He was unruly and violent by nature. He would not submit to anyone and wanted to swing a hammer. Therefore, Qin Xian must be no simple man to have made Qin Yuanba say this. Thinking of this, Qin Chengdu stood on the city wall, silently looking at the white figure standing in the void, wondering what was so special about it. Boom. Let's do it. We've been acting for so long, it's time to end it. Behind the Spirit Dragon King, an old ancestor of the royal family could no longer hold back and burst out with all his might. The long sword in his hand condensed a huge sword energy, and the awe-inspiring momentum swept through the void, rushing towards Qin Xian. Seeing this ancestor taking action, the strong men from the Qinglong dynasty and Minglong dynasty all exerted their full strength. Various powerful martial arts were displayed one after another, sword and knife energy tore through the air, and endless waves of spiritual power carried the intent of killing, heading towards Qin Xian to annihilate him. What a terrifying force! More than 30 Dao Palace Realm Masters attacking together, it is simply a force that can destroy the heavens and the earth. Is this the foundation that allowed the three dynasties to stand firm? No wonder the powerful sects around them dare not provoke the three dynasties. It turns out that the foundation of the three dynasties is so terrifying. Alas. It seems that Qin Xian is in great danger this time. Why are you sighing? I'm ready to rush into the Qin residence to snatch the goddess. Is your surname really Chao? Feeling the terrifying power of the strong men from the three dynasties attacking together, the onlookers were all extremely shocked. More than 30 Dao Palace Realm powerful men attacked together, just to kill a young man who was not even 20 years old. This made the onlookers shocked and deeply moved. Yuan Ba, do we really not need to take action? Looking at Qin Xian who was surrounded and attacked by people from the three dynasties, Qin Chengdu couldn't help but ask again. Need not. Qin Yuanba said this in a decisive tone. At the same time, he was staring at the white figure in the void, wanting to see how Qin Xian would resolve it. However, in Qin Yuanba's field of vision, he saw Qin Xian suddenly put his fingers together to form a sword and placed it across his chest. Gangsha Demon Suppressing Sword Formation, destroy. As a cold voice filled with murderous intent rang out, sword energy suddenly appeared between heaven and earth, and spiritual energy also began to surge. Above the earth, 72 earth-grade top-grade spiritual swords broke out of the ground and pierced straight into the ground. The sword energy stirred the earth, generating waves of evil sword energy that were shocking and froze and blocked the ground. In the void, 36 heavenly-grade top-grade spiritual swords broke through the air and stood in a row in the void. An extremely sharp Tiangang sword energy burst out, piercing through the void and shaking the heaven and earth. In front of Qin Xian, there was a long sword emitting a monstrous bloody light floating in the air. The words Zhenma were engraved on it, and an extremely powerful killing sword energy burst out. Moreover, with the demon-suppressing sword as the center, the 108 spiritual swords all burst out with strong sword energy, forming continuous waves of sword energy. At this moment, the strong men from the three dynasties were all enveloped by the sword formation that suddenly appeared. The martial arts they displayed were instantly annihilated by the terrifying wave of sword energy in the sword formation. Feeling those terrifying waves of sword energy, the strong men from the three dynasties suddenly showed expressions of horror. Seeing this scene, everyone present was shocked. Spiritual weapons. Spiritual weapons. They are all spiritual weapons. Who can tell me why Qin Xian has so many spiritual weapons? And the lowest grade ones are all earth-grade spiritual weapons. And a small half of them are heaven-grade spiritual weapons. How can he be so rich? Oh my God. The value of these spiritual weapons alone is enough to buy out the three great dynasties. The value of a top-grade heavenly spiritual weapon is even higher than that of some mid- to low-grade yellow-grade magical weapons. Even if the three great dynasties were emptied, they still couldn't gather 10 swords. And now, there are 36 swords surrounded in the void. Even the three emperors of the three dynasties do not have such a wealthy fortune. You are a bunch of country bumpkins. What's the use of a spiritual weapon? Look at the blood-red sword in front of Qin Xian. That is the most precious treasure. Based on my 30 years of experience in tomb robbing and treasure hunting, that blood-colored sword is at least a mysterious level magical weapon. As soon as these words were spoken, they caused an uproar. Mysterious level magic weapon. The one that corresponds to it is a powerful person at the level of a marquis. That's right. Even if it's not a marquis-level strongman, it must be a magical weapon that only a very wealthy giant can afford to use. This Qin Xian not only has so many beautiful wives and concubines, but he is also so rich. Damn it. Damn it. Why am I not Qin Xian? As the Gongsha demon-suppressing sword formation appeared, the onlookers' eyes suddenly turned red, and they all felt hatred towards the rich. They originally thought that although Qin Xian had extraordinary talent, he came from a small family after all, and was relatively short of resources and weapons. Unexpectedly, Qin Xian suddenly took out this powerful and extremely luxurious sword formation. It's like saying to them in person, I won't pretend anymore, I'm going to reveal my cards, I'm a billionaire. Having a beautiful wife and concubines and stepping on hundreds of spiritual weapons and magical instruments, who wouldn't be jealous? Even Qin Yuanba and Qin Qingdu on the city wall were silently hiding their Wing Jinchue and Jinchi gilded drill behind them. They are two genuine powerful giants in the cave heaven realm, but the weapons in their hands are just yellow-level magic weapons. As a result, a younger generation of the Qin family was using a top-grade Xian-level magical weapon. How embarrassing it was for them. However, the shock of the crowd was not over yet. Suddenly, a terrifying aura that shocked all living things erupted from the sword formation. The power of a sword formation composed of such a luxurious lineup should not be underestimated. As the terrifying aura emanated from the sword formation, all the onlookers felt their hair stand on end. It was as if a long sword was placed across the neck, with the terror between life and death. Even Qin Yuanba and Qin Qingdu on the city wall suddenly looked towards the sword formation. From the sword formation, they actually felt a dangerous aura that could threaten their lives. Could it be possible that this sword formation can actually kill giants? Qin Qingdu couldn't help swallowing and said. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuanba turned around and nodded carefully at Qin Qingdu. Is he really a descendant of my Qin family? When did the Qin family have such a monster? After getting Qin Yuanba's affirmation, Qin Qingdu couldn't help but curse. This descendant of the Qin family, Ah no, the young master of the Qin family. What a fucking evil nature. Compared to the onlookers and Qin Yuanba and the other person, the strong men from the three dynasties in the sword formation could more intuitively feel the terrifying aura emanating from this sword formation. At this moment, their bodies are shaking with fear. Some powerful royals who were at the first or second level of Dao Palace realm were directly suppressed and fell to their knees, without any trace of the might of the Dao Palace realm masters. King Qinglong felt extremely regretful at this moment. He raised his head and wanted to say something to Qin Xian. But when he looked up, he saw Qin Xian's cold and murderous eyes, which made fear spread in his heart and he could no longer speak. Qin Xian, standing in the center of the sword formation, also looked coldly at the strong men from the three dynasties. It seems that he is usually too kind. When he destroyed the Jiang and Yan families, he did not shake the eggs to separate the yolks. When he destroyed the Han family, he did not pull the earthworms out of the soil and chop them vertically. When he destroyed the Hawan Taoist sect, he let so many disciples go. As a result, outsiders believed that Qin Xian was a weak and vulnerable person who could be bullied by anyone. So today, he will let the outside world see whether he, Qin Xian, is a good person. Gangsha demon-suppressing sword formation, kill. As the cold voice fell, countless sword lights suddenly rose up from the sword formation and attacked from all directions. The demon-suppressing sword in the center burst out with sword intent that was powerful enough to cut through the sky, sweeping towards the surroundings. Ah! Spare me. I don't want to die yet. Help! Help! Countless sharp sword lights pierced through the bodies of the strong men from the three dynasties. The sword intent burst out from the demon-suppressing sword directly cut all the strong men of the three dynasties into two. In the sword formation, clouds of blood mist were floating, making the onlookers tremble with fear. Those balls of blood mist were all powerful men from the Dao Palace realm. However, looking at the blood mist in the sword formation, the murderous intent in Qin Xian's eyes still did not fade. He said that he would let the outside world see today whether he, Qin Xian, was a good person. Therefore, just the death of these few people is not enough, far from enough. Qin Xian pointed his finger forward, and the range of the Gangsha demon-suppressing sword formation expanded, covering the entire 200,000 strong army. If you kill 10 of my Qin family's guards, I will kill 100,000 of your soldiers. Boom. In the Gangsha demon-suppressing sword formation, Qin Xian's words seemed to come true. As the words fell, countless sword lights once again crossed the sky and the earth. It transformed into a surging wave of sharp sword energy, submerging the 200,000 strong army. Ah! As countless screams rang out, the ground instantly turned into a river of blood, like a Shura field, with corpses everywhere and blood flowing everywhere. In less than a quarter of an hour, the 100,000 strong army was completely slaughtered by the sword formation. In the sword formation, the remaining 100,000 soldiers looked at the piles of minced meat beside them and sat on the ground in despair. His eyes were dull and lifeless, as if he was frightened out of his wits. The onlookers were even more silent, not daring to breathe. They thought Qin Xian was handsome and sunny, and his character would not be too cruel. As it turns out today, this is no longer just a matter of cruelty, it is already extremely brutal and cruel. One man slaughtered an army of 100,000 without batting an eye. This is simply the devil. Even Qin Yuanba and Qin Qingdu, two powerful giants, were shocked by the white figure standing in the void. Compared to this descendant of the Qin family. Young master of the Qin family, your personality doesn't seem to be too violent. Qin Qingdu looked at Qin Yuanba, swallowed his saliva again and said. Qin Yuanba nodded quickly upon hearing this. After slaughtering an army of 100,000, Qin Xian looked towards a mountain next to him with clear eyes. Then he grasped the demon-suppressing sword in front of him and slashed towards the mountain. Boom. The huge and sharp sword light slashed on the mountain peak, and the mountain exploded in an instant, and the entire mountain collapsed due to the sword. Puff. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, a figure in a black robe flew out spitting blood. The figure had a look of horror, and before the blood in his mouth had even finished spitting out, he used his skills to escape. However, Qin Xian was one step faster and displayed the Tinglong body technique. His body moved like a soaring dragon and instantly moved in front of the men in black robe. With a punch, Qin Xian directly knocked the men in black robe onto the wall of Qingfeng City, in front of Qin Yuanba and Qin Qingdu. Seeing this, Qin Qingdu stepped on the men in black robe and reached out to take off the mask on his face. Song Tao. Why is it you? Qin Qingdu frowned slightly and said. Who is he? At this time, Qin Xian also returned to the city wall, looked at Qin Qingdu and asked. His name is Song Tao. He is a core disciple of the Zhenwu Holy Land and a close senior brother of the Zhenwu Saint. Seeing Qin Xian asking the question, Qin Qingdu quickly replied. As a powerful giant in the Yulong domain, Qin Qingdu still had some impression of this trusted and lackey of the Zhenwu Saint. Zhenwu Holy Land. Qin Xian also frowned when he heard this. He knew that the Zhenwu Holy Land was the Holy Land force in this area. But he had never had any contact with the Zhenwu Holy Land. Why would the disciples of the Zhenwu Holy Land use secret techniques to hide there and observe the battlefield furtively? If he hadn't used the Eye of Illusion, it would have been difficult to discover Song Tao. Detain him first, and torture him when we have free time. Qin Xian didn't have the time to deal with him now, so he asked Qin Qingdu to detain him first and interrogate him when he was free. After slaughtering all the royal powerhouses of the three dynasties and 100,000 troops, Qin Xian also stood on the city wall. Looking out at the territories of the Linglong dynasty and the Minglong dynasty, his eyes were deep. Uncle Da. Hey. I'm here. Following Qin Xian's shout, Qin Da also walked slowly over, holding the handrails of the city wall steps, his body a little limp. But this cannot be blamed on Qin Da. Although as the head of the family, Qin Da has priority in obtaining many cultivation resources. But due to his limited talent, after so much time, Qin Da has only just broken through to the Grandmaster level of the Divine Martial Realm. However, just as he rushed to the city gate from Qin Mansion, he saw Qin Xian slaughtering 100,000 troops with a flip of his hand. There are even dozens of Grandmasters in that army who are much more powerful than him. He saw a Grandmaster who was stronger than himself being beaten to pieces like an ant by Qin Xian, with blood splattering into the air and his body torn into pieces. How could Qin Da not be afraid? Uncle Da, have you ever heard of kings, princes, generals and ministers? Are they of the same species? Qin Xian said as he looked out over the territories of the two dynasties. Ah. What do you mean by Ning Yuzhong? Qin Da was a little confused when he heard this. Just when he wanted to think carefully about what this sentence meant. Qin Xian, who was standing in front, suddenly turned his head, a smile appeared on his handsome face, and he stared at Qin Da and said. Uncle Da, I want you to be the regent of the Qin dynasty. Ah. What? The Qin dynasty? I want you to be the regent. After Qin Xian said this, Qin Da's CPU almost burned out. He understood the meaning of the nouns in this sentence, but he didn't understand them when they were put together. Where is the Qin dynasty? How can he be the regent? Also, why should he be the regent? The Qinglong dynasty, the Linglong dynasty, and the Minglong dynasty, all the powerful royal families of the three dynasties have been annihilated. Although there are still some forces in each dynasty that are eyeing them covetously, as long as you, Uncle Da, take these two uncles Qin Yuanba and Qin Qingdu with you, you can put down all the rebellions. After pacifying these forces, we will establish the great Qin dynasty based on the territories of the three dynasties, with Qingfeng City, located in the center of the three dynasties, as the imperial capital. However, the emperor of the great Qin dynasty is still young, so Uncle Da will have to serve as the regent for a few years. When Shimin grows up, I will hand over the great Qin dynasty to him. Uncle Da, what do you think? After he finished speaking, Qin Xian looked at Qin Da, who had a dazed look on his face, and asked. After hearing Qin Xian's words, Qin Da also understood what Qin Xian meant. Master Qin Xian, are you sure you want me to be the regent? I can manage the Qin family, but I really don't know how to manage a dynasty. Qin Da said hesitantly after hearing this. 2.5 years ago, he was just the head of a small family in Qingfeng City. In just 2.5 years, he became the regent of a large dynasty in charge of the territories of three major dynasties. Qin Da felt it was unreal that his status and position improved so quickly. It can be said that in the past 2.5 years, there have been two major improvements in the Qin family. One is that Qin Xian's strength increased the fastest, and the other is that Qin Da's status increased the highest. The current status is something Qin Da would never have dared to dream of before. It's okay. There were so many officials before the three dynasties. Just order them to do things. Uncle Da is only responsible for watching over them. As for the Qin family's strong men, you can also mobilize them at will, Uncle Da, especially Uncle Yuanba and Uncle Chengdu. I believe that with the assistance of the two uncles, it should not be difficult to control a dynasty, right, two uncles. Qin Xian looked at Qin Yuanba and Qin Chengdu and spoke in a flat tone. Master Qin Xian, rest assured. With the two of us here, we are enough to suppress all the villains. Looking at Qin Xian's deep eyes, Qin Chengdu hurriedly agreed. Qin Da, who was standing by, looked at Qin Chengdu in great surprise after hearing this. What? Did he hear that correctly? Why does uncle from Chengdu call Qin Xian young master? Didn't you say before that as the dignified head of the Qin family, how could you call a junior of the Qin family young master? Now I am quite proficient in calling it. That's good. As for the surrounding sects, we can swallow them up if necessary. I promised Shimon that I would give him an imperial-level country as a gift when the time comes. Clear. After giving all the instructions, Qin Xian nodded with satisfaction and then returned to the Qin mansion. With the assistance of these two giants, Qin Yuanba and Qin Chengdu, as long as the Holy Land-level forces do not take action, they will be able to suppress everything. After Qin Xian returned to the Qin mansion, Qin Da also started to take Qin Yuanba and Qin Chengdu with him. First, the forces of the three dynasties were cleared out and a unified will was established, which was the will of the Qin family. Afterwards, the great Qin dynasty was established with the territories of the three dynasties as its territory and Qingfeng City as the imperial capital. And after the establishment of the great Qin dynasty, Qin Yuanba and Qin Chengdu cleaned out all the powerful sects in the surrounding areas. Not only did they move back a large amount of resources, but they also expanded the territory of the Qin dynasty a lot, which also made the regent Qin Da very satisfied. In this way, as time passed, the development of the Qin family and the Qin dynasty once again entered a period of rapid development. After all, now that they have the resources from the territories of the three dynasties, the Qin family no longer has to worry about resources and can just focus on improving themselves. After the establishment of the great Qin dynasty, Qin Xian's name became even more famous. After all, there were quite a few people watching that day, and they still remember the luxurious and terrifying sword formation that Qin Xian mastered. There is also the brutal scene where Qin Xian slaughters an army of 100,000 alone. Once the news spread, some powerful sects moved away from the Qin dynasty without even Qin Yuanba and Qin Chengdu paying a visit. After all, the Qin Xian in the rumors was like a demon king, and they were afraid that the sword formation would descend and cover the sky above their sect one day. As Qin Xian's reputation became more and more awe-inspiring, even some disciples in the Zhenwu Holy Land had heard of Qin Xian's name. A powerful deacon of the Zhenwu Holy Land was running among the elders at an increasingly high frequency. Until one day, he finally got the approval of the elders to accept Qin Xian as a disciple of the Holy Land. And he directly gave Qin Xian the status of a core disciple, giving him the right to compete for the position of Holy Son. After obtaining approval, the deacon also rushed to the Qin family, ready to recruit Qin Xian, the peerless genius. Qingfeng City, Qin Mansion. Today, the Qin Mansion is considered a holy place for Qingfeng City and even the entire Qin dynasty. A large amount of resources are transported to the Qin Mansion every day, and with the coverage of the Spirit Gathering Array, the spiritual energy in the Qin Mansion is much richer than that of the outside world. Of course, the most important reason is that the legendary genius who actually controls the Qin dynasty lives here. In the back garden of the Qin Mansion, as the sun rose, the popping sounds in the room gradually subsided. The door opened, Qin Xian went out into the sunshine, and stretched lazily in the courtyard. After Jing Yue left, only Su Nianshuang and Jiang Fangmu were left. Although the two of them were at a high level, they still found it difficult to resist Qin Xian's beast-like fighting power. He could still handle it at the beginning, but later, as Qin Xian's realm improved, the immortal kidney became more and more powerful. Even though the two women used all kinds of martial arts, they still couldn't satisfy Qin Xian, and were always killed and fled by Qin Xian. After a while, when Nian Shuang and Fang Mu have children, it will be time to take in another concubine. Qin Xian squinted his eyes, looked at the sun and talked to himself. With Qin Xian's current status and position, it is naturally not difficult for him to take a concubine. But the difficult part is to find a concubine who is top-notch in terms of realm, talent, appearance, and figure. After all, the determination of system rewards depends on the talent rating of the offspring. If Qin Xian gave birth to offspring with poor talents, even if there were rewards, they would definitely be very little and of low level. It would be better for him to practice on his own. After all, it would take at least 10 months for a wife or concubine to give birth to a child. It's totally useless, and the benefits are not as great as if he found a secret place to search for treasures. Therefore, only by taking the high-end route and creating babies with high-quality women like these 3 girls who have top-notch looks and talents can you maximize the benefits and pleasure. Thinking of this, Qin Xian decided to wait until Sun Yanshuang and Jiang Fangmu had children. So he went out of the Qin dynasty to find a suitable concubine to help him achieve his goal of having a baby. After setting the goal, Qin Xian prepared to return to his room to practice. However, at this moment, Qin Yuanba suddenly came in from outside, found Qin Xian and said, "Master Qin Xian, there is a steward from the Zhenwu Holy Land looking for you outside." "The steward from the Zhenwu Holy Land is looking for me. What do you want from me?" "Wait a minute. I remember that there was a disciple of the Zhenwu Holy Land named Song Tao who had been imprisoned in the dungeon of the great Qin dynasty. Could this deacon from the Zhenwu Holy Land be here to look for him?" When Qin Xian heard this, he was a little confused at first, and then he suddenly remembered Song Tao. Because he was busy before, he sealed Song Tao's cultivation and locked him up in the newly built dungeon of the Qin dynasty. As a result, he was so busy that he forgot about it. If the deacon of the Zhenwu Holy Land had not come today, Song Tao would have been locked up to death. Now that you mention it, it seems like there is such a person. Qin Yuanba touched his head. After hearing what Qin Xian said, he seemed to remember it. "Let's go and meet the deacon of the Zhenwu Holy Land first. I also want to know why the disciples of Zhenwu Holy Land hid there and observed us furtively," Qin Xian said after hearing this. Afterwards, Qin Yuanba brought in the Zhenwu deacon. Qin Xian also saw this Zhenwu deacon in the hall. He was wearing a martial robe and had a head full of white hair tied up. Although his face looked old, his aura was still as sharp and awe-inspiring as a sword. "This must be Brother Qin Xian. I am Hai Boyan, the senior deacon of the Zhenwu Holy Land," Hai Bonan said with his eyes lighting up when he saw Qin Xian coming in. "That's right. I am Qin Xian. I wonder why Deacon Hai came to see me this time." Qin Xian spoke straight to the point. Seeing Qin Xian being so direct, Hai Bonan no longer hesitated. Instead, he directly said that he came here to accept Qin Xian into the Zhenwu Holy Land, and directly give Qin Xian the status of a core disciple, as well as the qualification to compete for the position of the Son of God. "I've heard that Zhenwu Holy Land is full of powerful people and geniuses. Deacon Hai doesn't need to come all the way to accept a child of my small family into the Holy Land, right?" Qin Xian was a little surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect that Deacon Hai didn't come here to find Song Tao, but wanted to recruit him into the Holy Land. After being surprised, Qin Xian also asked why Hai Bonan wanted to accept him into the Holy Land. It doesn't matter where a hero comes from. A genius who can comprehend the second level of sword intent in the divine martial realm is a rare opportunity even in the true martial Holy Land. He is a disciple worth cultivating vigorously. What's more, at first, the outside world rumored that your realm was low and that you only had sword power. But until today when I saw little brother Qin Xian with my own eyes, I realized how false the rumors were," Hai Bonan said with a smile. As a top giant in the 9th level of the Cave Heaven realm, although he could not see Qin Xian's specific realm, he could still feel which level Qin Xian was at. With Qin Xian's realm, I'm afraid even the Zhenwu Saint is not as good as him. There are rumors in the outside world that Qin Xian's realm is low. What a bunch of nonsense. You're right, but why should I go to the Zhenwu Holy Land with you? Qin Xian nodded when he heard this, then looked at Hai Bonan and asked. He has a system of having many children and good fortune. He can become stronger quickly as long as he creates a human being. Why does he need to go to the Holy Land to practice hard? Ah. Jinwu Holy Land has the most favorable cultivation environment, the most abundant cultivation resources, and the guidance of many powerful people. A genius like you should go to Jinwu Holy Land to practice. Hai Bonan was a little surprised when he heard this, then he calmed down and said. Ordinary people would beg him for an assessment opportunity to join the Jinwu Holy Land, but he didn't expect that today he would meet someone who asked him why he should join the Jinwu Holy Land. It is true that Hai Bonan cannot do anything about it. Oh, to be honest, I'm not interested in resources. Qin Xian said lightly. Hai Bonan was about to frown when he heard this, but suddenly he felt the aura of 108 spiritual weapons appearing out of nowhere outside the hall. After feeling the aura of many spiritual weapons, Hai Bonan's brows paused for a moment. But as a senior deacon of the Jinwu Holy Land, these spiritual weapons alone were not enough to shock him. So he frowned and was about to say something. At this moment, a blood-red sword was suspended in the air beside Qin Xian, and a strong sword energy burst out. A mysterious grade magic weapon. This time, Hai Bonan was finally shocked and even screamed out in shock. A Xian-grade ultimate magical weapon that is difficult to possess even for an ordinary powerful marquis in the Shenzong realm. After all, the Xian-level magic weapons that have reached the highest quality are the most perfect and pinnacle of Xian-level magic weapons. Not to mention how high the value is, the requirement for the weapon refiner alone is that he must start from the Marquis of Shenzong realm. Even in the Jinwu Holy Land, there are only a few Xian-level magic weapons of this quality. After the shock, Hai Bonan couldn't help but feel emotional. It seems that this genius of the Qin family really has a great opportunity. Just like that, the scene fell silent for a while. It was not until Hai Bonan thought of something that his eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at Qin Xian and said loudly. There are quite a few female disciples in the Jinwu Holy Land, and the female disciples in the Holy Land have better talents, more unique temperaments, and better figures. At the same time, because of their training, they are definitely more beautiful and more attractive than those women in the outside world. After these words were spoken, Hai Boyan saw Qin Xian's gloomy eyes and couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. Is it possible that this can't take him down? Looking at Hai Bonan's squinting old face, Qin Xian couldn't help but sigh. Deacon Hai. You've got the wrong person. Do you think I, Qin Xian, am a womanizer? Hearing this, Hai Boyan's breath fell. He really guessed wrong. According to legend, apart from his sword, Qin Xian is most famous for his beautiful wife and concubines. So Hai Bonan thought that Qin Xian would be more interested in women. Blame me. A genius who could break through to the second level of sword intent when he was still in the divine martial realm must have an extremely strong mind. How could he be shaken by a mere beauty? As soon as he finished speaking, Hai Bonan stood up and was about to leave. Qin Xian didn't want to join the Jinwu Holy Land, but he couldn't force Qin Xian to join. After all, with Qin Xian's talent and strength, even if he didn't join the Jinwu Holy Land, he could enter other holy lands at will, so it was understandable that he didn't want to join the Jinwu Holy Land. However, just as Hai Bonan turned around and was about to leave, a clear and serious voice suddenly came from behind him. But, I am a person who is always easily moved by other people's sincerity. Obviously, Deacon Hai, your sincerity has touched me. After hearing Qin Xian's words, Hai Bonan couldn't help but be overjoyed. He turned around and looked at Qin Xian and said, That's great. Believe me, with your talent and strength, you definitely have a chance to fight for the position of Holy Son. Seeing Hai Bonan so happy, Qin Xian couldn't help but ask in confusion. Do you, the deacons of the Jinwu Holy Land, have any recruitment targets? If you receive a disciple with good talent, will the Holy Land reward you with resources or something like that? Hai Bonan was stunned at first, then replied, That's not the case. Why do you say that? If there is no reward, why are you so happy? It's as if you are going to be the Son of God. Qin Xian said. Alas. Actually, I have some selfish motives in accepting you into the Holy Land. Hai Bonan sighed when he heard this. Oh. What's your selfish motive? Qin Xian narrowed his eyes and asked after hearing this. The Holy Son of this generation of Jinwu Holy Land was once a very good friend of my eldest disciple. And my eldest disciple is stronger than the current Jinwu Holy Son in terms of both talent and strength. At that time, almost all the disciples of Zhenwu Holy Land believed that the Holy Son of this generation must be my eldest disciple. However, just 1 month before the battle for the Holy Son's position, my eldest disciple died in a secret place in the Wandering Dragon domain. Speaking of this, Hai Bonen's tone suddenly became excited. Do you suspect that this true martial saint did it? Qin Xian also asked after hearing this. The position of the Son of God is equivalent to that of the elders of the Holy Land. It represents infinite resources and tremendous power, and no one would not be tempted. The reason why Jianyue fled to Qingfeng City with serious injuries was because of her senior brothers and sisters. One covets her body, the other covets the position of the saint. It's not doubt, it's certainty. The day my eldest disciple went to the secret realm, the disciples who went with him were all the trusted subordinates of the current true martial saint. Although in the secret realm, in addition to my eldest disciple, several other disciples also died, but I am sure that it was not an accident, but a deadly trap planned by the true martial saint. Hai Bonen's tone became more and more fierce. Once a teacher, always a father. He once regarded his eldest disciple as his own son, and the relationship between the two was extremely deep. Even if the true martial saint had only destroyed his eldest disciple's cultivation and spared his life, he would not have been so angry. Since you are sure, why don't you tell the higher-ups of the Holy Land? Qin Xian asked again. I said it, but it's no use. As he undoubtedly became this generation's true martial saint, his master also gained a large amount of resources. Not only did his realm break through from the cave heaven realm to the divine hidden realm, becoming a powerful marquis, but his status also rose from a deacon to an elder. Their master and disciple are both in high positions and have great power. His master's realm and strength are also far superior to mine. Even if some elders have noticed something fishy, they will not offend the master and his disciple for the sake of a dead disciple and a deacon. Hai Bonen said somewhat weakly. So, you want me to enter the Holy Land and compete with the true martial saint for the position of Saint Son? If I succeed, you will have the opportunity to avenge them, master and disciple. Qin Xian looked at Hai Bonen and said. That's right, this is the only method I can think of. Hai Bonen nodded and said. Then have you ever thought about what would happen if I was like your eldest disciple and was plotted against by the true martial saint and died? After all, compared to before, he is now the true martial saint, so the resources and energy he can mobilize should be greater. Qin Xian looked at Hai Bonen with sharp eyes and said. Ah. No. Don't worry. You just need to concentrate on your training and wait for the battle for the Holy Son to begin. I will help you deal with everything. No matter what, I am also a deacon of the Holy Land. I will stake my life to ensure that you can practice safely until the battle begins. Even if I die, I will die before you. Hai Bonen looked at Qin Xian nervously, fearing that Qin Xian would not go to the Zhenwu Holy Land out of fear. Seeing Hai Bonen's nervous look, Qin Xian couldn't help but smile. He just wanted to see Hai Bonen's reaction, not that he was afraid of the true martial saint. That would be a complete joke. With Qin Xian's current strength, let alone the true martial saint, even if the master and disciple were to attack together, Qin Xian would not be afraid. Going to the Zhenwu Holy Land is just to find fellow Taoists for the great cause of creating human beings. Since you said so, there is no reason for me not to go. Qin Xian said with a smile. After hearing Qin Xian's words, Hai Bonen also breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, there is a disciple from the Zhenwu Holy Land named Song Tao. Do you know him? Qin Xian then started asking about Song Tao. I know him. He is the senior brother of the Zhenwu Saint, and also a core disciple of the Zhenwu Holy Land. What's wrong? Has he come to see you before? Hai Bonen frowned and said when he heard this. When Qin Xian heard this, the 3 dynasties surrounded and killed him. Song Tao used a secret technique to hide aside and observed stealthily. Finally, he found out and told Hai Bonen everything that had happened since he was imprisoned in the dungeon. After hearing this, Hai Bonen fell into deep thought. After thinking for a while, Hai Bonen spoke. As the trusted senior brother of the true martial saint, a disciple like Song Tao, although only a core disciple, can also obtain some authority. For example, giving people the opportunity to take the test and accepting them into the Holy Land. So based on what you said, I think it's very likely that the three great dynasties suddenly united to surround and kill you because of Song Tao's push behind the scenes. It is not uncommon for the royal family of a dynasty to use resources in exchange for assessment opportunities in the past. The reason why you were surrounded and killed may be because your talent is too outstanding. Song Tao is afraid that you will threaten the status of the true martial saint's son after entering the Holy Land, so he wants to kill you in advance. Thinking of this, Hai Bonan slapped his thigh. It's also possible that they heard about me going to the elders in the Holy Land to fight for your status as a core disciple, so Song Tao came to incite the three dynasties to surround and kill you. Hearing these words, Qin Xian's eyes became even deeper. Your speculation is reasonable and logical, worthy of being the deacon of the Holy Land. In this case, there is no need to interrogate Song Tao anymore. Thank you. It's just a simple deduction. If you didn't miss so much information, I probably wouldn't have to explain it. Hai Bonan said a little embarrassedly after hearing this. Aha. Uncle Yuanba, go kill that Jinwu disciple in the dungeon. Qin Xian nodded, then looked at Qin Yuanba and said. Okay. When he heard that he could kill people, Qin Yuanba responded with a smile, then turned and walked out. Puff. No, no, no. You absolutely cannot do that. Hai Bonan, who had just been praised and drank a cup of tea, spat out the tea immediately after hearing this and hurriedly said. Why not? Upon hearing this, Qin Xian looked at Hai Boyan. His deep eyes and fierce aura made even Hai Boyan, a top giant, feel a little chilled. The core disciples of Jinwu Holy Land all have life cards in the Holy Land. You can imprison him for a short period of time, and the Holy Land will think he is training outside. But if you really kill him, the Holy Land will definitely know. Hai Bonan hurriedly explained. To casually kill the core disciples of the Jinwu Holy Land is to offend the dignity of the Jinwu Holy Land. With the Qin family's current strength and foundation, they are still too immature and weak in front of a powerful Holy Land. Hearing this, Qin Xian also stopped Qin Yuanba, then his eyes were indifferent, and he tapped the back of the chair with his fingers and said. Since we can't kill him now, let's first let him try the new torture method that Uncle Da's Ministry of Justice has developed. Let him try it once, just don't let him die. Hearing this, Qin Yuanba became even more excited. This was no more interesting than killing someone. Okay. Looking at Qin Yuanba who walked out excitedly, and Qin Xian who had an indifferent expression, Hai Bonan couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Is it really okay to accept such a person into the Holy Land? Every breakthrough in a great realm requires a long period of accumulation, so that one can have a stronger foundation after the breakthrough. So this time, Qin Xian accumulated for a year and did not use the breakthrough card. Instead, he plans to break through the cave realm on his own and become a true sword master. Thinking of this, all the spiritual fruits and elixirs in the room were melted into spiritual liquid by the sun god fire, wrapping Qin Xian inside. Qin Xian also swallowed that drop of golden dragon blood. In an instant, a terrifying vortex of spiritual energy formed above the room, madly absorbing the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth. A loud dragon roar resounded in the void, shaking the heaven and earth. All the Qin family members in the Qin mansion looked towards the back garden with shock on their faces, and then endless admiration rose in their hearts. Their young master Qin Xian has become stronger again. Qin Yuanba and Qin Qingdu, the two powerful giants, were also astonished as they felt the aura of the back garden. They could clearly feel what kind of terrifying energy was brewing in that room. Boom. As endless spiritual energy and dragon energy continued to wash over Qin Xian's limbs and bones, the sun's divine power and dragon energy continued to nourish Qin Xian's body. A shadow of a cave began to form behind Qin Xian. A brilliant divine light burst out from it, and the sun god fire was burning. Sharp sword intent flowed, and a purple gold dragon shadow soared into the sky, emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. Master Qin Xian is about to break through to the cave heaven realm. A powerful giant who is less than 20 years old. With such talent, I think Master Qin Xian is even capable of suppressing the geniuses of his generation in the entire Yulong domain. Feeling that Qin Xian was about to break through the cave heaven realm, Qin Yuanba and Qin Qingdu were both even more shocked. After all, when they were Qin Xian's age, their realm and strength were rubbish. It's about the same as Qinda now. Boom. As the roar sounded again, the shadow of the cave behind Qin Xian gradually solidified and finally formed completely. The giant of the cave heaven realm breaks through. From this moment on, Qin Xian became a true giant and powerful man. He is also a sword master who possesses the third level of sword intent. Feeling the abundant power in his body, Qin Xian felt that his current condition was better than ever before. However, this is just the beginning of this improvement. System, I want to use the breakthrough card. After Qin Xian used all 5 realm-breaking cards, his realm also broke through to the 6th level of the cave heaven realm. The shadow of the cave behind him expanded dozens of times, and the aura it emitted became even more terrifying and powerful. After breaking through the realm, Qin Xian first extracted the wild level skills and martial arts. However, the martial arts and techniques this time were not what Qin Xian wanted to practice. Whether it was martial arts, swordsmanship, or body movement, Qin Xian had previously practiced top-level martial arts of the ultimate and upper-grade wild grade. It's already the best at this stage, so there's no need to waste epiphany cards. It is better to keep it for practicing the secret method of improving the dragon clan's combat power and the ancient dragon fighting skills that you got as a reward this time. As for these extracted wild-level martial arts, it is better to keep them and throw them into the Qin family's martial arts storage pavilion for the Qin family members to practice. After drawing all the skills and martial arts, Qin Xian also took out the yellow-level magic weapons and heaven-level spiritual weapons. Just like the martial arts techniques, Qin Xian planned to throw them all into the weapon storage pavilion and leave them for the Qin family to use. After all, Qin Xian, who possesses the Gangsha demon-suppressing sword formation, would only take notice of an earth-level or heaven-level magic weapon. After arranging all these, Qin Xian used the epiphany card. He suddenly realized the secret technique of the Emperor Dragon's 3 steps and the ancient dragon fighting skill of the world-shaking Dragon Fist. He also improved his wild-level body skills from last time to the perfect stage. Ding! Consume an epiphany card. The secret method of the Dragon Clan combat power enhancement you practiced, 3 steps of the Emperor Dragon, has achieved the first step, and the dragon's roar is heard with 1 step. Ding! Consume an epiphany card, and the secret method of improving the dragon's combat power that you practiced, 3 steps of the Emperor Dragon, has achieved the 2nd step, and a true dragon has appeared after the 2nd step. Ding! Consume an epiphany card. The secret method of improving the dragon's combat power that you practiced, 3 steps of the Emperor Dragon, has achieved the 3rd step. The 3 steps of the Emperor Dragon has arrived. Ding! Consume 4 epiphany cards, and the ancient dragon fighting skill, world-shaking Dragon Fist, that you practiced will be upgraded to the perfect stage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading the ancient dragon fighting skill, Dragon Fist that shakes the world, to the perfect stage. You have comprehended the ultimate boxing skill, True Dragon Shakes the World. Ding! Consume an epiphany card, and the wild-level martial arts, Tinglong body skill, you practiced will be upgraded to the perfect stage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading the wild-level martial arts, Tinglong body movement, to the perfect stage. You have comprehended the ultimate body movement skill, Tinglong breaking the air. After upgrading the Emperor Dragon's 3 stamps and the world-shaking Dragon Fist to the perfect stage, a wild and ferocious aura emerged in Qin Xian's mind. As one of the most powerful races in the world, the Dragon Clan has inherited extraordinary secret techniques and ancient fighting skills. Before practicing, Qin Xian felt that this world-shaking Dragon Fist was at most comparable to the human race's top-grade wild-level boxing technique. But after reaching the perfect stage of cultivation, Qin Xian had an epiphany in his heart. This world-shaking Dragon Fist is probably powerful enough to rival any king-grade martial art. King-grade martial arts, that corresponds to the king of the galaxy realm. Even if it is placed in a holy land, it is an extremely rare and precious powerful martial art. Although there was no card for upgrading the sword intent in the system's rewards this time, Qin Xian's sword intent was not improved. But just the breakthrough in realm and the practice of the Dragon Clan's secret ancient combat skills made Qin Xian's combat power increase 1,000 times. After this breakthrough, Qin Xian's combat power is already enough to suppress ordinary powerful marquises. Zhenwu Saint Son, it doesn't sound like a big deal, how about a Zhenwu Saint Lord? Qin Xian touched his chin and said with a smile. With his current level of strength, competing for the position of Holy Son is indeed a bit like bullying a child. But since I've promised Hai Boyan, I might as well fight for it. After all, taking a concubine as the Son of God is definitely better than taking a concubine as the Lord of God. The Holy Lord Jinwu not only has to manage many affairs of the Holy Land, but he also sounds like an old man. How can it be worthy of his image as a handsome young man? Thinking of this, Qin Xian stretched and stretched his body. Then he said with sharp eyes, "Jinwu Holy Land, here I come." After everything was settled, Qin Xian and Hai Bonan set a date to go to the Jinwu Holy Land. That is to wait until Sun Yanchuang and Jiang Fangmu give birth. Now the date for the second daughter to give birth is very close, and after the birth, Qin Xian can also rely on system rewards to improve himself. After all, there are many powerful people in the Jinwu Holy Land. Although he now has the combat power to match the powerful marquises, he can only beat those marquises who have just broken through to the Shenzong realm. And in the Holy Land, being granted the title of Marquis of the Shenzong realm is only the lowest realm threshold for the elders of the Holy Land. There are even stronger ones above them, who are invincible to Qin Xian now. So, let's wait until the second daughter gives birth before making another upgrade. Although it is certainly not possible to directly possess the power to suppress a Holy Land, at least it will be more confident. After that, when we enter the Holy Land, we will first get ourselves a true martial saint son. Then, he will go to Taishuan Holy Land to find Jingyue as the son of Jinwu, and give Jingyue a surprise at that time. Thinking of this, Qin Xian went back to practice, waiting for Sun Yanchuang and Jiang Fangmu to give birth. Just like that, as time passed, the date for the second daughter's delivery arrived in a flash. As a baby cried, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations host, your fifth offspring is born. Offspring's talent level assessment, qualification assessment, purple. Talent assessment, bloodline of the Holy Dragon of Disaster, eyes of Holy Disaster. Talent level assessment, peerless heavenly pride. Blood of the Holy Dragon of Disaster, the blood of the dragon race that carries both disaster and sacred attributes. If the two attributes are combined, it can explode with extremely strong power. Eyes of Holy Disaster, born with different eyes, one contains divine power, the other contains the power of disaster. The first one born was Sun Yanchuang's second child, a peerless genius who possessed the blood of the Holy Dragon of Disaster and the eyes of Holy Disaster. After having 4 consecutive sons, Qin Xian finally welcomed his first daughter. It was a little baby girl who was born with different eyes, one golden and the other silver, with extremely smooth skin and looked extremely cute. Holding his daughter in his arms, Qin Xian couldn't help but feel in a good mood. Disaster and holiness, remove disaster and retain holiness, my eldest daughter will be named Qin Sheng. Looking at Qin Sheng in Qin Xian's arms, Sun Yanchuang also showed a gentle and doting smile. A few days after Qin Sheng was born, Jiang Fangmu also gave birth. Ding! Congratulations host, your 6th offspring is born. Offspring's talent level assessment, qualification assessment, red. Talent assessment, Xuanin True Dragon Bloodline. Talent level assessment, top level genius. Xianyin True Dragon Bloodline, the true dragon bloodline that controls the power of Xianyin. The combination of the Yang dragon power and the Xianyin power can balance the yin and yang of the owner, making the cultivation speed extremely fast and the body strong. It might be because Qin Xian had just fused with the true dragon bloodline not long ago, so the 2 fetuses were also gifted with dragon bloodline. Surprisingly, this time the baby was another daughter. The power of Xuanin is extremely feminine, so my second daughter will be named Qin Ro. Qin Xian was very happy to have 2 daughters at once. Now the Qin family is almost balanced in yin and yang, and finally no longer has to be full of naughty boys. After naming his 2 daughters, Qin Xian stayed with Sun Yanchuang and Jiang Fangmu for a few more days. He returned to his room, ready to start a new round of improvement and breakthrough. The system issues rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 breakthrough cards, 5 epiphany cards, 10 bottles of low-grade Yuanling pills, the secret method to improve the combat power of the Dragon Clan, 3 steps of the Emperor Dragon, True Dragon Blood Essence, the Family Enlightenment Room, 10 yellow-level magic tools, 1 random wild-level technique, and 3 random wild-level martial arts. 3 steps of the Emperor Dragon, a secret method to increase the dragon's combat power. One step causes the dragon to roar, instantly doubling the combat power. 2 steps cause the real dragon to appear, instantly increasing the combat power tenfold. 3 steps cause the emperor dragon to appear, instantly increasing the combat power 100-fold. This is very damaging to the body, so please use it appropriately. True Dragon Blood Essence, the blood essence of the true dragon, a divine beast. After taking it, those with dragon blood or close relatives can enhance their cultivation speed, comprehension, aptitude, physical strength, the chance of blood evolution and awakening, etc. It can also be used as medicine. Family Enlightenment Room, there are 10 rooms in total. Anyone in the Qin family who enters to practice can temporarily improve their understanding, greatly increase the speed of practicing martial arts, and greatly increase the comprehension of artistic conception and the probability of breakthrough. The system issues rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 breakthrough cards, 5 epiphany cards, 5 bottles of low-grade Yuanling pills, Ancient Dragon Clan Combat Skill, World-Shaking Dragon Fist, a map of low-grade spiritual stone or veins, Dragon Origin Fruit Tree, 10 heaven-level spirit weapons, a book of wild-level random martial arts, and 3 books of wild-level random martial arts. World-Shaking Dragon Fist, an ancient fighting skill of the Dragon Clan, a fighting skill passed down by the Ancient Dragon Clan. It requires the dragon's energy to wrap around it and the dragon's power to exert itself. A single punch is like a real dragon shaking the world, shattering the vastness. Dragon Origin Fruit Tree, a heavenly spiritual plant. The dragon origin fruit it produces contains a trace of dragon energy. Eating it can increase your physical strength. After checking the system rewards, Qin Xian couldn't help but sigh. The number of realm breakthrough cards had indeed decreased again. Taking more concubines and having more children is already an urgent matter. The secret method to enhance the Dragon Clan's combat power, the Dragon Clan's ancient combat skills, the True Dragon's Blood Essence, and the Dragon Source Fruit Tree. After taking a closer look at the rewards at the back, Qin Xian discovered that most of the rewards this time were related to the Dragon Clan. But it is normal, after all, Qin Xian's 2 daughters are both little dragon girls. Hiss. The Emperor Dragon steps 3 times. The Emperor Dragon steps 3 times. His combat power instantly increases 100-fold. After seeing the Emperor Dragon's 3 steps, a secret method to increase his combat power, even Qin Xian couldn't help but gasp. The combat power instantly increased by 100 times, which is almost equivalent to the blessing of an extra layer of artistic conception. Just relying on the secret technique of the Emperor Dragon's 3 steps, coupled with the 3 levels of sword intent, even if Qin Xian does not break through the realm, it is enough to defeat the powerful Marquis. After marveling at the horror of this secret technique, Qin Xian continued to watch. The ancient fighting skill of the dragon race, the world-shaking dragon fist, I wonder how powerful it is. Can it be comparable to the wild-level martial arts or the more powerful king-level martial arts? As an ancient combat skill passed down by the ancient Dragon Clan, its power must be very powerful, at least it must be comparable to the power of wild-level martial arts. The true dragon's blood essence will be saved for breaking through the cave heaven realm later. It can also increase the strength of the physical body and be used to perform the 3 steps of the Emperor Dragon. The introduction of the Emperor Dragon's 3 steps also contains a reminder that it causes great damage to the physical body. However, if you think about it, you will understand that if your combat power is instantly increased, it will definitely cause damage if your physical body is not able to bear the load. This is common sense. The Family Enlightenment Room, the Dragon Source Fruit Tree, and the low-grade Spirit Stone Veins can all be used to improve the strength of the Qin family. But this Family Enlightenment Room is quite powerful. It can actually improve the comprehension of artistic conception and the probability of breakthrough. The improvement and breakthrough of artistic conception mainly depends on understanding and talent. And this Family Enlightenment Room can actually temporarily improve one's understanding, which is simply a magical thing for warriors. Seeing this, Qin Xian waved his hand, and a large pile of spiritual fruits and pills suddenly appeared in the room. The rich spiritual energy burst out suddenly, making people feel relaxed and happy. After feeling the richness of the spiritual energy in the room, Qin Xian nodded with satisfaction and then extended his finger. A drop of golden blood was suspended on the fingertips, with a dragon shadow hovering in it. If one calmed down, one could even hear a slight dragon roar. True dragon blood. After the breakthrough, there were still a few days left before Hai Bonan and I decided to go to the Jinwu Holy Land. Qin Xian also stopped practicing, but slept with Sun Yanchuang and Jiang Famu day and night. After all, he has been practicing for so many days, can't he enjoy himself? In the past few days, Qin Xian has also put in all his effort and even took a drop of yin yang deer blood, directly transforming into a crazy pile driver. In addition, more novel postures have been developed. For example, the structure of the character and the structure of the character are both extremely stable structures when three people are fighting. Sun Yanchuang and Jiang Fangmu both gave it rave reviews, and Qin Xian was also very happy about it. Just like that, he took another drop of yin-yang divine deer blood. Qin Xian immediately displayed his divine power and summoned hundreds of millions of his descendants and soldiers to launch a fierce attack on the base camp of the two women. Finally, on the day before leaving for the Jinwu Holy Land, the two girls hit the target again. On this day, the date for going to the Jinwu Holy Land arrived, and Hai Bonan arrived as scheduled. Hey! Why can't I sense your realm? After seeing Qin Xian, Hai Bonan couldn't help but say with some surprise. You know, the last time he came, he could still feel Qin Xian's specific realm. But when they met again this time, he couldn't see through Qin Xian at all. It's impossible that Qin Xian's realm has caught up with his in just 1 or 2 months. Are you kidding? When you first enter the Holy Land, you must be careful. I used the sword to block the aura in my body. Qin Xian smiled and said when he heard this. At the same time, a sharp sword intent rose in his body, completely sealing off the open sun cave without leaking a single breath. Hai Bonan's words actually reminded him that he really had to hide his state of mind when going to the Jinwu Holy Land this time. After all, there are many powerful people in the Jinwu Holy Land, and there must be many who can see through his realm. So that's how it is. It's right to have such thoughts. It's a good thing to be cautious. Hai Bonan understood and said after hearing this. He was wondering how Qin Xian could have broken through so quickly. It turned out that he was blocked by sword intent. He was really shocked. Okay, in that case, then follow me to the Jinwu Holy Land. After hearing Hai Bonan's words, Qin Xian nodded, and then took Sun Yanchuang and Jiang Fangmu with him and set out on the journey to the Jinwu Holy Land. The distance from Qingfeng City to the Jinwu Holy Land is not short, and it requires spanning several dynasties. Fortunately, Qin Xian and Hai Boyan were both powerful giants in the Cave Heaven realm, and they quickly arrived at the Jinwu Holy Land. The mountain gate of the Jinwu Holy Land is also among the mountains. The undulating mountains are like a giant dragon, guarding the Jinwu main peak in the center. There is a thick spiritual mist in the mountains, which is like a fairyland. There are dozens of dormant spiritual veins underground, providing an endless supply of spiritual energy to the Jinwu Holy Land. There is also the majestic mountain gate in front of you, with the words Jinwu engraved on it. There seems to be some artistic conception in it, which makes people feel a sense of fighting spirit rising in their hearts just by stopping and watching. No wonder the 3 great dynasties were willing to surround and kill me just to get the qualification to join the Jinwu Holy Land. The foundation of the Holy Land is indeed strong. Feeling the extremely rich spiritual energy in the Holy Land, Qin Xian couldn't help but sigh. No wonder there are so many powerful people and geniuses in the Holy Land. The cultivation environment alone is thousands of times better than those in remote dynasties. Of course. Which of these holy places like Yulong territory that have been passed down for thousands of years does not have a profound foundation? Okay, let's go directly to the Elder Hall. As soon as Hai Bonan finished speaking, he took Qin Xian, Sun Yanchuang, and Jiang Fangmu to the Elder's Hall. The status of a core disciple of the Jinwu Holy Land is the highest level status among the disciples except for the Holy Sun. The resources he can receive every month are much more than other disciples. Therefore, Hai Boyan, as a deacon alone, is not qualified to directly grant Qin Xian the status of a core disciple. The elders still have to wait until they see Qin Xian before making a decision. Just like that, Qin Xian and the other 2 followed Hai Bonan to the Elders' Hall, and along the way they attracted discussions from many disciples of the Holy Land. After all, a combination of handsome men and beautiful women like Qin Xian and his 2 companions is rare even in the Holy Land. Who are those 3 people following Deacon Hai? It seems like they are heading towards the Elders' Hall. I don't know, but you can follow and see. Wow. That young man in white is so handsome. How can there be such a handsome man in the world? He is much better than those ugly guys in our weapon refining peak. Damn. Can you please stop praising one and criticizing the other? The brothers from Refining Peak are also very handsome, okay? You look so dusty and dirty. I can tell from the looks of it that you are from the Weapon Refining Peak. Stop flattering yourself, okay? Stop arguing. Look at those two women, they are both so beautiful. One looks gentle and kind, like the elder sister next door, and the other has legs longer than my life, so tempting. Really? I feel like even compared to Senior Sister Chingching from the Formation Peak and Senior Sister Chiyue from the Martial Peak, she's on par with them. Damn. What's the relationship between the three of them? Why is that young man in white holding the hands of those two women? Real siblings, real siblings, real siblings. Please. They must be real siblings. And they must have the same father and mother. Wow. What a vicious curse. Listening to the discussions of the disciples in the Holy Land, Sun Shuang and Jiang Fengmu couldn't help but smile, and Qin Xian also found it interesting. The disciples in this Holy Land are indeed more energetic and innocent than the warriors in the outside world. Okay, we're here at the Elders' Hall. There are 3 elders here today. I have already made an agreement with them before you came. As long as you can show the 2nd level of sword intent, the elders will agree to grant you the status of a core disciple. At the entrance of the Elders' Hall, Hai Bonan said to Qin Xian, and Qin Xian nodded when he heard it. Upon seeing this, Hai Boyan immediately pushed open the door of the palace. However, when Hai Bonan pushed open the door of the palace and saw the scene inside, his face suddenly became gloomy. Sensing the change in Hai Bonan's mood, Qin Xian also looked inside the hall. I saw that in the hall, in addition to the 3 elders that Hai Bonan had mentioned, there was actually another elder. The elder was wearing a gray martial robe and had a majestic and awe-inspiring aura. His eyebrows were like those of an eagle, making him look somewhat fierce. After seeing this extra elder, Hai Bonan said in a cold voice. Liang Ting, what are you doing here? Liang Ting is the master of the current Jinwu Saint, and also a genuine elder of the divine hidden realm. How dare you? Hai Bonan, you are just a deacon, who gave you the courage to question this elder? The master of the Jinwu Saint, Elder Liang Ting, who was dressed in a gray robe, said angrily. All right. Elder Liang Ting just came to take a look, it's no big deal. Among the other 3 elders, the one wearing a yellow robe and slightly shorter in stature smiled and tried to smooth things over. Although Hai Bonan is only a deacon, his realm has reached the 9th level of the Cave Heaven realm, and he is only one step away from being granted a title of Marquis in the Shenzong realm. Maybe he will break through one day, and then he will be able to be ranked as an elder, so all the elders will give some face to Hai Boyan. Snort. Seeing the yellow-robed elder coming out to smooth things over, Liang Ting snorted coldly and then stopped talking. Although he was also a powerful marquis in the Shenzong realm, he had just broken through to the 1st level of the Shenzong realm. Compared with these senior elders, he is far behind in both strength and realm. Even though his apprentice is the true martial saint of this generation, for these senior elders, they might be more polite to Liang Ting because of this, but they would never be submissive. After all, as genuine powerful marquises, these elders all have the dignity of a strong man. Are you Qin Xian? I heard from Deacon Hai that you already possessed the 2nd level of sword intent when you were in the divine martial realm. Seeing that the situation had calmed down, a tall elder with sharp eyes beside the yellow-robed elder looked at Qin Xian and asked. Qin Xian did not explain after hearing this, and a sharp and fierce sword intent burst out from his body. Buzz buzz buzz. As the sword intent came out, the pillars in the hall seemed to be cut by the sword energy, making a buzzing sound. The peak of the 2nd level of sword intent. It's actually the peak of the 2nd level of sword intent. No wonder Deacon Hai is willing to lobby for you, you are really a peerless genius. Feeling the sword intent erupting from Qin Xian, the other 3 elders except Liang Ting all had their eyes shining and clapped their hands in admiration. The peak of the 2nd level of sword intent is a realm that even those of them who have reached the divine hidden realm have never reached. Just like the tall elder, he is a swordsman. But his current sword intent is only at the late second level, still some distance away from the peak. And now, he actually felt a realm that he had never reached in a disciple who had just entered the Holy Land. At this moment, even Hai Bonan next to him was a little shocked. He originally thought that Qin Xian's second level of sword intent was only in the early or middle stages, but he didn't expect it to be at the peak stage. After the shock, Hai Bonan's face was filled with joy. Now his position as the Holy Son was secure. However, in contrast to Hai Bonan's expression, Elder Liang Ting had a look of disgust on his face. The peak of the second level of sword intent. How is that possible? This kid looks about the same age as us. How is it possible for him to possess such a powerful sword intent? I remember now. I know who he is. A while ago, I heard from my master that Deacon Hai found a genius who had comprehended the second level of sword intent when he was in the divine martial realm in a dynasty in a remote place. He also said that he would bring that genius into the Holy Land and directly grant him the status of a core disciple. Hiss. Is this true? He realized the second level of sword intent when he was a master of the divine martial realm. With such talent, let alone a core disciple, even a holy son. Woohoo, why are you covering my mouth? If you don't cover your mouth, I'm afraid senior brother Xingzi will hang you on a tree and beat you. How can you be so outspoken? The Zhenwu disciples who followed outside the hall were all extremely shocked at this moment. Some Zhenwu disciples in the Luanhai realm have already comprehended the rudiments of the artistic conception, and they are more aware of how difficult it is to break through the artistic conception. At this moment, they all felt a sense of awe towards Qin Xian. It's like some poor students saw the top students easily solve the problems that have troubled them for a long time. Looking at the expressions of several elders in the hall, Qin Xian also smiled. He has only revealed the peak of the second level of sword intent, and these three elders are just like this. If the third level of sword intent was revealed directly, these three elders would gasp in shock and exclaim how terrifying it was. Very good. With such an outstanding talent in swordsmanship, in my opinion, the status of a core disciple is a bit unfair to you. The tall sword training elder spoke again. As a swordsman himself, he was extremely satisfied with Qin Xian. However, upon hearing this, Liang Ting's face became even darker. All the core disciples have wronged him, why don't you just ask him to replace our disciple and become the holy son of Zhenwu? Ahem. With your talent, you are indeed worthy of the status of a core disciple, but why can't I sense your realm? The short elder in yellow robe who had just come out to smooth things over also coughed twice and then spoke. He coughed twice to remind the tall elder that Liang Ting was still here and not to say anything that was detrimental to unity. You used the sword's will to seal the aura in your body. Upon hearing this, the tall elder guessed the truth in an instant before Qin Xian could even speak. That's right. Qin Xian also nodded and admitted it generously. Very good. This shows that your control over the sword has reached perfection. My name is Gu Xiangan, I am a marquis of the 6th level of the Shenzong realm, and I am also a sword cultivator. If you don't mind, you can become my disciple. Although I have nothing to teach you in terms of artistic conception, I believe I can still give you a lot of help in terms of resources and protection. Seeing Qin Xian's generous admission, the tall elder Gu Xiangan became more and more satisfied, and even directly asked to accept Qin Xian as his apprentice. Hearing this, Hai Bonan's face became even happier. This elder Gu Xiangan is considered to be the most powerful among all the elders of the Holy Land. If Qin Xian could become his disciple, he wouldn't have to worry about the holy son of Zhenwu plotting and hindering him in secret. We can now wait without any worries for the battle for the Son of God to begin and fight for the position of the Son of God. Similarly, as Hai Bonan's face showed joy, the darkness on Liang Ting's face became increasingly intense. If I really get accepted as Gu Xianghan's disciple, then things will be difficult. Oh my God. Elder Gu actually took the initiative to ask to accept a disciple. This is really rare. That's right. Elder Gu is a sword cultivator, and his arrogance and superiority are greater than anyone else's. In addition, his own realm is very high, so few people can look down on him. I remember Elder Gu accepted him as his young disciple 20 years ago, right? Ah. The youngest disciple has become a deacon, and they didn't even bother to recruit another one in all these years. Isn't it time to collect it? Old Deng really waited until he was satisfied. Seeing that Gu Xiangan, who always looked down on others, actually took the initiative to ask to accept a disciple, all the Zhenwu disciples were extremely surprised. However, the next moment, the scene that they had expected, where Qin Xian was flattered and said he was willing, did not happen. In the elders' hall, a breeze blew from inside the hall, lifting the hem of the white robe. Qin Xian first looked at the tall Gu Xiangan, then reached out and patted the juk sword in the scabbard behind him, as if to comfort something. Then, a clear voice rang out. No. Since the day he acquired the sword cultivation technique, Qin Xian has been carrying the juk sword on his back to cultivate it with the sword spirit. As Qin Xian's first sword, although the quality of this juk sword is only a heavenly level weapon, it has long been unable to keep up with Qin Xian's pace. But Qin Xian still has a special feeling for it. Therefore, Qin Xian used the sword cultivating technique to continuously nourish it with sword intent. I just hope that one day, I can use this juk sword which is only of heavenly grade weapon level. Go and kill a powerful marquis or even a king. Although after one sword strike, the juk sword might break into pieces because it could not withstand the powerful sword energy. But the fragments of its sword blade were soaked with the blood of powerful men who had been granted the title of marquis or even king. As a sword of the heavenly grade, the juk sword was wielded with the blood and lives of powerful men who were granted the titles of marquis or king. This is the greatest respect Qin Xian gives it. So, at this moment, Gu Xiangan wanted to accept Qin Xian as his disciple. Qin Xian seemed to feel the resistance coming from the juk sword. It's as if it's saying that the person in front of you is not worthy of being your master. Because this person can't block its sword. For this reason, Qin Xian patted the scabbard to show his comfort. Of course, even if he didn't have the juk sword, Qin Xian would not have become Gu Xianghan's disciple. To be a marquis at the 6th level of the Shenzong realm, he must use the juk sword. By utilizing his other background and the support of the 3rd level of sword intent, he may be able to defeat it. Qin Xian's most solid support is his own strong strength. So, why would he need the protection promised by an elder whom he could not even defeat? And it would mean lowering his status, so he wouldn't do it. What? Did I hear correctly? He actually rejected Elder Gu's invitation to become his disciple. Oh my God. What is he doing? That's Elder Gu. He is a powerful marquis at the 6th level of the divine hidden realm. He is ranked among the top among the elders. This kid is a bit shameless. That's right. Although being at the peak of the 2nd level of sword intent is awesome, he can't be so arrogant. Hearing that Qin Xian actually rejected Gu Xianghan's invitation to become his disciple, many disciples outside the palace gate expressed indignation. They didn't know Qin Xian's true strength, so they all thought that Qin Xian was too arrogant. Relying on his own talent, he even looked down upon the powerful marquises. Not to mention these disciples, even the other 2 elders in the hall showed surprised expressions. As for Hai Bonan and Liang Ting, their expressions changed dramatically, one from sunny to cloudy, and the other from cloudy to sunny. This, Qin Xian knew. Hai Boyan looked at Qin Xian and wanted to persuade him, but was stopped by Gu Xianghan's wave of hand. You really don't want to be my disciple? Gu Xianghan's expression was calm, with no sadness or joy on his face. He looked at Qin Xian again with eyes as sharp as torches and asked. No. Facing Gu Xianghan's gaze, Qin Xian spoke in a calm voice. Good. Sword cultivator should be upright and full of vigor. If you don't want to, just say it out loud. There's no need to force yourself. However, since you refuse to be my disciple, I will not give you resources and protection just because I admire you. This is the consequence you should bear for your decision. As for the fact that you might be worried that I will get angry and secretly trip you up, you don't have to worry about that. I have been practicing swordsmanship for 300 years. I have always acted uprightly and have never done anything shady. You can rest assured. Seeing Qin Xian's firm eyes and calm tone, there was no trace of panic. Gu Xiangan did not blame him for rejecting him, but spoke to Qin Xian as if he was having a normal conversation with his peers. Don't worry, I will bear the consequences of my actions. After hearing Gu Xianghan's words, Qin Xian was also slightly surprised. He thought he had rejected him in public, and as an elder of the Holy Land, he was even more powerful and worthy of a title. there will definitely be some anger, and you might even get angry at him on the spot. But the result was such an open and honest statement, which made Qin Xian look at Elder Gu Xiangan with a higher opinion. How dare you? Elder Gu kindly accepted you as his disciple, but you, as a disciple of the Holy Land, dared to refuse. Do you still have respect for the elders? However, Gu Xiangan did not make any attack, but Liang Ting on the side started biting him madly like an old dog. Hearing this, Qin Xian couldn't help but turn his head to look at Liang Ting, and a cold light flashed in his star-like eyes. Otherwise, how about using this old dog's head to celebrate his joining the Zhenwu Holy Land? Thinking of this, the sword energy in Qin Xian's body began to stir. At this time, Hai Bonan stood up. Liang Ting. Stop making random accusations here. Elder Gu didn't say anything. Who do you think you are? How dare you? Hai Bonan, you are too daredevil. Boom. What a waste of words. Liang Ting was almost broken by the explosion. Liang Ting immediately burst out with the aura of a powerful marquis and pressed towards Hai Boyan. Hai Boyan was not willing to be outdone. He directly manifested the phantom of the cave sky and also burst out with the strongest momentum to fight back. Hey! What are you doing? I told you to be more friendly. Can you please give me some face? However, an even more powerful pressure suddenly erupted, directly suppressing the momentum of Liang Ting and Hai Bonan. It was the short elder in the yellow robe. Although he had a smile on his face, he gave people a sense of majesty. Wow! Is Elder Pang so powerful? I feel suffocated by his aura. Nonsense. What do you think? Being able to mediate conflicts among so many elders and stabilize the situation, do you think Elder Pang's strength can be weak? That's right. Do you think the face-saving physique is playing a joke on you? What face-saving physique? Oh, it's just a joke. Every time Elder Pang mediates a conflict, he asks both sides to give him some face. So after a while, the disciples all said that Elder Pang had a face-saving physique, and everyone who saw him had to give him face. Puchi. If you say so, then Elder Liang is the owner of the presumptuous physique. After becoming an elder, he has been saying the word presumptuous every day. That makes sense. Congratulations to our Zhenwu Holy Land for producing another person with a powerful physique. Listening to the discussion of the disciples outside, and feeling the powerful aura emanating from Elder Pang, Qin Xian couldn't help but sigh in his heart that the foundation of the Holy Land was indeed extremely profound. Every elder is not a simple person, except for old dog Liang Ting who has an unruly physique. Snort. This brat is so presumptuous, this elder cannot stand it. If you really want to give him the status and treatment of a core disciple, that's fine, but you have to let him compete with Yang Yun first. Let's see if this kid has the strength to match the status of a core disciple. Otherwise, this kid is not only so arrogant but also hides his realm. He is given the status of a core disciple just because he showed his sword skills. How can we convince other disciples? Although Elder Pang in a yellow robe came forward to mediate, Liang Ting still wanted to make things difficult for Qin Xian. After all, he came here this time for this purpose. The Yang Yun he mentioned was his eldest disciple, a peak powerhouse at the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm, and only one step away from becoming a giant in the Dongtian realm. Therefore, he proposed that Yang Yun and Qin Xian compete. The purpose is to test Qin Xian's strength and then severely kill Qin Xian's fighting spirit. Brother Yang Yun. He is Elder Liang's eldest disciple, a peak powerhouse at the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm. Yes. And senior brother Yang Yun is about to be promoted to deacon. How can we let him compete with the newcomer? Although the attitude of this young man in white is somewhat arrogant, Elder Liang's actions are also a bit excessive. Isn't it obvious that he wants to teach this new young man in white a lesson? After Liang Ting finished speaking, the disciples outside the palace gate started discussing again. After all, it was indeed a bit too much to let Yang Yun, a powerful disciple who was about to be promoted to a deacon, compete with a disciple who had just entered the Holy Land. Don't worry, I'm just testing this kid's strength. And with Yang Yun's realm and strength, he will know when to attack, and there is no need to worry about hurting this kid. Liang Ting narrowed his eyes and looked at Qin Xian and said, as if Qin Xian was a prey in front of him. Three elders, what do you think? Liang Ting turned to the three elders and asked. Among the three elders, the one who had been silent except for being surprised when Qin Xian revealed his sword intent still chose to remain silent. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiangan closed his eyes and rested. He had already said that he would not give Qin Xian shelter, so naturally he would not care about this matter. Only Elder Pang looked hesitant, wondering how to deal with this problem. However, when the three elders had not yet responded, Qin Xian spoke first impatiently. If you want to compete, call your apprentice over here and stop whining. Just now, Qin Xian also heard the words of the disciples outside the palace gate and knew that Yang Yun was Liang Ting's eldest disciple. So, since we can't chop off the old dog Liang Ting's head today, we'll just beat up his eldest disciple to vent our anger first. Wow. Good guy. Is this new guy so fierce? Didn't he hear what we just said? That's right. Senior brother Yang Yun is a great power at the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm. How dare he say that? I just want to know, has he always been this brave? TSK. This country bumpkin from a remote place, I'm afraid he has never seen a strong man at the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm. He is truly ignorant and fearless. Qin Xian's impatient words fell into the ears of the disciples outside the palace gate, and they all thought that Qin Xian was ignorant. I don't know how powerful senior brother Yang Yun is, which is why he said this. Okay. The three elders all heard it. He said it himself. Liang Ting was overjoyed when he heard this. He didn't expect that Qin Xian would agree directly. Seeing that Qin Xian had spoken himself, the three elders and Hai Bonan could not say anything more. He could only let Liang Ting call Yang Yun over to compete with Qin Xian. After receiving the news, Yang Yun walked into the elders' hall in an elegant and graceful manner. Because he saw Sun Yanchuang and Jiang Fangmu behind Qin Xian. The two girls' absolutely beautiful and elegant faces touched his heart directly. Especially Jiang Fangmu's pair of slender, white and long legs, which almost made him unable to take his eyes away. Master. After entering the hall, Yang Yun reluctantly withdrew his gaze from his legs, walked forward and saluted Liang Ting. Liang Ting nodded upon seeing this, and then told Yang Yun about the competition. When Yang Yun heard that he was going to instruct newcomers in front of two beauties, his eyes suddenly lit up. Especially since those two beauties seemed to have some relationship with the newcomer, this made Yang Yun feel a little hostile towards Qin Xian. Master, rest assured. I will definitely give junior brother Qin good guidance. Upon hearing this, Yang Yun thought he was elegant and handsome, but in fact he was extremely coquettish. He lifted his long hair and spoke with charm. For Yang Yun, who is about to be promoted to a deacon of the Holy Land, this period is when he is most ambitious. If he could conquer Jiang Fangmu's long legs again with his powerful charm, it would be the peak of his life. This new disciple Qin, please come in. After fantasizing for a while, Yang Yun walked up to Qin Xian and said. Looking at Yang Yun in front of him, and his series of coquettish gestures just now, which were as funny as an orangutan seeking a mate, even Qin Xian couldn't help but smile. Qin Xian couldn't bear to beat up this silly young man. However, when Qin Xian thought about how he had secretly looked at Jiang Fangmu's long legs, he decided to teach this young man a severe lesson. Thinking of this, Qin Xian also took a step forward. At this time, Yang Yun on the opposite side suddenly spoke up and stopped Qin Xian. Wait a minute. Junior brother Qin has just arrived, I'm afraid you don't have a weapon that you can use. Brother, here is a top-grade spiritual sword. Please lend it to brother Qin first. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to display your full strength, and this coaching competition won't be fun. As soon as Yang Yun finished speaking, he took out a long sword that was emitting spiritual light. This scene also made the disciples outside the palace gate look envious. A top-grade spiritual weapon of heavenly grade is considered the most precious weapon among the Dao Palace realm disciples of the Holy Land. After all, a heavenly grade spiritual weapon of the best quality is hard to come by, and a top-grade heavenly grade weapon is already the ceiling. As expected, senior brother Yang Yun, who was about to be promoted to deacon, I didn't expect that he could possess a top-grade spiritual weapon of the heavenly grade. That's right. Even if I increase my contribution points tenfold, I still can't afford a top-grade spiritual weapon. Senior brother Yang Yun is really rich. Hearing the praises of his disciples, Yang Yun couldn't help but reveal a proud smile on his face. It's like saying, "Country bumpkin, you've never seen such a high-level spiritual weapon, have you?" And his eyes would occasionally sweep over those long legs and Jiang Fengmu's charming face. "Little guy, this can't defeat you." However, Hai Bonan couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Puff. "How dare you? Hai Bonan, why are you laughing for no reason?" Liang Ting actually heard a hint of mockery in Hai Bonan's laughter and couldn't help but scold him. "Sorry, I'm naturally fond of laughing, and I couldn't help it." Hai Bonan rarely responded to Liang Ting and even said sorry, which confused Liang Ting. Puff. Chi. However, the next moment, behind Qin Xian, the two girls couldn't help but smile and sneer. "How dare you? What are you laughing at?" Seeing that Sun Yanchuang and Jiang Fengmu also laughed out loud like Hai Bonan, Liang Ting felt ridiculed again. "Ah. Sorry, we also suddenly thought of something really funny." When Hai Bonan was in Qin's mansion, he not only felt the aura of the 108 spiritual sword formations, but also saw the demon-suppressing sword in Qin Xian's hand with his own eyes. That demon-suppressing sword is a genuine Xian-grade top-grade magical weapon. Even Gu Xiangan does not have a magical weapon of this level. As a result, Yang Yun now asked Qin Xian whether he needed to lend him this top-grade spiritual weapon. Puff. When I heard the words, top-grade heavenly grade, and looked at the smug smile on Yang Yun's face, the corners of Hai Bonan's mouth were harder to suppress than a spear. This is a heavenly grade, top-grade spiritual weapon. It's too precious. I'd rather not use it. What if senior brother Yang loses? Besides, I won by relying on the power of my spiritual weapon, which is not fair. Not to mention that Hai Bonan and Sun Yanchuang couldn't hold back their laughter, even Qin Xian's mouth corners were raised. I've seen clowns before, but I've never seen one as clown as this. What if I lose? How could I possibly lose? Junior brother Qin, do you think highly of me? After hearing this, Yang Yun said with some displeasure. That's right, I look down on you. Not only you, I even look down on your master. Qin Xian said directly. Presumptuous. Bold. Liang Ting and Yang Yun shouted angrily at the same time. Since junior brother Qin is so confident in himself, let me see if junior brother Qin is really worthy of the status of a core disciple. Boom. As the words fell, Yang Yun pointed his sword directly at Qin Xian, and a majestic and powerful aura burst out. What a powerful aura. It seems that senior brother Yang is one step closer to becoming a giant in the cave heaven realm. I'm so envious. I feel like senior brother Yang will be able to break through the cave heaven realm and be promoted to deacon in 2 months. 2 months. In my opinion, this aura has already reached the limit of the Dao Palace realm. 1 month will be enough. After Yang Yun's aura burst out, all the disciples watching outside the hall were amazed. After all, the 9th level of Dao Palace realm is already the highest level among disciples, and if you go up further you can be promoted to deacon. Therefore, Yang Yun's realm of strength is indeed among the top among the disciples. It is normal to arouse the admiration of the disciples. Junior brother Qin, be careful. Yang Yun held a long sword in his hand. Although he said to be careful, there was a fierce look in his eyes and he attacked Qin Xian directly. Seeing this, Qin Xian restrained his smile and prepared to end this clown farce. Tinglong body movement, Tinglong breaks through the air. Boom. As Qin Xian's voice fell, his figure was like a soaring real dragon, instantly breaking through the void and disappearing on the spot. The next moment, Qin Xian appeared in front of Yang Yun. Seeing this scene, Yang Yun's pupils shrank instantly. He had just taken 2 steps when Qin Xian appeared directly in front of him. And the speed was so fast that he couldn't see Qin Xian's movements at all. After arriving beside Yang Yun, Qin Xian smiled at Yang Yun, then clenched his right fist and punched towards Yang Yun's chest. Boom. With this punch, Qin Xian only mobilized the strength of his physical body. Not even a trace of spiritual power was useful, he was just afraid of being beaten to death by Yang Yun. But despite this punch still unleashed an extremely powerful force, and it actually directly hammered Yang Yun's sternum down. Puff. A large amount of blood spurted out of Yang Yun's mouth. His body was directly blown thousands of meters away by the tremendous force. He was blasted directly from the Elders' Hall to another mountain. At this moment, everyone looked at the startled birds and the dust raised on another mountain, and they were all shocked to the extreme. Senior brother Yang Yun, who was at the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm, was unexpectedly knocked away by a single punch from this new young man in white. Is this new guy? You told me this is a new guy. Can this new guy send Yang Yun flying with one punch? Why is he still being given the status of a core disciple? Isn't it better to just let him be a deacon? No wonder Deacon Hai was so obsessed with this young man in white a while ago. I thought he wanted to recruit a disciple, but it turns out he wanted to bring in a colleague. After being shocked, all the disciples began to discuss the matter. Qin Xian sent Yang Yun flying thousands of meters with just one punch. This scene truly shocked them. After all, Qin Xian's age looks about the same as theirs, yet he is so ferocious. How could it not be shocking? After the competition, is there anything else? After knocking Yang Yun away with a punch, Qin Xian looked at the three elders and said calmly. In Qin Xian's eyes, let alone a clown like Yang Yun, even the son of Zhenwu was just a small character who could be suppressed with one punch. If it weren't for the fact that Yang Yun did have some talent for comedy, he wouldn't have tolerated him jumping around until now. There's nothing else to do. Deacon Hai, you can take him to find a courtyard for him to live in. A disciple will deliver the core disciple's identity card to you in due time. Seeing Yang Yun being knocked away by a punch, even the three elders were a little surprised. Of course, what surprised them was not that Qin Xian defeated Yang Yun so easily. But it was because the power of that punch was Qin Xian's pure physical strength. The fact that he could blast away Yang Yun, who was at the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm, with just his physical strength was what astonished the three elders. They all had guesses in their minds at this moment. Qin Xian might be the owner of a strong physical constitution, or he might have other physical talents. For example, some kind of powerful bloodline, or some powerful spiritual bones and Taoist fetuses that increase the strength of the physical body. Gu Xiangan felt even more regretful in his heart. Not only did Qin Xian possess the 2nd-level peak sword power, his body was also so strong. With such great talent, you should become his apprentice. Okay. Then I'll take Qin Xian to find a place to live first. Upon hearing this, Hai Bonan took Qin Xian and the two girls out of the Elders' Hall and headed to another mountain to find a place to live. Snort. Liang Ting, who was in the hall, was so gloomy when he saw that Qin Xian was so powerful that he just turned away. Hai Bonan has recruited a truly extraordinary genius this time. Yes. It seems that this time the battle for the Holy Sun will be more interesting. After Hai Bonan and Liang Ting left, the three elders also discussed for a while with a smile. The Holy Land of Zhenwu, where martial arts is the only one. Martial arts are prevalent in the Holy Land. Compared with other holy lands, it values the true strength of disciples rather than their talent. Therefore, when Qin Xian showed his strength in knocking Yang Yun away with one punch, the three elders valued Qin Xian even more. After all, even Gu Xiangan, a powerful marquis, felt it was a pity that he could not accept Qin Xian as his disciple. After discussing for a few sentences, the three elders left one after another. There were also disciples outside the hall who, after leaving, spread the news that Qin Xian had knocked Yang Yun away with one punch throughout the entire Holy Land. Countless disciples of the Holy Land were shocked, and Qin Xian's name instantly became known to everyone in the entire Holy Land. However, Qin Xian has no interest in becoming a celebrity. But after Hai Bonan helped him find a courtyard with a beautiful environment as his residence, he went out straight away to do his business, and started his journey of searching for his fellow Taoist. On the martial arts peak, on an extremely wide arena, two gorgeous figures stood facing each other. On one side was a woman wearing a tight dark blue martial arts robe, with a beautiful face, an extremely plump figure, and huge, full breasts. The waist and hips are in golden proportion, and she is as plump and tempting as a peach. On the other side was a lady wearing a white dress, with a pure and clear face, bright eyes and white teeth. She looked like a white lotus, making people want to protect her. She has a slender figure, fair and translucent skin, and is as pure as a first love. Below the arena, there were disciples from various peaks, most of them were male disciples. At this moment, they all looked at the beautiful scenery on the stage with shining eyes. And Qin Xian has already squeezed into the first row. Ding! A potential match has been detected. Do you want to check? Ding! A possible marriage partner has been detected. Do you want to check? As the system prompt sounded in his mind, Qin Xian also used the eye of delusion. Look directly at the two women on the ring with completely different styles. Lu Qiyue, realm, 5th level of Dao Palace realm, artistic realm, embryo of sword intent, qualification, purple, talent, ice spirit divine embryo, extreme ice spirit bone. Ice spirit divine embryo, an innate Taoist embryo that contains the power of the ice spirit. The owner will control the power of the ice spirit and have a strong resistance to ice attributes. After practicing to the extreme, it has the power to freeze the heaven and earth. Extreme ice spirit bone, a spirit bone containing the power of extreme ice, which can greatly enhance the owner's ice attribute spirit power, and improve the owner's talent, understanding, practice speed, etc. Lu Qiyue was the woman wearing a tight dark blue martial arts robe and had an extremely plump and attractive figure. Unexpectedly, she looked plump and mature, but turned out to be the owner of the ice spirit fetus. Is this the legendary contrast? Thinking of this, Qin Xian couldn't help but recall that wonderful feeling, ice and fire. The purple phoenix divine body and the ice spirit divine fetus should be able to give him the ultimate enjoyment. After checking out Lu Qiyue, Qin Xian turned his gaze to another woman. Xia Qingqing, realm, 1st level of Dao Palace realm, artistic conception, embryo of talisman, qualification, gold, talent, supreme formation Dao, body of divine talisman. Formation supreme, born proficient in formation, has a very high understanding of formation practice, and can set up formations very quickly. If you practice to the extreme, you will be born as the formation supreme. Magic talisman body, the body contains the ancient divine talisman, which can mobilize the power of the divine talisman. It also has a very high understanding of the practice of talismans. When practiced to the extreme, it can manifest the ancient divine talisman and suppress all demons and evil spirits. Dual talent in formation and talisman. And its golden talent. After Qin Xian checked it, he couldn't help but say with joy. This was the first time he had seen a marriageable partner with golden qualifications, and she had a pure face, a delicate figure, and an appearance comparable to the 3 daughters of Ji Sujiang. You must know that even though Ji Yingyue has experienced nirvana, her current aptitude is only purple. I guess in order to reach the golden state, one would have to go through nirvana once or even twice. From this we can see how difficult it is to find a marriage partner with golden qualifications. We have made the right decision to come to the Zhenwu Holy Land. Praise Deacon Hai. Looking at the 2 gorgeous figures on the ring, Qin Xian also gave Hai Boyan a big thumbs up in his heart. If Qin Xian could capture Xia Qingqing, who possesses golden qualifications, he would go to the top of Wushan Mountain with her and fight for the great cause of creating humans. The offspring born will definitely have stronger talents, and the system rewards they receive will be more generous. Thinking of this, Qin Xian looked quietly at the arena, thinking in his mind how to take down the 2 women. Senior Sister Qi Yu, I'm sorry. On the stage, with Xia Qingqing's delicate shout, rune shadows appeared, bursting out with brilliant spiritual energy of various attributes. It was like sword energy of different attributes, blasting towards Lu Qiyue. Let me see what kind of fighting power you can possess after breaking through the Dao Palace realm. Seeing this, Lu Qiyue also had a slender spiritual sword in her hand. She just swung her sword and countless ice pillars rose up on the arena, containing sharp sword energy, which shattered all the rune shadows. After the rune phantom was shattered, Xia Qingqing also stepped out, and her pair of jade hands lightly tapped in the void. Then, lines of formations appeared in the air and condensed into small formations. A powerful killing spiritual power erupted from it, attacking Lu Qiyue again. Buzz buzz buzz. Upon seeing this, Lu Qiyue also immediately burst out with the embryonic form of sword intent, rushed out with a spiritual sword in hand, continuously slashing the formation, and killed towards Xia Qingqing. Junior Sister Qingqing is so strong. She has just broken through to the 1st level of Dao Palace realm and is already able to compete with Senior Sister Qiyue. It is said that Junior Sister Qingqing has the legendary divine body and is also quite talented in formations. With such outstanding talent, she will naturally have extraordinary combat power. Indeed. I am from the formation peak. Junior Sister Qingqing's attainments in formations are not even inferior to those of some deacons. Although Junior Sister Qingqing is good, I still prefer the mature and plump Senior Sister Qiyue. And Senior Sister Qiyue's ice spirit fetus seems to have developed even stronger power. I can already feel the icy aura just by standing under the ring. Hey! Only children make choices, adults of course want them all. I like both Junior Sister Qingqing and Senior Sister Qiyue. They are indeed the two most beautiful girls in Arjunwu Holy Land. Even their competition in the ring is so pleasing to the eyes. You kid, you don't look that good, but you're pretty greedy. That's right. A stinky man like you is worthy of two fairy sisters. Stop. Boxing is prohibited outside the ring. As the disciples below the ring discussed, the competition on the ring came to an end. In the end, Lu Qiyue was better and became the winner of this competition. However, this is also reasonable. After all, Lu Qiyue is 4 small realms higher than Xia Qingqing. Although Xia Qingqing has an unparalleled talent in both the talisman and array techniques, Lu Qiyue's prototype of sword intent is more powerful than Xia Qingqing's prototype of talisman intent. It is only 1 step away from the true level of sword intent. In addition, Lu Qiyue's realm is high, and her spiritual power is also stronger. Therefore, it was normal for Lu Qiyue to win this competition. Senior Sister Qiyue's ice spirit power is getting stronger and stronger. I deserve to lose. Xia Qingqing raised her innocent face and said with a smile. Although the two of them fight fiercely in the ring, they have a very good relationship in private. Junior sister, you lost mainly because of your realm. With your terrifying talent, if you and I were at the same realm, I would definitely be the loser. Lu Qiyue also responded with a smile. What she said was indeed true. If they were at the same level, she would definitely not be able to beat Xia Qingqing. Just like that, the battle was over. The two women exchanged a few pleasantries and prepared to step down from the ring to go back and summarize their combat experience. At this time, a figure in white walked directly onto the stage, looked at the two women and said, I think Senior Sister Xia's formation skills, Senior Sister Lu's ice spirit power and sword intent all need to be improved. As soon as these words came out, many disciples below the stage were filled with indignation. Who is this person? Is he qualified to say that Senior Sister Xia's formation skills and Senior Sister Lu's ice spirit power and sword intent still need to be improved? Isn't this obviously saying that he is better than the two senior sisters in these aspects? That's right. Whether it's Senior Sister Xia's array formation or Senior Sister Lu's ice spirit power and sword intent, they are both the most outstanding abilities of the two sisters. Even some deacons are not as good as the two senior sisters. What makes this kid dare to say that? Hush! How come you don't even recognize him? He is Qin Xian, who just entered the Holy Land 2 days ago and knocked senior brother Yang Yun away with one punch. Some disciples recognized Qin Xian instantly when they saw his appearance. After all, the shock they felt outside the elders' hall that day is still lingering in the hearts of these disciples. He is Qin Xian, the evildoer who possesses the peak of the 2nd level of sword power. What's wrong with Qin Xian? His strength and sword intent are very strong, but when it comes to his understanding of the art of formations and the power of ice spirit, how can he compare with the two senior sisters? That's right. Everyone has their own expertise. No matter how strong he is, he can't be omnipotent. I think he just took a fancy to the two senior sisters and wanted to attract their attention. Not only did he bring 2 beautiful wives to the Holy Land, he even wanted to take the 2 senior sisters as well. What a beast. Those 2 women are his wives and concubines. Aren't they his biological sisters from the same father and mother? This Qin Xian really deserves to die. Really deserves to die. Senior sisters, please don't be deceived by his appearance. You're kidding me. At least junior brother Qin is really handsome. After hearing Qin Xian's words, the disciples below the stage all discussed excitedly. Xia Qingqing and Lu Qiyue, who were about to walk down from the stage, also stopped at this moment. They both frowned when they heard this. Just as the disciples said, everyone has their own expertise. Although they had also heard about Qin Xian knocking Yang Yun away with one punch, they acknowledged Qin Xian's strength. But how could Qin Xian be qualified to teach them about the art of formations and the power of ice spirits? Or is it really as the disciples said, that Qin Xian just wanted to attract their attention? Thinking of this, the two girls couldn't help but turn around and confront Qin Xian to see what basis he had for saying that. However, when they turned around, they saw Qin Xian's handsome face, which was as beautiful as a banished immortal. There was also a bright smile full of sincerity on it. The two girls' hearts softened, and they spoke in a less harsh tone. I wonder if junior brother Qin can see where senior sister Lu and I need to improve. Xia Qingqing asked. Her tone wasn't harsh, but it wasn't very enthusiastic either. Seeing this, Qin Xian continued, Senior sister Xia, why don't you perform the formation again, so that I can tell you where the shortcomings are? Hearing this, there was another uproar from the audience below the stage. This Qin Xian really dares to give instructions. Good. When Xia Qingqing heard this, a hint of competitiveness appeared in her bright eyes. She didn't believe it either, except for those deacons and elders who had practiced the art of formations for a long time. A new disciple is also capable of teaching her the art of formation. Boom. As soon as the words fell, Xia Qingqing's spiritual power exploded, and runes appeared from the void, finally condensing into a killing array. Xia Qingqing's formations are all based on divine talismans, and are rune formations derived from them. Compared with ordinary formations, it is more complicated and more powerful. Come on. Please give me some pointers, junior brother Qin. After condensing one formation after another, Xia Qingqing looked at Qin Xian and said, the formation that incorporates the way of runes is dozens of times more complicated than ordinary formations. I want to see how Qin Xian can give us guidance. This is an exaggeration. I guess Qin Xian was stunned after seeing the formation that senior sister Xia condensed. There were disciples from the Zhendao Peak in the audience, and they all spoke up after seeing the formation condensed by Xia Qingqing. Such a complicated formation is difficult even for the deacons of Zhendao Peak. I guess I'll have to observe carefully for a long time before I can give Sister Xia some advice. From this, we can see how terrifying Xia Qingqing's supreme talent in formation is. Looking at the formations in front of him that were emitting spiritual light and had complex veins flowing through them, Qin Xian smiled slightly. He indeed did not understand the art of formations, but he could really see the flaws and shortcomings of these formations. Because he has the eyes that can see through delusion. As the clear light flowed in his eyes, Qin Xian put his fingers together to form a sword, with only a little bit of spiritual power condensed on his fingertips. Then his fingertips poked out, like a sword drawn from its sheath, and touched the nodes of each formation. Bang bang bang. As Qin Xian pointed, one formation after another appeared, which seemed extremely complicated in the eyes of the disciples. But it was just like being butchered, dissected from the weakest point. Boom. At this moment, the disciples below the stage were shocked as they looked at the formations collapsing into points of light in the void. He actually really is proficient in the art of formations. Impossible. He destroyed senior sister Xia's killing array with just a few finger taps. How could there be such a terrifying insight and talent for arrays in the world? How come Qin Xian knows everything? Where did Deacon Hai find such a monster? Listening to the discussions of the disciples, Xia Qingqing's innocent face showed a look of shock, and her bright eyes opened wide. The young men in white before her destroyed her formation so easily. Doesn't this mean that in front of Qin Xian, she can only be slaughtered by him? Senior sister Xia's formation is actually very profound. The reason why I can break the formation so easily is not because I have a strong talent for formations. It's because I was born with a pair of divine eyes that can see through the flaws of the formation. It can be regarded as relying on external forces, so it's not fair to win. Seeing that Xia Qingqing was somewhat doubting her life at this moment, Qin Xian also started to explain. After hearing this, Xia Qingqing calmed down a little and started to feel a little favorable towards Qin Xian. After all, even if Qin Xian didn't tell the truth, she didn't know how Qin Xian did it. But Qin Xian did not hide anything, and the sincerity alone was enough to make people feel good about him. Even though this is the case, I still want to thank junior brother Qin for pointing out the flaws in the formation for me. Xia Qingqing also looked at Qin Xian and thanked him. The flaws in the formation that Qin Xian pointed out to her will be fully corrected after he takes her back, and her combat power will also increase several times. It can be said that Qin Xian did give her some pointers. These aren't nothing. I have another sword formation here that I can lend to Senior Sister Xia for observation. I think it should be able to help Senior Sister Xia gain something. Upon hearing this, Qin Xian waved his hand and said, "The sword formation is not necessary. There are still some powerful formations in the Holy Land, which are enough for me to observe." Xia Qingqing originally wanted to tell Qin Xian that it was not necessary. After all, how could Qin Xian, a disciple from a dynasty in a remote place, have such advanced sword formation in his hands? However, when she saw the 108 spiritual weapons suddenly appearing in the void, and even the demon-suppressing sword in the center, her cherry-red lips could northwest longer close. 72 Earth-level top-grade spiritual weapons, 36 Heaven-level top-grade spiritual weapons, and 1 Xian-level top-grade magic weapon. Oh my god! Did he rob the weapon refining peak? I can tell you clearly that it is not. Because the elders of the weapon refining peak cannot refine a top-quality Xian-level magic weapon. Didn't you say he was a country bumpkin from a remote dynasty? You call that a country bumpkin? Such a luxurious sword formation, I'm afraid even if I sell myself I still can't afford it, right? You may have overestimated yourself a little. I guess you can't afford it even if you sell your whole family. Are you looking for trouble? Puff. Why are you laughing? I'm not laughing at you, don't get me wrong. I suddenly seem to remember that 2 days ago in the Elders' Hall, Senior Brother Yang Yun asked if he could lend Junior Brother Qin Xian his heavenly grade top-grade spiritual weapon. Puffed. Ha 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 ha. I'm laughing so hard. When the Gangsha demon-suppressing sword formation appeared, all the disciples in the audience almost popped their eyes out of their wits. Even the elders cannot afford such a luxurious sword formation, but Qin Xian, a disciple who has just entered the Holy Land, can possess it. It was just like before Qin Xian traveled through time, a new classmate who drove a Lamborghini suddenly transferred to a class of ordinary people. The huge gap even makes people feel a little unreal. Moreover, after the shock, all the disciples thought of the top-grade heavenly spiritual weapon that Yang Yun had wanted to lend to Qin Xian. It triggered a new round of laughter. It was not until today that they understood why Deacon Hai was born to love laughing. There were exclamations and laughter from the audience below the ring. On the stage, Xia Qingqing and Lu Qiyue were both in shock. Such a precious sword formation, do you really want to lend it to me for observation? A sword formation composed of 108 top-grade spiritual weapons and 1 Xian-level top-grade magic weapon. The profound power of formations contained therein is indeed very attractive to a formation genius like Xia Qingqing. Of course, Senior Sister Xia, just take it and observe and study it. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Xian waved his hand, and the 108 spiritual weapons and the demon-suppressing sword suddenly shrank. And in the void it connected into a sword-shaped necklace, emitting brilliant light, and fell into Qin Xian's hands. Qin Xian stepped forward and came in front of Xia Qingqing. Then he directly put the necklace transformed from the Gangsha demon-suppressing sword formation on Xia Qingqing's jade-white neck. Feeling the masculine energy coming towards her, the inexperienced Xia Qingqing also blushed and said, "Thank you, junior brother," in a voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. Afterwards, Qin Xian also looked at the plump and hot Lu Qiyue. As for Senior Sister Lu's ice spirit power, I don't have a higher level of ice spirit power for Senior Sister to comprehend. However, I can use the power of the Sun God fused with the strange fire to suppress the ice spirit power of my Senior Sister, and stimulate the evolution of the ice spirit power with the power of the strong Yang. I think it should be possible. As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of solar divine power fused with the Golden Emperor's burning sky flame suddenly appeared in Qin Xian's palm, emitting an extremely hot breath. The temperature on the ring instantly soared. Feeling the solar power in Qin Xian's palm that was fused with the Golden Emperor's burning sky flame, Lu Qiyue's face showed a hint of surprise. What Qin Xian said does make a lot of sense. Even humans will unleash their potential under oppression, and the same is true for spiritual power. After all, the 8 words, survival of the fittest, apply to more than just humans. Strange fire. He actually subdued the strange fire. How much potential does Qin Xian have that he hasn't revealed yet? How can he be so rich? First he has a luxurious sword formation, and then he has a rare and precious strange fire. Is he a country bumpkin or am I a country bumpkin? Country bumpkin. How dare you? Remember to call him young master from now on. Maybe he'll reward you with a few spiritual stones when he's in a better mood. What you say is so mean. When the strange fire golden emperor burning sky flame appeared, many disciples became jealous again. However, Lu Qiyue was not taken down directly like Xia Qingqing, but just said calmly. In that case, thank you very much, junior brother Qin. If junior brother Qin has any difficulties, you can come to Wudao Peak to find me. There was still a sense of unfamiliarity in the tone. TSK. It seems that senior sister Qiyue is more mature. That kid Qin Xian wants to win over 2 senior sisters and junior sisters at once. What a joke. That's right. How could a mature and intellectual sister like Sister Qiyu fall for him just with a few words? Alas. Junior sister Qingqing is still too young and doesn't understand the wickedness of human nature. Hearing the unfamiliarity in Lu Qiyue's tone, the disciples below the stage also spoke with gloating. However, at this moment, Qin Xian suddenly leaned over to Lu Qiyue's ear and whispered something that no one else could hear. At first, Lu Qiyue almost got angry because of Qin Xian's abrupt behavior. After Qin Xian said 2 words, Lu Qiyue not only turned from anger to joy in an instant, but also shook Qin Xian's arm with great surprise and asked, "Is what you said true or false? How is it possible?" Feeling the surging waves on his arms, Qin Xian quickly suppressed his restless heart and said to Lu Qiyue, "Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, senior sister Qi, you can come back to my courtyard with me and I'll show you." "Okay. What are you waiting for?" Upon hearing this, Lu Qiyue couldn't wait to speak. Under the arena, the disciples who saw this scene all fell into a petrified silence. They were just saying that a mature and intellectual woman like senior sister Lu Qiyue would never be fooled by Qin Xian with just a few words. As a result, in the blink of an eye, Qin Xian just said a few words in a whisper, and their senior sister Lu Qiyue actually wanted to go back to his courtyard with Qin Xian. And he looks very impatient. I seriously suspect that Qin Xian has practiced some evil magic, otherwise how could this be possible? My senior sister Qiyu. Is there still justice? Is there still law? Senior sister Qiyu actually wants to go back to his courtyard with this kid. Why? Tomorrow I will fight him on the life and death stage. To get my senior sister Qiyu back. If Xia Qingqing was regarded as the first love by all the disciples because of her pure looks, she was as holy and unattainable as a white lotus. Lu Qiyue became the object of all disciples' fantasies and dream lover with her voluptuous figure and charming appearance. And now, their dream lover is going back to Qin Xian's courtyard with Qin Xian. This even makes them feel like they are being cheated on. However, their roars were destined to receive no response. Because Lu Qiyue's heart is now on Qin Xian. The reason she went back to Qin Xian's courtyard with him was not because she was directly conquered by his powerful charm. But it was because of what Qin Xian had just said in her ear. What he possessed was not the 2nd level of peak sword intent, but the 3rd level of peak sword intent. For Lu Qiyue, who is about to break through 1 level of sword intent, it is a great pleasure to be able to practice beside Qin Xian, a sword genius who possesses the 3rd level of peak sword intent. It will greatly speed up her breakthrough to the 1st level of sword intent. This is an irresistible temptation for every sword practitioner. Presumably, if Gu Xiangan knew this news, he would be as eager as Lu Qiyue to go back to his courtyard with Qin Xian. Of course, if it was Gu Xiangan, Qin Xian would definitely not let him in. Can I go with you? I hope junior brother Qin can help me point out the flaws of the formation. Ah. What? What did junior sister Xia Qingqing say? She wants to go to Qin Xian's courtyard too. What a beast. What a beast. The pure lotus in my heart is about to be defiled. Junior sister Xia Qingqing, please don't. I have had a crush on you for 80 years, and you have never even looked at me. Now you want to go back to Qin Zai's courtyard with him. This is too unfair. What's 80 years of secret love? I've been secretly in love with junior sister Xia Qingqing for a full 100 years. Damn Qin Xian, give me junior sister Xia back. You two old men are worthy of having a crush on junior sister Xia. Do you really think that the path of martial arts can keep your youth and you don't have to care about age? I would rather junior sister Xia go back with Qin Xian than let you two get her. No. Junior sister Xia can only be mine. Qin thief. I wish I could eat your flesh and drink your blood. Qin thief. I can't stand with you. As Xia Qingqing's voice fell, the male disciples below the stage all had red eyes. If Qin Xian hadn't had the record of knocking Yang Yun away with one punch, they would have gone straight up to duel with Qin Xian. Qin Xian had only been in the Holy Land for 2 days, and he had already kidnapped the 2 most beautiful girls in the Zhenwu Holy Land. It's no wonder that they denounced the Qin thieves. Okay. Senior sister Xia is coming, of course I welcome her. Qin Xian also said with a smile after hearing this. And before leaving, in front of many disciples, he took out a magical sword that looked like it was made of ice crystals and gave it to Lu Qiyue. I think senior sister Qiyue's sword is a spiritual weapon, so why not use my magic weapon first? Although it's only a yellow-level magic weapon, its quality is at least top grade, so it should be usable. The system had previously rewarded 10 yellow-level magic weapons, except for the 2 given to Qin Yuanba and Qin Qingdu. Qin Xian also took out the remaining 8 swords from the weapon storage pavilion and brought them to the Zhenwu Holy Land, just for today. Looking at the magical sword in his hand that was as clear as ice crystal, and then looking at the warm smile on Qin Xian's handsome and clear face. Even Lu Qiyue couldn't help but feel her heart beating fast at this moment, and she and Xia Qingqing fell under Qin Xian's attack. Just like that, under the murderous gazes of many disciples, Qin Xian brought Lu Qiyue and Xia Qingqing back to his courtyard. After returning to the courtyard, Qin Xian discussed the way of swordsmanship and the way of formations with Lu Qiyue and Xia Qingqing every day. Just like that, after half a month, they fell in love. In addition to the assists from Sun Yanshuang and Jiang Fangmu, as well as Qin Xian's own charm. Finally, in 2 ordinary nights, Qin Xian also gently met the first love of the Holy Land disciples, junior sister Xia Qingqing, and they went to paradise together in the room full of spring. Afterwards, he violently got closer to senior sister Lu Qiyue, the dream lover of the Holy Land disciples, and their feelings warmed up, becoming inseparable. For a moment, Qin Xian actually felt that the air in the Zhenwu Holy Land had become more fresh and pleasant. It turns out this is the feeling of being so happy that you don't want to leave. It's really addictive. Zhenwu Holy Land, Holy Zigong. The peak of the 2nd level of sword power, the ultimate Xian-level magic weapon, the rare exotic fire, plus the pure physical strength, can knock Yang Yun away with one punch. It seems that Qin Xian's combat power has even reached the level of a giant in the cave heaven realm. No wonder the Saint Lord said that this generation is a golden age. Many geniuses will emerge one after another, and the major forces in Yulong territory will also be reshuffled. In the Holy Palace, Wan Longshao, the holy son of Zhenwu, who was wearing a scarlet martial arts robe, said to his trusted junior brothers and sisters. Brother Saint Sun, this Qin Xian was recruited into the Holy Land by Hai Bonan, and Hai Bonan also secured for him the status of a core disciple and the opportunity to participate in the next Saint Sun competition. I guess he has bad intentions. A trusted disciple said to Wan Longshao. Judging from the timing when Qin Xian entered the Holy Land and the strength Qin Xian displayed, it was obvious that he was aiming for the position of the Son of God. So what if he comes with bad intentions? With Qin Xian's strength, let alone you, even I may not be his opponent. Upon hearing this, Wan Longshao glanced around and spoke in a loud voice. After hearing this, all the trusted disciples lowered their heads. Unlike Hai Bonan's eldest disciple, although his talent is much stronger than Wan Longshao. But because he is younger than Wan Longshao, his strength is not as strong as Wan Longshao. Therefore, Wan Longshao had the opportunity to nip it in the bud. And now, Qin Xian, just based on the strength he has shown now, is enough to be called a fierce dragon crossing the river, with the ability to suppress everything. What, aren't you guys more aggressive than anyone else in grabbing resources? Don't you have any ideas now? Wan Longshao narrowed his eyes, revealing an invisible aura that frightened all his confidants. These trusted subordinates of theirs are well aware of the ruthlessness of this true martial saint. Brother Shengzi, I have a plan. Is it feasible? Among his trusted subordinates, a junior brother raised his head and spoke. Explain. Upon hearing this, Wan Longshao signaled his fellow apprentice to continue. Although Qin Xian is very powerful, he has an extremely obvious shortcoming compared to Luo Xing before, and that is that he is too arrogant. Luo Xing is Hai Boyan's eldest disciple. He is humble and kind, which is quite different from Qin Xian's personality. This can be seen from the fact that he dared to disrespect Elder Liang as soon as he entered the Holy Land, and also refused Elder Gu's offer to be his disciple. The disciple analyzed. Keep going. After hearing this, Wan Longshao had some ideas in his mind, but he still let the disciple continue speaking. Since Qin Xian is so arrogant, we can start with his personality. Although he is very powerful, no matter how strong he is not as strong as the elders who are marquises, nor as strong as the entire Zhenwu Holy Land. So, we can't deal with Qin Xian on our own. Instead, we must take advantage of his character and use the order and rules of the Zhenwu Holy Land to get rid of him. As for how to take advantage of his personality, I heard that he did not come to the Zhenwu Holy Land alone this time, but brought 2 beautiful wives and concubines with him. Having said this, the disciple looked straight at Wan Longshao and said no more. When Wan Longshao heard this, he nodded with satisfaction. What this trusted subordinate said was actually very similar to the plan he had in mind. Although Qin Xian is strong, he is arrogant by nature and can be killed by someone else. Ever since Lu Qiyue, Xia Qingqing, and Qin Xian became fellow Taoists, with the same friendship as Guan and Bao, several beautiful figures can always be seen in Qin Xian's courtyard. At the same time, after the news spread, all the male disciples in the Zhenwu Holy Land were shocked. They all regarded Qin Xian as the enemy who stole their wives and called him the Qin thief. Moreover, the relationship between Lu Xia's 2 daughters and Su Zhang's 2 daughters also heated up rapidly after they became sisters. The 4 girls often went out together to play in the Zhenwu Holy Land. The 2 girls Lu Xia took the 2 girls Su Jiang and walked around the entire Holy Land like they were shopping. Until one day, the 4 girls went out to play as usual, while Qin Xian stayed in the room to practice. However, when the sun was high in the sky, a panicked voice suddenly came from outside the courtyard. Qin Xian in the room suddenly opened his eyes, with murderous intent in his eyes. Husband. Sister Su and 2 senior sisters are fighting with the disciples of the law enforcement team. Outside the courtyard, Jiang Fengmu shouted in panic before entering the room. The next moment, Qin Xian also appeared in front of Jiang Fengmu in an instant. He held Jiang Fengmu's shoulders and injected a warm stream of solar power into her, calming her panic. What happened? Didn't you guys go out to visit the Holy Land? Qin Xian asked with concern. When Senior Sister Lu and Senior Sister Xia were taking us around the Holy Land, a group of disciples from the law enforcement team suddenly came and surrounded us. They said Sister Su and I were not disciples of the Zhenwu Holy Land, and they had never seen us before. So they suspected that we had sneaked into the Holy Land with ill intentions, and they wanted to take us to the punishment peak for interrogation. After that, they came up to grab me and Sister Su. In order to protect us, Senior Sister Lu and Senior Sister Xia directly started fighting with those disciples. Sister Su saw that there were too many disciples, so she joined the battle. Before joining the battle, Sister Su helped me stop some disciples from the law enforcement team and asked me to come back to find you as soon as possible. Husband. Go help them. Jiang Fengmu explained the whole story to Qin Xian in the most concise and fast manner, and spoke anxiously while holding Qin Xian's hand. Boom. When Qin Xian heard the whole story, a sharp and powerful aura suddenly erupted. Anger instantly ignited in his heart, and the murderous intent in his eyes seemed to have solidified into substance, cold and intimidating. He had never seen Sun Yanchuang and Jiang Fengmu before, and suspected that the 2 women were up to something. Such an obvious intention, it was obviously directed at him. Don't worry. I'm here, everything will be all right. Qin Xian first comforted Jiang Fengmu, and then took Jiang Fengmu to find the 3 women. On the way, Qin Xian's eyes were extremely fierce, and his anger was accumulating and rising. After just a brief thought, he figured out who had done this. The holy son of Zhenwu, Wan Longxiao. After entering the Holy Land, Wan Longshao had been silent. Qin Xian thought that Wan Longshao was waiting for the opportunity to attack him. For this purpose, Qin Xian even walked out of the Zhenwu Holy Land twice, but he did not encounter any ambush from Wan Longshao. This made Qin Xian think that Wan Longshao was confident in himself and could suppress him in the battle for the Holy Sun. Unexpectedly, he was actually planning to attack Su Zhang's 2 daughters. Thinking of this, Qin Xian's murderous intent became even stronger. If Wan Longshao was only targeting him and attacking him, he might not be so angry. After all, there is an irreconcilable conflict of interest between him and Wan Longshao. It is only natural to take action against him, and then it will all depend on your ability. As a result, Wan Longshao wanted to use Sun Yanchuang and Jiang Fangmu as examples to murder himself. For someone who wants to harm his wives and concubines, there is only one outcome, and that is death. Today, no matter who comes, Wan Longshao must die. Boom. On the Zhendao Peak, powerful auras rushed into the sky, and majestic martial arts collided with each other, erupting with destructive energy aftermath. Why did the 2 sisters fight with the law enforcement team? I heard that the law enforcement team wanted to arrest Qin Xian's 2 concubines, and the 2 sisters took action to protect them. Why did you arrest Qin Xian's concubine? The law enforcement team said that they had never seen Qin Xian's 2 concubines in the Holy Land, and they believed that they had ill intentions. Ah. Isn't this nonsense? Is this a valid reason? Wait. Could it be? Show. Those who understand will understand. After seeing Lu Qiyue and the other 2 girls fighting with the law enforcement team, the disciples who were watching were also talking about it. In front of them, Lu Qiyue held an ice crystal sword in her hand, with a chill all over her body, like a female sword god of ice and snow. The power of the ice spirit froze the area hundreds of meters around him, and the sword light was bright and awe-inspiring, sweeping across the void in all directions. With the help of Qin Xian, Lu Qiyue also broke through to the next level of sword intent, which allowed her to withstand the joint attack of 7 or 8 law enforcement team disciples around her. After all, the disciples who can join the law enforcement team are all Dao Palace Realm disciples who have practiced for a long time. As the maintainers of the Order of the Zhenwu Holy Land, these disciples of the law enforcement team must have strong strength to intimidate other disciples. Buzz buzz buzz. On another battlefield, a luxurious sword formation burst out with an extremely powerful sword intent, and countless sword energies shot out, slashing in all directions. Relying on the Gongsha demon-suppressing sword formation, Xia Qingqing alone blocked more than 20 disciples from the law enforcement team. It can be said that if Xia Qingqing had not been present, Sun Yanchuang and Jiang Fangmu would have been captured long ago. However, compared to Lu Qiyue who has a layer of sword intent and Xia Qingqing who has a sword formation, the situation on Sun Yanchuang's side is not very good. Although Lu Qiyue and Xia Qingqing blocked most of the law enforcement team disciples, there were still 3 law enforcement team disciples besieging Sun Yanchuang. After so much practice and with the various resources provided by Qin Xian, Sun Yanchuang also broke through to the 2nd level of the Dao Palace realm. In the outside world, she is considered a powerful figure in the Dao Palace realm, but in the Holy Land, she faces 3 disciples of the law enforcement team whose realms are higher than hers. Even though Sun Yanchuang possessed the talent of the body of disaster, she was still unable to resist and gradually fell into a disadvantage in the battle. Qin Xian has such a beautiful wife and concubines, but he still wants to provoke the 2 senior sisters. Today I want to see what his beautiful wife and concubines can't satisfy him. Seeing Sun Yanchuang constantly revealing her flaws, a disciple from the law enforcement team said viciously. Taking advantage of the moment when Sun Yanchuang was unable to cope, he reached out his hand with a lustful look on his face and grabbed Sun Yanchuang's chest. Seeing this scene, Sun Yanchuang felt despair in her heart. She has even gathered the spiritual power in her body, preparing to explode her body rather than be defiled by others. However, at this moment, a slender hand pierced through the man's chest and crushed his heart. After crushing the man's heart, a small white flower suddenly appeared in the slender hand. The blood mist from the broken heart soaked the white flower, making it become gorgeous and deep red. The other clean hand touched Sun Yanchuang's cheek, and the handsome and clear face that suddenly appeared revealed an extremely gentle and comforting smile. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." When Sun Yanchuang saw Qin Xian appear in white clothes, she instantly threw herself into his arms, tears of grievance flowing non-stop. Feeling the wetness on his chest, Qin Xian could no longer suppress the murderous intent in his heart. Gangsha demon-suppressing sword formation, kill. As a cold voice filled with murderous intent rang out, the Gangsha demon-suppressing sword formation around Xia Qingqing instantly burst out with incomparably sharp sword intent and roar. It's as if cats and dogs have welcomed their real owners. Buzz buzz buzz. 108 spiritual swords flew into the sky along with the demon-suppressing sword, and then like falling stars, a rain of swords fell from the sky. The sword rain is brilliant, and the sword energy in the rain is running rampant, sharp into the bones. The more than 30 disciples of the law enforcement team who were covered by the rain of swords were all turned into a pool of meat paste, without any sign of life. At this moment, he looked at the figure in white holding a blood flower in his right hand and holding Sun Yanchuang in his left hand. The disciples around had only one thought in their minds. Today, the god of death has arrived. Oh my god. More than 30 law enforcement team disciples were killed instantly by Qin Xian. How strong is this Qin Xian? The land is stained with blood, and no corpse is intact. This Qin Xian has a strong murderous nature. Let's not discuss how strong he is. The law enforcement team represents the order of the Holy Land. Qin Xian actually dared to kill a disciple of the law enforcement team. Isn't this a blatant challenge to the order of the Holy Land? That's right. And Qin Xian is a disciple of the Holy Land. Killing a fellow disciple is a capital crime. Seeing the tragic death of the law enforcement team disciples, the surrounding disciples were all extremely shocked and horrified. In the Holy Land, the law enforcement team maintains the order of the Holy Land. In the eyes of all disciples, they are the law enforcers of the Holy Land. But now, the disciples of the law enforcement team, who symbolize the majesty of law enforcement, have turned into pools of meat paste on the ground. This really caused a severe impact on the three views of all the disciples. And that young man in white with a murderous look on his face, who wiped out the law enforcement team with a wave of his hand and had his back to the disciples. It also left an indelible impression in the hearts of all the disciples. The law enforcement team maintains the order of the Holy Land and enforces the law for the Holy Land. Junior brother Qin not only refused to cooperate, but also slaughtered his fellow disciples in the law enforcement team and harmed his fellow disciples. Such a heinous behavior deserves death. Behind the surrounding disciples, a voice full of grief and strong condemnation came. Hearing this voice, all the disciples turned around and saw Wan Longshao, dressed in the martial robes of the Son of God, walking towards them with sharp eyes. When Wan Longshao appeared, he was the first one to appear among the surrounding disciples. Some quick-witted people had already guessed the truth, so they just watched silently from the sidelines. The disciples who were somewhat slow to react and too naive seemed to have seen a savior and shouted to Wan Longshao. Brother Shengzi. Please make a decision for the brothers in the law enforcement team. Please ask senior brother Shengzi to take action. Kill Qin Xian, the sinner who murdered his fellow disciples. Please help, brother Shengzi. As the outcry of the disciples spread, some disciples who did not know the truth were also moved. In an instant, Qin Xian became the target of public criticism and was verbally denounced by all his disciples. Seeing this, Wan Longshao couldn't help but reveal a secret smile. To deal with an arrogant man like Qin Xian who is brave but not wise, he only needs to make a slight move to make him fall into an irretrievable situation. No, it's not like that. Shut up, all of you. Can't you see that this is such a simple frame-up? Seeing this, Xia Qingqing and Lu Qiyue both stood up and wanted to speak for Qin Xian. But Wan Longxiao's trusted subordinates continued to incite the emotions of the disciples. The two girls' weak voices were heard amid the angry rebukes of thousands of disciples. It was like a small stone thrown into the deep ocean, not even causing a ripple. Facing the criticism and verbal attacks from the disciples around him, Qin Xian's emotions did not fluctuate at all. He was seen holding the demon-slaying sword in his right hand, and a sharp sword intent and icy murderous intent completely poured out. Bang! Qin Xian did not refute anything, but just took a step forward, swept the surroundings with sharp eyes, and suppressed all the voices. The originally noisy scene suddenly became silent. Those disciples who denounced the enemy all felt at this moment that a long sword emitting murderous intent was placed across their necks, which made them tremble in their hearts and could no longer speak. After Qin Xian looked around, he finally set his sights on Wan Longxiao. That extremely cold gaze actually made Wan Longxiao feel a chill in his heart. You know what? Among countless roads, you chose the one that would lead to the worst possible death. The solemn and murderous voice resounded, making Wan Longxiao's face instantly gloomy. In all these years since he became the holy son of Zhenwu, this was the first time someone dared to speak to him like this. Don't worry. You will be the first to die. Facing Qin Xian's gaze, Wan Longxiao said with a cruel smile. Boom. As Wan Longxiao finished his words, several extremely powerful auras descended, causing all the surrounding disciples to breathe a sigh of relief. The elders and deacons of the Holy Land have finally arrived. The two leading elders were Liang Ting and Gu Xiangan, and behind them were 5 powerful Cave Heaven Realm deacons. Seeing the bloodstains all over the ground, Liang Ting's eyes first showed a hint of joy, and then were filled with grief and anger. How dare you? You killed your fellow disciples and disobeyed the order of the Holy Land. Qin Xian, you deserve to die. As soon as Liang Ting arrived, he yelled at Qin Xian. Gu Xiangan, who was standing aside, couldn't help but look at Qin Xian with disappointment and regret in his eyes. As a powerful marquis in the Shenzong realm and the master of the Punishment Peak, Gu Xiangan is definitely not a simple-minded person. What's more, what Wan Longxiao planned was the simplest strategy, but Qin Xian couldn't even see through such a simple plan, which was really disappointing. It is normal for young people with extraordinary talents to be arrogant, but being too arrogant is a flaw. In today's situation, even if Qin Xian seriously injured those disciples of the law enforcement team, considering his talent, there is still a chance to save the situation. However, he actually wiped out the law enforcement team directly, and in such a bloody and brutal way. This made the situation irreversible, and the only outcome left for Qin Xian was the death penalty. Old dog, I spared your life that day, but today I will send you and your Saint Son disciple to the west together. Qin Xian looked at Liang Ting who had arrived and cursed him directly. How dare you? Elder Gu, you have also seen that this boy has a fierce personality and has no intention of repenting. Today, I will help those disciples of the law enforcement team to remove the cancer from the Holy Land. Boom. As the words fell, a majestic aura belonging to a powerful marquis burst out, and the powerful aura made the void tremble. A huge spiritual fist print also formed in the air, containing terrifying energy fluctuations, and crushed towards Qin Xian. Seeing Liang Ting trying to kill Qin Xian directly, Gu Xiangan just sighed in his heart and did not intervene. However, at this moment, a figure wearing a deacon's robe stood in front of Qin Xian. Boom. A phantom of a cave appeared, and the ultimate power of the cave burst out, but it was still unable to resist the spiritual power fist print. Although Liang Ting is only a marquis of the first level of the Shenzong realm, he is a genuine powerful marquis after all, and he is not someone that a giant in the Dongtian realm can resist. Hai Bonan, who was wearing a deacon's robe, suddenly saw the shadow of the cave behind him shattered. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell directly in front of Qin Xian. Fortunately, the spiritual power fist mark was also completely eliminated. Then, Hai Bonan, covered in blood, slowly stood up and stood in front of Qin Xian, and said to Liang Ting and Gu Xiangan. Buffed. Qin Xian was recruited into the Holy Land by me. So I am willing to take the blame for his crime. I will pay for the lives of the disciples of the law enforcement team. What is Deacon Hai doing? Does he want to die? That's right. Qin Xian is not his biological son, why would he be like this? It's incomprehensible. There are people who are willing to die for others. As soon as Hai Boyan said this, the surrounding disciples all started talking about it. They couldn't understand why Hai Bonan was willing to die for Qin Xian. Qin Xian was just someone he recruited into the Holy Land, and he was not his biological son. This puzzled all the disciples. How dare you? Hai Bonan, who do you think you are? Can you replace me just because you want to? Liang Ting said angrily when he heard this. Although he also wanted to kill his mortal enemy Hai Bonan with one palm, killing Qin Xian was the most important thing, and he would not lose sight of the main goal. I was the one who recruited Qin Xian into the Holy Land, and I also brought his 2 concubines in, so all the blame lies with me. Why can't I die for him? Elder Gu, Qin Xian is still young and has great talent. He has a long way to go in the future. Even if it is for the future of the Holy Land, can you let me die in his place? Elder Gu, please. Hai Bonan, whose body was covered in blood, ignored Liang Ting and looked at Gu Xiangan and pleaded. He knew that at this point, only Gu Xiangan could save Qin Xian. When Gu Xiangan heard this, he was also somewhat moved. He felt it was worth it to exchange Hai Bonan's life for Qin Xian's life. After all, apart from his somewhat arrogant personality, Qin Xian is, in other aspects, both in talent and strength, at the level of a peerless genius. As for character flaws, as long as they go through this incident and are taught a lesson by him, they will definitely be corrected. Thinking of this, Gu Xiangan also wanted to say something. But at this moment, a slender hand pressed Hai Bonan's shoulder and pulled Hai Bonan behind him. Looking at Hai Bonan, his body was covered in blood, his white hair was in disarray, and he looked like an old man with a broken spine and about to die. Even Qin Xian, who was cold-hearted by nature, couldn't help but sigh at this moment. Hai Bonan's actions really touched him. After all, not everyone has the courage to face death just to protect a new disciple he recruited into the Holy Land. Thinking of this, Qin Xian comforted him with a respectful tone. This kind of tone can be heard by anyone in this world except Qin Peng, who adopted Qin Xian. Hai Bonan is also the second person who deserves Qin Xian's treatment. Don't worry, Hai Lao, I won't die. The ones who will die today are the old dog Liang Ting and this Yunwu Saint Wan Longshao. As well as the revenge of your eldest disciple, the feud between you and old dog Liang Ting should also be settled today. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Xian took a step into the air and his figure instantly appeared in midair. As the breeze blew his clothes, the sword intent in Qin Xian's body that was used to block the aura of the cave also disappeared completely. Boom! A violent roar sounded, and an extremely huge cave shadow appeared in the air. Among them, there is the sun god fire that burns everything, there is the brilliant sword light that penetrates the universe, and there is the purple gold dragon shadow that hovers and roars. Moreover, as the phantom of the cave appeared, a terrifying aura rushed straight into the sky and swept in all directions. The disciples who were watching were all terrified and burst into exclamations of disbelief. A giant in the cave heaven realm. This Qin Xian is actually a giant in the cave heaven realm. What a powerful cave. The terrifying aura emanating from it is almost as powerful as that of a powerful marquis. Oh my god! Is this Qin Xian a monster? How is it possible that he has such a high realm and powerful strength? That's right. You have to know that even senior brother Shengzi is only at the Dao Palace level now. Such a peerless genius is the strongest in the entire Yulong domain. When Qin Xian's true realm was revealed, everyone present was shocked. Whether it is Liang Ting, Wan Longshao, Gu Xiangan, Hai Boyan, or the 5 deacons. At this moment, everyone was staring at the white figure standing in the air. These deacons and elders had seen geniuses before, but this was the first time they had seen someone with such extraordinary talent as Qin Xian. Liang Ting and Wan Longxiao's eyes revealed expressions of extreme fear. I thought that Qin Xian's combat power was only comparable to that of a giant in the cave heaven realm. It was very strong, but still under control. But now, when Qin Xian's aura of the 6th level of the cave heaven realm fully erupted, Liang Ting and Wan Longshao only felt that the situation was out of control. Hidden in the Holy Land, what is your intention, Qin Xian? Seeing that all the disciples were frightened, Wan Longshao quickly spoke up and directly put the blame on Qin Xian. However, after hearing this, Qin Xian didn't even look at him, as if he was just an insignificant clown who was not worth caring about. Boom! As the shadow of the cave appeared, dragon roars echoed in the void. The true dragon blood in Qin Xian's body was boiling. There were golden dragon energy flowing around his body, and finally all gathered on his right fist. Endless dragon energy gathered, causing Qin Xian's fist to emanate an extremely terrifying aura. It's like a giant dragon that can shake the sky and is about to wake up and destroy the world. Liang Ting, old dog, this punch will send you to the west. The world-shaking dragon fist, a true dragon shakes the world. Qin Xian's figure disappeared in an instant, then he broke through the air and came in front of Liang Ting and punched him. The violent dragon power burst out from the tip of the fist, and actually condensed into a real blood dragon in the void. The powerful force contained in it bombarded and shook the void, like a thunder explosion, shocking everyone. Liang Ting, who was facing Qin Xian, felt like he was facing a real dragon in human form. He instantly burst out with all the might of a powerful marquis in the Shenzong realm and displayed his strongest martial arts. However, even the might of a marquis in the Shenzong realm could not resist this punch. The violent dragon power annihilated everything, the surging blood and energy flooded the void, and Qin Xian's right fist instantly approached Liang Ting's dog head. At this moment, as a sense of fear of death spread throughout his body, Liang Ting finally realized how terrifying Qin Xian was. "How dare you? Elder Gu, save me. Save me quickly. I don't want to die." Liang Ting screamed madly. "Qin Xian. Don't be impulsive. Liang Ting is still an elder of the Holy Land after all." After hearing this, Gu Xiangan suddenly reacted, and hurriedly slashed out with a sword while roaring, trying to force Qin Xian to retreat. An elder like Liang Ting who is a marquis in the Shenzong realm is an absolute backbone even in the Zhenwu Holy Land. Gu Xiangan is an upright person who is devoted to the Holy Land. He will never allow Liang Ting to die in front of him. "Get lost. If you keep whining, I'll kill you too." When Liang Ting wanted to kill him, Gu Xiangan did not take action, but Hai Boyan blocked the palm for him. Although he would be fine even if he didn't block it, it at least made him see Hai Bonan's character clearly. Therefore, Gu Xianghan's asking him to stop at this time would undoubtedly make him even more angry. Clang! A sword sounded, and the demon-suppressing sword appeared beside Qin Xian, blocking the sword light from Gu Xiangan for Qin Xian. Just like that, Qin Xian, who was no longer faced with any obstacles, smashed Liang Ting's dog head with one punch. Bang! A crisp explosion sounded, and as traces of bright red blood fell, a headless corpse fell to the ground. The whole place was suddenly silent. Looking at the headless corpse, all the disciples around were filled with fear. Especially the Zhenwu Saint Wan Longshao, there was no other emotion in his eyes except fear. Because that headless corpse was his master, a genuine powerful marquis in the Shenzong realm. A powerful marquis in the Shenzong realm is definitely considered a strongman even in the entire Yulong domain. But now, he was killed by the white figure in the air with a punch to his head, leaving no intact body. Royal rank martial arts. He is displaying a royal rank martial arts. Such a powerful force can only be unleashed by a king-grade martial art. A deacon felt the power of the world-shaking dragon fist and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. How is it possible? He is only at the cave heaven realm, how could he possibly cultivate a king-grade martial art? Let's not talk about whether he can succeed in cultivation. Even if he has extraordinary comprehension, every king-grade martial arts is priceless. How can he, a genius from a small family from a remote dynasty, possess a king-grade martial arts? No wonder. Have you forgotten his magnificent sword formation and the rare fire he captured? Which of these two things is priceless? Too terrifying. The peak of the second-level sword power. The ultimate Xian-level magic weapon. Strange fire. Now coupled with the king-level martial arts. No wonder he can defeat the Shenzong realm with the Dongtian realm. When the world-shaking dragon fist was released, even the 5 deacons were extremely shocked. There are only a few king-level martial arts even in the Zhenwu Holy Land. Moreover, even a powerful marquis like Gu Xiangan, the strongest martial arts he practiced were only top-grade martial arts of the wild level. How could Qin Xian be such a monster? Gu Xiangan was also dazed when he saw Qin Xian perform the world-shaking dragon fist, which was comparable to a king-level martial art. But then, when he saw Liang Ting's headless body, a surge of rage filled his chest. Qin Xian actually killed a marquis elder of the Zhenwu Holy Land right in front of him. Qin Xian. Liang Ting is still an elder of the Zhenwu Holy Land after all. You actually killed him directly like this. Where is the order and dignity of the Zhenwu Holy Land? Today, I will suppress you and make you confess your crime. Boom. Gu Xianghan's voice was like thunder, and his whole aura suddenly exploded. Compared to Liang Ting, who had just broken through the first level of the Shenzong realm and whose artistic conception was only at the peak level, he was a marquis. Gu Xiangan is a senior marquis who has reached the 6th level of the Shenzong realm and also possesses the 2nd level of sword intent. It showed all the disciples the true terrifying power of the powerful marquis. As Gu Xianghan's momentum exploded, all the trees and rocks on the Zhendao peak were swept into the air, like a violent wind descending. Moreover, when Gu Xianghan's magical sword appeared in his hand, the awe-inspiring sword intent rushed straight into the sky, cutting a gap in the clouds. Elder Gu is about to take action. This time Qin Xian will finally be suppressed. It has to be Elder Gu. This aura is thousands of times stronger than Elder Liang Ting. Of course. Whether it's realm or artistic conception, Elder Liang Ting can't catch up. This drama is finally coming to an end. I didn't expect that a marquis elder would fall this time. It's unbelievable. This is the first time that a disciple has killed an elder in the Holy Land's inheritance for so many years. Qin Xian will go down in history. After feeling Gu Xianghan's powerful and oppressive aura, all the disciples began to discuss. Suppress. Confess. Are you worthy of it? I told you that if you keep on whining I'll kill you too. It seems like you're deaf and didn't hear me. Although Gu Xiangan was in high spirits, Qin Xian still looked at him calmly and spoke in a cold tone. Is Qin Xian crazy? It's okay for him to scold Elder Liang Ting, but he even dares to scold Elder Gu. That's right. Does he think that all the powerful marquises are as powerful as Elder Liang Ting? It's over. I guess Qin Xian is going to have a miserable end. As soon as Qin Xian finished speaking, all the disciples were shocked. They didn't expect that Qin Xian would be so tough in the face of Gu Xiangan. When Gu Xiangan heard this, his rage immediately filled him, and the veins on his forehead were exposed due to anger. With such a fierce character, don't blame me for being ruthless. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Xiangan leaped into the air, with extremely powerful spiritual power and sword intent condensed on his long sword, and slashed towards Qin Xian. Boom. When this sword came out, the void was shaken and torn apart. Qin Xian's eyes were sharp when he saw this. There was a whole realm gap between him and Gu Xiangan, except for the Juk sword. Qin Xian must go all out and use all his strength to have a chance of winning. Then, 9 blazing sun shadows instantly rose up behind Qin Xian, which was a manifestation of pushing the 9 yang divine art to the extreme. His whole body was instantly ignited by the sun god fire that burned everything, and it was also blended with the golden emperor's burning sky flame, a strange fire that exuded a sharp aura. The two fires merged together, and their power became even stronger. At this moment, Qin Xian was like the sun god descending to the earth. Every step he took was 1,000 miles of scorched earth. This scorching and hot breath made all the disciples retreat one after another, and those who were too close felt as if they were placed in a furnace. Then, another dragon roar sounded. The true dragon blood in Qin Xian's body began to boil, and streams of dragon energy burst out from his flesh and blood, adding to his powerful physical strength. Finally, a sword force so sharp and powerful that it could cut through the sky suddenly burst out. As this sword intent burst out, Gu Xiangan, who was originally full of vigor and vitality, suddenly widened his eyes. The face that was originally solemn and angry was also filled with shock. 3rd level sword intent. How is this possible? As a powerful swordsman, Gu Xiangan knows better than anyone how difficult it is to break through the 3rd level of sword intent. Even if he broke through to the galaxy realm and became a powerful king, he might not be able to break through to the 3rd level of sword intent. And now, Qin Xian has already possessed the 3rd level of sword intent when he is in the cave heaven realm. What kind of enchanting talent and understanding is this? 3rd level sword intent. Is Elder Gu crazy? He said Qin Xian possesses the 3rd level sword intent. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. No matter how monstrous Qin Xian is, he can't break through to the 3rd level of sword intent. What nonsense. I heard from my master that the Saint Lord has just broken through the 3rd level of sword intent, but he is a king. Do you understand that he is a king of the galaxy realm? Why are you yelling at me? This is what Elder Gu just said. Go yell at Elder Gu. 2 coins. After hearing Gu Xianghan's words, the disciples felt as if their worldview was about to collapse. The peak of the second level of sword intent was already shocking enough to make all the disciples regard Qin Xian as an unparalleled monster. But when Qin Xian burst out with the third level of sword intent, in the minds of these disciples, the word monster was no longer enough to describe Qin Xian. All I can say is that only gods can do this. After all, you have to know that the true martial Saint Lord, who is a powerful king in the galaxy realm, has only reached the third level of sword intent. Compared with his disciples, Gu Xiangan was more heartbroken and cursed the dead Liang Ting thousands of times. A monstrous genius who broke through to the third level of sword intent in the cave heaven realm, he should be enshrined in the Holy Land, and yet you, old dog Liang Ting, actually plotted to frame him. Your disciple, the Holy Sun, is not even as good as a toe of Qin Xian. Thinking of this, Gu Xiangan also felt resentful towards Qin Xian. Why are you hiding your extraordinary talent? You have already revealed the third level of sword intent. How can I let Liang Ting bully you? Now that things have come to this point, in order to maintain the dignity and order of the Zhenwu Holy Land, he has no choice but to fight with Qin Xian. Alas! In this case, let me experience the horror of the third level of sword intent. Boom! Facing Qin Xian, who was bursting out with the third level of sword intent, Gu Xiangan also looked cautious. Suddenly, bursts of lightning surged all over his body, emitting a destructive aura. Thunderstorm sword body. Elder Gu will go all out. As someone who can become a marquee elder of the Zhenwu Holy Land, Gu Xianghan's talent is naturally not to be underestimated. His thunderstorm sword body is also an extremely domineering physique that can control the power of thunderstorms. And he has a high level of understanding of the way of the sword, so he can possess the sword intent of the late second level. At this moment, when he fully activated the thunderstorm sword, strong lightning flashes appeared on the surface of his body, making him look mighty and domineering. Thunderstorm sword body, quite interesting. Seeing Gu Xiangan activating the thunderstorm sword body, Qin Xian was not afraid. After all, compared with his strongest physique, the sun god body, the thunderstorm sword body is still far behind. Crazy thunder sword technique, crazy thunder Vajra sword. After activating the thunderstorm sword body, Gu Xianghan's eyes became serious and he directly displayed his strongest swordsmanship. The long sword in his hand was attached with violent thunder, shaking the void in all directions, and suddenly killed towards Qin Xian. Purple sky sword technique, purple sky breaking the blue slash. Seeing this, Qin Xian also held his sword forward and slashed. In an instant, the blazing sun god fire and the golden emperor's burning sky flame burned in the void. Under the surge of thousands of sword energies, the sun god fire and the golden emperor's burning sky flame were both attached to the sword energy. As the three merged, the golden and red colors disappeared, replaced by a purple fire sword energy that seemed like a sky full of purple sky. Those sword energies wrapped in purple sky fire seemed to contain the most terrifying destructive power. With the blessing of the third level of sword intent, it pressed down towards Gu Xianghan's thunder sword. Boom! The violent thunder sword energy and the destructive purple fire sword energy collided with each other. Suddenly, waves of terrifying energy exploded and swept in all directions. The disciples were also terrified when they saw this. They could feel that the aftermath of the collision between the two sword techniques alone was enough to annihilate them all. Fortunately, at this time, Elder Pang, who possessed the face-saving physique, and two other elders also rushed here. The three elders spread their palms together and pushed forward, forming a huge spiritual power protection shield. All the disciples were covered in it, thus avoiding the disaster. How could Qin Xian possess such a terrifying fighting power? What on earth happened? Looking at the two people fighting in the sky, then looking at the headless corpse on the ground, Elder Pang asked with a frown. Upon hearing this, the disciple beside Elder Pang told the three elders in detail everything that had just happened. After hearing this, the three elders, including Elder Pang, were all shocked. Kill Liang Ting with one punch. Master the king-level martial arts. The cave heaven realm possesses 3 levels of sword intent. Each of these events alone is shocking enough, let alone the fact that all 3 happened to one person. Lao Pang, what should we do? Should we go and help Lao Gu suppress Qin Xian first? In the sky, Qin Xian and Gu Xiangan were fighting fiercely. Although Gu Xiangan tried his best and displayed all kinds of powerful martial arts, he was still unable to suppress Qin Xian. And to put it bluntly, Gu Xiangan is still at a disadvantage. So, this elder also looked at Elder Pang and asked. No need. Let them fight for a while, we just need to protect our disciples. This matter has gone beyond our control. I believe the Holy Lord must have made a decision long ago. Upon hearing this, Elder Pang glanced into the void and spoke. It is impossible that the Holy Lord Jinwu knew about such a major event as the death of a marquis elder later than them. It is even very likely that before Liang Ting's death, the true martial saint had already set his sights on this place, but... Thinking of this, Elder Pang also shook his head. Over the years, some people in the Holy Land have become accustomed to fighting for power. They almost forget that as a warrior, strength is their most powerful support compared to power. Perhaps, the white figure in the sky is the best medicine to heal the Jinwu Holy Land. Boom. Along with the discussions of the disciples on the ground, the observations of the three elders, and the concerns of the four girls, Su Jiang, Lu Xia. The battle in the sky also entered a white-hot stage, and both Qin Xian and Gu Xiangan were really angry. Sword Qi raged in the sky, sweeping across the sky and tearing through the clouds. The divine fire in the sky and the thunder in the sky continued to collide, and the terrifying energy aftermath exploded wildly, shaking the mountains, rocks, and trees on Jindao Peak into pieces. Qin Xian was dressed in white, with divine fire surrounding him. The demon-suppressing sword in his hand burst out with a powerful sword light, like a sun sword god, majestic, powerful, sharp and awe-inspiring. Gu Xiangan, who was opposite him, was also firing at full force, slashing out with lightning sword lights, emitting a terrifying destructive aura. So far, so to speak. The battle with Gu Xiangan was Qin Xian's most exciting battle. Qin Xian, who originally lacked combat experience, gradually made up for it in this battle, making Qin Xian more and more courageous. Gu Xiangan on the opposite side felt a little aggrieved. Although he was a powerful marquis in the Shenzong realm, he was suppressed and beaten by Qin Xian, a junior in the Dongtian realm. Not only do I feel upset, but I also feel embarrassed. Thinking of this, Gu Xiangan began to burst out to the extreme, even at the risk of exchanging injuries for injuries in order to show his bloodiness and dignity as a powerful marquis. When Qin Xian saw this, a sharp look appeared in his star-like eyes. He has honed his fighting power and foundation to perfection and no longer feels frivolous. So, this battle should be over. The Emperor Dragon steps 3 times, and the Flood Dragon roars once. Boom. As Qin Xian took a step forward, endless dragon energy burst out, and when he stepped down, the void shook, sweeping in all directions. Suddenly, a dragon's roar resounded between heaven and earth, shaking the sky. Along with the sound of dragon roar, the dragon power in Qin Xian's body instantly combined with spiritual power, erupting with an even more powerful force. At the same time, his momentum suddenly surged, and his combat power doubled, becoming even more terrifying. Gu Xiangan, who was already at a disadvantage, was still swept away by Qin Xian's sword despite his extreme burst of energy, and retreated hundreds of meters. Looking at Qin Xian's sudden surge in strength, Gu Xiangan was astonished. He didn't understand why Qin Xian suddenly burst out with such powerful strength. It was simply unreasonable. After feeling Qin Xian's sudden surge in momentum, the disciples watching on the ground were also surprised and exclaimed in surprise. How come Qin Xian has become stronger again? He was able to defeat Elder Gu before he became stronger, and now he has become much stronger, so doesn't that mean he can defeat the Holy Lord? With such a strong talent and strength, he actually has so many hidden cards. Is there any chance for others to survive? Elder Gu is in danger. It looks like the Jinwu Holy Land will have a grand feast for 2 days in a row. You haven't eaten since you were born, right? Everyone thought that Qin Xian was already at his strongest state now. As a result, the sudden surge in momentum and power once again shocked all the disciples and elders and deacons. However, just as they were still discussing whether the Jinwu Holy Land could hold a 1-day banquet or 2 consecutive days, a clear voice resounded in the sky. An aura and pressure that was 10 times stronger than before burst out from Qin Xian again, causing the entire Jindao Peak to become silent. The Emperor Dragon steps 3 times, and after the second step a real dragon appears. Boom. As a stern voice fell, Qin Xian in the sky took another step forward. This step was like stepping on everyone's hearts, causing everyone present to tremble with fear. Moreover, when this step was taken, a real dragon shadow appeared behind Qin Xian, with majestic and domineering dragon power. The real dragon phantom first roared towards the sky, and then went straight into Qin Xian's body. At this moment, when the shadow of the real dragon entered the body, the spiritual power in Qin Xian's body suddenly erupted like boiling water, bursting out with extreme power. An aura and pressure that was 10 times stronger than before suddenly burst out, silencing all the disciples present. The elders and deacons all opened their eyes wide, as if they had seen a ghost. "Elder Pang, are you sure that the Holy Lord will be able to calm everything down after he comes out?" An elder, feeling the powerful aura emanating from Qin Xian, couldn't help but ask. "This should be." Elder Pang couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he heard this. What kind of monster did Hai Bonan recruit? In Elder Pang's perception, Qin Xian's current momentum and pressure are enough to crush these marquee elders. As for whether he had reached the king level, he had no idea. Now he can only hope that the Holy Lord will come out to mediate as soon as possible. Otherwise, the Zhenwu Holy Land would have to have a feast for 2 consecutive days. As expected of the Dragon Clan's secret technique, it actually has such a powerful force. Feeling the abundant and powerful force in his body, Qin Xian said with a happy expression. Although he still does not have the combat power to become a king in the galaxy realm after performing the 3 stamps of the Emperor Dragon, he should be unrivaled in the divine hidden realm. Buzz buzz buzz. However, Qin Xian had just finished speaking. His body began to crack with blood marks, which gradually spread like cracked porcelain. Seeing this, Qin Xian couldn't help but frown. After performing the 3 steps of the Emperor Dragon, it will indeed cause great damage to the physical body. You have to know that he has the blood of a real dragon, his physical strength is comparable to that of a real dragon cub, and he has also eaten a lot of dragon source fruits that can enhance his physical strength. Even such a strong and tough body began to gradually crack. If this were to be used by other warriors, their bodies would probably explode. The 3 steps of the Emperor Dragon is indeed a secret technique of the dragon race. I'm afraid that only a race like the dragon race with the strongest physical body can practice it. But fortunately, I have the blessing of true dragon blood, plus the tempering after taking the dragon source fruit before. Otherwise, I really can't last long. After performing the 2nd step of True Dragon, Qin Xian's body began to crack with blood. But it is mainly skin injury, and the burden and damage to the flesh fibers and internal organs are not very great. This state can be maintained for at least 1 or 2 days, if not 10 days. Therefore, there is no need to worry about the problem of physical body collapse for now. Perhaps only when Qin Xian truly performs the 3 steps of the Emperor Dragon, his physical body will truly be put to the test. Thinking of this, Qin Xian looked at Gu Xiangan with sharp eyes. After being stared at by Qin Xian's cold eyes, even though Gu Xiangan was a powerful marquis at the 6th level of the Shenzong realm, he still couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Not asking why something happened, simply judging rewards and punishments based on the results, disregarding human nature, and simply judging the stability of order based on value. Are you qualified to be the master of punishment peak? Are you qualified to accept me as your disciple? Qin Xian's voice was cold. He raised the demon-suppressing sword with his right hand. Without using any martial arts, he simply slashed out with the sword under the blessing of sword intent. Buzz buzz buzz. A huge, bright, and sharp sword light was slashed out, and the void was buzzing wherever it passed, as if it was torn apart. The disciples on the ground felt a stinging pain on their faces and looked at the sword in horror. After hearing Qin Xian's words, Gu Xiangan wanted to say something in rebuttal. However, once he felt the terrifying power contained in the sword light, it was too late to refute. He quickly mobilized all his spiritual power, injected it into the sword, and tried his best to block the sword. However, no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't block the sword. Boom. As a huge roar sounded, the disciples saw that Gu Xianghan's chest was cut with a wound deep enough to see the bone, and blood was gushing out. The whole person was directly cut by the aftermath of the sword light and crashed into the mountain of Zhendao Peak, shaking the entire Zhendao Peak. It's over. It's completely over. Tell the cooks to start cooking from today. can you please be more serious? Let's put aside the banquet and choose a leader of the punishment peak first. I choose Elder Lu. Don't be shameless. Are you sure your master, Elder Lu, can take on this important task? Even if we have to choose, it has to be my master, Elder Wang. I've made note of both of you. As long as Elder Fangu is still alive, you'll be in big trouble. Seeing Gu Xiangan being slashed into the mountain by a sword, all the disciples were talking about it. Of course, most of them are worried about Gu Xianghan's disciples. After all, Gu Xiangan is also the backbone elder of the Zhenwu Holy Land. There were also several elders headed by Elder Pang, who also had worried looks on their faces at this moment. Although they could feel that Gu Xiangan was not dead, they could also feel that Gu Xiangan was seriously injured and his breath was weak. In the sky, Qin Xian saw that Gu Xiangan was not dead, and he also held the demon-suppressing sword, ready to strike again. No matter how much he said before, he was not joking about killing Gu Xiangan as well. After all, he had slaughtered an army of 100,000 from the 3 dynasties, so what was Gu Xiangan to him? However, just as Qin Xian raised the demon-suppressing sword, a light exclamation suddenly came from the void. Hey, you really want to kill him? Boom. After this voice was heard, a large area of void cracked open, and gusts of strong wind blew out from it. A middle-aged man wearing a purple-gold martial robe and with an upright and tall figure walked out slowly from it. He was wearing a crown, his face was elegant and warm, yet he exuded an aura of majesty without even being angry. A terrifying aura as deep as the abyss and prison emanated from his entire body. With every move he made, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged and shook. After walking out of the void, the middle-aged man in the purple-gold robe looked at Qin Xian with a smile and said, "First, he killed Liang Ting with one punch, and now he wants to kill Gu Xiangan. Is it time to kill me, the true martial saint, next?" After these words came out, although the Zhenwu saint had an elegant smile on his face, everyone present felt a chill rising from the inside out. Looking at the Zhenwu saint who walked out of the void, Qin Xian suddenly felt a terrifying sense of oppression. The terrifying aura, which was like an abyss or a prison, was so terrifying that even Qin Xian felt a little suffocated. The powerful king of the galaxy realm. A true king. This is the power of being the ruler of a holy land. However, even though the true martial saint lord brought a great sense of oppression to Qin Xian still did not show any fear. In this world, no one can make him bow his head. He stretched out his hand and grasped the hilt of the juk sword on his back. The dragon energy in his body was surging, like a volcano ready to erupt. The Emperor Dragon has one last step to go, which can increase his combat power 100 times. In addition, with this sword that he had cultivated for hundreds of days with the sword cultivation technique, even a king in the galaxy realm could be killed with it. I might as well give it a try if I kill you. Qin Xian's eyes were sharp, and he looked at the Holy Lord Zhenwu and said with a ready look. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, the disciples became agitated. Holy crap. Is Qin Xian crazy? Does he know who he is facing? That's right. The Holy Lord is a king of the galaxy realm. He is not comparable to the marquee elders of the divine hidden realm. But I have to say it. Just the courage to say this to the Holy Lord is worthy of our admiration. Indeed. Before, I always thought that Qin Xian was arrogant and pretentious, but until today, I felt that his arrogance was justified. Nonsense. If I could break through the 3rd level of sword intent in the cave heaven realm and possess the fighting power to kill Elder Gu, I would be so arrogant that I would slap any dog passing by on the road. Too small. Too small. If it were me, let alone the dog, I would slap Elder Liang Ting twice if he passed by. Awesome. It has to be you. This time, when Qin Xian said that he wanted to kill the true martial saint lord, the disciples no longer had the same emotions of disbelief and contempt as before. Instead, they all felt admiration for Qin Xian. After all, it took great courage to be able to say such words when facing a king of the galaxy realm. Oh! Kill me! Upon hearing this, the smile on Saint Zhenwu's elegant and gentle face disappeared, and then he looked at Qin Xian expressionlessly. And, accompanied by the gaze of the true martial saint, an extremely terrifying and overwhelming pressure suddenly erupted, pressing towards Qin Xian like a surging tide. Seeing this, Qin Xian's eyes were sharp and he looked directly at the Holy Lord Jinwu. A stern and sharp sword intent burst out, colliding with the overwhelming pressure in the void. Boom. Waves of roars rang out. Qin Xian and the true martial Saint Lord simply looked at each other, and waves of air swept between them, containing extremely powerful energy. Just like that, as the momentum and pressure of the two continued to rise, powerful energy waves swept across the entire Zhendao Peak. All the disciples on the ground, as well as the four daughters Su Jiang, Lu Xia, and the elders and deacons, were all looking intently at the two people in the air. One is a new disciple who has joined the Holy Land, and the other is the true martial saint who is in charge of the entire Holy Land. The two people, whose identities and statuses should be very different, are now confronting each other in the void. This scene is truly heart-stirring. Just like this, Qin Xian and the true martial Saint Lord were both ready to go. After confronting each other for dozens of breaths, everyone thought that the two would start fighting in the next moment. However, to everyone's surprise, the Jinwu Saint Lord, who was emitting a terrifying aura, suddenly restrained all his majesty and aura, and once again showed a warm and elegant smile, looked at Qin Xian and said, "Very good. Since I took charge of the Holy Land, oh no. I should say that since I started practicing martial arts, no matter in terms of talent or character, you are the most peerless genius I have ever seen. If your qualifications were not so shallow, I would have given you the position of Holy Lord." Wow. As soon as Saint Jinwu said this, all the disciples were shocked. The most peerless and unrivaled genius I have ever seen since I started practicing martial arts. I wish I could give him the throne of the Holy Lord. Qin Xian could actually make a ruler of a holy land, a king of the galaxy realm, make such an evaluation. This is simply stating that Qin Xian's future achievements will definitely be much greater than those of the King Jinwu Saint. Oh my God. Could it be possible that Qin Xian could become a supreme being like the Emperor of the Divine Power Realm or even the Venerable of the Dharma Realm in the future? Too scary. I can't even imagine these two realms. If a powerful emperor with supernatural powers can emerge from my Jinwu Holy Land, then the entire Holy Land of Yulong Domain will regard me as the only one. Being able to witness the rise of a Divine Power Realm Emperor, or even a Dharma Realm Venerable, will be the greatest honor of my life. As Saint Jinwu gave his evaluation of Qin Xian, many disciples immediately became Qin Xian's little fans. The look in his eyes when he looked at Qin Xian was full of respect and admiration for the strong man. The elders and deacons' eyes lit up when they heard this. There was even a fantasy in his mind that the Jinwu Holy Land would dominate the Yulong Domain in the future. Lu Qiyue and Xia Qingqing also breathed a sigh of relief. As they have been practicing in the Holy Land since childhood, they naturally do not want Qin Xian to fight to the death with the true martial saint. Now, the two girls were even more surprised by the high evaluation of Qin Xian by the Jinwu Saint Lord. They did not follow the wrong person. As for Sun Yanchuang and Jiang Fangmu, they both looked at Qin Xian's tall figure with admiration. No matter where their husbands go, they will always be the most dazzling presence. As for Qin Xian, who was holding the hilt of the sword in the sky and ready to strike, he suddenly saw the true martial Saint Lord restraining his momentum. And he gave him such a high evaluation in public, which made Qin Xian a little surprised and embarrassed. In addition, there is a trace of regret in my heart. After training the sword for hundreds of days, he finally encountered a Galaxy Realm King, but they didn't even start fighting. The Jinwu Saint Lord opposite actually revealed a trace of regret when he saw Qin Xian, and the corner of his elegant face couldn't help but twitch. "You kid, do you really want to chop me?" However, although you are very talented, the order of the Holy Land also needs to be maintained. Killing fellow disciples and beheading the elders of the Holy Land at will, if it is the head of the punishment peak who has the power to enforce the law, Elder Gu can do these things. You are only a core disciple. Even if you are bullied, you should not kill the disciples of the law enforcement team directly. If everyone is like you, the order of the Holy Land will collapse. The Jinwu Saint Lord, who had just praised Qin Xian, suddenly changed the subject and began to say that the order of the Holy Land also needed to be maintained. These words made the disciples confused again. What on earth was their holy master going to do? So what? Hearing this, Qin Xian raised his brows, grasped the hilt of the juk sword again, his eyes full of eagerness to try. Seeing this, the true martial saint couldn't help but hold his forehead and said, "Your character is really a headache." Afterwards, the true martial saint looked at Qin Xian again and said solemnly, "So, I will start the Emperor's Ascension battle for you. As long as you can defeat the first 3 generations of Zhenwu Saint sons of the Zhenwu Holy Land, you can ascend to the throne of Zhenwu Emperor's son. As the son of the Zhenwu Emperor, my status is higher than that of all the elders and is equal to mine. If you are the son of the true martial emperor, the order of the Holy Land will be in your hands. You alone can represent the entire Zhenwu Holy Land. The throne of the Emperor's son. Oh my God! The Holy Lord is actually going to start a battle to ascend to the throne of the Emperor's son. What is the position of the Emperor's son? Isn't the highest honor for a Saint Land disciple the position of the Saint's son? What is the so-called Ascension battle? The position of the Emperor's son is above the Holy Son, and the status is equal to that of the Holy Lord. Legend has it that only a monstrous genius with extraordinary talent and the ability to suppress the destiny of an era is qualified to have the Holy Lord initiate the battle for the Emperor's son to ascend to heaven. The reason why the Ascension battle is called Ascension is because if you want to ascend to the throne of the true martial emperor, you must defeat the previous 3 generations of true martial saints in a row. This level of difficulty can be called Ascension. Defeated the previous 3 generations of Zhenwu saints in a row. The holy son of Wan Longxiao's previous generation was senior brother Zhang Wu, who is now a powerful giant at the 3rd level of the cave heaven realm. That's not bad. After all, Wan Longxiao has just ascended to the position of holy son, and senior brother Zhang Wu hasn't made much progress in his realm. But the holy son of the previous generation is senior brother Ho Long. What senior brother Ho Long? You should call him Elder Ho Long. Elder Ho Long is now a powerful marquis at the 3rd level of the divine hidden realm. When they heard that Ho Long was now a marquis elder at the 3rd level of the Shenzong realm, all the disciples were shocked. No wonder it is called the battle to ascend to heaven. If one wants to become the son of Emperor Zhenwu, one needs to defeat the elders who are granted titles of nobility in the Shenzong realm. Isn't this a battle more difficult than climbing to heaven for all the disciples? Has anyone ever succeeded in this battle of reaching the sky? Among the disciples who were watching, one of them asked. Of course. It's recorded in the scriptures in the Sutra library. But that was a long time ago. It is said that those predecessors who were able to become the sons of the true martial emperor would at least start their careers as the emperors of the divine power realm. That era was also the most glorious and splendid era for our Zhenwu Holy Land. Even in the entire Yulong territory, we were considered a dominant Holy Land force. But there is no need to reminisce, because we are about to witness the beginning of a new era. The disciple who explained it couldn't help but sigh in his heart when he thought of the former glory and current desolation of the Zhenwu Holy Land. However, when he raised his head and saw the white figure in the sky, a more brilliant light emerged in his eyes. Yes, why bother to reminisce? They are about to witness the beginning of a new era, a brand new era that far surpasses the previous one. How is it? Is the position of the son of the Zhenwu Emperor worthy of your status? After he finished speaking, the true martial saint looked at Qin Xian again and said with a smile. However, Qin Xian frowned slightly when he heard this. He is not interested in the son of Emperor Zhenwu. He came to the Zhenwu Holy Land just to find a fellow Taoist. In Qin Xian's eyes, the battle for the Emperor's ascension to heaven was opened for him by the Holy Lord Zhenwu. It would be better to go to other holy places to find a high-quality saint for him to go on a blind date. These are useless. It is still Hai Lao who understands him better and knows what he needs most. Come on, husband. Seize the position of the Emperor's son. Come on, husband. However, as the words of the true martial saint fell, Lu Qiyue and Xia Qingqing on the ground also spoke happily to encourage Qin Xian. As core disciples of the Zhenwu Holy Land, they understand better what the position of Zhenwu Emperor's son represents. What? Husband. My senior sister Lu and junior sister Xia. It's over. I have absolutely no chance this time. It's okay. You didn't have much of a chance anyway, so don't feel sorry. You know how to stab someone. Qin thief. I can't stand with you. As soon as the title of husband of the 2 women came out, many male disciples were excited again. The 2 calls of husband were like 2 sharp knives, piercing straight into the left and right atria of the male disciples, causing them to feel extremely heartbroken. When Qin Xian in the sky saw the expectant expressions on Lu Qiuyue and Xia Qingqing's faces, his slightly frowned brows relaxed. Since you can make the two girls happy, then just accept the position of the Zhenwu Emperor's son. After all, as long as the two girls are in a good mood, it will also be good for the children in their wombs. Maybe they can give birth to another evil genius. For Qiuyue, Qingqing, and Hai Lao's sake, I will accept the position of the true martial emperor's son. Zhang Wu, Ho Long, if I heard correctly, it should be you too, right? The emperor's son will fight to ascend to heaven. You two should fight together with Wan Longxiao. Thinking of this, Qin Xian also loosened the hilt of the Juk sword. He stretched out his hand and the demon-slaying sword flew into his hand again. He looked around with the sword and said, Emperor Qin, you are joking. Your strength is obvious to everyone. Why do you need the emperor to ascend to heaven to prove it? That's right. Who else but you can be the emperor's son? Upon hearing this, Zhang Wu and Ho Long, who were among the elders and deacons, hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. You should know that even Gu Xiangan, who was at the 6th level of the Shenzong realm, was slashed into the mountain of Zhendao Peak by Qin Xian's sword and is still lying inside. The two of them combined might not be able to block Gu Xianghan's sword, so how could they dare to fight Qin Xian? Qin Xian looked at the Zhenwu Saint Lord when he saw this. The Zhenwu Saint Lord nodded and said, what they said makes sense. Your strength has already far exceeded theirs. There is no need to fight any more. From today on, you are the prince of the Zhenwu Holy Land. Your status is equal to mine, and you can be in charge of the order of the Holy Land. The voice of the Zhenwu Saint was grand and powerful, resounding throughout the entire Zhenwu Holy Land, making all the disciples excited when they heard it. Greetings to the Zhenwu Emperor's son. Congratulations to the Emperor's son. Greetings to the Zhenwu Emperor's son. Congratulations to the Emperor's son. As the voice of Saint Zhenwu fell, everyone present, whether they were disciples or elders and deacons, bowed and congratulated Qin Xian. For a moment, the rolling sound was like a tide, sweeping across the entire Zhendao Peak, scaring away the birds and beasts in the mountains. The elder who was about to walk out of the collapsed mountain was so frightened that he lay down again. It's not that he was afraid of Qin Xian's revenge on him, he just felt ashamed to show up. Listening to the loud voices of congratulations in his ears, he looked at the many elders and disciples on the ground who were bowing to him. Even Qin Xian couldn't help but feel excited. After all, facing such a passionate scene, no one could remain indifferent. However, no matter how excited he was, Qin Xian still didn't forget the important matter. Under the gaze of everyone, he took a step forward and came in front of Wan Longxiao. Looking at this former true martial saint, Qin Xian said with cold eyes. I said, among countless roads, you chose the one that would lead to the most miserable death. Now, it's time for you to die. Feeling the sharp sword intent and terrifying aura emanating from Qin Xian, Wan Longxiao's pupils suddenly contracted, and a tremendous fear of death spread in his heart. Emperor Qin, please let me go. I am willing to honor you as my only respecter. Wan Longxiao hurriedly knelt on the ground, trying to gain a last chance of survival. However, Qin Xian had no expression on his face when he saw this, and he slowly stretched out his hand towards Wan Longxiao with an indifferent look. Whether it was his act of framing the disciples of Heiboxen University, or his action of instructing the law enforcement team to take action against the four girls, Su Jiang, Lu Xia. Everything destined him to die tragically here today. Boom. Go to hell. Seeing that Qin Xian was unmoved, Wan Longxiao's eyes were filled with madness. He jumped up instantly, and a short-bladed magical weapon suddenly emerged from his sleeve. It contained all his strength and stabbed towards Qin Xian fiercely. As the holy son of the Zhenwu Holy Land, Wan Longxiao, who possesses the Yunxiao holy body and Songyun spiritual bones, the power of this attack is still very strong. This made all the disciples and the four girls, Su Jiang, Lu Xia, all show expressions of fear and worry. However, facing Wan Longxiao's vicious attack, Qin Xian didn't even blink. In everyone's sight, they saw that the scorching and sharp strange fire, the Golden Emperor's burning sky flame, instantly surged out from Qin Xian's arm, melting away all the power that Wan Longxiao had burst out. Then a slender hand reached through the blazing golden emperor's burning heaven fire and grabbed Wan Longxiao's head. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The blazing and sharp golden emperor's burning sky flame and the scorching and hot sun god fire. They all burst out from Qin Xian's palms at once, completely covering Wan Longxiao's body. Ah! Kill me! Kill me now! Burned by the two top-level flames, Wan Longxiao's skin began to fester and burn. Every part of his body seemed to be suffering the most extreme pain in the world. His will collapsed instantly and he shouted for death. However, Qin Xian remained calm when seeing this. The controlled force continued to burn Wan Longxiao for nearly a quarter of an hour before it was reduced to ashes. Seeing the small piece of ash on the ground, Qin Xian blew it away into the forest of Zhendao Peak with one palm, and then nodded with satisfaction at his masterpiece. Any woman who dares to bully Qin Xian will not only be tortured to death, but even her ashes will be scattered after death. Looking at Qin Xian, who had a satisfied expression on his face, all the disciples, deacons, and elders looked at each other in confusion, with a chill in their hearts. Such a horrific method of killing made them feel terrified just watching it. Especially Wan Longxiao's extremely shrill screams, which were enough to make them hear how much pain Wan Longxiao was in when he was dying. Their new prince is really vindictive. Thinking of this, the disciples couldn't help but have the same questions as Hai Bonan had at the beginning. Is it really okay to let this kind of person be the son of Emperor Zhenwu? Even the Holy Lord Zhenwu couldn't help but hold his forehead in frustration when he saw this. This kid is really unscrupulous. Can't he just kill people in private? Feeling the frightened gazes of the crowd, Qin Xian didn't care at all. Because at this moment, the eyes of Su Jiang, Lu Xia, and the other four girls were filled with emotion and admiration. After all, the reason why Qin Xian killed Wan Longxiao so angrily was to vent his anger on them. Qin Xian was very relieved to see this. He didn't care about other people's opinions at all. After all, those disciples and elders couldn't give birth to children for him. As long as his wives and concubines understand him, that's enough. Qin Xian, come with me. After seeing Qin Xian slaughter Wan Longxiao, the Holy Lord Zhenwu also looked at Qin Xian and said. Hearing this, Qin Xian looked at the four girls and nodded, signaling them to rest assured. Afterwards, he followed the Holy Lord Zhenwu to the Zhenwu Peak, the towering mountain in the center of the Zhenwu Holy Land. On the Zhenwu Peak, there stands a magnificent hall with a plaque engraved with the words Zhenwu Hall. The walls are carved with dragons and phoenixes, and there are mysterious runes engraved on them, emitting rays of spiritual light. After following the Holy Lord Zhenwu to the square in front of the Zhenwu Hall, Qin Xian couldn't help but be shocked. Because he felt that behind the Zhenwu Hall, there were several extremely terrifying and powerful auras lurking. He had only felt such a terrifying and powerful aura from one person. That is the powerful king of Galaxy Realm in front of him, the true martial saint. As expected of a Holy Land force, the foundation is strong. Qin Xian walked behind the true martial saint and said with emotion. I didn't expect your perception to be so sensitive that you could actually sense the presence of those old things. Upon hearing this, Saint Zhenwu was slightly surprised. Behind the Zhenwu Palace, there are tall and wide stone palaces. Each stone palace is the residence of a Galaxy Realm king, and it is also the foundation of our Zhenwu Holy Land that has been passed down to this day. Otherwise, with only me as the Holy Lord to support us, we would have been eaten up by other holy lands long ago. The Holy Lord Zhenwu did not hide anything, but explained it directly to Qin Xian. Qin Xian nodded when he heard this, but he didn't seem particularly shocked. After all, as a Holy Land level force, it is normal to have such foundation. Afterwards, Qin Xian followed the Zhenwu Saint Lord into the Zhenwu Hall. After entering the Zhenwu Hall, the Zhenwu Saint Lord and Qin Xian both took their seats. Looking at Qin Xian's calm and unperturbed face, the Holy Lord Zhenwu also showed a satisfied expression, as if he was very satisfied with Qin Xian, the son of the Zhenwu Emperor. Have you heard of the Wandering Dragon ranking tournament and the Tiansong secret realm? The Holy Lord Zhenwu did not beat around the bush and asked directly. No. Qin Xian shook his head when he heard this. After he entered the Zhenwu Holy Land, he never inquired about any other news except for the information about Lu Qiyue and Xia Qingqing, the two most beautiful girls in the Zhenwu Holy Land. He knew nothing about the Yulong ranking battle and the Tiansong secret realm. Okay. Then I'll introduce you. The Yulong ranking battle, as the name suggests, is a ranking battle among all the contemporary geniuses in Yulong domain. The ranking of the contemporary geniuses in Yulong domain will be decided in the battle. This Yulong ranking battle is a grand gathering of geniuses held once every 20 years in the Yulong domain. In addition to the major Holy Land forces, some royal families, king-level ancient clans, top sects, and even geniuses among independent cultivators will all participate. Oh, it's just a boring show where a bunch of geniuses fight each other in the ring, competing for the title of the #1 genius in Yulong territory. Qin Xian said with a dull look when he heard this. He has no interest in competing for the title of the #1 genius in Yulong domain. Wouldn't it be better to have more children at home? Why bother being a conspicuous bag? What a stupid trick. Isn't the title of the #1 genius in Yulong territory loud enough? Upon hearing this, Saint Wu seemed to be choked and could not help but speak angrily. Of course, fame is secondary. Their main goal is to get into the top 100 in the ranking battle and get a Tiansong spirit talisman. Afterwards, Saint Wu explained again. What is the Tiansong Lingfu? Qin Xian asked again. The Tiansong talisman is a kind of talisman produced in the Tiansong secret realm. Only warriors who possess this kind of talisman can enter the Tiansong secret realm to collect the treasures of opportunity. And after entering the Tiansong secret realm, you can also use this talisman to go to the Tiansong Holy Spring and receive the baptism of the Holy Spring, which will improve your aptitude and understanding, raise your realm, and enhance your foundation. Each major region in the Tiansong Dojo can be allocated 100 Tiansong spirit talismans. The levels of Tiansong talismans are also divided into 3 levels: gold, silver, and bronze. Each large domain has 1 gold talisman, 9 silver talismans, and 90 bronze talismans. The higher the level of the talisman, the longer it can be baptized by the Tiansong Holy Spring, and the greater the improvement it will gain. This is why all the geniuses in the Yulong domain are coming out to participate in the Yulong ranking tournament. After Saint Wu finished explaining, Qin Xian also understood the whole process. The geniuses of Yulong domain will first obtain their rankings in the Yulong ranking battle, and then the top 100 geniuses will be allocated Tiansong talismans of 3 levels, gold, silver, and bronze based on their rankings. Finally, rely on the Tiansong talisman to enter the Tiansong secret realm, search for opportunities, and obtain the baptism of the Tiansong Holy Spring. Seeing Qin Xian's enlightened expression, the Holy Lord Jinwu also showed a relieved smile, thinking that this boy is teachable. However, the relieved smile just appeared on his face, and it disappeared instantly because of Qin Xian's next words. Not interested. Although Qin Xian had never heard of the Tiansong secret realm, he still had some understanding of this secret realm. Most of these secret realms contain various opportunities and treasures. Advanced skills and martial arts, secret techniques and arts, magical weapons, rare and precious fruits, exotic medicines and herbs, and even the inheritance of the powerful, etc. It attracts warriors to explore, seek opportunities, and get the chance to make a breakthrough. Secret realms like Tiansong's secret realm, which are jointly explored by all major realms in Dojo, will only make the chance treasures more rare and precious. Anyone who can get an opportunity from it and come out alive. In the future, he will definitely become the top powerhouse in his region and the backbone of various forces. However, although this kind of secret realm contains various chance treasures, the duration is often not too short. It would be difficult to come out if you don't have one for a year and a half, and what's more, it might last for 3 to 5 years, so Qin Xian said he was not interested. After all, even a year and a half is enough for him to have 1 child for each of the 4 girls. If it takes 3 to 5 years, there will be more babies. He didn't believe that the rewards given by the system were not as valuable as what was found in the secret realm. Besides, one had to go into a secret realm to practice treasure hunting and fight, and he couldn't eat meat for a long time. One is to stay in the Holy Land and enjoy the service of the 4 women. As long as you keep going, you will become stronger. Qin Xian is not a second-rate person, so of course he would choose the latter. Not interested. How could you not be interested? He is the #1 prodigy in Yulong territory. Do you understand how powerful this title is? There is also the baptism of the Tiansong Holy Spring. It can not only improve your realm, but also improve your innate talent and understanding. Improve your talent and understanding. This is what many people dream of. As soon as the 3 words, "not interested," came out, the Zhenwu Saint Lord broke through his defense and shouted loudly at Qin Xian. He didn't understand why someone could be so bad, but he could understand why they had no interest in fame. But if you are not interested in the divine object like Tiansong Holy Spring that can improve your aptitude and understanding, then it is just 2 coins. I feel that with my aptitude and understanding, I don't need to improve anymore. As for the empty title of the number 1 genius, I'm really not interested in it. Even though the Zhenwu Saint's defense had been broken, Qin Xian still went on as he pleased. You. The true martial saint wanted to scold him, but when he thought of Qin Xian's powerful strength and outstanding talent, he held back his anger and said, "Actually, in addition to the baptism of the Tiansong Holy Spring, there are many opportunities and treasures in the Tiansong secret realm, such as high-level spiritual tools and magic tools." Buzz buzz buzz. At this point, the Gongsha demon-suppressing sword formation appeared behind Qin Xian, and the demon-suppressing sword was also circling in the Zhenwu Hall, making a clear sword sound. Well. In addition to high-level spiritual tools and magical instruments, there are also some rare spiritual objects. As soon as he finished speaking, rays of golden emperor burning sky flame suddenly ignited around Qin Xian's body. They were like golden flaming dragons, emitting a burning aura and wandering around Qin Xian. There are also more advanced martial arts techniques. Boom. 9 phantoms of blazing suns rose up behind Qin Xian, with dragon energy entwined on the tip of his fists, emitting a power comparable to that of a king-grade martial art. That's enough. Seeing this, Saint Zhenwu's face turned completely dark, and he couldn't help but speak. Qin Xian nodded upon seeing this, then withdrew the Gongsha demon-suppressing sword formation, restrained the Golden Emperor's burning sky flame, and stopped the operation and activation of the 9 Yang divine art and the shaking world dragon fist. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. After saying this, Qin Xian stood up and was about to leave. However, looking at Qin Xian's figure about to walk out of the Zhenwu Hall, the Zhenwu Saint Lord pondered for a moment and seemed to suddenly realize something. He said to Qin Xian loudly, "The Yulong Territory ranking tournament will gather all the geniuses and strong men in the entire Yulong Territory. Among them, there are some powerful female geniuses. Not only are they extremely talented and powerful, but their looks and figures are also extremely beautiful. In previous years, some of the most powerful geniuses who sat on the first throne in Yulong Domain were all sought after by the female geniuses in the entire Yulong Domain. After the war, the forces you belong to will be thronged with requests for marriage and concubines. The same is true for the Tiansong secret realm. As long as you have an outstanding performance in the Tiansong secret realm, you will not only be able to travel in the dragon realm. All the female geniuses in the Tiansong dojo will pay attention to you. After all, women admire the strong. This is human nature. Qin Xian. You don't want to have only 4 wives and concubines for your whole life, do you?" As soon as these words were spoken, Qin Xian, who was about to step out of the Zhenwu Hall, stopped instantly. "You can only have 4 wives and concubines in your lifetime, what a vicious curse. Qin Xian. With your strength and talent, let alone in the Wandering Dragon ranking tournament, even in the entire Tiansong dojo, you are considered to be one of the top demonic geniuses. As long as you can participate in the dragon ranking battle and enter the Tiansong secret realm, you will definitely shine. By then, those outstanding and high-quality female geniuses, such as the saints of the major holy places, the daughters of the royal families, the princesses of the ancient dynasties, etc., will come to you one by one for you to choose from." Qin Xian. The voice of the true martial saint was like the whisper of a devil, echoing in Qin Xian's ears over and over again, making it difficult for Qin Xian to take another step. That's enough. Finally, Qin Xian slowly turned around. He slowly returned to the chair he had just sat on, looked at the true martial saint and said expressionlessly, "Tell me the opening time, precautions, and other details of the Yulong ranking battle and Tiansong secret realm." Hearing this, Saint Zhenwu once again smiled with satisfaction. In this way, the Holy Lord Zhenwu took a quarter of an hour to inform Qin Xian of all the details of the Yulong ranking tournament and the Tiansong secret realm. After listening, Qin Xian left with a blank expression. Looking at Qin Xian's departing back, the true martial saint couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As expected, Deacon Hai knows this kid best. Praise Deacon Hai. After coming out of the Zhenwu Hall, Qin Xian returned to his own courtyard. Qin Xian also learned from the true martial saint that there was still about a year and a half before the start of the Yulong ranking tournament. As for the Tiansong secret realm, it was after the Yulong ranking battle ended. The top 100 geniuses will be directly teleported to the Tiansong secret realm to compete with the geniuses from other domains. So the time of both is equivalent to being together. A year and a half is enough time to wait until they give birth. Before coming to the Zhenwu Holy Land, Sun Yanshuang and Jiang Fangmu were already pregnant with their third child. As for Lu Qiyue and Xia Qingqing, only Xia Qingqing is pregnant with her first child, while Lu Qiyue is not pregnant yet. Thinking of this, Qin Xian broke directly into Lu Qiyue's room. At this time, Lu Qiyue was facing away from Qin Xian. Seeing this, Qin Xian approached her and started fighting. 8 companion ancestral symbols, purple gold qualification, supreme pride. Even though Qin Xian had already prepared himself mentally, he knew that the child he and Xia Qingqing had would definitely be a gifted individual. But I never thought it could be so incredible. Even after he was born, the system unlocked a level above gold qualification, purple gold qualification. There are also 8 ancestral talismans, all of which are ancient divine objects that contain various origin powers, and they contain powerful powers that are truly powerful enough to destroy the world. If this child can really fully control the 8 ancestral talismans in the future, he will definitely become a powerful person capable of annihilating a world. Hearing the system's prompt, Qin Xian was first shocked and then extremely surprised. After all, the feedback reward for giving birth to a supreme genius will definitely be extremely generous. Boom. As the system prompt sounded, strong and strange phenomena in heaven and earth continued to emerge. Above the sky, black holes shattered the void and appeared, containing a strong devouring force that swallowed up the surrounding spiritual energy. In the clouds, the exploding thunder continued to condense, and finally gathered into thick thunder plasma. It contains the ultimate power of thunder and exudes a terrifying aura of destruction. In the void, the empty space was torn apart, a green lotus instantly blossomed, vitality scattered, and then withered in an instant, and death spread. The surrounding forests and peaks suddenly turned barren, and snow and ice drifted, freezing the lake and waterfalls, making it look like a polar scene. The blazing flames and the silent darkness coexist, light and darkness have the same origin and devour each other, it is extremely mysterious. As the strong vision of heaven and earth emerged, the Holy Lord Zhenwu appeared again outside Qin Xian's courtyard. The true martial Saint Lord, who is a powerful king in the galaxy realm, was extremely shocked this time. His emotions were so out of control that the terrifying king-level power could not be controlled and burst out, shaking the void for 100 meters. This strange phenomenon of heaven and earth is more than 100 times more terrifying than the last one. What kind of horrible and talented offspring did Qin Xian give birth to? At this moment, Saint Zhenwu couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. If he had known that Qin Xian could give birth to another offspring who was even more wicked than Qin Tian, he would have been ready to take this child in as his apprentice. So, after the strange phenomena in heaven and earth dissipated, the Holy Lord Zhenwu also hesitated to step into Qin Xian's courtyard. Buzz. However, at this moment, a long sword engraved with the words, "Suppress demons," flew out and stabbed into the ground in front of the true martial saint. At the same time, another voice came out slowly. Since the Holy Lord has made his choice, then he should teach you wholeheartedly. Otherwise, if you keep changing your mind, you might not even get a single beloved disciple. Hearing this, no matter how envious the Saint Lord Zhenwu was, he could only smile awkwardly and elegantly, then tear through the void and escape. After the true martial Saint Lord retreated, Qin Xian also looked at the baby in the cradle. The child was born with great spiritual energy, and there was a dark mark of ancestral symbol faintly visible on his forehead. Various origin talismanic powers were surging around his body, emitting a hazy divine glow. It was like the Son of God coming to the world, showing the extraordinary qualities of the supreme genius. With the 8 great ancestral symbols in my body, I will surely be able to shake the world in the future. In this way, I will be called Qin Dong. After naming Qin Dong, Qin Xian also looked at the first child born by Lu Qiyue. Ding! Congratulations host, your 10th offspring is born. Offspring's talent level assessment, qualification assessment, purple. Talent assessment, Shura's eyes, ice heaven's sacred body. Talent level assessment, peerless heavenly pride. Eye of Shura, it contains the power of Shura and has the combat skills inherited from the Shura clan. When fully activated, you can possess the power of Shura and slaughter the world. Ice heaven holy body, a holy body that controls the ultimate ice. The owner is naturally friendly to ice spiritual power. Practicing ice-based skills will achieve twice the result with half the effort, and using ice-based martial arts will double the power. Although he is not as talented as Qin Dong, the supreme genius with terrifying talent, he is also a peerless genius with dual talents. Even if placed in a large domain, his talent is enough to overwhelm an entire generation. The sky is icy and the rain is sudden, so I took the word rain. The Shura is bloodthirsty, which is a catastrophe for all races, so I took the word Hao. In this way, the name will be Qin Yuhao. Lu Qiyue watched Qin Xian carefully come up with a good name for Qin Yuhao, and she did not become cold towards him just because Qin Yuhao's talent was not as good as Qin Dong's. I couldn't help but feel a little touched. Jiang Fangmu, who was standing by, smiled softly and said, "Don't worry, sister. My husband treats every child equally, without any partiality." As people who have been through this, Jiang Fangmu and Lu Qiyue had the same concerns, but in the end they were both moved by Qin Xian's sincerity. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiyue nodded and responded with a smile. Just like that, Xia Qingqing and Lu Qiyue both gave birth. Qin Xian also stayed with the two girls for a while longer, giving them enough sense of security. Only after the two girls fell asleep did Qin Xian leave Sun Yanchuang and Jiang Fangmu to take care of them, and he returned to the room. Now that all 4 children have been born, Qin Xian is about to start receiving feedback rewards from the system. Especially for Qin Dong, the supreme genius, the system will definitely give him the most generous reward in history, which is also what Qin Xian is looking forward to. System, receive the reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host's 7th offspring for being rated as a top-level genius. The system will issue a reward. The system issues rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 breakthrough card, 5 enlightenment cards, 10 bottles of intermediate Yuanling pills, Sunfire essence, Dragon Yang spiritual liquid, 6th grade gathering spirit array, 3 books of wilderness level random martial arts, and 5 books of wilderness level random martial arts. Ding! Congratulations to the host's 8th offspring for being rated as a peerless genius. The system will issue a reward. System rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 breakthrough card, 5 enlightenment cards, 1 upgraded will card, 10 bottles of top-grade Yuanling pills, the natural disaster-killing king sword formation, a powerful family member who was granted the title of Marquis, a map of the middle-grade spiritual stone mine, a random king-grade technique, and a random king-grade martial arts. After 3 days of martial arts exchanges between Qin Xian and Lu Qiyue in the room. Finally, the system prompt sound came in my mind, and Lu Qiyue successfully conceived her first child. So far, Su Jiang, Lu Xia and the other 4 girls have all hit the target. Qin Xian no longer favored Lu Qiyue alone, but returned to enjoying the 4 water pillars. And so, as time passed, the days went by. The 4 girls also gave birth one after another in the Zhenwu Holy Land, and gave birth to 4 more children for Qin Xian. Ding! Congratulations host, your 7th offspring is born. Offspring's talent level assessment, qualification assessment, purple. Talent assessment, Xianyang spiritual vein, Longyang sacred bone. Talent level assessment, top level genius. Xianyang spiritual vein, an innate spiritual vein that contains the power of Xianyang. The owner can cultivate Xianyang spiritual power and use it to bless himself, which can improve the speed of cultivation, comprehension, etc. It also has the power of purification, which can make all evils retreat. Longyang Holy Bone, the Holy Dragon Bone contains the power of Longyang. It is extremely strong and yang. The owner will greatly improve the physical strength. It also contains a small part of the Dragon Clan's heritage, which can be developed. The first of the 4 daughters to give birth was Jiang Fangmu. Although Jiang Fangmu's Xuanin phantom body is rare, it is not particularly powerful. Therefore, most of the children born inherited more of Qin Xian's talented genes. The child born this time has dual talents, having inherited Qin Xian's sun god body and true dragon bloodline. It's just that his talent is not particularly strong, so he was only rated as a top genius. Xian Yang spiritual vein, Long Yang sacred bone, born with the talent of two yangs, that's the name Qin Chong Yang. Although he was only rated as a top genius, Qin Xian still did not feel disappointed at all. He treats every child equally and has the same high hopes for them. No matter how talented these children are, they are all his, Qin Xian's children. Ding! Congratulations host, your 8th offspring is born. Offspring's talent level assessment, qualification assessment, purple. Talent assessment, natural disaster holy body, accompanied by strange fire. Talent level assessment, peerless genius. Natural disaster holy body, a powerful holy body that controls natural disasters. The owner can mobilize natural disasters to fight against the enemy. If cultivated to perfection, the owner will have the power to destroy the world. Companion fire, disaster and world-destroying flame, an extremely vicious fire. Once this fire appears, disasters will spread everywhere. The owner can use disaster fire to burn the gods and destroy the world with disaster fire. 2 days after Qin Chongyang was born, Sun Yanchuang also gave birth. The child born was an unrivaled genius with a physique as strong as the holy body of natural disaster. Coupled with the companion strange fire, the flame of disaster and destruction, it makes it even more extraordinary. And when Sun Yanchuang gave birth, there were natural strange phenomena accompanying it. Fires were spreading all around, the ground was covered with blazes, thunderclouds filled the sky, and strong winds were raging in the void. It was as if a natural disaster had really occurred, causing the elders and disciples of the Zhenwu Holy Land to tremble in their hearts. However, when he saw that the strange phenomenon was manifesting in the direction of Qin Xian's courtyard, he felt relieved. After all, their Zhenwu Emperor is the epitome of miracles and power. They are not surprised by what happens to them, and can be said to be numb to it. At the same time, the Holy Lord Zhenwu also smelled the scent and came to the outside of Qin Xian's courtyard. Is this the strange phenomenon caused by the birth of a top-notch genius? Looking at the baby in the cradle, Saint Zhenwu said with shining eyes. I didn't expect that Qin Xian could give birth to such a talented child. Wouldn't it be wonderful if he could become my disciple? What are you going to do? Seeing this, Qin Xian protected the child tightly and asked with a vigilant look on his face. He felt that there was something wrong with the Holy Lord Lao Deng in front of him. Qin Xian, such a talented child must find a wise teacher for him, so that he can make the unpolished jade shine. After saying this, the Holy Lord Zhenwu also raised his head, looking like no one else could do it better than him. Don't worry, Lord. I will. Qin Xian nodded seriously when he heard this, and then he carried the child back to the room. Seeing this, Saint Zhenwu also became anxious. Hey! Don't leave, kid. I've made it clear that in this Zhenwu Holy Land, no one else is qualified to be his master except me. The Holy Lord Zhenwu instantly burst out with the powerful aura of a galaxy realm king, causing the void to shake. Some elders and disciples who felt the pressure from the king were even more shocked. They even thought that their Zhenwu Saint Lord and Zhenwu Emperor were going to fight. However, even so, Qin Xian still did not stop. Upon seeing this, Saint Zhenwu couldn't help but sigh, and then rays of spiritual light flew out from his sleeves and circled in the air. Each ray of spiritual light contains an extremely rare spiritual object or an extremely precious spiritual medicine or herb. Even the Holy Lord Zhenwu felt a little pain in his heart after taking it out. However, after a series of spiritual lights flew out, Qin Xian's footsteps finally stopped. He just turned around and waved his hand, and rays of spiritual light were taken into the cave. The Holy Lord is right. In this Zhenwu Holy Land, you are the most qualified to be my son's master. When he grows up, he will be your apprentice. After receiving many precious spiritual objects and elixirs, Qin Xian smiled and said. In fact, Qin Xian had no intention of rejecting the Holy Lord Zhenwu. After all, why not have a powerful king of the galaxy realm to teach his son wholeheartedly? When the Holy Lord Zhenwu saw Qin Xian's inexplicable smile, he also understood Qin Xian's thoughts, but he was not angry. To be able to accept such a peerless genius as a disciple, it is nothing to spend some of your savings. Moreover, he also firmly believed that Qin Xian would never have the nerve to use these spiritual objects himself. Won't he have to use it on his good disciple when the time comes? Seeing that Qin Xian agreed, the Holy Lord Jinwu left with satisfaction. After returning to the room, Qin Xian also named his sixth son. Your sister Cuzai Liuzheng is named Qin Sheng, so you will Cuzai Liutian and be named Qin Tian. After Qin Chongyang and Qin Tian were born, Qin Xian was not in a hurry to claim the system reward, but wanted to wait until the children of Lu Qiyue and Xia Qingqing were born before claiming it together. Especially Xia Qingqing, the first marriage partner Qin Xian had ever seen with golden qualifications. Qin Xian was looking forward to whether Xia Qingqing would give birth to another genius for him. And so, after waiting for more than a month, Lu Qiyue and Xia Qingqing, the two most beautiful girls in the Jinwu Holy Land, gave birth to their children on the same day. Moreover, when the system prompt sounded, Qin Xian was stunned where he was. Ding! Congratulations, host, your ninth offspring is born. Offspring's talent level assessment, qualification assessment, purple gold. Talent assessment, 8 companion ancestral symbols. Talent level assessment, supreme pride. 8 companion ancestral symbols, devouring ancestral symbol, in charge of the power of devouring, can devour and refine everything, and has a multiplier effect on cultivation. The owner can even rely on the power of devouring to contain other ancestral symbols. 8 companion ancestral talismans, thunder ancestral talisman, controls the power of thunder. 8 companion ancestral talismans, space ancestral talisman, in charge of the power of space. 8 companion ancestral talismans, the ancestral talisman of life and death, which controls the power of life and death. 8 companion ancestral symbols, primordial ancestral symbol, controlling the power of desolation. 8 companion ancestral talismans, ice ancestral talisman, controls the power of ice and snow. 8 companion ancestral symbols, dark ancestral symbol, controls the power of darkness. 8 companion ancestral symbols, flame ancestral symbol, controlling the power of flame. According to the order, the system also issued the rewards for giving birth to Qin Chongyang and Qin Tian first. First, there was the reward for giving birth to the top prodigy Qin Chongyang, in addition to the realm-breaking cards, enlightenment cards, Yuan Lingdan, and wild-level martial arts, which were the necessities for cultivation. These are the 2 spiritual objects, the Sun Fire Essence and the Dragon Yang Spirit Liquid, plus a 6th-grade Spirit Gathering formation. Sun Fire Essence, a fire-attributed spiritual object that can be used to increase the fire power of a warrior. It can also be used to devour strange fire to increase the level and power of strange fire. The Sun Fire Essence is considered to be a top-level spiritual creature among fire-attributed spiritual creatures. It has the power to enhance fire spiritual power. Qin Xian's Sun God power is the strongest fire spiritual power. Moreover, it can also be used to increase the level and power of the strange fire. It just so happens that Qin Xian can use the Sun God Fire and the Golden Emperor Burning Sky Flame to devour and use them. Longyang Spiritual Liquid. This spiritual liquid contains the power of Longyang and has a powerful and mysterious effect. After taking it, it can greatly increase the hardness of Kuan, slightly increase the width and length, and has a chance to increase the talent of the next generation. This is even more awesome than the Yin-Yang Deer Blood. After checking, Qin Xian couldn't help but exclaimed. Longyang Spiritual Liquid, the function of this bottle of spiritual liquid is so powerful. Not only can it improve Kuan's hardness, width and length, but it also has a chance to improve the talents of offspring. I wonder if I can keep Jiao Chan on my waist after drinking all of this bottle of Longyang Spiritual Liquid. Qin Xian looked at the full bottle of Longyang Spirit Liquid in his hand, and his eyes burst into a hot light. Qin Xian felt that this bottle of Longyang Spirit Liquid alone was equivalent to the reward for giving birth to a genius. After all, what he brought to Qin Xian was the dignity of a man. 6th grade Spirit Gathering Array. After use, the speed of spiritual energy generation within a radius of 100 miles increases 5-fold, and the concentration of spiritual energy increases 3-fold. It can greatly increase the growth and maturity speed of some low and medium-level spiritual plants, and can also cover up strange phenomena in heaven and earth. In addition to the Sun Fire Essence and Dragon Yang Spirit Liquid, there is also a 6th grade Spirit Gathering Array. Compared to the 7th grade Spirit Gathering Array, the concentration of spiritual energy has not changed, but the range has expanded to 100 miles in radius. It is just right to cover the entire Qingfeng city. After all, as the capital of the great Qin dynasty and the outer base camp of the Qin family, the spiritual energy cannot be too bad. After checking the feedback rewards for giving birth to Qin Chongyang, Qin Xian also began to check the feedback rewards for giving birth to Qin Tian. What surprised Qin Xian greatly was that there was an advancement card among the rewards for giving birth to Qin Tian. Each upgrade card is a rare reward, and the improvement it brings to Qin Xian will be a leap forward. With this sword power enhancing card, Qin Xian's sword power can be upgraded to the 4th level, and his combat power will be increased hundreds of times again. Even if he doesn't improve anything, just by raising his sword intent to the 4th level, Qin Xian is confident that he can kill the true martial saint with his sword without using the juk. After all, every level of improvement in artistic conception is a transformation for warriors. After the surprise, Qin Xian also checked the rewards behind. Apart from some necessities for cultivation, there is only a sword formation to kill the king of disasters. However, Qin Xian did not feel disappointed about this. After all, an upgrade card was already enough of a surprise for him. Natural Disaster Kingslaying Sword Formation, with the Earth-level ultimate magical instrument, the Kingslaying Sword, as the heart of the sword formation, the 10 mysterious level ultimate disaster swords of water, drought, insects, hunger, earthquake, wind, snow, fire, epidemic, and rain are the foundation of the sword formation. The 10 natural disasters wreak havoc on the vastness and can kill the king. 10 calamity swords of the same quality as the demon-suppressing sword, plus an earth-level top-grade magical weapon, the Kingslaying Sword, which even ordinary emperors cannot possess. Such a luxurious formation is more than 100 times more precious than the Gongsha demon-suppressing sword formation. No wonder it possesses the power to kill a king. After seeing the introduction of the Calamity King killing sword formation, Qin Xian also exclaimed in admiration. The higher the level of the magic weapon, the more difficult it is to refine it to the best quality. For a top-grade Earth-level magical weapon like the Kingslaying Sword, generally only a peak king-level refiner at the 9th level of the Galaxy Realm, or the legendary Emperor-level refiner, would be able to successfully refine it. Its value is far greater than some lower-grade heavenly instruments. Even some ordinary emperors in the realm of supernatural powers would be envious of it. Now, after obtaining the Calamity-Killing King Sword formation, Qin Xian can also directly give the Gongsha demon-suppressing sword formation to Xia Qingqing for use. Xia Qingqing, who possesses the supreme talent in formation, can unleash the powerful might of the Gongsha demon-suppressing sword formation. After giving it to Xia Qingqing, it can also greatly enhance Xia Qingqing's self-protection ability. Just like the situation of the law enforcement team last time, fortunately Xia Qingqing had not returned the Gongsha demon-suppressing sword formation to Qin Xian. Otherwise, they would have been suppressed by the disciples of the law enforcement team long ago. After checking these rewards, it is time to get the feedback reward for giving birth to the supreme genius Qin Dong in order. Qin Xian also slowly exhaled a breath, his eyes were clear and full of expectation. Ding! Congratulations to the host's 9th offspring for being rated as a supreme genius. The system will issue a reward. The system issues rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 breakthrough card, 5 enlightenment cards, 1 upgraded will card, 10 bottles of top-grade Yuanling pills, Chaos Divine Body, a Cub of the Divine Beast Heavenly Demon Martin, a Family Spirit Weapon Pavilion, the Imperial Martial Art Great Wilderness Prisoner Heaven Finger, a Family Emperor, 10 King-level Talisman Puppets, 3 King-grade Random Exercises, and 5 King-grade Random Martial Arts. Upgrade your card. Chaos Divine Body. The Cub of the Mythical Beast, the Sky Demon Martin. Family Spiritual Weapon Pavilion. The Pinnacle Imperial Martial Art, the Great Wilderness Prisoning Heaven Finger. The Powerful Emperor of the Family and 10 King-level Talisman Puppets. Even though Qin Xian had made sufficient mental preparations, he was still shocked beyond words by the feedback reward this time. It really is worthy of the feedback reward for giving birth to a supreme genius, and he is worthy of the title of supreme. There is no need to explain how precious the Ascension card is. Just check out the introduction of the Chaos Divine Body. Chaos God Body, Supreme Origin God Body, with the power of the origin of all things, and invulnerability to all things. The owner will suddenly realize the power of chaos. Chaos is the universe of the origin of all things, and all the heavens and all the ways are derived from it. When cultivated to the pinnacle, one can transform into chaos and annihilate all worlds. The chaos god body can also accommodate other physical talents and embrace all things. The supreme origin divine body, the body turns into chaos, annihilates all worlds, and can accommodate other physiques. After reading the introduction, Qin Xian's heart couldn't help but be filled with waves. This chaos divine body is definitely the strongest physique in the universe. If he were to integrate them, his talent and understanding would definitely reach the pinnacle of this world. Perhaps, even the legendary great emperor who can cross the starry sky and destroy the 3,000 universes with a wave of his hand. Qin Xian will have the opportunity to stand shoulder to shoulder with him in the future. Thinking of this, Qin Xian hurriedly suppressed the extreme shock and restlessness in his heart. Although the chaos divine body is strong, one's own tenacious character also plays a huge role in whether one can become an unrivaled powerhouse. Talent, luck, and character are all indispensable if one wants to become the strongest. Qin Xian said in his heart, and at the same time his mood gradually calmed down, and his eyes once again revealed his usual tenacity. After calming down, Qin Xian continued to check the remaining reward introductions. Sky Demon Marten Cub, a cub of the top-level divine beast Sky Demon Marten. At its peak, it has the power to swallow dragons and phoenixes and destroy the world. It is one of the strongest races of the demon race. The young celestial demon Marten can be made to recognize Qin Dong as its master, and become Qin Dong's guardian beast, growing up with him. As one of the most powerful races in the demon race, the Sky Demon Marten has terrifying talents and potential. Even though it is only in the cub stage now, the power it possesses is definitely not weaker than that of the human race's king or even emperor. And as it continues to grow, the strength of this heavenly demon Marten will become more and more powerful. It's just right for him to grow up with Qin Dong, the supreme genius, and also serve as a protector of Qin Dong when he is weak. After all, a young demon Marten with the power to be crowned a king or even an emperor is a powerful existence that can walk sideways even in the entire Yulong domain. Family Spiritual Artifact Pavilion. The pavilion contains spiritual artifacts of various levels, including heaven and earth, black and yellow. Qin family disciples can obtain them after passing the trial. The number and types of spiritual artifacts are refreshed every year. Although the Family Spiritual Weapon Pavilion only contains spiritual weapons, it is refreshed once a year, which is equivalent to having an endless amount of spiritual weapons. For the Qin family, it is also a family treasure. For Qin Xian, spiritual weapons could no longer keep up with his pace. But for the Qin family, the Family Spiritual Weapon Pavilion that can endlessly refresh spiritual weapons is definitely a treasure. After all, many of the current members of the Qin family are at a level below the Dao Palace realm, and spiritual weapons are still the mainstream weapons they use. King-level Talisman Puppet, a talisman puppet with king-level combat power, a type of puppet, unconscious, with an extremely hard body, capable of fighting against powerful kings in the galaxy realm. A king-level talisman puppet with king-level combat power, this is a good thing. Qin Xian waved his hand, and suddenly a king-level talisman puppet appeared in the room. The talisman puppet in front of him was black and gold all over. It was unknown what material it was made of. It was extremely hard. Even when Qin Xian slashed with his sword, it could only leave a white mark on it. Moreover, this talisman puppet is engraved with mysterious runes that emit spiritual light all over its body. It contains extremely turbulent energy. Once it explodes, even a king-level warrior will have to be cautious. With these talisman puppets, Nian Shuang and the others' safety will be better guaranteed. At least in Yulong territory, there will be very few people who can hurt them. 2 talisman puppets are just right for each person, and the remaining 2 can be given to Yue later. The 10 talisman puppets were also distributed in an instant. Fortunately, Qin Xian only had 5 wives and concubines now. If there was one more, there would not be enough to go around. When mentioning Yue, Qin Xian felt a little nostalgic for her. After Yue returned to the Holy Land, she won the attention and support of the elders of various holy lands by virtue of her own talent and strength. She then successfully took revenge by killing the couple who had framed her before, and firmly sat on the position of the Holy Maiden of Taishuan. Some time ago, Yue also sent a letter, saying that she would come back to bring Qin Xian and Su Jiang to the Taishuan Holy Land. But at that time, Qin Xian had already arrived at the Zhenwu Holy Land. Moreover, he had already slaughtered Wan Longshao and ascended to the throne of the Emperor's son, so it was naturally impossible for him to go to Taishuan Holy Land again. Moreover, Qin Xian also learned from the letter that Jing Yue would also participate in this dragon-ranking battle and strive for a place to enter the Tiansong secret realm. So, Qin Xian made an agreement with Jing Yue to meet again after the Yulong ranking battle started, so that Jing Yue could improve herself and make preparations during this time. By making this agreement, Qin Xian also wanted to give Jing Yue a surprise. When the time comes, let Jing Yue see how her husband suppresses all the geniuses in Yulong domain in a snap and ascends to the throne of the number one genius. Thinking of this, Qin Xian shook his head, hid his longing in his heart, and waited to release it when they met again. Great Wilderness Prisoner Heaven Finger, a top-level imperial martial art. One finger can imprison the heaven and earth, 2 fingers can shatter mountains and rivers, 3 fingers can kill all living things, 4 fingers can break the sky, and 5 fingers can shake the universe. What a domineering introduction. It is indeed a top-level imperial martial art, the Great Wilderness Prisoner Heaven Finger. Martial arts above the king level are no longer divided into lower, middle, upper, and best levels, but are divided into ordinary, rare, and peak levels. A top-grade imperial martial art like the Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger is the most precious and powerful among all imperial martial arts. Once successfully cultivated, it will surely burst out with earth-shaking power. At this point, all the feedback rewards for giving birth to the supreme genius Qin Dong have been checked, and the only thing left is the feedback reward for giving birth to Qin Yuhao. Ding! Congratulations to the host's 10th offspring for being rated as a peerless genius. The system will issue a reward. The system issues rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 breakthrough card, 5 enlightenment cards, 10 bottles of top-grade Yuanling pills, 9 transformation golden body technique, Shura clan ancient combat technique, Shura blood domain, a powerful family member who is a marquis, a random king-grade technique, and a random king-grade martial arts skill. Although apart from the necessities for cultivation, there was only 1 set of exercises and 1 ancient combat skill, but when Qin Xian checked them, he found that they were all top-notch. 9-turn golden body art, a physical training method, each turn leads to a new realm. After practicing to the 9th turn, one can condense an immortal golden body and use the physical body to resist the dharma of heaven and earth. 9-turn golden body art, each turn is a new realm, the 9th turn can condense an immortal golden body, and use the flesh body to resist the dharma of heaven and earth. Doesn't this mean that as long as I cultivate to the 9th level, I can fight against a dharma realm master with my physical strength alone? The venerable one in the dharma realm is the true supreme being who stands above all living beings. Not to mention the Yulong domain, even if you look at the entire Tiansong Daozhou, the Dharma realm venerable has absolute power to suppress an entire domain. And now, as long as one practices the 9 revolutions golden body technique to the peak of the 9th level, one can fight against a Dharma realm venerable with pure physical strength. This is simply the supreme book for those martial artists who practice physical training. Moreover, Qin Xian also possesses the blood of a true dragon. His physical strength is already very high. With the 9 revolutions golden body technique, he is even more powerful. Perhaps by then we will have the opportunity to sanctify our bodies. Ashura blood domain, an ancient combat skill of the Ashura clan. It uses one's own blood essence to condense an Ashura blood domain with a radius of 10 miles. The Ashura blood domain has a very strong sealing power and contains a very strong killing intent. It can weaken the enemy's willpower, the speed of spiritual power circulation, and reduce combat power. Those with weak wills will be directly defeated. The Shura blood domain is actually a forbidden combat skill. It can stimulate the essence of blood and condense into a forbidden domain. It is worthy of being the ancient combat skill of the Shura clan. It is serious in killing all. After checking it out, Qin Xian couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The forbidden ancient combat skill that can condense a domain is no less valuable and powerful than the imperial grade top-level martial skill, the Great Wilderness Prisoner Sky Finger. In this way, Qin Xian finally checked all the rewards. Next, it's time for him to use these rewards to improve himself. System: fuse the Chaos Divine Body. The first choice for improvement is to first merge the Chaos Divine Body, the Supreme Origin Divine Body, to raise Qin Xian's talent and understanding to the extreme. Boom. As Qin Xian finished speaking, an extremely blazing divine light suddenly burst out from his body, as if a god had descended. Endless surging chaotic purple energy emerged from his body, and a mysterious aura that was enough to subvert the heaven and earth emanated from it. At this moment, above the sky of the Zhenwu Holy Land, there was a divine light spreading for thousands of miles, dazzling and shocking. There was also the shadow of a dark dragon tumbling in the clouds, and thousands of purple gold divine lotus phantoms blooming in the void, with purple air curling up into the sky. Chaos God Body, Fusion. After the fusion of the Chaos God Body, endless chaotic purple energy emerged from Qin Xian's body. It continuously washed over his limbs and bones, making Qin Xian's meridians, blood, and flesh more translucent, emitting a mysterious and terrifying aura. There was also the divine power of the sun that was previously contained in his body, which was now mixed with wisps of chaotic purple energy. Both its power and lethality increased hundreds of times in an instant. Feeling the changes after the fusion of the chaos divine body, Qin Xian also showed a satisfied smile. Now, whether it is his talent, understanding, or the strength of the spiritual power in his body, they have all reached the pinnacle. Next, I will break through the realm first, then practice the skills and martial arts rewarded by the system, and finally improve my sword will to increase my combat power to the extreme. Qin Xian's current realm is the 6th level of the Cave Heaven realm. This time, he was rewarded with a total of 4 realm-breaking cards, which are enough for Qin Xian to directly break through to the 1st level of the Shenzong realm and become a powerful marquis. System, use the breakthrough card. Boom. With the use of the 4 realm-breaking cards, the spiritual energy around him instantly surged in like hundreds of rivers converging into the sea, and Qin Xian's momentum also began to soar. And when using the last breakthrough card, Qin Xian also swallowed the Sun Fire Essence. The power of the Sun God and the Golden Emperor's burning sky flame in his body were both raised to a higher level. Just like that, as 4 roars rang out, Qin Xian finally broke through to the Shenzong realm and became a powerful marquis. After breaking through to the Shenzong realm, Qin Xian first used the Enlightenment card to practice the 3 martial arts techniques of the Great Wilderness Prisoner Sky Finger, Shura Blood Domain, and 9 Transformations Golden Body Technique. Ding! Consuming 5 Epiphany cards, the Imperial Grade Top-Level Martial Arts, Great Wilderness Prisoner Sky Finger, that you practiced has reached the 5th level of Epiphany, and your 5 fingers can move the world. Ding! Consume 4 Epiphany cards, and the Shura clan's ancient combat skill, Shura Blood Domain, that you practiced will be upgraded to the perfect stage. Ding! Consuming 6 Enlightenment cards, the Body Refining Technique, 9 Transformations of the Golden Body, that you practiced has reached the 6th transformation. Ding! Due to the host's realm limitation, the 9 Transformations Golden Body Technique can no longer be enlightened and improved. Qin Xian felt a little regretful when he heard the last system prompt sound. It turns out that the Body Refining Technique also has certain requirements for the martial artist's realm. With his current Shenzong realm, he can only cultivate to the 6th level of the Golden Body. However, the 6th Transformation Golden Body is also very powerful. He can now kill a marquis elder like Gu Xiangan with just his physical strength. Moreover, after upgrading the 9-turn Golden Body technique to the 6-turn Golden Body, Qin Xian's physical strength was enough to withstand the last of the Emperor Dragon's 3 steps. It also greatly improved Qin Xian's combat power from another perspective. After practicing these 3 martial arts techniques to perfection, there are only 5 Enlightenment cards left. So Qin Xian chose a King-grade top-level martial arts technique, Amaterasu Void King Ju, from the drawn King-grade martial arts techniques to practice. Ding! Consume 4 Epiphany cards, and your practice of the top-level King-grade technique, Amaterasu Void King technique, will be upgraded to the perfect stage. After upgrading Amaterasu's Hollow King technique to the perfect stage, there is still 1 Epiphany card left, which can be used next time when needed. Next, it's time to improve the sword intent. After practicing all the skills and martial arts to perfection, Qin Xian slowly exhaled and said with anticipation in his eyes. As Qin Xian's greatest reliance in fighting above his level, the improvement of sword intent is always Qin Xian's top priority. After all, the artistic conception can enhance a warrior's combat power far more than anything else. Now that he has cultivated to the Shenzong realm and has been conferred the title of Marquis, Qin Xian is no longer the novice warrior who knew nothing before. He knew that artistic conception was actually a weak manifestation of rules, and skills were close to the Tao. When artistic conception was elevated to the extreme, it would become the great Tao. System, use the Ascension card. As soon as he finished speaking, an extreme sword light burst out from Qin Xian's eyes. A sharp sword intent that was powerful enough to cut through the world rose from Qin Xian's body, rising into the sky from the room and sweeping across the entire Zhenwu Holy Land. Boom. In an instant, the sword energy in the surrounding void was like a tide, and even the void's strong wind was annihilated. The clouds in the sky suddenly cracked apart, as if a god held a sword to split the sky apart and slash the vast sky. All the swords in the Holy Land, whether they were spiritual weapons or magic weapons, were humming at this moment, with the sword tips pointing towards Qin Xian's courtyard, trying to break through the air. Damn it! Why did my condor sword move on its own? Can swords become spirits these days? That's ridiculous. Fuck you. This is because he is driven by the sword's will. Sword intention. I haven't comprehended the sword intention, so where does the sword intention come from to drive me? You are such a wretch, are you qualified to comprehend the sword's intent? I'm talking about someone else's sword's intent driving your sword. How is this possible? How could my sword be controlled by someone else's sword intent? How is it impossible? As long as his sword will is strong enough, he can drive your sword to chop off your dog head. Whose sword power is so powerful? Could it be the Holy Lord? No, buddy, you're a fool. You've been in the Holy Land for so many years and you still don't know that the Holy Lord is a sword cultivator. Who is that? Besides the Holy Lord, how could there be anyone else? It's Senior Brother DZ. Such a strong sword intent, could it be that Senior Brother DZ's sword intent is about to break through again? As Qin Xian's sword intent soared into the sky, it caused the long swords of the entire Holy Land to resonate. All the disciples also guessed that it was Qin Xian who was breaking through the sword intent. This guess shocked all the disciples, as if they had caught a glimpse of the living sword god. You must know that before Qin Xian broke through, he was already at the 3rd level of sword intent. Now that he has broken through, isn't he at the 4th level of sword intent? The 4th level of sword intent is a level that only ordinary emperors can break through. Even if one is a monstrous genius with outstanding talent in swordsmanship, he would have to be crowned king in the galaxy realm before he could break through. Qin Xian has just entered the Shenzong realm, but he has already broken through to the 4th level of sword intent. What a terrifying talent in swordsmanship. At this moment, not to mention that many disciples were shocked, even the true martial Saint Lord appeared again outside Qin Xian's courtyard. With a look of shock on his face, he felt the sword intent bursting out in the room. He has already broken through to the 4th level of sword intent. Damn it, why not just let this kid become the Holy Lord? The elegant-looking Zhenwu Saint Lord couldn't help but swear at this moment. Seeing Qin Xian's terrifying talent, he really had the idea of giving up his position to Qin Xian. After all, if he didn't take action, he was afraid that Qin Xian would look down on his position as the true martial saint. Boom. As the sword energy in the void began to dissipate, the extremely sharp sword intent in the room gradually weakened and finally disappeared completely. Feeling the disappearing sword intent, Saint Lord Zhenwu knew that Qin Xian had successfully broken through. Squeak. The door to the courtyard opened, and a young man in white clothes as white as snow, with a slender figure and handsome appearance, walked out slowly. The 4th level of sword intent. Watching Qin Xian walk out slowly, the true martial Saint Lord asked directly. Hearing this, Qin Xian showed a clear smile, and then said calmly. No. It's the 5th level of sword intent. Hearing Qin Xian's words, the Holy Lord Zhenwu also stared at Qin Xian seriously. He wanted to find a flaw in Qin Xian's expression, but apart from righteousness and determination, he did not find any other emotions. This made Saint Zhenwu feel a little guilty. He was judging Qin Xian by his own mean character. He didn't expect that Qin Xian could have such a righteous heart. Thinking of this, the Holy Lord Zhenwu waved his hand, and the void in the hall was instantly torn apart. A drop of crystal red exuded an incomparably terrifying aura, as if 1,000 kilograms of blood flew out from the void and hovered in the hall. Feeling the surging power contained in this drop of blood, and the mysterious and terrifying aura it exuded, Qin Xian asked in surprise. What kind of blood is this? Just one drop can emit such a horrible aura. It was really surprising that the drop of blood in front of him could actually bring a sense of oppression to Qin Xian. This is a drop of holy blood. This is the blood of saints left by our ancestors during the glorious years of our Zhenwu Holy Land. This drop of holy blood contains the power of the Holy Way. Even though you have already broken through to the divine hidden realm, you can still gain a significant improvement after taking it. The Holy Lord Zhenwu explained to Qin Xian. No wonder a drop of blood could make him feel oppressive, it turned out to be a drop of holy blood. The legendary saint is a powerful saint who is above the emperor of the ultimate realm. His strength is so great that he can understand the laws of yin and yang. He can truly be called a saint. I didn't expect that in such a small holy land like Zhenwu, there would be a drop of holy blood. If the powerful forces in other regions of Tiansong Daozhou knew about this, they would probably come across regions to fight for it. The holy blood is so valuable, why doesn't the Holy Lord take it himself to break through the realm? Seeing that the Holy Lord Zhenwu was willing to give him something as precious as the holy blood, Qin Xian felt a little guilty. Could it be that his acting just now was so realistic that the true martial saint was moved by him? Before I took the throne of the Holy Lord, I had already consumed a drop of the true martial saint blood. It's a pity that I have failed to live up to the legacy of my ancestors. Until now, my potential has been exhausted and I haven't even broken through to the realm of magical power, let alone restore the former glory of the Zhenwu Holy Land. Upon hearing this, Saint Zhenwu shook his head and said, "This is a time of great contention. There are many geniuses and spiritual creatures everywhere. Even the concentration of spiritual energy in the Wandering Dragon territory has increased a lot compared to the past. Therefore, all the forces in the entire Yulong territory and even the entire Tiansong Daozhou will bring out their best resources this time. In this era of great contention, which is also the golden age of chaos, they will strive for the qualification to continue their inheritance safely. As far as I know, the Heaven Sword Holy Land has used some kind of power, but the Heaven Sword Saint has already broken through the Cave Heaven realm. And the Sword Intent has also broken through to the peak of the second level, and is only one step away from the third level. There is also the Taishuan Holy Land. The Taishuan Saintess has a purple phoenix divine body. Every time she attains nirvana, her strength and talent will be greatly improved. The Taishuan Holy Land has also used some of its hidden resources. The Saintess of Taishuan has actually achieved nirvana 3 times, and her realm is about to break through to the peak of the Cave Heaven realm. Although his sword intent is only at the middle stage of the second level, his strength should not be underestimated. With his realm advantage, he may be even stronger than the Heavenly Sword Saint. There are also some ancient clans and even the top kings among the independent cultivators. For the sake of this Yulong ranking tournament and Tiansong's secret realm, they are all desperate and use their foundation to enhance the strength of the next generation of geniuses, so that they can take advantage of the opportunity of the great contention and rise straight up to dominate the troubled times. So, even if you didn't show up, I would still give this drop of holy blood to Wan Longshao. This is also the reason why Wan Longshao framed Hai Bonan's disciples and was eager to ascend to the position of the Holy Sun. The true martial saint spoke again. After hearing the news, Qin Xian felt relieved and also a little emotional. It seems that he still underestimated the strength of the major holy places. He did not expect that Taishuan Holy Land could allow Jingyue to achieve nirvana twice in succession in a short period of time. This must be an extremely precious spiritual object, and its value is definitely not less than the drop of Zhenwu holy blood in front of him. Jingyue did not tell Qin Xian in the letter about the 2 nirvana experiences she had undergone. I guess he had the same idea as Qin Xian and wanted to give the other party a surprise and shock when they met. After all, with Jingyue's strong character, she would do such a thing. At the same time, Qin Xian also understood why Jingyue was named a saint when she was only at the divine martial realm. It is estimated that the holy lords and elders of Taishuan Holy Land were attracted by the property of Jingyue's purple phoenix divine body that can be quickly improved through nirvana. And the spiritual objects that meet the requirements had already been prepared, which is why Jingyue was canonized as a saint. Then, before the Yulong ranking battle, he used his foundation to increase his strength to the extreme, so as to compete with the geniuses of various forces. In that case, I will accept this drop of holy blood. Qin Xian stopped being pretentious and directly accepted the holy blood. This could also be seen as an investment in him by the Zhenwu Holy Land. As long as he can make it onto the hidden dragon list and become the strongest man in the future, the reward he will get from the Zhenwu Holy Land will definitely be 1,000 times more precious than a drop of holy blood. After Qin Xian accepted the holy blood, the Holy Lord Zhenwu once again gave him some instructions. This time, the Tiansong secret realm will gather the strongest geniuses from the entire Tiansong Dojo, and all forces will also show their strengths. The Holy Lord Zhenwu could predict that if anyone wanted to fight for the position of hidden dragon in the Tiansong secret realm this time, there would surely be endless killing and bloodshed. Therefore, even the usually calm Saint Zhenwu couldn't help but hesitate for a while. After all, Qin Xian carries the future of their Zhenwu Holy Land. Just like that, after listening to a few more words of nagging, Qin Xian couldn't help it and directly escaped back to his own courtyard. After returning to the courtyard, Qin Xian first spent several days to completely refine the drop of holy blood. After refining, Qin Xian's realm was also upgraded from the first level of the Shenzong realm to the third level of the Shenzong realm. Even Qin Xian, a marquis in the Shenzong realm, broke through 2 realms with the help of this drop of holy blood, not to mention Wan Longxiao, who was only in the Daogong realm at the beginning. After refining the holy blood, there is not much time left before the dragon ranking battle begins. So Qin Xian stopped practicing and started partying every night, constantly learning martial arts from Su Jiang, Lu Xia, and the other 4 girls. 5th level sword intent. Upon hearing this, Saint Zhenwu's pupils constricted. If Qin Xian was told to have broken through to the 4th level of sword intent, he could still barely accept it. After all, this is an era of great strife, with all kinds of evil geniuses emerging one after another. It is reasonable that he would meet an evil genius among evil geniuses. And although it was shocking to break through the 4th level of sword intent in the Shenzong realm, there had been sword wizards who had broken through in the past. However, the 5th level of sword intent is different. Looking back through eternity and across the vast world, if Qin Xian really broke through the 5th level of sword intent in the Shenzong realm, then he would be the true #1 swordsman through the ages. Seeing the Zhenwu Saint Lord's reaction so violently, Qin Xian smiled even more. Seeing Qin Xian's teasing smile, the true martial saint also reacted and couldn't help but ask unhappily, "Is it true or false? What do you think?" "I just said it, but you took it seriously." Qin Xian smiled and said when he heard this, "I thought that our Zhenwu Holy Land really had produced the greatest swordsman of all time." Saint Zhenwu also laughed after hearing this. "The Holy Lord didn't come here just to ask me about the breakthrough of the sword intent, right? Or does the Holy Lord want to take me as his disciple this time?" Qin Xian spoke again. "I just love my talent so much, you don't have to hurt me like this." The Holy Lord Zhenwu knew that Qin Xian was mocking him for wanting to accept Qin Dong as his disciple after he accepted Qin Chongyang as his disciple. The Yulong ranking tournament and Tiansong secret realm are about to begin. I came to find you because I have something to tell you. Follow me to the Zhenwu Palace. The Holy Lord Zhenwu then told the real reason for the trip. Qin Xian nodded when he heard this, and then came to the Zhenwu Hall with the Zhenwu Saint Lord again. "I don't have anything to tell you about the Yulong ranking tournament. I believe that with your strength, you are enough to suppress all the geniuses of this generation in Yulong domain, ascend to the supreme throne, and obtain the golden Tiansong spirit talisman. However, you still need to be careful after entering the Tiansong secret realm. After all, there are dozens of large domains in Tiansong Dojo. Although Yulong domain's ranking is not low, it is not high either. It can only be said to be in the middle. As for those domains that rank at the top, their boundaries are wider, their spiritual energy is richer, their luck is stronger, and the strength of the geniuses they cultivate will naturally be stronger. You hold the golden Tiansong spirit talisman, and you can obtain the highest level of Holy Spring baptism, but you will also be coveted by others. After all, in the secret realm, strength is the most effective pass, and there will be no shortage of killings. As a warrior, I believe you should know the cruelty of the world. In addition to the geniuses in each major domain, there are also some dangerous places and monsters in the secret realm. They are also dangerous. You must be cautious when the time comes." The Holy Lord Zhenwu was like an old nanny, constantly giving instructions to Qin Xian. "Don't worry, whether it's the Yulong ranking battle or the Tiansong secret realm, I have this sword, so I have nothing to fear. Upon hearing this, Qin Xian patted the juk on his back and said. Upon seeing this, Saint Jinwu nodded, then looked a little hesitant. Holy Lord, just say what you want to say, don't be so fussy. Seeing this, Qin Xian frowned slightly and said. In that case, I'll tell you. In the Tiansong secret realm, there is a hidden dragon ranking formed by the laws of heaven. The list will record the top 10 hidden dragon prodigies in the entire Tiansong dojo. I hope that if you have the energy to spare, you will try your best to get a seat. If Wan Longshao were here, I would definitely not ask for this, but with your strength, you definitely have a chance to be on the hidden dragon ranking. The Holy Lord Jinwu looked at Qin Xian solemnly and said. Apart from fame, are there any other benefits to being on the hidden dragon ranking? Qin Xian pondered for a moment and then spoke. There is no gain without pain. The Holy Lord Jinwu told him the matter of the hidden dragon list in such a serious manner. I believe that in addition to the fame brought by being on the list, there must be other benefits that would make the true martial Saint Lord so serious. Luck. Any warrior who enters the Tiansong secret realm and experiences the baptism of the Holy Spring will gain some luck more or less. As for the hidden dragon prodigies who made it to the list, in addition to the enormous luck they have obtained themselves, their forces and the large regions they are in will also receive the enormous luck blessing of Tiansong Dojo. The reason why there are such huge differences among the dozens of major regions in Tiansong Dojo is because of the different distribution of luck. With more luck, the spiritual energy in the domain will become more and more abundant, magical medicines and sacred objects will appear more frequently, and evildoers and geniuses will emerge endlessly. Every battle in the Tiansong secret realm and every battle on the hidden dragon ranking determines the rise and fall of a great domain. So, for the sake of the Jinwu Holy Land and the people of Yulong territory, I hope you can fight for the hidden dragon ranking. The Holy Lord Jinwu looked at Qin Xian and asked seriously. Luck is invisible and illusory, but it really exists and is enough to influence the people of an area. If, as Saint Jinwu said, being on the hidden dragon list can really bring blessings of luck, then Qin Xian must fight for it. Not to mention the Qin family, the Jinwu Holy Land, and the people of Yulong territory. Just for Qin Xian's own sake, he must obtain this blessing of luck. The specific manifestation of an individual warrior being blessed by luck is that his luck becomes very good, his wishes come true, and everything goes smoothly. That's it. Some geniuses like the son of luck are born with various accompanying talents. They can find treasures wherever they go, and there is no bottleneck in breaking through the realm. Of course, Qin Xian doesn't particularly care about treasures or talents. It's mainly about love luck, which is also a kind of luck. If Qin Xian could be blessed with Tiansong's luck, then wouldn't there be peerless and stunning women throwing themselves at him wherever he goes? The chances of meeting a suitable marriage partner will definitely increase greatly. Also, the chances of his wives and concubines getting pregnant, and the talents of their offspring. These things that cannot be 100% controlled are all determined by the fate in the world. Thinking of this, Qin Xian's eyes became serious, and he looked at the true martial saint and said very seriously. Since it is for the people of Yulong territory, we have no choice but to do it. After fighting with the 4 women for several days, Qin Xian also took the Yin-Yang divine deer blood and Long-Yang spirit liquid in the process. This made Qin Xian's fighting power extraordinary in the past few days, and he killed the 4 women and made them cry out in despair. The only regret was that after fighting for several days, only Lu Qiyue became pregnant. This also made Qin Xian sigh that his luck was indeed very bad. It seems that this time in Tiansong's secret realm, I have to fight for the top spot on the potential dragon list to make up for it. Just like that, with the end of day and night competition, the day of the dragon ranking battle has arrived. Hundreds of core disciples gathered in the square in front of the Jinwu Hall, some of whom were going to participate in the dragon ranking battle. After all, there are a total of 100 places to enter the Tiansong secret realm. In addition to those geniuses at the level of saint sons and saint daughters, there will definitely be some places left. By then, the core disciples of the Holy Land will not be completely without chance. In addition to these disciples, there were more than 10 deacons and several elders leading the way to the venue of the Yulong ranking tournament. As for their Jinwu Emperor's son and Jinwu Saint Lord, they both left the main force. The former brought his beautiful concubine with him, but the latter was rejected by the former and went alone in anger. Just like that, as the Yulong ranking battle began, all major forces in the entire Yulong domain came out one after another. The Yulong ranking battle is held between several towering mountains in the center of the Yulong domain. At this time, the major king-level forces have not yet arrived, but countless warriors have already come from all over the Yulong territory. They gathered together just to watch this feast of geniuses and see what kind of enchanting and powerful geniuses would appear among them. Who do you think will be able to reach the top of the rankings in this dragon tournament? In my opinion, the eldest disciple of King Zhejiang, Xiao Yuanjing, is most likely to reach the top. King Zhejiang is a powerful independent cultivator in the Yulong domain. His realm is at the 9th level of the galaxy realm, making him a peak king. Therefore, although the king of Zhejiang is just a casual cultivator, his realm and strength are so high that even the Holy Land does not dare to provoke him easily. And his eldest disciple Xiao Yuanjing is also a peerless genius with outstanding talent. He possesses a holy body of Bodhi, extraordinary comprehension, and his understanding and speed of cultivation of martial arts far surpass those of his peers. As far as I know, Xiao Yuanjing is only at the Cave Heaven realm now, but he has already cultivated the Zhejiang King's unique martial art, the Zhejiang God-breaking spear, to the great perfection stage. Is this true? Can a person in the Cave Heaven realm cultivate a king-grade martial art to the great perfection stage? It's true. The Bodhi holy body he possesses has a terrifying blessing on his understanding. I heard that he was able to perform heavenly martial arts when he was in the spiritual sea realm. No matter how horrible it is, it can't be this outrageous. I guess it was probably because his master, King Zhejiang, found some spiritual herbs that could increase his comprehension. The combination of the two made it possible for him to achieve the unprecedented feat of mastering king-grade martial arts at the Cave Heaven realm. Don't tell me, don't tell me. I heard that several years ago, the king of Zhejiang found several Bodhi seeds in a secret place. That's it. Bodhi seeds are the best supplement for the Bodhi holy body, enough to increase Xiao Yuanjing's comprehension by dozens of times. As expected of the top king, the eldest disciple of King Zhejiang, you can use such a precious spiritual object as the Bodhi seed as soon as you ask. It seems that Xiao Yuanjing is the genius who is most likely to ascend to the supreme position. Practice the king-grade martial arts to the great perfection stage at the Cave Heaven realm. With such an enchanting talent, in the previous dragon ranking battles, he would definitely be able to crush everyone and reach the supreme position. Not necessarily. Although the king-grade martial arts are powerful, you know that the Heavenly Sword Saint of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land has now reached the peak of the 2nd level of sword intent, and is only one step away from the 3rd level of sword intent. Artistic state is the thing that can best enhance a warrior's combat power. I still think that the sword intent at the peak of the 2nd level of the Cave Heaven realm is more powerful than the power of the king-grade martial arts. Ah. That's wrong. I think both artistic conception and martial arts can enhance combat power. Only realm advantage is the most stable advantage for a warrior. I heard that the holy maiden Jing Yue of Taishuan Holy Land has now broken through to the 8th level of the Cave Heaven realm. Whether it is the Heavenly Sword Saint or Xiao Yuanjing, they have both fallen behind by several small realms. The gap between them is the most stable advantage. Don't forget the unrivaled prince of the Song royal family, Song Xiankong. That peerless prince has been madly using his inner strength to improve himself. He is now a powerful genius at the 5th level of the Cave Heaven realm. He also possesses the mysterious Cave Spirit Bone and the 2nd level mid-stage Spear Intent. His combat power cannot be underestimated. The Song Wang family is a royal family with the surname Song. There are several kings in the family, and it is also an extremely prominent and powerful force in the Yulong domain. There are also Ao Heli, the saint of the Tsanghai ancient sect, and Ouyang Lai, the saint of the Yenri ancient sect. It is indeed a time of great contention. In the past, these geniuses would have easily taken the supreme position, but now they have gathered together. It is so exciting. Among the mountains, countless onlookers were discussing passionately, all of them marveling at the current world of contention. Moreover, some people even opened a gambling table and bet all their wealth on which genius would come out on top. Or which genius can enter the top 10, or which force has the largest number of people in the top 100. Once the gambling started, it became extremely popular. The resources staked were even equivalent to the entire savings of some giant sects. Just like that, in this lively atmosphere, people from various holy places, ancient sects, and powerful independent cultivators continued to arrive. Boom. The void was suddenly torn apart, and one after another of the galaxy realm kings with terrifying auras as deep as the abyss and as prison-like as hell arrived in vain. According to the rounds, the host of this year's Yulong ranking battle is the Holy Lord of Tiandao Holy Land. Afterwards, after all the forces and the kings and independent cultivators had arrived. Wearing a black martial arts robe, tall and strong, with a long sword on his waist, the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord, with a dignified sword spirit all over his body, walked out slowly, glanced around and said, "I will not say any more nonsense. The rules of this dragon ranking tournament are a tournament. Anyone who thinks they are strong enough and qualified to take a certain position or rank can just go ahead and take it." As soon as he finished speaking, the Holy Lord of Heavenly Sword waved his hand, and a powerful spiritual power burst out. Suddenly, huge arenas rose from the mountains. And above each arena, there is a throne hanging in the air. The arena is divided into 3 levels. The bottom level is bronze with 90 seats, the second level is silver with 9 seats, and the top level is gold with only 1 seat. As the golden arena and throne appeared, the mountain suddenly flashed with blazing golden light, completely suppressing the silver and bronze light. This also made countless people look up at the golden throne with fiery eyes. The one who can sit on the golden throne and surpass all the other arrogances can be called the supreme among the arrogances of this generation in Yulong domain. On each ring, there is a formation arranged by a king-level strongman. Just use it as you like and burst to the limit. Don't worry about damaging the ring. Also, in this dragon ranking tournament, there will be no limit on the number of people on each stage. In an era of great competition, there must be a great atmosphere of competition. Only those who can truly suppress their peers and sweep away all the invincible evil geniuses are qualified to enter the Tiansong secret realm and compete with the geniuses of the entire Tiansong dojo. After the arenas with flashing formation lights all around them were suspended in the air, the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord spoke again. When the Heavenly Sword Saint finished speaking, everyone present was in an uproar. There is no limit to the number of people in the ring, so it will be a multiplayer free-for-all, and the strongest will be crowned the king. Compared to a one-on-one ring match, it will be even more cruel and bloody. When such a cruel rule came out, not only did those who participated in the battle look unhappy, even those who were just watching were frightened. Of course, some geniuses who are extremely confident in their own abilities will not retreat. On the contrary, their hearts were even more excited and full of passion, because they all believed that they were the supreme genius who was capable of suppressing the contemporary world. Okay, now that you are clear about the rules, let's get started. After saying this, the Heavenly Sword Saint once again waved his hand, and all the formations on the 100 arenas were activated. He himself soared directly into the air, standing proudly above the sky together with those galaxy realm kings with terrifying auras, overlooking the arenas. Boom. As the Heavenly Sword Saint announced the start of the dragon ranking tournament, the scene suddenly became heated. The geniuses who had been ready to fight for a long time burst out with their momentum, wanting to occupy the arena and defeat all the enemies. Among the 100 arenas, there must be a place where I, Zhang Yuanliang, can dominate. I have practiced martial arts for 30 years, and today I will defeat all the arrogant ones. As soon as the words fell, a figure holding a long sword flew directly to a bronze-glowing arena, stood there with the sword in hand, and glanced around. Humph! Who the hell are you, Zhang Yuanliang? Are you worthy of occupying an arena? This Tiansong spirit talisman belongs to me, Yulin. Haha. Who am I? I'm your father. How dare you humiliate me? You cannot bear my wrath. Go to hell. Boom. Martial arts exploded on the arena, and powerful energy ripples spread in all directions, but were all blocked by the arena's formation. Those who dare to participate in the Yulong ranking battle are all top-notch geniuses from all over the Yulong domain and all forces. Although he cannot be compared with monsters like Xiao Yuanjing and the Son of Heavenly Sword, he is also extremely talented and powerful among the warriors of the same generation in Yulong domain. Therefore, these geniuses are also arrogant and proud. How could they feel that they are weaker than others of the same generation? Just like that, as geniuses took up residence on each arena, earth-shaking battles suddenly broke out. What an intense battle! It's indeed worthy of being called the Yulong ranking tournament, gathering all the geniuses from the entire Yulong domain. It looks so exciting. Oh my god. Senior brother Chen Jianming was defeated so quickly. He is our sect's core disciple, a peerless genius with a glacial spirit body. What's the point of a glacier spirit body? Senior brother Zhu Jingqing in our holy land possesses the dual talents of earth and wood spirit body and dragon ice bone, and has the cultivation base of the 8th level of the Dao Palace realm. Yet, he was still beaten down in less than a quarter of an hour. The 90 arenas accommodated tens of thousands of geniuses, and the action on each arena was as intense and spectacular as a battlefield. The onlookers were watching the extremely brutal battles on the stages and were all discussing the situation. In their eyes, some of them are the chosen ones who are usually high and mighty and rank at the top of their respective forces. Now on the stage, he is no different from an ordinary passerby. Those who deserve to be injured are injured, and those who deserve to be defeated are defeated. The arrogance and aloofness of the past are long gone, and only the embarrassment is left. As time passed, some of the bronze talisman arenas also saw the emergence of powerful geniuses who were able to sweep across the 4 directions and were able to suppress all enemies and stand firm as a mountain. Therefore, these geniuses also cast their eyes on the 9 silver talisman arenas. After all, everyone has ambitions, not to mention the silver Tiansong talisman. After entering the Tiansong secret realm, the level of the Holy Spring baptism obtained is also higher, which can further improve one's comprehension qualifications. However, when they looked over, they found that there were dozens of figures standing around the 9 silver talisman arenas. Moreover, each figure exudes a majestic and powerful aura, and a magnificent shadow of a cave sky appears behind them. There are dozens of young geniuses from the cave heaven realm appearing in this dragon ranking tournament. Have all the major forces gone crazy? Seeing those dozens of giant geniuses with shadows of caves and heavens behind them, the onlookers were all extremely surprised. To be able to break through to the cave heaven realm at such a young age, the resources invested by the forces behind him must be considerable. Just like the true martial saint lord gave the true martial saint blood to Qin Xian, other forces also took out their resources to cultivate the monstrous geniuses they believed were capable of dominating the generation. In this era of great contention, those who do not strive for progress will be eliminated by the times. If the major forces are still unwilling to use their true strengths, then they are truly crazy. Indeed. In addition to the background, the outstanding qualifications and talents of these geniuses cannot be ignored. I think this dragon ranking tournament can be regarded as the highest quality one in 100 years. Looking at those phantoms of the cave sky that exuded a terrifying aura, and the geniuses who were killing everyone on the bronze talisman arena, they wanted to go to the next level and compete for the silver talisman arena. At this moment, everyone was hesitant and felt a little panicked. After all, including the golden talisman arena, there are only 10 gold and silver arenas in total. However, there are dozens of giant geniuses in the cave heaven realm, which are simply not enough to share. They will definitely come to compete for their bronze talisman arena. Seeing this, these people can only pray in their hearts that they are not the ones to be competed for the quota. Boom. As the atmosphere in the void around the silver arena became increasingly tense, a group of giant geniuses in the cave heaven realm finally took action and started the battle for the gold and silver arenas. However, to everyone's surprise, among the dozens of cave heaven realm giants and geniuses, not a single one chose to occupy the silver talisman arena. They all had clear goals, and their majestic auras burst out, like dozens of long rainbows piercing the sun, landing directly on the golden talisman arena. Why are they all occupying the golden talisman arena? Is there no one occupying the silver talisman arena? They are all giants and geniuses in the cave heaven realm. No one will submit to the other before they fight. In a fight between people in the same realm, neither of them will feel that they are weaker than others, so naturally they all want to fight for the golden talisman and the supreme throne. It's actually like this. He is worthy of being the top genius among all the major forces. Just this mentality alone shows that he has the heart of a strong man. Dozens of great geniuses from the cave heaven realm all landed on the golden talisman arena. At first, the onlookers were all confused and didn't feel anything was wrong until someone started to explain it. Then they gradually understood and began to admire it. Today, I, Pan Hongxian, intend to ascend to the position of the supreme heavenly pride of Yulong. Anyone who objects can come and fight me. As soon as he finished speaking, his long sword was unsheathed, and a stern and domineering sword intent suddenly burst out, and the sharp sword energy swept through the void. Humph! You dare to show off your sword skills in front of an expert at the initial stage of the second level? You really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. That's right, people like you are unworthy of sitting on this supreme throne, get off now. Boom. As majestic auras burst out and powerful artistic conceptions emerged, on the Golden Talisman Arena, a group of giant geniuses from the Cave Heaven realm started an even more intense and magnificent battle. Many of these giant geniuses in the Cave Heaven realm have broken through to the second level of the artistic conception. With the blessing of the second level of artistic conception, his combat power became even stronger and he quickly stood out in the melee. It also made the people who had the same forces as these geniuses all feel excited and burst into cheers. However, just when everyone was cheering the loudest, 6 figures descended onto the Golden Talisman Arena from different directions. Everyone, have you had enough fun? If you have, it's time to go down. A young man with fiery red hair, a sturdy build, and carrying a huge axe walked slowly towards the crowd and said with a playful smile. What nonsense! Just clear the area. In another direction, a burly young man with explosive muscles and a fierce face was also walking towards the crowd. He was holding a huge stick that looked more like a tree. It's Ouyang Lai, the holy son of the Sunshaking Ancient Sect, and Ao Heli, the holy son of the Tsanghai Ancient Sect. There is also the Heaven Sword Saint Lu Liming, the Jiujiang King's eldest disciple Xiao Yuanjing, the Taishuan Saint Jiyingyue, and the unparalleled prince of the Song King family, Song Xiankong. Oh my god! The strongest monsters and geniuses in Yulong territory have finally appeared. The Saint Lady Taishuan is so beautiful. She is truly a stunning lady. Nonsense. She's my goddess. The most beautiful woman in Yulong territory, how can she not be beautiful? If I can win the favor of Saint Lady Taishuan, it will be worth it even if I die. You're such a licker. But that peerless Prince Song Xiankong is also very handsome, I really like him. Wait. Why do I feel like something is missing? Jinwu Saint. Where is the Jinwu Saint Wan Longshao? Didn't he come to participate in the Yulong ranking tournament? It's possible that because the foundation of the Jinwu Holy Land is too weak, Wan Longshao is not strong enough and knows that he can't compete with these people, so he didn't come. Alas. The Jinwu Holy Land is really becoming increasingly decadent. Upon hearing the news that Qin Xian had ascended to the throne of the Jinwu Emperor's son, the Jinwu Saint Lord strictly ordered his disciples not to spread the news. After hearing the order, all the disciples signed a pledge not to disclose it to anyone else. They understood the evil taste of Saint Jinwu, who wanted to see all the forces in the entire Yulong domain be surprised after Qin Xian appeared, because they also had the same evil taste. Therefore, the outside world's understanding of the Jinwu Holy Land is still stuck in the period of Jinwu Holy Son Wan Longshao. Hearing everyone's discussions, the disciples of Jinwu Holy Land were all secretly happy. The Jinwu Holy Land is becoming increasingly decadent. Emperor Qin Xian will slap you hard in the face in a moment. Humph. Ao Heli, you are only at the 5th level of the Cave Heaven realm, why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? That's right. Do you really think you are invincible? You still want to clear the place, are you worthy enough? Song Xiankong. I've disliked you for a long time. Take my sword. Ha 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 ha. Jiyingyue. If you are willing to marry me, how about I help you occupy this Golden Talisman Arena? Although the 6 were previously recognized as the strongest sequence geniuses in the Yulong domain, these giant geniuses in the Dongtian realm were all madly improved by using their own forces foundation. So, they might have been afraid of the 6 people before, but now, what they want to do more is to defeat the 6 people. Court death. A cold and icy voice sounded, and among the 6 people, Jiyingyue was the first to take action. Behind Jiyingyue, a pair of purple phoenix wings formed by spiritual power suddenly spread out. As they flapped, blazing flames burned, emitting a terrifying aura. Boom. As the purple phoenix flapped its wings, Jiyingyue's beautiful figure instantly disappeared from the spot. The next second, she appeared in front of the men who had just threatened to marry her. Seeing that Jiyingyue's speed was so fast, the man's face changed drastically and he quickly raised his hands to block. However, as a powerful, scorching breath hit her face, Jiyingyue only slapped out with one palm. Endless purple phoenix divine power surged and instantly condensed into a purple flame divine phoenix. It carried destructive power and hit the men directly in the chest. Boom. The powerful energy aftermath swept in all directions, and the violent roar resounded through the heaven and earth. When the purple phoenix flame dissipated, everyone saw that the great genius who had just spoken arrogantly was actually flying out and falling from the golden talisman arena. There was a shocking huge penetrating wound on the chest, and blood splattered in the void, which made people shudder at the sight. She actually killed Yu Kai, who was at the 3rd level of the cave heaven realm, in a second. The strength of this Taishuan Saintess is too terrifying. It seems that your uncle is still your uncle. These evil geniuses in the strongest sequence are still the strongest. No, you're wrong. You have a different opinion. It should be said that your aunt is still your aunt. Jing Yue is a woman. Are you sick? Seeing that Jing Yue actually killed the great genius in seconds, the onlookers were all extremely shocked. It turns out that although they are both giants in the cave heaven realm, there is still a huge difference in their combat power. Next, it's time to clear the area. Seeing that Jing Yue had already taken action, Ouyang Lai, Lu Liming, Xiao Yuanjing and other geniuses who were the strongest in the Yulong domain no longer held back. Ouyang Lai of the Yanri ancient sect had flame patterns flashing on his sturdy body, and the huge axe in his hand seemed to have the power to open the sky. With one chopped down axe, the void shook, and several giants and geniuses fell directly under the stage. Ao Heli of the Tsanghai ancient sect struck out with his stick, and there was actually a sound of a dragon's roar. The stick came out like a dragon, carrying unrivaled ultimate power, and with one stick, it knocked several giants and geniuses off the stage. Lu Liming, the holy son of Heavenly Sword, took a step forward and unsheathed his long sword, gathering an ultimate sword intent. With just one slash of the sword, the dazzling and sharp sword light directly cut all the people in front of him off the stage. Xiao Yuanjing, the eldest disciple of King Jiujiang, did not use the king-grade martial art Jiujiang Duanshan spear at this moment, but instead used a perfect stage of wild-grade top-grade palm technique. The power was equally strong, and several giants and geniuses were sent flying with one palm. There is also Song Xiankong from the Song royal family, with mysterious light in his eyes, as if he can see through the shortcomings of everyone. Every time he thrust out with the spear in his hand, he was able to strike the enemy's weakest point. After a few shots, there was no one left standing in front of him. Boom. As all 6 people took action, violent energy rushed into the sky, causing even faint ripples in the king-level formation. From this, we can see what kind of outstanding talents and powerful strength these 6 geniuses, who were once recognized as the strongest in the Yulong domain, possess. Although they were all giants in the cave heaven realm, the geniuses before them could not even withstand a single move from them. At this moment, they finally realized that the gap between the geniuses was so huge, even like a chasm. Boom. 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 As the roars resounded, one giant genius after another from the cave heaven realm was knocked off the golden talisman arena. They looked at the 6 invincible figures on the golden talisman arena in a panic, their eyes filled with horror. Just like that, as the 6 people cleared the field forcefully, the figures on the golden talisman arena gradually disappeared and fell, and in the end only the 6 of them were left. The weak have fallen, the battle of the strong must begin now. Ao Heli, who had explosive muscles and a body like a small giant, said after taking a glance around. Today, the time has come for a supreme leader to emerge from the Yulong territory's current generation of geniuses. Lu Liming, the holy son of Heavenly Sword, was also filled with awe-inspiring sword intent at this moment. He looked around with sharp eyes and said, "In that case, let's fight." Ouyang Lai's momentum suddenly exploded, and flames burned on his strong body, like a fire god of war. He raised his axe and chopped at everyone. Boom. Upon seeing this, the other 5 also burst out with all their strength, firing at full power, wanting to display their full potential and defeat all the enemies. However, at this moment, the 6 people only saw a flash of white shadow before their eyes. Then, a tall and handsome young man in white sat directly on the golden throne. This position of the supreme genius in Yulong realm is what this emperor wants. If you 5 are not convinced, just come at me together. When the many disciples of Zhenwu Holy Land heard Jing Yue calling Qin Xian husband, they were also surprised. They didn't expect that their prince was actually having an affair with the legendary Saint Lady Taishuan. At the same time, they looked at the crowd that was in a state of panic, and they felt a sense of déjà vu. So, they turned around to look at the four girls, Su Jiang, Lu Xia, who were standing at the back watching the game, and they couldn't help but feel a sense of sympathy. No wonder it seemed so familiar, it turns out they had experienced it before. Thinking of this, they also mourned for the onlookers in their hearts, hoping that everyone could get over the blow as soon as possible. It turns out that my husband's wife is actually the Saintess of Taishuan, Jing Yue. Xia Qingqing said with admiration, as a core disciple of the Zhenwu Holy Land and one of the two most beautiful girls of the generation. Of course she knew Jing Yue, the peerless Saint Lady of Taishuan. Moreover, as a female disciple in the Holy Land, she also admired Jing Yue's powerful strength and peerless temperament. Yes. When we were in the Qin mansion before, Sister Yue also took special care of us. Su Nianshuang and Jiang Fangmu seemed very happy to see Jing Yue again. After all, they had spent quite a while with Jing Yue. Husband, teach them a lesson. On the Golden Talisman Arena, Jing Yue looked at Qin Xian and said with a smile, then turned around and flew down the Golden Talisman Arena, and found a Silver Talisman Arena with a clear view. Sitting upright on the silver throne, Jing Yue supported her chin with both hands like a little girl, quietly looking at the white figure on the golden throne. As Qin Xian's legal wife, Jing Yue has always trusted Qin Xian unconditionally. She believed that as long as Qin Xian stepped onto the stage, the position of the supreme genius of Yulong would be occupied by only Qin Xian. Oh my God! Saint Lady Taishuan is actually willing to give up the fight for the position of the supreme pride for Qin Xian. This is too outrageous. Could it be that Saint Lady Taishuan really believes that Qin Xian can defeat all five evil geniuses? Impossible. If Qin Xian is really so powerful, how could he have remained unknown all this time? That's right. If Qin Xian really has the strength to dominate a generation, the Zhenwu Holy Land should have made him famous in Yulong domain long ago. It's impossible for the entire Zhenwu Holy Land, from the Holy Lord Elders to the deacons and disciples, to conceal his true strength. Impossible. I don't believe that the people in the Zhenwu Holy Land are so boring and have such bad tastes. As the onlookers discussed, whether it was the Zhenwu Saint Lord in the sky or the Zhenwu disciples watching the battle on the ground, they all touched their noses guiltily and looked away. There was also the Holy Lord Taishuan standing aside. When he saw Jing Yue first calling Qin Xian husband, and then sitting directly on the silver throne, he almost broke down. At this moment, he felt as if the cabbage he had grown with great difficulty was suddenly eaten by a wild boar. Zhenwu. Wait until the ranking match is over, I need an explanation. Saint Lord Taishuan was too embarrassed to question Jing Yue in front of so many people, so he could only vent his anger on Saint Lord Zhenwu. Snort. Upon hearing this, Saint Lord Zhenwu snorted coldly, and looked indifferent, unwilling to pay any attention to Saint Lord Taishuan. But he was still secretly happy in his heart. He didn't expect that Qin Xian was so powerful that he actually brought back the most beautiful woman in Yulong domain. I don't know where this silver spear candlestick came from. He deceived Saint Taishuan with some sweet words and really took himself seriously. That's right. A person who can only speak wildly is worthy of possessing the Holy Lady Taishuan. I, Xiao Yuanjing, want you to know that only a monster like me is worthy of the Holy Lady Taishuan. Song Xiankong from the Song Wang family and Xiao Yuanjing, the eldest disciple of King Zhejiang, looked at Qin Xian with murderous intent and said, "Don't waste your time, you two will know what kind of person he is after a fight. How dare you sit on the supreme throne when we're not paying attention? I think you're really courting death." Boom. Ao Heli, who had a bad temper and a muscular body, held a long stick as thick as a tree and hit Qin Xian hard. The holy son of the ancient Songhai sect has the blood of a dragon and divine power. He is a natural berserker with extremely terrifying physical strength. With this strike of the stick, he pushed his dragon bloodline and divine power to the extreme. The violent force created sonic booms in the air, carrying the force of collapsing mountains, and hit Qin Xian's head directly. What a terrifying physical strength. It seems that Ao Heli is really angry. This attack probably used 100% of his physical strength. Indeed. With this blow, Qin Xian will be crippled if not dead. You deserve it. Anyone who defiles my goddess must die. Feeling the ultimate power unleashed by Ao Heli, the onlookers were all amazed. However, the next scene that amazed everyone even more happened suddenly. How can a Jiaolong compete with a real dragon? In the eyes of everyone, Qin Xian had a calm expression. He stood up, took a step forward, and clenched his right fist. As the true dragon bloodline was stimulated, strands of dragon energy surrounded his body. There is a brilliant golden light overflowing from under the skin, like an immortal golden body, enhancing the strength of the body. Roar! Accompanied by a majestic and domineering dragon roar that resounded through the void. Qin Xian punched out with a force that was enough to shatter the sky, and smashed it hard on Ao Heli's long stick. Boom! The two collided with each other, and the strong wind caused by the explosion of power swept in all directions, shaking the void. In front of Ao Heli, who has the blood of a dragon and is extremely huge in size, Qin Xian in white clothes is like a pocket-sized man. However, after the two collided, it was the giant Ao Heli who was blown away by the terrifying force. As Ao Heli flew backwards, his knuckles were cracked, his hands holding the stick were covered in blood, and the bones under his skin were shattered. Even the long magic staff that was as thick as a tree was blown away and fell on the stage with a loud bang. After the loud noise, the whole place was silent. All the onlookers opened their eyes wide, looking at the motionless white figure on the golden talisman arena in disbelief. With just one punch, he suppressed Ao Heli, who mainly cultivated physical strength. What a terrifying power this must be. Emperor Qin Xian is awesome. He suppresses his peers and is an invincible genius. Emperor Qin Xian is so domineering. He defeated all enemies and became the supreme ruler. Seeing this scene, the disciples of the Zhenwu Holy Land shouted even more fanatically. Moreover, when they saw those people staring with wide eyes and watching silently, they felt extremely happy in their hearts. The slap in the face came so quickly, it was really a wonderful thing. In addition to the people watching below the ring, Xiao Yuanjing and the others on the ring looked at Qin Xian with eyes filled with deep fear. They were aware of Ao Heli's strength, but they didn't expect that he could be suppressed by Qin Xian with just one punch. This was too incredible. Jing Yue on the silver arena saw the four people standing there in fear, and a sweet smile like a flower bloomed on her beautiful face. This is her husband. With one punch, he can shock all the proud people. Just like he said, stop dithering and come on together. Qin Xian, dressed in white, stood in the air, his eyes as sharp as a sword, scanning Xiao Yuanjing and others and speaking indifferently. Seeing that the golden talisman arena had been cleared, Qin Xian knew that it was time for him, the protagonist, to appear. So, he directly crossed the void, sat on the golden throne, and overlooked the geniuses of the entire Yulong domain. Presumptuous. Court death. Get down here now. Seeing that Qin Xian was actually sitting on the golden throne, he was even clamoring to fight 5 people alone. The 5 people except Jing Yue became extremely furious in an instant, and even cold murderous intent appeared in their eyes. They wanted to kill Qin Xian, an unknown and arrogant man, directly. Is this guy crazy? Does he think that whoever sits on the throne first will be the supreme genius of this generation in Yulong territory? Where did these 2 coins come from? They even let 5 of the strongest geniuses attack together. Have they had enough of living? Don't worry. Looking at the furious expressions on the 5 of them, I don't think this guy will survive. Serves him right. Does he think this is a theater stage? Is he here to be a clown? At this moment, not only Ouyang Lai and the other 4 were furious, but even the onlookers were all in an uproar and started cursing Qin Xian. After all, they didn't know who Qin Xian was at all, and they all thought that Qin Xian was crazy about becoming famous, so he did this. However, among the onlookers, there was a large group of several hundred people. At this moment, in stark contrast to the crowd that was cursing and complaining, their eyes were fanatical and their voices were loud and clear as they shouted. Emperor Qin Xian is awesome. He suppresses his peers and is an invincible genius. Emperor Qin Xian is so domineering. He defeated all enemies and became the supreme ruler. Listening to the fanatical shouts of the disciples of Zhenwu Holy Land, the onlookers were almost stunned. So this nonsensical and extremely arrogant young man in white is actually from the Jinwu Holy Land. What's going on? Isn't Wan Longshao the holy son of Jinwu Holy Land? Who is this Qin Xian? Qin Xian, the emperor's son. I remember that to become the emperor's son of the Holy Land, one must defeat the previous 3 generations of holy sons, right? Are you kidding? The first 3 generations of saint sons of the Jinwu Holy Land, the earliest one must have been made a marquis. Has the Jinwu Holy Land gone mad? What are they yelling about? The fanatical shouts of the disciples of Jinwu Holy Land not only attracted the attention of the onlookers. Even the kings of the galaxy realm standing in the sky were looking at the white figure on the golden throne with slightly frowned brows. Jinwu. What are you doing in your holy land? King Jiujiang, who is recognized as the strongest independent cultivator in Yulong Domain and the peak king of the 9th level of Xinghe realm, looked at the Jinwu saint and asked with dissatisfaction. The dragon ranking tournament is such a grand event for geniuses, but it is not for disciples of the Jinwu Holy Land like you to perform on stage. Why should King Jiujiang be angry? Just watch and you will know. Upon hearing this, Saint Jinwu smiled on his elegant face and said, the other galaxy realm kings, such as the Heavenly Sword Saint, the Taishuan Saint, the Patriarch of the Songwang family, etc., all looked at the Jinwu Saint with suspicion at this moment. Could it be that the young man in white on the Golden Talisman arena really possesses the combat power of an emperor's son? Thinking of this, many galaxy realm kings shook their heads. Although it is an era of great strife, with the luck and resources of Yulong Domain, it is absolutely impossible to cultivate a genius with the combat power of an emperor's son. Seeing the suspicious expressions on the faces of many galaxy realm kings, the true martial Saint Lord appeared calm on the surface, but was sneering madly in his heart. You are a bunch of frogs in the well. I will open your eyes in a moment and let you see what a true peerless evildoer is. Husband. On the Golden Talisman arena, looking at the white figure on the throne, Jingyue raised her beautiful face and said with surprise. Jingyue, long time no see. Meeting Jingyue again, Qin Xian's heart was filled with longing for her. He said with a gentle smile on his handsome face. Husband. What did I hear? Saint Lady Taishuan actually called that young man in white husband. What's going on? Saint Taishuan is the goddess in my mind, how come she suddenly became my wife? This pretty boy is just a little more handsome. Saint Taishuan is too superficial. I don't accept it. How can such a nameless person be worthy of being the husband of Saint Taishuan? Damn it. This pretty boy deserves to die. When Jingyue called out husband, the people watching were immediately in an uproar. As the peerless and beautiful Saint Lady of Taishuan, Jingyue can be said to be a true goddess in the hearts of many male warriors. And now, their goddess was actually happily calling Qin Xian her husband. It was as if someone had stabbed them in the heart with a knife. Even the 5 people on the Golden Talisman arena, including Xiao Yuanjing, the eldest disciple of King Jiujiang, and Song Xiankong, the eldest son of the Song family. The look he gave Qin Xian at this moment was filled with extreme murderous intent. They believe that only monsters like them are worthy of a peerless saint like Jingyue whose appearance, figure, and talent are all perfect. As for Qin Xian, a nameless clown, he was actually called husband by Jingyue. This simply made the jealous fire in their hearts rise to the sky, and they wanted to kill Qin Xian immediately and let Jingyue see who is worthy of possessing her. Qin Xian's domineering voice echoed in everyone's ears, and Xiao Yuanjing and others looked at Ao Heli who slowly climbed up from the pool of blood with ugly faces. They are all the top geniuses in Yulong Domain, so how could they swallow their pride and join forces to attack Qin Xian? Moreover, even though Ao Heli was suppressed by a punch, they still felt only fear rather than despair in their hearts. This is because they all have a character that is never weaker than others. If they lose their will to fight just by seeing others being suppressed, then they have fundamentally lost the heart of a strong person. Besides, they did not think that they were unable to suppress Ao Heli. Who was stronger and who was weaker, and who was supreme, could only be known after a battle. I admit that we underestimated you before, but if you think that you can sit on the throne of the Supreme Dragon Pride with this, then you are just dreaming. Xiao Yuanjing, the eldest disciple of King Jiujiang, stepped directly into the air. He no longer had the disdain he had before, but looked at Qin Xian with a serious face and said, Although you are physically strong, I wonder if you can take my shot. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yuanjing's aura surged, and a magical spear appeared in his hand. The spear head exuded endless sharpness, and there was even a sharp spear intent added to it. Oh my god! Is Xiao Yuanjing going to use his ultimate move right after he comes up? He looks like he's going to use the top-level martial art Jiujiang Duanshan spear. Oh my god! This is so exciting. I can finally see the power of the legendary king-level martial arts. And it is the Jiujiang Divine Breaking Spear that has been cultivated to the great perfection stage. The power of this spear is so powerful that even the powerful marquises dare not underestimate it. Although Qin Xian's body is strong, he is likely to be in great danger when facing the king-level martial arts that he unleashes with the power of the spear. Indeed. Every profession has its own specialty. Qin Xian is only strong in his physical body, and he is probably weak in other aspects. Seeing Xiao Yuanjing begin to gather strength and the sharp spear intent began to spread, the onlookers all spoke with great excitement. Every king-grade martial art is extremely precious, and even if one is not a king of the galaxy realm, one must be a powerful marquis with great talent and understanding to practice it successfully. For someone like Xiao Yuanjing to be able to successfully cultivate it in the cave heaven realm, it is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The onlookers were also looking forward to seeing what kind of power this top-grade martial art could unleash. Jiujiang Broken God Spear. Kill. As the crowd was discussing, Xiao Yuanjing also burst out with a stern aura and fired his gun directly. He leaped out, the spear in his hand condensing all the spiritual power in his body, and an aura of king-grade martial arts swept in all directions. There were even 9 phantoms of rivers appearing behind him, which finally converged into one and burst out with extremely powerful force. The gun body was wrapped in a destructive aura, which completely poured out from the tip of the gun and stabbed straight towards Qin Xian. Boom. This spear thrust out with such force that even the void shook. The onlookers also looked at the shot with fear, wanting to see how Qin Xian would respond. Seeing this, Qin Xian also shook his head. Isn't it just a king-level martial art? Why are you so excited? As soon as these words were spoken, the onlookers were all in an uproar. Isn't it just a king-grade martial art? Do you know what a king-grade martial art is? The onlookers were about to criticize Qin Xian, but suddenly they felt a powerful and majestic aura coming from the stage. This momentum. How is it possible? On the stage, Ouyang Lai, who was closest to Qin Xian, said in disbelief. The world-shaking dragon fist, a true dragon shakes the world. Qin Xian clenched his right fist again, and a shadow of a real dragon appeared behind him. The dragon's eyes were fierce and exuded a wild aura. At the same time, endless dragon energy swirled around the tip of his fist, emitting a majestic and domineering dragon power. It contained an extremely powerful force, and he punched out towards Xiao Yuanjing's Jiujiang Duanshan spear. Boom. A violent roar sounded again, and the two king-grade martial arts suddenly collided with each other in the void. Suddenly, a shocking energy aftermath was set off, shocking everyone. After the energy aftermath dissipated, another figure flew out backwards. It fell straight next to Ao Heli, who had just stood up in a pool of blood, and the spear also fell next to Ao Heli's long stick, which was as thick as a tree. Looking at Xiao Yuanjing, who was also suppressed by a punch, Ao Heli's eyes showed a trace of sympathy. Then he looked at the white figure in front of the throne, and a feeling of fear and shock rose in his heart. In addition to his extremely strong body, he also successfully cultivated king-level martial arts. I am not seeing things. This Qin Xian is also using a king-level martial art. Oh my god. How is this possible? Qin Xian's body is already so strong, how can he still have time to practice king-level martial arts? Moreover, the king-grade martial arts displayed by Qin Xian seems to be of a higher grade than the Jiujiang Divine Breaking Spear. This is outrageous. Who on earth is this Qin Xian? Didn't I tell you? This is our Zhenwu Emperor's son. Bah. Your Zhenwu Holy Land is worthy of such a monster. When Qin Xian's world-shaking dragon fist was released, everyone in the audience was shocked. The peak king of the 9th level of Galaxy Realm, King Jiujiang, who was above the sky, looked at the Saint Lord Zhenwu with a gloomy face. Upon seeing this, Saint Zhenwu shrugged his shoulders and said, who can you blame if your own disciple is not good enough? You have also successfully cultivated a king-level martial art. Xiao Yuanjing covered the collapsed area on his chest and slowly stood up, looking at Qin Xian in disbelief. Royal martial arts, I guess so. Qin Xian nodded when he heard this. In fact, he not only knows king-level martial arts, but also emperor-level martial arts. If he wasn't afraid that the great wilderness prisoner of heaven would stab Xiao Yuanjing to death with just one finger, he really wanted to let this Bodhi Saint body see what enlightenment, cheating, was. Huh. I have a sword, and I also want to learn Brother Qin's top-grade martial arts. Witnessed successively that the two geniuses Ao Heli and Xiao Yuanjing were suppressed by Qin Xian with one punch. Lu Liming, the holy son of heavenly sword, couldn't help but take a deep breath, suppressed the waves in his heart, drew out the magic sword from his waist, walked in front of Qin Xian and spoke carefully. Buzz buzz buzz. After arriving in front of Qin Xian, Lu Liming fully unleashed his second-level peak sword intent. The awe-inspiring sword intent raged, and sword energy filled the void. After the sword intent burst out, Lu Liming directly adjusted himself to the strongest state, wanting to test Qin Xian's world-shaking dragon fist with the long sword in his hand. Hearing Lu Liming's respectful voice, Brother Qin, Qin Xian's expression eased a little. Seeing that you are only one step away from the third level of sword intent, I will give you a sword. How much you can comprehend depends on your own understanding. When Qin Xian said this, everyone present felt it was absurd. They were just about to say something, but the next moment, a sharp sword intent that was powerful enough to cut through the heavens and the earth rose into the sky and swept across the world. This powerful sword intent not only caused pain on the faces of the onlookers, but also stirred up a huge wave in their hearts. Whether it was the sun god fire or the golden emperor burning sky flame, they were not something that a low-level exotic fire like the red sun spirit flame could touch. So, on the golden talisman arena, there were only 3 people who were knocked down by 3 punches, and Lu Liming who had an epiphany with one sword. There was another fireman who was like a moth flying into a flame, getting burned himself, and running around the arena. Brother Qin, I was wrong. Stop burning it. After hearing Ouyang Lai admit his mistake, Qin Xian took back the sun god fire and the golden emperor burning sky flame, so that he would finally no longer suffer the pain of burning. Buffed. As the holy son of the sun-shading ancient sect, Ouyang Lai was burned like this by Qin Xian's strange fire. It's too funny. From another perspective, we can also see that the level of the strange fire that Qin Xian fused is also quite high. If it was before, I would have shouted how terrifying it is, but now, I have been shocked by Qin Xian so many times. Now, even if he can kill a Galaxy Realm king on the spot, I will not be shocked anymore. Ha 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 ha. Ouyang Lai is making me rich by laughing. My butt is on fire. After the several soul-stirring shocks Qin Xian brought to everyone has now become somewhat immune to Qin Xian. Unless Qin Xian directly shows them how to eat the king alive, there is no way he can shock them again. Listening to the laughter of the onlookers, Ouyang Lai's face also turned dark. I thought that by using the strange fire to attack, I could show my uniqueness and avoid being suppressed in the field I am best at like the other 4 people. Unexpectedly, it turned out that Qin Xian was so abnormal that he even possessed such a high-level strange fire. He actually shot himself in the foot, and it hurt really badly. Thinking of this, Ouyang Lai became more upset, but he did not dare to get angry with Qin Xian. So he could only find a silver talisman arena that was already occupied by someone else and vent all his frustrations on that person. Seeing this, Ao Heli, Xiao Yuanjing, Song Xian Kong and Lu Liming also occupied a silver talisman arena one after another. Although they lost the battle of the golden talisman, they still had to enter the Tiansong secret realm. They couldn't just live like that without being able to get the golden Tiansong talisman. Just like that, on the silver talisman arena that was favored by the 4, one giant after another made way for them. Even though the 4 of them could be suppressed by Qin Xian with just one punch. But in front of these ordinary giants and geniuses, those are 4 real mountains that are difficult to cross. There was no need for them to struggle anymore. After all, they had been cleared out once before on the golden talisman arena. Not to mention that on the silver talisman arena next to them, Ouyang Lai was still chasing that man and burning him like a pervert. So why bother yourself? Just like that, after Ao Heli, Xiao Yuanjing, Song Xiankong, Lu Liming and Ouyang Lai all sat down on the silver talisman throne. After a while, the competition on the 90 bronze talisman arenas was over. The Yulong ranking battle, the battle for the strongest genius in Yulong domain, has finally come to an end. At this moment, countless warriors looked at him with reverence. They all looked towards the handsome young man in white sitting on the golden throne at the highest level. This time, what echoed among the mountains was no longer ridicule and insults, but overwhelming words of congratulations and admiration. No matter where they are, the strong are worthy of respect. Especially someone like Qin Xian, who could suppress a generation of geniuses with a flip of his hand and was an unparalleled supreme genius, was even more admirable. And just as Saint Jinwu said, those female warriors and female geniuses off the field at this moment. They all looked at Qin Xian infatuatedly, revealing endless admiration. It is human nature to admire the strong, not to mention a genius like Qin Xian who, in addition to his great talent and strength, also has a handsome appearance that makes him look like a banished immortal. Seeing this, Qin Xian became even more determined to take the top spot on the Qianlong list after entering the Tiansong secret realm. By then, all the women in Tiansong Daozhou will be fascinated by his heroic demeanor. Will taking a concubine still be a big deal? The Wandering Dragon ranking tournament is over. As usual, the top 100 geniuses will receive gold, silver, and bronze Tiansong spirit talismans according to their rankings. With the help of the magic talisman, you can enter the Tiansong secret realm and receive the baptism of the Holy Spring. Moreover, you will compete with the strongest genius of this generation in the entire Tiansong Daozhou. The journey to the Tiansong secret realm involves a battle for destiny. You represent the face and future of Yulong territory. I hope you can move forward courageously in the secret realm, defeat all enemies, and fight for the dragon-like luck for yourselves, your forces, and the entire Yulong territory. One after another, the Galaxy Realm Kings descended from the sky, and the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord spoke in an excited voice. The Tiansong secret realm will gather thousands of geniuses from dozens of major regions in the entire Tiansong Daozhou. Moreover, these geniuses are all powerful geniuses who have stood out from the ranking battles in their respective domains, and each of them is not a weakling. From this, we can see how fierce the battle in the Tiansong secret realm will be. Moreover, in the Tiansong secret realm, things are not as harmonious as in the Yulong ranking battle, where the rankings can be determined by fighting in the ring, and the most that can be done if you lose is to get injured. At that time, in the closed secret realm, the evil thoughts in people's hearts will be magnified to the extreme. It also involves the competition for various precious opportunities such as luck, resources, and inheritance. That is a life and death battle, a battle of life and death everywhere, bloody and cruel. Boom. As the Heavenly Sword Saint finished his words, a talisman emitting dazzling light emerged from the void in front of the throne of each arena. In front of Qin Xian was a Tiansong golden talisman of the highest level, emitting golden light and containing rich spiritual energy and mysterious Taoist rhyme. Grab the Tiansong talisman in front of you, and you will be teleported to the Tiansong secret realm. After the Tiansong talisman appeared, the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord explained again. Afterwards, each genius stretched out their hands and grabbed the Tiansong talisman in front of them. After they caught it, one after another Tiansong Lingfu burst out with a pale green spiritual power that exuded a rich vitality. That vibrant spiritual power was like a magic medicine, directly eliminating all the injuries and fatigue of the geniuses. Then, bursts of silver light, symbolizing the power of space, flashed, and the figures of the geniuses disappeared on the throne. Seeing this, Qin Xian was also amazed. This Tiansong secret realm is quite humane, knowing how to heal the injuries of the geniuses first. Afterwards, Qin Xian threw a sword of disaster towards Jing Yue. Then the couple looked at each other and both held the gold and silver talismans in front of them. After holding the Tiansong spirit talisman in front of him, Qin Xian first felt a warm spiritual power surging into his body, replenishing all the spiritual power that had been consumed before. Then, a silver light flashed before his eyes, and his body was pulled by a powerful force and instantly transported to a mysterious area. Third level peak sword intent. Feeling the fierce sword intent erupting from Qin Xian, Lu Liming finally understood what Qin Xian meant by sending him a sword. The artistic conception of the third level's peak, this is a level that even the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord has not yet broken through. They didn't expect that the young men in white, who was about the same age as them, had already reached this stage in the realm of artistic conception. As he is now only one step away from the third level of sword intent, perhaps Qin Xian's sword can really make him realize something. Thinking of this, Lu Liming's heart was also burning. He looked at Qin Xian and asked sincerely, "Brother Qin, please teach me." Boom. Feeling Qin Xian's 3 levels of sword intent and seeing Lu Liming's respect for Qin Xian, the onlookers went completely crazy. An extremely strong body, king-level martial arts, and 3 levels of sword intent. Is this Qin Xian really a human? I never thought that such a terrifying demon genius would appear in my Yulong territory. It is really a blessing for the Yulong territory. This Qin Xian is too strong. No wonder he dares to sit on the supreme throne directly, and he is not afraid to let Lu Liming and others come together. I have a feeling that even if they really come together, they will probably be defeated by Qin Xian. Don't feel anything. You will definitely lose. After seeing the onlookers change from disdain and ridicule at the beginning to respect and awe now, I was slapped in the face. The disciples of the Zhenwu Holy Land nearby were almost reaching climax. Now you guys know how evil our Zhenwu Emperor is. Buzz buzz buzz. Seeing Lu Liming being so sincere, Qin Xian directly summoned out a Xian-grade top-grade sword of natural disasters from the system space. Qin Xian thought he had been low-key enough, not even using the kingslaying sword, but it still caused exclamations from the onlookers. After all, the Xian-grade top-grade quality is still a precious magic weapon that 99% of the warriors in the entire Yulong domain can only dream of. This sword, comprehend it well. Qin Xian held the sword of calamity in his hand and slashed it out. Lu Liming only felt endless sword intent coming from all directions like a wave, overwhelming him and making it hard for him to breathe. What? You don't even dare to use the knife. However, at this moment, Qin Xian's voice was like a huge bell, striking deep into his soul. At this moment, Lu Liming also came to his senses. Facing the powerful sword intent sweeping in from all directions, he was also immersed in his mind, feeling the gap between his sword intent and this sword intent, looking for that critical point. In Lu Liming's heart, he didn't know how much time had passed, but finally, he had an epiphany and found the critical point for breakthrough. Dawn-breaking sword technique. Break. Boom. Following Lu Liming's roar, the sword intent on his body suddenly exuded an aura that was hundreds of times stronger than before. He just swung his sword horizontally. The sword light was cold and bright, like the breaking of dawn, annihilating all the sword intent from all directions. Hoo. After performing this sword strike, Lu Liming was sweating profusely and felt that all the spiritual energy in his body had been drained. However, despite being exhausted, he was extremely excited. He finally broke through to the long-desired third level of sword intent. Lu Liming was breathing heavily. After a brief reprieve, he walked straight to Qin Xian, holding a knife in both hands, and bowed deeply to Qin Xian. "Thank you, Brother Qin. If you need anything in the future, I, Lu Liming, will do my best to help you, no matter what." Seeing this, Qin Xian also nodded. The son of Heavenly Sword in front of him was first-rate in both character and talent, and most importantly, he spoke well, so he didn't mind helping him. Ha 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 ha. Great. Zhenwu, the prince of your holy land, is indeed a man of extraordinary talent. When the Tiansong secret realm ends, feel free to bring him to my Tiandao holy land as a guest. There will be plenty of good wine. Seeing Lu Liming break through the third level of sword intent, the heavenly sword saint was in a good mood. He looked at the true martial saint and laughed heroically. "I'm a picky person. If you don't take out the king-grade monkey wine that you've treasured for many years, I won't go." Upon hearing this, Saint Zhenwu spoke in a pretentious manner. Ha 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 ha. Sure thing. Seeing the look on Saint Lord Zhenwu's face, Saint Lord Tiandao could only smile and say, it's his fault that his saint son suddenly owed him such a big favor. In addition to the Holy Lord of Heavenly Sword, the originally gloomy faces of the Lord of Canghai and the King of Zhejiang, and the Holy Lord of Taishuan who was hiding anger in his heart, all had relaxed expressions at this moment. Especially the Holy Lord Taishuan, he could no longer be relieved, but was extremely happy. Just now he felt like his cabbages were being eaten by wild boars, but now he just felt that their Taishuan holy land had taken a great advantage. Jiyingyue, the Saint Lady of Taishuan, was not raised in vain. As for the Lord of Canghai sect and King Zheojiang, they no longer had any resentment about their own holy son and eldest disciple being defeated. After all, whether it is Ao Heli, Xiao Yuanjing, Lu Liming, or even Ouyang Lai and Song Xiankong who have not yet taken action. These people are not at the same level as Qin Xian and cannot be compared, so naturally they will not have any regrets or complaints. What's more, the emergence of a genius like Qin Xian who is extremely talented in the Yulong domain is also a good thing for them. After all, the stronger Qin Xian's strength and talent are, the more luck he can gain for Yulong domain when he enters the Tiansong secret realm. Perhaps it might be possible to be listed on the legendary Tiansong hidden dragon list, making Yulong domain directly one of the top 10 domains. Thinking of this, the Galaxy Realm Kings looked at Qin Xian with a little more kindness in their eyes. On the Golden Talisman arena, Ouyang Lai looked at the men in white in front of the throne, his eyes revealing a deep sense of powerlessness. At this point, there was no need for him and Song Xiankong to fight anymore. The supreme position is undoubtedly in Qin Xian's pocket. Didn't you see that the originally peaceful dragon ranking battle has now become a place for Qin Xian to start teaching the artistic conception? Boom. However, just as he was thinking this in his heart, Song Xiankong stepped into the air and walked towards Qin Xian with a spear in his hand. Hey! Is it necessary to fight him after all this? How about we just fight and then go down together? Ouyang Lai looked at Song Xuankong's back and shouted. No. I want to see how big the gap is between him and me. Song Xiankong from the Song royal family, please teach me, brother Qin. Song Xiankong held a spear and charged straight towards Qin Xian. Song Xuankong's talent is the mysterious spiritual bone, which allows him to see through the flaws and weaknesses of others. It can also correct oneself, make oneself more perfect, and find out the shortcomings and fill them. However, Qin Xian is a very comprehensive hexagonal warrior. With the cover of the Chaos Divine Body, Song Xuankong's Dongxian spirit bone actually lost its function. Just like that, Song Xiankong, who was so powerful, was found to have several weaknesses and defects by Qin Xian, and was finally knocked down by a punch as well. I saw that among the 5 people, I was the only one who had not gone up. At this moment, Ouyang Lai could only bite the bullet and use his newly subdued strange fire, the Red Sun Spirit Flame. He wrapped himself in the strange fire, picked up the giant axe magic weapon and rushed towards Qin Xian. I'll burn you to death. Ouyang Lai rushed towards Qin Xian with a roar, but he only saw a ball of extremely hot red sun god fire burning in Qin Xian's left hand, and a ball of bright golden, scorching and sharp golden emperor burning sky flame burning in his right hand. A man in white clothes was blown by the scorching wind, and a harmless smile appeared on his handsome face, waiting for him to come over.